70 years ago, the realm of games descended into reality, unleashing a plague of monsters and calamities to combat the invasion of these ferocious beasts. Every individual must choose a profession and undergo a transformation, striving to attain strength. In this tumultuous landscape, the seemingly unremarkable Qin Fan bonded with a system during the transformation ceremony and successfully awakened the SS-level talent, Dragon, God's Guardian, thereby unlocking the hidden profession of Dragon Tamer. He believed that this would catapult him to greatness. However, the dragons proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, with no precedent of humans ever taming them. Consequently, dragon tamers became regarded as the least esteemed profession. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have received an ice dragon egg. Please claim it promptly. Ding! You have completed the tri-monthly lottery and won a black dragon king hatchling. Please establish a contract with your summoned beast. With the system at his side, Qin Fan proceeded with caution. Ultimately, as a dragon tamer, he summoned over a dozen dragons to stand before the supreme final boss, the archdemon. The frost dragon, flame dragon, black dragon king, and emerald dragon facing Qin Fan and his summoned beasts, the archdemon trembled in fear. Who dares to claim that the dragon tamer is the most worthless profession? Chapter 1. SS-level talent, Beast Affinity. Class 1, Section 3. The transformation ceremony is about to commence, marking the day when countless individuals traverse a precarious bridge. I hope to become a holy mage, transforming into a cannon, obliterating monsters, and defending the dignity of our school. Are you out of your mind? A mage isn't enough. You aspire to be a holy mage. That is a hidden profession, and the probability of triggering a hidden class during the standard transformation ceremony is less than 1 in a billion. Do you consider yourself the chosen one? In the classroom, students buzzed with nervous anticipation, eagerly discussing the imminent transformation ceremony, which would determine the fate of every senior present. Not a soul dared to take it lightly. In the third-to-last row by the window, Qin Fan exhaled a deep breath, his gaze drifting outside, his emotions complex. As a traveler from another world, he had been in this parallel realm for 7 years. Over these years, he gradually integrated into this unfamiliar world, grasping its language and cultural nuances. A century prior, a cataclysm transformed this realm. The epic-defining game, Divine Domain, overlapped with reality, expanding the Earth's surface exponentially, ushering in numerous secret realms and dungeons, while monsters ravaged. The land and calamities spread globally. In this era, the profession changers emerged to fend off the monster calamities. Every individual reaching the age of 18 and attaining level 10 must participate in the transformation ceremony to select the first profession. Some would ascend to combat professions, soaring to greatness, while others would adopt lifestyle professions, becoming mere cooks. Evidently, first professions are stratified into various tiers. At the pinnacle are combat professions, mages, archers, warriors, followed by enhancement professions such as enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists. The most common and numerous lifestyle professions like cooks, miners, and herd-gatherers evoke both admiration and disdain. Yet there exists a chasm between cooks of this world and those of the ordinary realm that a lifestyle profession like cook here vastly differs in status, capability, and recognition compared to a mere cook in the mundane world. The former can create meals that significantly enhance a profession changer's attributes, with sustained consumption, maximizing, and even permanentizing these benefits. The latter merely satisfies hunger. In essence, as long as one successfully transforms, even the most commonplace lifestyle profession elevates them above ordinary existence, marking them as inherently superior. At the podium, the teacher continued to elaborate on the myriad first professions, showcasing their unique characteristics and developmental pathways. Undoubtedly, among the 3 major categories, the first-tier combat professions are the most coveted and sought after by every profession changer. However, does that mean that enhancement and lifestyle professions lack potential? Is their development inherently limited? Not at all. Using enchanters as an example, the teacher explained that a skilled enchanter could achieve remarkable feats despite their limited numbers. A seemingly mundane weapon enchantment task could yield rewards that would appear astronomical to an ordinary individual. Remember, no first profession equates to garbage. This is my message to all present. Of course, each individual's talent varies, and the ultimate choice of first profession is yours to decide. As the homeroom teacher concluded, the mention of talent stirred a wave of excitement among the students. Following the global upheaval, everyone awakened their innate talents at birth, ranging from F to S grades. The level and characteristics of one's talent significantly impact the choice of first profession. The teacher had reiterated this countless times, yet Qin Fan listened intently. His talent, classified as a grade with the ability culinary mastery, felt rather underwhelming. Yet Qin Fan did not aspire to be a mere cook. He yearned for a combat profession. The rationale was simple. Among the thousands of first professions, combat roles possessed the greatest earning potential. After the merging of the Divine Domain game with reality, the Dragon Kingdom implemented policies providing resources to individuals before their first profession transformation. Once transformed, this support ceased, leaving individuals to rely solely on their own efforts for upgrades, equipment, and weapons. Not everyone is a privileged heir backed by powerful families. Post-transformation, additional transformations await second, third, and beyond. As a commoner, Qin Fan faced a painfully pragmatic question. How would he sustain himself? The popularity of combat professions stemmed largely from their ability to generate income. Even the more resource-intensive ones like mechanics and summoners could venture into dungeons solo, profiting from monster materials. However, historically, very few with the great talents have succeeded in combat professions. Despite Qin Fan's commendable performance in class, his low talent level remained a significant hindrance. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, and a chubby, round face leaned. I am finished. I have a great talent, stone skin. It'll likely end up as an enhancement profession this time around. Qin Fan, you seem to have a great talent, right? You're worse off than me. Have you decided on your first profession? The chubby boy, Fangdahai, sat behind Qin Fan, known for his candor. Not yet. I'm leaving it to chance. Qin Fan clearly preferred to keep his thoughts to himself. Fangdahai remarked. Chance? Seriously? In previous transformation ceremonies, the correlation between personal talent and first profession was virtually predetermined. For instance, with his great talent, the ideal outcome was an enhancement profession, with a slim chance of landing a lifestyle profession. Qin Fan's talent was even lower, making it seem improbable that he could aspire to a combat profession. What's this? With a great talent, you still dream of a combat profession? Do you think you're the offspring of fortune herself? With the conversation faltering, Fangdahai turned to chat with a female classmate seated nearby. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Qin Fan's mind. Ding. The transformation ceremony is about to commence. System activation in progress. System binding successful. A newcomer gift pack has been issued. Would you like to claim it? Ding. Newcomer gift pack contains SS level talent, Beast Affinity. A system prompt resonated within Qin Fan's consciousness. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Beasts, the Descent of Miracles. In the schoolyard, a resounding boom echoed as a wizard clad in a lunar robe raised his staff, channeling a surge of magical energy into the colossal spell array upon the platform. The array awakened, igniting 7 vibrant beams of light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. This heralded the commencement of the job transition ceremony. As I called out the names of the students, they prepared to step into the magical array. It would automatically assess their attributes and talents, ultimately determining their first job class. Number 1, Lehigh. As the inaugural candidate for the transition, Lehigh entered the magical array with a heart full of anxiety and anticipation. Buzz. The moment he stood atop the platform, the 7 colored beams illuminated the air above him. A cascade of light enveloped Lehigh, consuming him entirely. What profession would Lehigh transition to? As the first student to undergo this transformation, his attributes were quite commendable, and his talent was equally noteworthy. It was reasonable to assume that the school had high hopes for him, aiming for a triumphant start. I speculated it was highly probable he would become a combat class. 1 minute later, a flaming rune materialized abruptly above Lehigh's head. A flame rune? Could it be that he was destined to become a mage? No, that was incorrect. This was a rune for a strengthening profession, a blacksmith. The revelation sent a wave of dismay through the crowd. Lehigh was an academically gifted student. Although not at the very top of his class, his attributes were well balanced, and his talents were significant. If even such a capable scholar faltered, what hope was there for the others? The homeroom teacher of Class 5, surnamed Sia, had always regarded Lehigh as a seed candidate for nurturing due to his academic prowess. Yet now, he could only offer a few words of consolation, feeling helpless in the face of such disappointment. As the morning progressed, the job transition ceremony continued with a mix of joy and despair. Old Zhao, how did your class fare? How many students transitioned to combat classes? The homeroom teacher of Class 1, surnamed Fong, inquired. 3, Old Zhao replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Only 3? How amusing, Fong retorted with a mocking grin. In our class, we have 6 students who transitioned to combat classes. You really need to step up your game. The school leaders are watching from the podium. The rivalry between the 2 teachers was palpable, with Fong often enjoying the upper hand due to his class being composed of the brightest students in the school. What could Zhao Li possibly compare? Oh, our class has Huang Ming transitioning to a combat class too, Fong continued, relishing the moment. You'd better be cautious. This year's performance is at stake. I believe I even caught the principal smiling at me earlier. Zhao Li felt a surge of frustration at Fong's arrogance. The man's insufferable demeanor was utterly detestable. Yet what could he do? Unless Class 3 could unveil a hidden class during this awakening ceremony, their chances seemed grim. But then again, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Even in first and second tier cities, several rounds of job transition ceremonies might not yield a single hidden class. The odds were simply too low, 1 in 10,000? Or perhaps 1 in 100 million. However, if Class 3 could unveil a hidden profession, I would soar from the ground in an instant. eager to witness whether that scoundrel could still muster a smile. Zhao couldn't help but smirk at the thought. The odds of that happening were slimmer than falling asleep with closed eyes, where dreams abound. Next up, Class 3, Qin Fan. In the group, Fang Dahai was shouting enthusiastically. Teacher, it's Qin Fan. He has entered. Qin Fan's potential was noted, and in comparison, Fang Dahai's prowess slightly surpassed his. Observing Fang Dahai's exuberance, Zhao felt a twinge of exasperation. Was he so immersed in the moment? As two unnoticed figures in the class, Zhao typically paid little attention to them. However, it was not the right time to dampen his spirits, so he offered a few casual remarks. Your talents are quite similar, based on prior experience. Qin Fan's aptitude will most likely lead him to a life-affiliated profession. If fortune favors him, perhaps even a strengthening class. You both should prepare yourselves mentally. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, a cataclysmic change erupted within the magical array. Enormous, ethereal figures burst forth, manifesting in the void under the gaze of thousands. Heavens, what is that? A divine miracle? The crowd, initially stunned, erupted into a frenzy. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated like thunder. Above the magic array, a colossal shadow began to take shape. Initially indistinct, but gradually solidifying amidst the earth-shattering dragon's cry. With a dragon's head, wings, body, and tail, a gargantuan dragon, measuring 10 zhang in length, appeared directly above Qin Fan, its wings unfurling as if to eclipse the sun. Simultaneously, hundreds of beastly apparitions materialized one by one. A multitude of beasts gathered, casting shadows across the land. Oh my, this is a miracle. A true miracle has occurred. The students, overwhelmed with astonishment, craned their necks, even on tiptoes, unable to glimpse the entirety of the myriad beasts. A singular dragon, towering above the throng of creatures, emanated an aura of extreme terror, dragon might. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the humans beneath the dragon's shadow, rendering them as insignificant as ants, invoking an instinctive sense of reverence. Teacher, it's Qin Fan. This commotion is his doing. What on earth is happening? In the group, the classmates of Qin Fan were left speechless. Even their initially skeptical homeroom teacher stood dumbstruck. The dragon, the sovereign of beasts. Beneath the sun, moon, and stars, the dragon's spirit is eternal. In the next heartbeat, the dragon gently flapped its wings, stirring the air above the magic array into a tempestuous whirlwind. Roar, roar. The ethereal beasts began to crumble at the sound of the dragon's call. Only a few spectral figures remained intact, trembling as they lowered their forelimbs to the ground in a gesture of submission. In a moment of sudden clarity, the myriad beastly apparitions alongside the dragon's form swiftly contracted and solidified. Ultimately, the massive silhouettes vanished, leaving behind a single point of light radiating a mysterious aura. Whoosh! A beam of light shot directly towards Qin Fan, briefly illuminating his forehead before vanishing, leaving behind a diminutive yet enigmatic mark. A chime resonated, proclaiming, "Congratulations! You have acquired the extraordinary talent, Beast Affinity." Qin Fan's body convulsed violently. In the span of a single breath, his attributes surged, each enhanced by at least 7 or 8 points. His physical condition was unprecedentedly optimal, brimming with explosive power, as if a single punch could shatter a boulder. More importantly, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he had gained an innate affinity and mastery over the beast races. Chapter 3, Hidden Profession, Dragon Tamer. In that moment, those who bore witness to this spectacle felt waves of shock and disbelief wash over them. Principal, if I am not mistaken, this student has awakened a new talent during the class change ceremony? The Director of Education's eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. There had indeed been precedents for such occurrences in past class change ceremonies, though they were typically confined to first and second-tier cities. Given the commotion, the awakened talent must surely be at least of a high caliber, if not extraordinary. This certainly brings honor to our school. Haha. The principal was equally elated. To be candid, prior to Qin Fan's emergence, the students' performances had been somewhat lackluster during this year's class change ceremony. The manifestation of a dragon alongside the shadows of countless beasts. It appeared that this student's new profession was likely related to dragons, perhaps a dragon mage or a dragonblood warrior. Excellent, splendid. At last, a promising talent has emerged from this class change ceremony. The principal clenched his fist in excitement. Dragon mage, dragonblood warrior. Both are hidden professions. Could it be that our modest school in a remote 8th-tier city is finally on the verge of producing a student with a hidden class? Even if it were merely a beast tamer, that would still solidly place him among the foremost combat professions. In this moment, countless individuals felt their palms grow clammy with anxiety. Eyes were firmly fixed on Qin Fan, who remained in the throes of his class change. The odds were minuscule, 1 in a million. Should this student awaken a hidden profession, his future achievements would be boundless, as long as he did not falter. Becoming a significant figure would merely be a matter of time. Envy, excitement, ecstasy. The principal had already resolved in his heart that should this student named Qin Fan transition into a hidden profession, the school would spare no resources in nurturing him. This was no longer just about Qin Fan. It pertained to the future development of the entire institution, its renown, next year's student enrollment, and the extent of government funding. When one ascends, all associated shall rise with him. The entire school would reap the benefits from Qin Fan alone. At this juncture, Qin Fan remained blissfully unaware. The class change ceremony was finally drawing to a close. With a resounding thud, the magic array above erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. Beams of light cascading down upon him. 1 minute later, a rune imbued with arcane energy materialized within his grasp. This rune, it bore an unmistakable aura, signifying a hidden profession. This student has achieved it. The moment the rune appeared, several school leaders rose in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the runes. Breaths heavy with excitement and anticipation. Crack. In the center of the magic array, Qin Fan extended his right hand and gently touched the rune. It shattered upon contact. The runes transformed into a myriad of glowing particles, merging into his very being. With a swift turn, success was achieved. Almost simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed as a figure shot from the podium like a cannonball. It was the principal. He stomped onto the table, which splintered underfoot. In the blink of an eye, the principal, his face flushed with exhilaration, stood before Qin Fan, who had just completed his first profession transition. His square face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes bulged like bells, wide with anticipation. Qin Fan, what is your first profession? Dragonblood warrior? Or dragon mage? His large hands gripped Qin Fan's shoulders, as if they might crush his bones in the process. One could only imagine that the principal's emotions were akin to a powder keg, ready to ignite. Facing the principal's fervent gaze, Qin Fan bowed respectfully and replied, "My hidden first profession is dragon tamer." The principal. The crowd. Dragon tamer? What sort of profession is that? Do you control mighty dragons? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, including the well-informed principal, who was equally perplexed. Why had this profession never been mentioned before? Yet, the name alone seemed quite formidable. Fortunately, after his profession transition, Qin Fan had access to relevant job descriptions. As anticipated, the dragon tamer was an advanced form of beast tamer. The former contracts magical beasts, while the latter can bind sacred dragons or those of draconic lineage. The principal's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze intensely fixed on Qin Fan as he asked anxiously, "Are you certain that you can only contract sacred dragons or draconic bloodlines? Is it impossible to substitute with other magical beasts?" Qin Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Furthermore, the dragons contracted by a dragon tamer must possess pure bloodlines. Even the lowest of earth dragons, if their bloodline is diluted, will be naturally repelled by the contract. The principal's expression finally settled into a perplexed demeanor, akin to having been doused with a bucket of cold water. Following the initial thrill, only endless disappointment remained. The same sentiment was mirrored across the faces of the thousands present. Dragon tamer, such a powerful name, they mused. However, in this day and age, genuine dragons are seldom seen. Even the weakest of draconic kin is equivalent to a third or fourth tier warrior, right? It's futile. A mere first tier weakling like you cannot hope to capture a dragon as a contracted beast. What a pipe dream. To be a dragon tamer, one must first possess a dragon. Qin Fan himself had just stated that a dragon tamer-s contract would automatically reject any beast with an impure draconic bloodline. Thus, it seemed this young man's transition had yielded nothing but an empty victory. The principal, with a stern countenance, gave a slight twitch before patting Qin Fan on the shoulder, mustering some semblance of reassurance. It's all right. After all, it's a hidden profession, one that has never before been seen. While one might not speak of boundless potential, it certainly holds some research value. Research value? A chuckle erupted from many, unable to contain their amusement. Oh dear, my esteemed principal, must you be so ludicrous? A dignified individual transitioning to a hidden profession, and yet, do you intend to dissect them? How absurd. Countless individuals shifted from hope to despair, yet Qin Fan, the subject of this tumult, remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that he has been so overwhelmed that he has become senseless? What if he could transcend the limitations of his contract? The dragon and subdragon races would not suffice. Perhaps he could attempt to bond with a wyvern or a ground dragon. The prospect of a wyvern was impossible, unless it was a ground dragon with an exceedingly diluted dragon bloodline, and even then, it would have to be the most inferior of its kind. Yet, there was no necessity for such a choice. All magical beasts possess unique innate talents, and the most base and contemptible ground dragons not only lack recognition from the dragon bloodline, but also forfeit their own innate talents as magical beasts. In one fleeting moment, he stood upon a pedestal of expectation, only to plummet from grace in the next. The speed of this descent was alarming. The prodigy had scarcely a second of glory before it was all over. Anyone would be driven to madness. Alas, how pitiable. With merely a month until the college entrance examination, how would this fellow manage? As a fragile beast tamer, would he dare to confront the magical beasts within the secret realm? Perhaps he should consider bonding with the ground dragon race. His family once kept a scruffy dog rumored to bear a trace of dragon blood. How amusing. As the principal departed, he imparted a heartfelt warning to Qin Fan. With the college entrance examination just a month away, once you enter the secret realm, Do your utmost to avoid any monsters. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you may encounter some lower-tier magical beasts and gather materials and experience to sustain yourself. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed once more in Qin Fan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a challenge mission. Mission requirements. In 1 month, excel in the college entrance examination and strive to become the top scorer at the municipal level. Outstanding rating. Municipal top scorer full marks. Provincial top scorer. Mission rewards. Ding. The system has issued daily tasks. Please complete them promptly. Chapter 4. The Beginner's Gift Package. Level Dragon Egg. Amidst the derisive laughter of his classmates, Qin Fan remained indifferent. His entire focus had shifted to the sudden emergence of this system. Having perused countless web novels in his previous life, he was well aware that his unique golden finger had finally manifested. Indeed, how could a transmigrator succeed without a golden finger? Upon completing achievement tasks, the system will grant the host corresponding generous rewards, and if the task fails, the host will face severe penalties. To facilitate the system in providing rewards suited to the host's profession, please bind your profession promptly. Would the host like to bind with the Dragon Tamer profession? Faced with the system's inquiry, Qin Fan did not hesitate and chose affirmatively. There was no alternative. He must transition into this profession. The good news is that the Dragon Tamer is a combat profession. The bad news is that he does not possess a dragon at all. Furthermore, this profession has long faded into obscurity, leaving scant information regarding it. Even the production of skill books related to this vocation is exceedingly rare. It seems as though the system sensed Qin Fan's distress. Upon his selection, a chime echoed. Ding. Host has successfully bound to the profession. Congratulations. Host has activated the most powerful beast taming system, now issuing a corresponding novice profession gift package. Congratulations, you have received a dragon egg. Please check the system's exclusive warehouse. A dragon egg? The novice package actually contained a dragon egg? The system truly is a timely blessing, providing exactly what one desires. Without hesitation, Qin Fan mentally uttered a command, and a radiant Azure information panel materialized before him. In that fleeting moment, Qin Fan was taken aback. Oh no, he was still in the classroom. If others were to see this system panel, it would surely lead to unnecessary trouble. As he anxiously scanned his surroundings, he found that no one noticed the Azure panel's emergence. Instead, several classmates, who found Qin Fan's choice to become a dragon tamer laughable, occasionally cast him pitying and disdainful glances. Phew. It seems the system's information panel is different from a personal information template. Only he can see it. With this realization, Qin Fan finally felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to the system's warehouse. There, a crimson dragon egg lay quietly, its surface adorned with stunning golden patterns, indicating its extraordinary nature. Under the universal skill, Appraisal I, the detailed information of the dragon egg unfolded before Qin Fan's eyes. Dragon egg can be tamed using dragon taming techniques. Upon successful taming, you will receive a hatchling of the blazing sacred dragon as a dragon companion. Note, the hatchling's favorite food is divine fire jade essence. If offered as a gift during taming, the success rate will significantly increase. Divine fire jade essence? That is an extraordinary treasure. How could I possibly possess such a thing? Upon reading the note, Qin Fan's expression faltered slightly. Never mind. Let me first attempt to tame it directly using the dragon taming technique and see if success is within reach. With his resolve firm, Qin Fan organized his belongings and exited the classroom with a smile, leaving his classmates perplexed. How could Qin Fan, having transitioned to the profession of dragon tamer, still wear a smile? Has he lost his mind? An orphanage in Anning City. Indeed, like many protagonists who traverse worlds, he found himself isolated and helpless. However, Qin Fan's situation was somewhat unique. According to the caregiver in the orphanage, Qin Fan had been abandoned. This implies that his biological parents were, in fact, still alive. Yet, Qin Fan harbored no desire to seek out his biological parents. From the moment they cast him aside, he had severed all ties with them. Brother Qin Fan. As he pushed open the gates of the orphanage, a throng of adorable children rushed toward him, clinging to his pant legs and scrambling up his frame. In no time, Qin Fan resembled a grand tree laden with playful monkeys. Within the orphanage, he had long since forged close bonds with the children, nurturing a deep affection for them. Hearing the commotion from outside, a middle-aged woman, approximately in her 40s or 50s, emerged from the inner courtyard. Her benevolent expression radiated warmth. For she was the caretaker of the orphanage, affectionately known as Amma. She was responsible for the well-being of all the children, including Qin Fan, whom she had raised single-handedly. Her vocation was that of a chef, possessing culinary skills on par with Qin Fan's remarkable talent. What profession have you transitioned into? Have you become a chef? Amma inquired, her smile bright. Aware of the significance of career transitions, she had never imposed stringent expectations on the children. Many who left the orphanage pursued paths not of combat, but of sustenance. While it was indeed a secret that Qin Fan was not pursuing the culinary arts, he decided to keep it to himself for the time being. Fearing that Amma might overthink the matter, there's nothing to keep secret about. Come in. I've prepared a meal, she chided gently. After dining, The details of Qin Fan's profile emerged. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18. Level, 10. Occupation, dragon tamer. Talent, beast affinity. Attributes, strength 15, intelligence 15, constitution 15, agility 15. Occupational skill, dragon taming. Dragon taming. Active skill, applicable to dragon eggs or dragonkin, with a certain probability of taming the target, thereby making it one's dragon companion. Generally, upon transitioning to a new profession, all individuals possess attributes of 10 points each. However, under the exceptional talent of beast affinity, Qin Fan had remarkably enhanced each attribute by 5 points. Though this increment was modest, he comprehended the true essence of the beast affinity talent. It not only augments one's attributes, but facilitates a greater rapport with magical beasts, spirit creatures, and even divine beasts. Moreover, it significantly amplifies all skills of the beast tamer class. As a hidden subclass of beast tamers, dragon tamers naturally benefited from this amplification. Yet, Qin Fan had yet to acquire additional skills of the dragon tamer, thus unable to fully gauge the extent of the enhancement provided by beast affinity. Nevertheless, he was eager to employ dragon taming on the dragon egg, curious to see if he could succeed. Without hesitation, Qin Fan retrieved the sizable dragon egg from the system's spatial realm. Chapter 5, Novice Quest. Adventurer's Guild. The dragon egg was as large as a human head. Its shell not white, but a vibrant crimson, adorned with intricate golden patterns that exuded a mysterious aura. As he cradled it in his hands, he could even feel its searing warmth, causing the very room to grow noticeably sweltering. Moreover, Qin Fan could discern the rhythmic cadence of the dragon egg's breath. Taking a deep breath, he directly employed his professional skill, dragon taming. Alas, the attempt was met with failure. Regrettably, the endeavor ended in failure. Once more, the attempt culminated in failure. To his astonishment, despite depleting his mana, he was utterly unable to tame the egg. The probability of success was alarmingly low. Even more astonishing was the fact that he could sense the faint, petulant whimper of the dragon hatchling within, as if it were asserting, without the divine fire jade, "You shall not tame me." With a perplexed expression, Qin Fan scratched his head. Initially troubled by the absence of a dragon, he now possessed a dragon egg, but found himself incapable of taming it. The divine fire jade, a treasure of such rarity, was beyond his means to acquire, even if he were to sell himself. Suddenly, as if sensing Qin Fan's plight, the notification sound of the supreme beast taming system echoed. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a beginner's quest. Quest completion reward, 1 vial of divine fire jade, 20 free attribute points. Quest failure penalty, none. Time limit, 3 days. Please complete the quest promptly." The system was magnificent. Upon seeing the quest pop up before him, Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with joy. What fortune! Just when he needed the divine fire jade, the system had provided it. However, he knew better than to celebrate too soon. After all, this task required him to slay 30 cat demons. Given Qin Fan's current strength, completing this quest would necessitate utmost caution. The Yulin mountain range, situated on the outskirts of Anning City, had emerged during the cataclysm as the tectonic plates shifted, bringing with it a host of monsters and magical beasts, as well as countless rare materials. Adventurers often formed parties to explore this treacherous terrain. Herein lies the mention of an establishment that has persisted through the ages, the Adventurers Guild. Many individuals, upon graduating from high school or university, if not heading to the front lines of battle, invariably opted to become adventurers or join an adventuring party. They would accept quests posted by others within the guild, completing them to earn money, items, or equipment rewards. Typically, these quests were sponsored by affluent benefactors. The existence of adventurers' guilds was tacitly approved and supported by every nation for a simple reason. The monsters from these wild maps often encroached upon the borders of cities. Thus, the formidable adventurers who ventured into the wilderness to slay beasts indirectly contributed to the defense of the borders. Although perilous, Qin Fan resolved to embark on this quest, determined to succeed in taming the dragon egg. Without the divine fire agate, the prospect of taming this invaluable dragon egg seems distant. With only a month until the vocational examination, Qin Fan donned the standard issue basic white grade armor and a level 10 white grade weapon provided by the school. He left a note behind and departed from the orphanage, heading towards the Adventurers Guild in Anning City. Upon arriving at the guild's hall, he was taken aback by the lively atmosphere, considering it was around 3 or 4 in the morning. However, reflecting on the situation, it made sense. In the context where the Divine Realm game intertwines with reality, monsters in the wild maps respawn at regular intervals. Additionally, rare materials and treasures also appear sporadically in random locations. With a stroke of luck, one could gather these precious resources and instantly amass a fortune, a significant wealth for ordinary adventurers. Furthermore, adventurers were competing for quests, as simpler tasks were in high demand and would be claimed almost immediately upon posting. In contrast, more challenging tasks were seldom accepted due to the penalties for failing to complete them on time. Adhering to the principle that the early bird catches the worm, many adventurers were already gathered in front of the hall screen, preparing to seize opportunities with their mobile phones, even at this hour. Notably, Qin Fan spotted several students among the crowd, which was quite common, as many already transitioned adventurers would utilize their free time to undertake simple tasks for some pocket money. Isn't that Qin Fan? Soon, a few students in the crowd voiced their surprise. Qin Fan turned to find three of his classmates, Zhuofeng, Lu Qing, and Su Rou. Zhuofeng, with a somewhat roguish demeanor, had transitioned to a warrior class and approached Qin Fan with a mocking smile. Lu Qing, a bespectacled young man who had become a mage, stood beside him, while Su Rou, delicate and graceful in appearance, embodied an aura that elicited a desire to protect her. She had taken on the role of a priest. Warrior, mage, priest, a quintessential adventurer team composition. Looking to earn some pocket money? Are you sure? I recall you were a dragon tamer, an elusive class, yet it seems you've turned out rather ineffectual. Zhuofeng laughed heartily. Lu Qing also wore a smile, both having initially believed Qin Fan would ascend to greatness, only to find him relegated to the least capable dragon tamer. Su Rou, however, did not direct her gaze towards Qin Fan nor join in the banter of Zhuofeng and Lu Qing. Instead, she merely scanned the surroundings with a distant expression. Qin Fan had heard of Su Rou's affluent background. Her staff, adorned with 3 enchanted crystals, indicated it was at least a level 10 purple grade weapon. The hierarchy of equipment quality ranged from low to high as follows: white grade, blue grade, purple grade, gold grade, spiritual weapons, sacred artifacts. Above sacred artifacts lies the mythic grade equipment. Pay no mind to that fellow, Miss Su. Whatever task you choose, we shall undoubtedly assist you, ever by your side, Zhuofeng said with a smirk. It was evident that Zhuofeng and Lu Qing were mere sycophants to Su Rou. Of course, this had nothing to do with Qin Fan. Soon, they snatched a few tasks, either to slay cat demons or to collect materials such as cat demon claws, and boarded the light rail bus heading towards the Yulin mountain range. At this moment, Su Rou, Zhuofeng, and Lu Qing also stepped onto the bus, albeit trailed by 3 burly men of level 14. Chapter 6, Slay the Cat Demons. Task completed. When the light rail arrived at the entrance of the Yulin mountain range, the clock read 5 in the morning. Upon disembarking, Qin Fan, disinterested in Su Rou, Zhuofeng, and Lu Qing, plunged directly into the outskirts of the Yulin mountain range. Fear not. With us around, this task will be a breeze. The burly men following Su Rou boasted heartily, causing her to frown in discontent. She had no desire to include these 3 unsightly brutes in her party. Yet, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, intimidated by their presence, readily acquiesced. However, it was too late to turn back. They had to set forth. Qin Fan genuinely wished to caution Su Rou about the trio resembling thugs. It would be prudent to avoid teaming up with them. Such aimless adventurers often harbor the darkest of hearts, wielding their blades with merciless intent. They are known to betray friends for profit, backstab, and commit heinous acts. With Su Rou's beauty and her family's wealth, in this desolate land, rife with monsters, these desperate men would surely consider taking advantage of her. Alas, whatever fate befell those 3 classmates was of no concern to him. Qin Fan was no saint. After gathering his thoughts, Qin Fan unfurled his map and ventured towards a more remote area. Along his journey, he encountered several magical beasts typically suitable for culinary endeavors, such as the magic-horned antelope, armored wild boar, and unicorn rabbit. These were lower-level creatures, yet their meat was succulent and tender. However, today, Qin Fan was not there to hunt. He was there to fulfill the system's novice quest. Before long, he arrived at a small valley, encountering the target of his novice quest, cat demons. From atop a large tree overlooking the valley, Qin Fan employed his identification eye skill to scrutinize the group of cat demon creatures. Creature, cat demon. Level, 11. Type, beast-type monster. Skills, bite, frenzy. Quality, black iron. Remark, a common low-level creature found in the Yulin mountain range, known for using its claws and teeth to rend its foes. Under the gaze of the identification eye skill, the detailed information of the cat demons unfolded before Qin Fan's eyes, roughly estimating their numbers. He surmised there were about 30 to 40 of them. If one were to recklessly charge in without a second thought, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Qin Fan. To speak frankly, the difficulty of this task exceeds what an ordinary student could accomplish. Even the teachers within the school would find themselves severely challenged in the face of such a multitude of cat demons. However, fortunate for Qin Fan, he has already devised a plan. Let us not forget his profession, the beast tamer, with the hidden vocation of dragon tamer. Furthermore, he possesses the remarkable talent of beast affinity. Although dragon taming cannot subdue these cat demons, possessing such a talent should render dealing with them a mere trifle. Of course, even with this level of talent, one must proceed with caution to avoid missteps. Let us first test the waters with a solitary cat demon. With this in mind, Qin Fan cast upon himself a universal skill known as Cat's Foot. Cat's Foot. For 3 minutes, all actions such as walking, jumping, and climbing will produce no sound. In this realm, skills are categorized into 3 main types: innate skills, professional skills, and universal skills. Innate skills, as the name suggests, are active skills that emerge from one's awakened talent. Professional skills require no further explanation. Universal skills, on the other hand, are accessible to all professions, with the eye of appraisal being the most common, possessed by every class changer. The cat's foot skill is naturally a universal skill. Many students lacking practical experience deem cat's foot to be useless. Yet, in Qin Fan's eyes, this skill is indispensable. It is a skill point well spent. At this moment, having activated cat's foot, Qin Fan silently approached a lone cat demon from behind. Suddenly, a hum echoed as his beast affinity talent activated. The cat demon, previously engrossed in licking its paws, displayed an expression of sheer terror on its grotesque face. Its entire body trembled in fear, as if it sensed an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloping it. Without a moment's hesitation, the cat demon turned and began to prostrate itself before Qin Fan. Simultaneously, within its heart, a profound sense of reverence and friendliness towards this human figure surged forth. Observing the quivering cat demon on the ground, Qin Fan could not help but reveal a knowing smile. Beast suppression. Upon activation, it can intimidate all beasts, causing the affected creatures to feel an innate closeness and worship towards oneself, perceiving oneself as their king. Note, this remains effective against dragon targets not exceeding oneself by 20 levels. Though he cannot tame this cat demon outright, the effect produced at this moment bears little difference from actual taming. Without a second thought, Qin Fan plunged his novice longsword into the cat demon's skull. The creature emitted only a muffled grunt before succumbing to death. In its final moments, a satisfied and blissful expression crossed its face, as if in its eyes, being slain by Qin Fan was a mark of honor. Task objective: Cat Demon, 130. Subsequently, Qin Fan began to gradually attempt to intimidate 2, 3, and even 4 cat demons simultaneously. Remarkably, he succeeded flawlessly. Wasting no time, he completed the task in one go, having already slain half of the cat demons. Qin Fan leapt directly into the center of the small valley. Such an audacious appearance. Meow. The remaining dozen or so cat demons immediately emitted a shrill cry, preparing to pounce upon him. However, the affinity with all beasts was triggered once again. Whoosh. The once menacing cat demons instantly prostrated themselves before Qin Fan with reverence and awe. Thud, 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 with swift and decisive strikes. These cat demons met their end beneath Qin Fan's novice sword. The novice sword, with only 50 durability, now possessed a mere 8 points. After slaying 42 cat demons, Qin Fan gained 420 experience points, and astonishingly, his level rose to 11. Yet, these achievements were not what concerned Qin Fan the most. His primary focus lay on the system's rewards at that moment. Ding! Reward distribution commencing. Congratulations! You have received a vial of Divine Fire Jade Essence. Congratulations! You have gained 20 free attribute points. Quest objective: successfully tame the young Ember Dragon. Reward: 3 advanced vocational skill books. Penalty: none. Time limit: 24 hours. Please complete the quest promptly. Chapter 7: Taming Success. The Terrifying Dragon Hatchling. Qin Fan took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous heart. At last, he had arrived at his turning point. Now, it remained to be seen whether the Divine Fire Jade Essence could truly enhance his taming success rate. Qin Fan's desire to transition into a combat-oriented profession stemmed from his wish to protect that dilapidated orphanage. Although his mother had not disclosed it, he was already aware that the benefactor who once supported the orphanage had passed away 2 years prior. The benefactor's children were unwilling to continue funding the orphanage. For the past 2 years, his mother had been secretly working 3 jobs just to keep it afloat. If this continued, her health would inevitably deteriorate. Without his mother's protection, the children in the orphanage would face even graver hardships. Thus, the stakes were incredibly high. Qin Fan retrieved the still-warm dragon egg from the system storage. As he took it out, the egg gently swayed, as if reproaching him for placing it in the quiet, dull confines of the storage space. He then produced the vial of Divine Fire Jade Essence, carefully uncorking it. Flames. A wave of exquisitely pure fire elemental essence surged forth. The intense heat even drew the surrounding fire elements toward it. Truly, it was a rare and extraordinary treasure, the Divine Fire Jade Essence. Qin Fan could not help but exclaim inwardly. Such pure essence, if absorbed by a fire mage, would likely result in an extraordinarily fearsome amplification of their fire attribute damage. And as the essence of the Divine Fire Jade began to permeate the air, thud, thud, the unhatched dragon egg suddenly bounced with excitement, as if expressing an intense yearning. Would you like a drink? Behave, and I shall grant you one. Qin Fan smiled as he set the Divine Fire Jade aside, gently cradling the quivering dragon egg that seemed to convey a touch of pride. Fear not, once tamed, all of this Divine Fire Jade will be yours. Upon his words, the previously restless dragon egg fell into a serene stillness. Qin Fan then resumed employing his unique dragon taming technique on the egg. Congratulations. Taming successful. Wait, it succeeded on the first attempt. Goodness. It seems this little dragon is indeed a glutton, yielding immediately at the sight of the Divine Fire Jade. Naturally, the innate affinity for all beasts played a crucial role in this triumph. It is well known that, aside from the already tamed earth dragons and lowly flying dragons, The higher dragon species, particularly those of subdragon rank and above, are typically quite indifferent and resistant towards humans. Yet, when Qin Fan held this dragon egg, it did not resist fiercely. This was, in part, due to the passive effects of his affinity. Buzz. At that moment, mysterious crimson light patterns began to crawl across Qin Fan's body. These enigmatic patterns emanated from his fingertips, swirling around the fiery dragon egg. Simultaneously, the crimson light patterns intertwined with the golden ones on the egg's surface. Qin Fan felt as though his consciousness began to communicate with the egg, forging an extraordinarily subtle connection. He could even sense the little dragon's eager desire to consume the divine fire jade, along with a burgeoning sense of closeness and friendliness towards him. As the light patterns continued to blend, a resounding buzz filled the air. Suddenly, the dragon egg erupted in a dazzling radiance. Crack. Beneath the luminous veil, Qin Fan distinctly heard the sound of cracking. This indicated that the egg was on the verge of hatching. The true fiery sacred dragon hatchling was soon to emerge. As the brilliant light receded like a tide, Qin Fan looked down at the egg he held, only to discover that the shell had completely vanished. A charming little dragon emerged, extending its tiny claws to grasp the bottle of divine fire jade, eagerly drinking away. I finally have a dragon companion. Filled with excitement and joy, Qin Fan began to scrutinize the hatchling in his hands. Its scales glimmered a vibrant crimson, sparkling under the morning sun, resembling a small, fiery orb. Its wings, adorned with golden patterns, unfurled gracefully. The little dragon's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, exuding an expression of bliss, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Though its size was as small and adorable as a kitten, the power radiating from its limbs made even Qin Fan, its owner, feel a shiver run down his spine. Upon its chest, a golden pattern resembling divine flames flickered in and out with each breath, seemingly proclaiming its dominion as the master of all fires. The pact had been sealed, and this diminutive dragon had become Qin Fan's loyal companion, bound in life and death. There was no need for the eye of appraisal. With but a thought, all details regarding the young dragon were vividly revealed before him. Dragon companion, Blaze Saint Dragon, master of endless fire. Name, nickname, none. Gender, female. Age, under 1 month. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 300, wisdom 300, constitution 270, agility 270, without any equipment or item enhancements. Skills, fire immunity, passive skill. As the master of endless fire, it is immune to 100 of fire attribute damage. Flame breath, active skill. Exhales a fiery dragon breath forward, dealing immense fire attribute damage to all enemies within a certain range. Divine flame scales, passive skill. Dragon scales serve as the most formidable armor, reducing the power of all attacks that are blocked by them by 70. Devastating flame claw, active skill. The dragon's claws ignite with fierce flames, delivering a ferocious strike to all enemies within a cone-shaped area ahead. Terrifying. It was absolutely horrifying. What manner of extraordinary attributes were these? Among the 4 innate skills, 3 were of a higher tier, and 1 was of a lower tier. In this world, where resources are scarce, not only are higher tier skill books exceedingly rare, but even lower tier ones are considered treasures. If a higher tier skill book were to be placed on the market, it would fetch no less than 10 million dragon coins. The crucial factor is that even if one wished to buy it, such opportunities are non-existent. Yet here was a newborn dragon, endowed with 4 formidable skills. It was no wonder the dragon race stood so high above others. No beast tamer had ever succeeded in subduing a high-ranking dragon. Your life's endpoint might not even reach their starting line. Reflecting on the mockery and schadenfreude from his classmates during the previous job transition ceremony, Qin Fan could not help but smirk. The weakest profession? I am now the strongest profession. Chapter 8, Naming the Dragon Firefly Wine. At this moment, the young dragon had finished the divine flame essence from the bottle, letting out a contented burp as a small flame erupted from its mouth. It then twisted its round, plump body, affectionately nudging Qin Fan's palm with its head. It is hard to imagine that the noble and proud dragon race was now snuggling in Qin Fan's embrace, displaying its endearing side. And at this moment, ding, the electronic notification from the system chimed once more. Rewards are now being distributed. Reward, level skill hate mark. Reward, level skill dragon frenzy. Reward, level skill dragon claw assault. Task objective, please raise your dragon companion to level 10. Reward, 2 level specific passive skills exclusive to the profession. Penalty, none. Time limit, 30 days. Host, please complete the task promptly. Hatred mark, inflicts a mark on a target, causing your dragon pet to develop immense animosity towards that target, while simultaneously increasing the damage taken by the marked target by 30. Dragon frenzy, enters a frenzy state with your dragon pet, during which all attributes are enhanced by 20. Dragon claw assault, after use, your arms transform into dragon claws, attacking the target in front of you and inflicting substantial damage. Once again, a bountiful reward. It seems the system recognizes that Qin Fan is currently quite weak, which is why such generous rewards are offered in the novice task. The true power of a dragon tamer lies not only in commanding dragons, but also in assimilating their abilities into oneself. Qin Fan's eyes shimmered with excitement as he read the descriptions of these 3 skills. It is worth mentioning that his status panel has yet to change. His attributes remain a perfectly balanced 15. However, Qin Fan paid this no mind, for he now possessed a formidable dragon companion. As long as he refrains from foolishness, he need not worry about future challenges, whether in examinations, dungeons, or battles against others. Of course, although Qin Fan's innate talent is not the finest in his class, his practical assessment scores have consistently ranked first throughout the year. Fate may not have bestowed upon him the same natural gifts as others, yet it has granted him an exceptional instinct for combat. Even if he cannot defeat opponents in one-on-one encounters, he can rely on his combat techniques to ensure his self-preservation, provided he does not face an opponent with a vastly superior strength. At this moment, the little dragon is gently nuzzling Qin Fan's chest with its adorable head, its golden vertical pupils sparkling with joy. Ever since the little creature ingested the divine fire jade essence, the divine fire golden patterns on its dragon body have brightened considerably. Qin Fan tenderly stroked the little dragon's head and softly remarked, "You still lack a name. It is time to give you one." Upon hearing that Qin Fan intended to name it, the little dragon joyfully stood up, its 2 charming little claws waving excitedly. Yet Qin Fan understood that despite the little creature's harmless demeanor before him, once faced with an enemy or monster, those seemingly innocent claws would transform into lethal weapons capable of rending foes apart. After all, the little dragon's attribute panel is astonishingly impressive. Initially, he had considered naming it something grandiose like Great Fire Deity, but since it is a female, a name that is poetic or endearing would be more fitting. Qin Fan chuckled as he said, "Grr, grr." The little dragon's ears drooped upon hearing Great Fire Deity, but perked up once more at the prospect of a poetic or cute name. 2 lines of poetry that I cherish the most are, "The fireflies gradually gather. The green ants brew new wine. You adore drinking divine fire jade essence, and you are as red as a tipsy little drunkard." Thus, how about the name Firefly Wine, with the nickname Little Wine? What do you think? Qin Fan smiled as he proposed, "Grr, grr," as Qin Fan's words echoed in the air. The little dragon cub's eager yet anxious eyes gradually widened, its golden, gem-like vertical pupils sparkling with joy. Subsequently, it nuzzled its small head against Qin Fan's chest, clearly delighted with the melodious and poetic name bestowed upon it. Thus, it was settled. Upon Qin Fan's decision, a transformation occurred in the little dragon cub's information panel. Name, Ingjio. Nickname, Xiaojio. After nuzzling Qin Fan for a while, Xiaojio suddenly leaped into the air, its tiny dragon wings flaring wide. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind erupted, nearly causing Qin Fan to lose his balance. In an instant, Xiaojio soared into the sky. One must admit, the dragon race truly reigns as masters of the heavens. Xiaojio ascended with such speed that even Qin Fan's keen eyes could scarcely track its movement. Once airborne, Xiaojio spread its wings, enveloping its dragon form, and suspended itself in the air, basking in the golden rays of sunlight. Thump! Even from the ground, Qin Fan could distinctly hear the vigorous heartbeat emanating from Xiaojio. It was digesting the pure energy of the divine fire jade essence. The divine fire jade essence was indeed a rare treasure, rich in pure and abundant fire elemental energy. Although Xiaojio was a being of holy dragon caliber, it had only just hatched from its egg and was still in its infancy. It could not possibly absorb this vast and pure fire elemental energy as swiftly as an adult dragon would. During the process of digesting this energy, Xiaojio's originally cat-sized body visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. Half an hour later, as Xiaojio hovered in midair, it finally unfurled its dragon wings adorned with divine fire gold patterns. Its height had grown to an impressive 1.60 meters. The intense heat radiating from its form was breathtaking. Qin Fan had no doubt that if Xiaojio unleashed a breath attack on the nearby hill, it could easily reduce the entire peak to molten ash. Whoosh! Having completely digested the divine fire jade essence, Xiaojio dove from the sky and hovered before Qin Fan. Gurgle! In an exuberant leap, it landed in Qin Fan's embrace, its large head affectionately rubbing against him. This little creature seemed blissfully unaware of the significant change in its size, as Qin Fan struggled to support Xiaojio's affectionate antics. He took another look at its information panel. Dragon Pet, Blazing Sacred Dragon, Endless Fire Master. Name, Ingjio. Nickname, Xiaojio. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level, 5. Attributes, Strength 500, Wisdom 500, Constitution 450, Agility 450, without any equipment or item enhancements. Chapter 9, Terrifying Power, Annihilating the Minotaur Horde in an instant. Having absorbed the energy of the divine fire jade, the level only increased by a mere 4. Goodness, what is this madness? It is known that at level 1, a human consuming high-grade treasures would undoubtedly ascend to levels in the teens. Yet for the little wine, it has merely advanced by 4 levels. This stark contrast reveals just how much more experience is required for the dragon race compared to humans. However, it is precisely for this reason that the attribute enhancements accompanying level-ups are truly formidable. Strength and intelligence surged from 300 to 500. Agility and constitution leaped from 270 to 450. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the dragon lineage. Suddenly, the affectionate little wine, snuggling against Qin Fan, raised its head warily, its golden dragon eyes fixating on a corner of the small valley. Following its gaze, Qin Fan discovered a group of bull-headed monsters grasping stones. Monster, bull-headed monster, level 12, type, beast-type monster, skills, throwing, horn charge, quality, black iron, remark, common small monsters in the Yulin Mountains. Known for their preference for cat demon flesh, they are enemies of the cat demons. Observing this group of bull-headed monsters, Qin Fan understood that they intended to hunt cat demons in this small valley. However, they were unaware that all the cat demons had perished. In their place stood a blazing holy dragon. Clang! The once ferocious bull-headed monsters, filled with violent intent, now trembled in fear under the dragon's might. Their eyes wide with terror, even the stones they wielded for throwing were dropped in fright. Clearly, in the presence of this apex creature, their courage had been utterly shattered. Despite its dissatisfaction with the interruption of its moment with its master, the little wine obediently turned to Qin Fan for permission. Master, may I slay them? Naturally, Qin Fan had no reason to deny the little wine's request. With his approval, the little wine beamed with joy. With a mere flap of its wings, the little wine instantaneously appeared before the already frightened bull-headed monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its dragon mouth wide. Breath of flame. In a spectacular display, a torrent of flames erupted from the little wine's maw, cascading like a waterfall. In an instant, the group of bull-headed monsters was engulfed, reduced to ashes without a trace. Instantaneously vanquished, Qin Fan stood in stunned silence. It is worth noting that without the affinity for all beasts bestowed by his level, even a single cat demon would pose a considerable challenge for him. Victory would come at a significant cost. Facing 2 or 3 cat demons simultaneously would leave him with no choice but to flee. It is not a matter of Qin Fan's inadequacy, but rather that monsters of equal level often possess far superior strength. Otherwise, why would so many job changers form parties to venture into the misty forest mountains? Even the cat demons are formidable foes, let alone the level 12 minotaurs. To confront a horde of these minotaurs, at least a 5-member adventuring party of level 15 is required for their defeat. Yet, before the esteemed Saint Dragon, it is merely a matter of a single breath. The truth is, this is a case of overkill. According to Qin Fan's estimation, for the little dragon, annihilating this group of minotaurs would merely require a swipe of its paw. However, it is disdainful of the prospect, fearing that these minotaurs might soil its pristine claws. It is essential to acknowledge that dragons are not lacking in intelligence compared to humans and thus possess an unparalleled elegance. Even regarding sustenance, they do not consume their meals raw like ordinary magical beasts. Rather, they prefer to prepare their food with care, engaging in exquisite culinary practices before indulging. Displaying an expression that seems to seek praise, the little dragon eagerly awaits commendation. Excellent. Qin Fan chuckled as he reached out to touzle the little dragon's head. As the little dragon hunted monsters, its master naturally shared in the experience, causing Qin Fan's level to rise from 11 to 12. Having received praise, the little dragon extended its claw to pat its belly adorned with divine fire golden patterns, conveying its sentiment to Qin Fan. It is hungry. This left Qin Fan both amused and exasperated. This little glutton had just finished drinking the divine fire jade essence. Yet, after just one breath attack, it was already hungry again. Shall I process the corpses of the cat demons and minotaurs for you to eat? Qin Fan inquired, unaware of the dragon's culinary preferences, mistakenly believing it could feast upon any monster's remains like ordinary beasts. Unsurprisingly, the little dragon shook its head in disdain. It would not consume such repulsive fare. It craved exquisite delicacies. All right, let us prepare a feast. However, we must first hunt some unicorn rabbits and magical antelopes. I shall prepare roasted lamb and roasted rabbit for you. Qin Fan replied with a smile. From the outset of their expedition into the misty forest mountains, Qin Fan had prepared to linger for several days, having stocked his internal space with various spices and wilderness survival gear. After all, slaying 30 cat demons was not a task to be accomplished in haste. Yet, he had not anticipated that, thanks to the affinity with beasts granted by his talent, he would accomplish this feat so swiftly. Upon hearing that Qin Fan intended to prepare a feast, the little dragon let out a jubilant roar, its wings flapping vigorously as it soared into the sky. This frightened all nearby magical beasts, causing them to tremble and cower on the ground, too intimidated to move. Dragons are, after all, the most elite hunters in the world. In a mere 10 minutes, witnessing the adorable little dragon joyfully spinning in place, Qin Fan could only smile indulgently. Oh well, what else could he do but pamper his little dragon? While Qin Fan was busy preparing the ingredients for their barbecue feast. In another valley within the misty forest mountains, a burly man wielding a massive axe effortlessly dispatched 2 cat demons before him. As a formidable level 14 warrior, he effortlessly annihilated the cat demons, a feat made possible by the bountiful blessings bestowed upon him by the priest, weapon blessing, and body enhancement spell. Haha, you are quite impressive. My lady, not only do you wield a level 10 purple staff, but you also possess such a potent auxiliary skill as the body enhancement spell. Without your aid, we would struggle to vanquish so many cat demons. The burly man chuckled heartily, joined by his two fellow warriors, all three of whom were brothers. The eldest, known as De Long, was flanked by Er Long and San Long. Faced with their praise, Su Ro remained silent, merely nodding with a hint of pride that radiated from her demeanor. Chapter 10, Level Up. Task triggered. Indeed, one must consider the esteemed status of our Miss Su. She is none other than the daughter of Su Qinghua, the wealthiest man in Anning City, gifted and of remarkable lineage. It is an honor for you three gentlemen to team up with her, proclaimed Zhua Feng, stepping forward with an air of pride as he addressed the silent Su Ro. Lu Qing adjusted his glasses, appearing as if he shared in the honor. Initially, they had intended to decline the brothers' invitation to form a party, but the intimidating presence of the three had compelled them to acquiesce. Now, having regained their composure, they felt a sense of humiliation in front of the goddess Su Ro. Thus, they sought to rectify their earlier response by leveraging her status to instill a sense of respect from the three burly men. Ah, indeed, it is truly our privilege. They echoed, their voices tinged with obsequiousness. Rest assured, we will ensure Miss Su's safety. As Zhua Feng declared this, the three brothers revealed smiles of flattery. However, unbeknownst to them, a glimmer of greed and cruelty flickered in the depths of the brothers' eyes. Let us proceed, commanded Su Ro with a serene authority. The three men eagerly complied, their excitement palpable, for the deeper they ventured, the scarcer the adventurers became. This would afford them the opportunity to enact their nefarious plans without fear. Soon, the dawn of the next day arrived. At this moment, Qin Fan had distanced himself from the outskirts of the silent forest mountains, where the rugged terrain and desolate heights were scarcely inhabited. The monsters that resided here had escalated in level, reaching 15 and 16. Only the most seasoned adventuring parties dared to come here in search of treasure and battle. The previous night, Qin Fan had prepared a lavish feast for his little dragon, who relished the meal with great delight. He could feel the bond of affection between them growing stronger. Little did he expect that the culinary skills he had abandoned would prove invaluable in this moment. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the tranquil valley. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted forth. Before Qin Fan stood 5 formidable unicorn rhinoceroses, their bodies encased in resilient scales. They are known as the black-scaled demon rhinoceros, a creature of level 16 with a black iron qualification. Yet now, it has been utterly charred, devoid of life. Under the breath of Little Geo, these minor foes are hardly a match. Successfully looted, obtained 5 hearts of the black-scaled demon rhinoceros. Successfully looted, obtained 5 horns of the black-scaled demon rhinoceros. Successfully looted, obtained 500 black scales of the black-scaled demon rhinoceros. Qin Fan collected all the valuable items from the black-scaled demon rhinoceros. The hearts are medicinal, the horns can be forged into weapons, and the black scales can be crafted into armor. For the impoverished Qin Fan, these materials represent a fortune. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Fan's level unexpectedly rose once again, reaching level 13. Indeed, hunting monsters of a higher level yields substantial experience. Now, Qin Fan's personal panel has undergone considerable changes. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18. Level, 13. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Talent, Beast Affinity, Culinary Mastery. Attributes, Strength 40, Intelligence 40, Constitution 30, Agility 30. Professional skills, Dragon Taming, Hate Mark, Dragon Frenzy, Dragon Claw Assault. If others were to learn that he had ascended 2 levels in just 2 days, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. In a realm where resources are monopolized by prestigious academies, organizations, and affluent families, for a commoner to elevate 2 levels in 2 days is indeed a shocking feat. Yet Qin Fan is aware that his growth has merely commenced. Meanwhile, Little Geo remains at level 5. It seems that such an elite dragon companion requires a significant amount of experience to level up. The hunt must continue. Qin Fan stroked his chin, contemplating his next move. Of course, he did not leave all the hunting to Little Geo. He seized opportunities to engage the black-scaled demon rhinoceros in one-on-one combat, allowing Little Geo to intervene only when necessary. While others might view this as superfluous, Qin Fan considers it essential, even with a formidable dragon companion. He cannot afford to neglect his own strength. Enhancing his abilities will enable him to navigate the battlefield with greater ease. Delving deeper, Qin Fan slowly exhaled, his expression gradually hardening with determination. Sensing her master's resolve to grow stronger, Little Geo too was ignited with fervor. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the peak of a mountain, having just slain an 18-level beast known as the Azure Star Leopard, Qin Fan sat in a shaded area, bloodied and weary. His clothing and basic armor, after 3 days of battle and wear, were now in tatters. Yet his level had risen to 15. In 5 days, from level 10 to level 15. Such a terrifying rate of progression is indeed rare. Should the media outside catch wind of this, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. The level of the little wine has been elevated from the original 5 to an impressive 7. Dragon Pet, Blazing Sacred Dragon, Endless Fire Lord. Name, Ingjio. Nickname, Little Wine. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level, 7. Attributes, Strength 800, Wisdom 800, Constitution 670, Agility 720, without any equipment or item enhancements. Such an increase in attributes is indeed formidable. Merely a 2-level enhancement has resulted in a terrifying boost of 2 to 300 in the 4 core attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a random quest. Hero saves the beauty. Quest details: please successfully rescue Miss Sue Rowe of the Sue family. Rewards: 2 diamond treasure chests. 1 legendary treasure chest. Punishment: none. Time limit: 12 hours. Please complete the quest as soon as possible. Just as Qin Fan intended to continue traversing the Yulin mountain range with Little Wine, the system, which had been silent for several days, finally responded again. And it was with the triggering of a random quest. Hero saves the beauty? Upon reading the quest details, Qin Fan could not help but be momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled that during the entry of Su Ro, Zhuofeng, and Lu Qing's team into the Yulin mountain range, they had seemingly allowed 3 menacing-looking brutes to join them. Damn. Indeed, those 3 fierce-looking men are suspicious. This is quite normal. Su Ro brazenly wielded a rare level 10 purple staff in her hand. This is akin to a 3-year-old child carrying a gold bar down the street. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a treasure. It is only natural to attract attention. Little Wine, activate the mental realm. Perceive everything around us. At this moment, Qin Fan also began to issue commands. Chapter 11, Betrayal. In the Yulin mountain range, within a small valley near the inner perimeter. At this moment, 6 figures stood within the small valley. Scattered about were the corpses of monsters and stains of blood, the surroundings in utter disarray. The monster corpses on the ground included not only ordinary minotaurs and cat demons, but also 1 or 2 elemental cat demons and the corpses of bull-headed beasts. Elemental cat demons, a mutated variant of cat demons, exist at level 14. They are more agile than ordinary cat demons, and their attacks inflict additional attribute damage, simultaneously causing the target to suffer from confusion and poison upon impact. The bull-headed beast, a mutated variant of minotaurs, exists at level 15. Massive in size and immense in strength, it is 3 times the size of an ordinary minotaur. Its skill, Earthquake, involves striking the ground with both fists, creating a tremendous shockwave that inflicts significant damage to targets within range while also stunning them. Both of these creatures can be considered as minor bosses. The 6 figures now bore numerous wounds, utterly fatigued. It was evident that, although they had triumphed over these 2 groups of monsters, the cost had been substantial, particularly for Su Ro and her 2 devoted followers, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing. In their fervent efforts to protect Su Ro, both Zhuofeng and Lu Qing found themselves in a state of diminished health and stamina. In her fervent effort to bolster her teammates, Su Ro expended an immense amount of energy and stamina. In stark contrast, the 3 formidable men, Big Dragon, Second Dragon, and Third Dragon, had expended far less. Having navigated the treacherous terrain of the Yulin Mountains for over a decade, they understood that in perilous and chaotic situations, conserving strength was paramount. For only by doing so could one retain the power to either betray one's comrades or guard against being betrayed. At this moment, after exchanging knowing glances, Big Dragon, Second Dragon, and Third Dragon hefted their massive axes, eyeing the 3 students with malicious intent. What are you planning? Zhuofeng inquired, growing wary under their menacing gaze. Lu Qing silently grasped his staff, while Su Ro tightly pursed her lips, clutching her valuable purple staff. What do you think we're planning? Take a guess. Big Dragon replied with a grin. The trio then advanced, their towering figures looming like mountains. Zhuofeng's complexion turned pale. Don't forget, our captain is the daughter of Anning City's wealthiest man. If you dare to commit violence here, you will have no place in Anning City. Lu Qing shouted desperately, hoping to intimidate them with Su Ro's status. To his dismay, the 3 men burst into laughter. Kid, if you were just ordinary students, we might not even bother with you. After all, commoners have little of value. If we were to get caught, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. But discovering that this little lady is the daughter of Su, the tycoon? Now that changes everything. We relish dealing with the wealthy. Big Dragon sneered. As the words left Big Dragon's lips, Su Ro's face turned ashen. She could scarcely believe that her once prized status could now become the very reason for her demise. Brothers, attack. Spare this girl, but eliminate the other 2. Big Dragon commanded, and Second Dragon and Third Dragon charged towards Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, axes raised. However, at that moment, much to the surprise and amusement of the 3 brothers, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing fell to their knees. Great heroes, spare us. We promise not to interfere. Do as you wish with Su Ro, just grant us mercy. They pleaded in unison. Su Ro's heart sank further into despair as she witnessed this betrayal. She never imagined that these two would abandon her so shamelessly. Su-ro, don't blame us. We want to live, Lu Qing said coldly. In a shocking turn of events, Lu Qing suddenly raised his staff and unleashed a spell towards Su-ro, seeking to gain the trust of the three men. With a resounding crash, the spell struck the unsuspecting Su-ro, sending her flying and gravely injuring her. Great brothers, please. Now, you may do as you wish with this woman. Neither Zhuofeng nor I will intervene. We only ask for our lives to be spared. After all, I have also laid hands on Su-ro. Rest assured, we will never speak of it. Lu Qing adjusted his glasses, his words dripping with cold malice. Zhuofeng eagerly nodded in agreement. What a cunning lad. His heart is as black as they come. He even understands the necessity of a blood oath. DeLong was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that Lu Qing, still a student, would possess such ruthless decisiveness. However, DeLong lightly shook his head. What is lacking? Lu Qing inquired. You both have not been ruthless enough. DeLong replied with a calm smile. Please, elder brother, enlighten me. I could even sever Su-ro's arm myself. Lu Qing, typically the image of a bookish scholar, revealed a heart even more merciless than Zhuofeng's. Haven't you two admired this girl for quite some time? Today, your elder brother DeLong appreciates you. Now, you two go to her at once. I shall stand by and record the video to prevent any betrayal on your part. Should you dare to snitch after this, I will immediately upload the video online. You both will meet your demise then. DeLong's words were chillingly audacious. The other two, Air Long and San Long, burst into hearty laughter. It must be said, DeLong has navigated the treacherous wilderness for over a decade. His mind is sharp. He understands that killing 3 students at once would surely raise suspicions. Yet, keeping these 2 students around would facilitate convenient testimony. With their witness accounts, one need not ponder further. In this moment, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing exchanged glances, each recognizing the stirring of desire within the other. Who would have thought such an opportunity would arise? Their devotion to Su-ro stemmed not only from her status as the daughter of a wealthy magnate, but also from her exquisite beauty. Now, with a chance to savor her charms, how could they possibly decline? Gulp. Zhuofeng and Lu Qing swallowed hard, then turned to approach Su-ro, shedding their garments as they walked. No, please no. Su-ro, having been raised in luxury and accustomed to respect and gentility, had never experienced betrayal. She found herself engulfed in utter despair. Alone, devoid of any means of self-defense in her role as a priestess, she faced inevitable humiliation and death. As these thoughts crashed upon her, tears cascaded down Su-ro's cheeks. Su-ro, do not cry. We shall treat you gently, Lu Qing said with a smile, though it was steeped in wickedness. Ah, I thought there were only 3 heads, yet it turns out there are 5. Just then, a voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of melancholy, echoed through the air. Chapter 12, He is so strong. He is my hero. Who? As that icy voice rang out, the once sinister smiles of the San Long brothers vanished, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Lu Qing and Zhuofeng were equally startled. The once despondent expression on Su-ro's face now blossomed with hope. Someone had come to rescue her. Who else could it be but me? In that moment, from a shadowy corner, a tall figure emerged. It could only be Qin Fan. However, as the 3 dragon brothers beheld Qin Fan's disheveled appearance and his unremarkable aura, they couldn't help but sneer derisively. Even Zhuofeng and Lu Qing relaxed their guard. The flickering flame of hope that had ignited within Su-ro was extinguished once more. It was him. All was lost. Who in the first high school remained unaware that Qin Fan had become a dragon tamer during the job transition ceremony. Although the dragon tamer profession was indeed a hidden class, it was widely regarded as the most useless vocation, because there were no dragons to tame. In this world, the true high-ranking dragon species resided at the pinnacle of the monstrous hierarchy. They were aloof and powerful, refusing to submit to human servitude. Even the most inferior earth dragons and flying dragons were formidable. Acquiring one, even for the wealthy, was exceedingly difficult. The crux of the matter was that the dragon tamer profession was exceedingly precious. How precious, you ask? The dragon taming technique could only be utilized on high-ranking dragons with exceptionally pure dragon blood. Dragons of inferior lineage could not be contracted by a dragon tamer. This led to the irony that the dragon tamer class possessed the ability to tame dragons, yet found themselves devoid of any dragons to tame. In simpler terms, Qin Fan was effectively a waste of space. As for why Qin Fan had managed to survive alone for so many days, those who witnessed his ragged appearance assumed he had been subsisting by hiding and evading. Huh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you. A useless fool. Originally fearful of being discovered, Zhuofeng now looked at Qin Fan with a face full of ridicule. Do you know this kid? Big Dragon asked with a frown. Of course, we know him, brother. He is nothing but a complete waste. Don't worry. He poses no threat to us. Just kill him outright. Zhuofeng hastily replied. With Zhuofeng's words, Big Dragon felt reassured. Each individual held privacy rights over their basic information panel. Qin Fan had completely configured his data panel to be impervious to scrutiny. Thus, Big Dragon was unable to see his opponent's basic information, and being cautious, he harbored some fears of misfortune. However, Upon seeing that Zhuofeng knew him and labeled Qin Fan as a waste, he was now at ease. Qin Fan, you must run. Go tell my father. Inform him that I perished at the hands of these amateurs. He must avenge me. At that moment, Su Ro, engulfed in despair once more, cried out desperately. She believed that with Qin Fan's strength, he could not possibly defeat the five before him. It was better to flee. As long as she managed to escape, there would still be hope. After all, if her father learned of this incident, these scoundrels might hesitate, treating her merely as a bargaining chip rather than resorting to violence. For everyone knew that should anyone dare to harm Su Ro, her father would not let them go unpunished. If the intent were merely to extort money from Su Ro without causing her harm, then the Su family would not resort to such desperation. Thinking of escape? Is that even feasible? Long let out a cold sneer. Then he and San Long proceeded to block two of the escape routes. At this moment, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, displaying a remarkable sense of cooperation, sealed off the other two directions. At this juncture, Qin Fan found himself trapped with no means of escape. Kid, I find your attitude quite displeasing, DeLong declared with a cruel smirk. So choose. Will you depart on your own, or shall we assist you on your journey? Logically, one would expect Qin Fan, surrounded and outnumbered, to succumb to despair and fear. Yet, astonishingly, his expression remained chillingly calm, his gaze unwavering, as if he regarded this group with utter contempt. Very well, he thought, let us practice against these five. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly unsheathed a novice long sword. Come at me. DeLong wasted no time exchanging pleasantries. With a swift motion, he charged at Qin Fan, wielding a massive axe. Long, San Long, Zhuofeng, and Lu Qing followed suit, rushing towards Qin Fan without a hint of caution. Despite Qin Fan's perceived ineptitude, they understood that one must exert their full strength, even when facing a rabbit. As the two sides were on the verge of clashing, Su Ro, in despair, shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear the thought of Qin Fan being slain by these five. Yet, amidst her turmoil, a budding affection for him stirred within her. She could not comprehend why this boy was so willing to save her. Did he harbor feelings for her? Yet now, it seemed futile. Their fates were sealed. She lamented her naivety in neglecting her teacher's repeated warnings and overlooking the harsh realities of society. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, a sudden, guttural scream pierced the air. Su Ro was taken aback, raising her gaze. In the next moment, her delicate face transformed with disbelief. The very Qin Fan who should have been surrounded and slain was now gripping the novice long sword, having used some unknown technique to maneuver behind Zhuofeng. In one swift motion, the bloodied sword pierced Zhuofeng's heart from behind. Bang! With wide eyes and a face full of incredulity, Zhuofeng gasped his last and collapsed. How is this possible? How could he move so swiftly? Even DeLong, usually composed, couldn't suppress his shock. Just moments ago, their weapons were poised to strike Qin Fan, yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Now, they discovered Zhuofeng had been fatally wounded by Qin Fan's blade. Damn it, Lu Qing, didn't you claim this guy was useless? Long shouted in fury, feeling utterly deceived. Such an exaggerated display of agility and the decisive manner in which he struck. This was no inept fool. He was clearly a formidable opponent. I had no idea. Lu Qing stammered, equally bewildered. He never expected that his seemingly useless classmate could be so formidable. Enough with the idle chatter, shall we? Did you not declare your intent to kill me? Come at me. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Qin Fan revealed a sinister, cruel smile. Meanwhile, Su Ro gazed at the tall figure before her, and the hope she thought lost surged anew. He is so powerful. He is truly my hero. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a mesmerizing light, fixated on Mu Qin's elongated silhouette. Brothers, charge forward. Implement the strategy. At that moment, the great dragon realized retreat was not an option. They had to advance head-on. Chapter 13. Total Annihilation. The Slayer, Qin Fan. As the great dragon's words echoed, swoosh. The three dragon brothers, wielding massive axes, abruptly exchanged their weapons for heavy shields. Charge. Bang. The three brothers swiftly surrounded Qin Fan in a triangular formation, advancing slowly with deliberate, heavy steps. Generally speaking, the charge ability of a warrior class is exceedingly swift. However, there are two forms of this charge, rapid and slow. The rapid charge, as its name suggests, allows one to rush forth at incredible speed, delivering a devastating impact capable of sending enemies flying. Conversely, the slow charge entails a measured approach, stabilizing one's center of gravity while raising the shield, thereby exerting pressure on the enemy with an imposing advance. Having witnessed Qin Fan's terrifying speed, the Eastern Jiang three dragon brothers opted for a cautious strategy. They would steadily close in, forcing their opponent into a corner, at which point they could easily crush him. It is essential to note that while a shield bearer's agility may diminish, their defense soars. They approached Qin Fan like an unyielding mountain, ready to strike when the moment was ripe. Lu Qing, do not dawdle. Go capture that young lady as a hostage. Should anything go awry, we can use her to threaten Qin Fan. The great dragon, ever the meticulous strategist, had indeed prepared a contingency, even in what seemed like a guaranteed victory. Very well. Lu Qing sneered as he made his way toward the injured Su Ro. As he observed the three shield-bearing warriors closing in, seemingly sealing off all escape routes, Qin Fan merely smiled, exuding an air of disdain. The three dragon brothers were only level 17, though they were 2 levels above him. In terms of base attributes, they fell significantly short compared to Qin Fan. The Dragon Tamer is the most powerful hidden class. The initial mockery of Qin Fan stemmed from the belief that he could never bond with a high-level dragon. A dragon tamer without a dragon companion is indeed considered worthless. Yet, should this class successfully bond with a dragon, it transforms into the most formidable class without exception. Just like Qin Fan at this very moment. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18 years. Level, 15. Class, Dragon Tamer. Talent, Beast Affinity, Culinary Mastery. Attributes, Strength 80, Intelligence 80, Constitution 70, Agility 70. Professional skills, Dragon Mastery, Hate Mark, Dragon Frenzy, Dragon Claw Assault. As the most formidable hidden class, the Dragon Master receives an extraordinary allocation of attribute points upon leveling up, surpassing those of other professions. If the three dragon brothers were to behold Qin Fan's current attribute panel, their jaws would likely drop in astonishment. For the present, Qin Fan's attributes are already on par with those of a level 20 elite. Meanwhile, the eldest among the brothers, Big Dragon, possesses a mere 50 points in strength, this after allocating all his acquired points to that single attribute. His constitution, intelligence, and agility remained below 30, rather unimpressive. Thus, when faced with the combined shield assault of the three brothers, Qin Fan not only remained unperturbed, but also wore a disdainful smile. Is this really all they have? With that thought, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The three dragon brothers watched in bewilderment as dragon-like patterns began to crawl across Qin Fan's skin. Dragon Frenzy. A thunderous roar erupted. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Qin Fan's body like a volcano, augmenting all his attributes by a staggering 20. Moreover, his arms began to undergo a transformation. His previously well-proportioned, slender arms bulged with muscle. Crack, crack. Fiery red scales adorned with divine fire patterns perfectly enveloped his arms. And even his fingers morphed into 5 sharp dragon claws. He appeared as a 5-clawed divine dragon. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, his crimson dragon arm erupted into blazing flames. An overwhelming dragon might swept forth from within Qin Fan. The sudden transformation left the three dragon brothers utterly dumbfounded. Even Lu Qing, who intended to seize Su Ro as a hostage, turned pale with fear. Su Ro, on the other hand, gazed in rapture at the powerful figure enveloped in divine flames, as if a fire god had descended. Whoosh! Dragon Claw Assault. In the next instant, Qin Fan, with an expression as cold and resolute as a deity, swung his dragon claw. Crack! Under Big Dragon's horrified gaze, the claw, resembling an unparalleled sword imbued with divine fire, shattered his prized rock shield. Thud! The dragon claw then effortlessly pierced through Big Dragon's heart, as if slicing through vegetables. Run! The second and third dragons watched in horror as their elder brother was slain in an instant, and there was no time left for fear. Their sole thought now was to flee. A monster! A monster! This Qin Fan was truly a monster. Lu Qing, too, suddenly regained his senses, abandoning any thought of using Su Ro as a hostage, and turned to escape. Grasp! At that moment, a small, adorable head suddenly peeked out from Qin Fan's embrace. It was little Geo. The little creature extended its tiny claws, yearning to rush out and assist its master in swiftly vanquishing the despicable miscreants. Yet, Qin Fan restrained its head, chuckling, "These scoundrels are not worthy of your efforts." With that, he stepped forward and vanished from sight in an instant. Beside him, Su Ro clasped her hands over her mouth, clearly astonished by Qin Fan's astonishing speed. This velocity surpassed even that of her classmates, who were skilled assassins. As Su Ro trembled in awe, Qin Fan had already caught up to the two brothers, Air Long and San Long, and with a swift motion, dispatched them without granting them the chance to plead for mercy. Having dealt with the San Long brothers, Qin Fan shifted his stance and reappeared before Lu Qing. Without hesitation, Lu Qing knelt down, exclaiming, "Qin Fan, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you faithfully." However, Qin Fan merely regarded the prostrated Lu Qing with a cold sneer, his eyes brimming with scorn and unyielding murderous intent. He had never been one to exhibit mercy, nor did he have any affection for it. Since Lu Qing had allied himself with the San Long brothers, it was evident he intended to kill Qin Fan. Thus, forgiveness was out of the question. With a swift motion of his dragon claw, Lu Qing's head was severed and sent soaring into the air. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, yet Qin Fan remained indifferent, turning away without a glance at Lu Qing's lifeless form. At this moment, the vile San Long brothers and the filthy Lu Qing lay lifeless, all 5 of them dispatched by Qin Fan's hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hero-saving mission. Rewards are now being distributed. Chapter 14, The Little Lizard. Congratulations, you have received Diamond Treasure Chest 2. Congratulations, you have received Legendary Treasure Chest 1. All rewards have been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check at your leisure. The system was remarkably swift in processing rewards, delivering them the moment the 5 met their demise, far surpassing the sluggishness of unscrupulous employers who delay salaries. Thank you, Qin Fan, a melodious voice chimed, interrupting his thoughts as he prepared to access the rewards in his spatial warehouse. He had nearly forgotten about Su Ro's presence. There's no need for formality. It's only natural for classmates to assist each other, Qin Fan replied dismissively, as he was not well acquainted with her. In their class, Su Ro was the epitome of a privileged beauty, having lived in the limelight from primary school through high school. To exaggerate, she commanded the winds and rains at will. With her affluent background, she had never lacked for resources, enabling her rapid advancement in levels. By her first year of high school, she had already completed her job transition, currently boasting an impressive level of 15. However, her transition had led her to the path of a priest. The priest class is primarily supportive, making solo dungeon runs exceptionally challenging. Not to mention, the area of effect skills for crowd control are scarce, and even single target attack abilities are limited. Nevertheless, in a group setting, the priest class is highly valued. However, this had little relevance to Qin Fan. Su Ro was a noble young lady, while he was merely a poor boy from an orphanage. Were it not for the system's task, it is likely that Qin Fan and she would never have crossed paths. With nothing more to discuss, Qin Fan hastily took his leave, wishing to avoid any further association with the affluent heiress. In truth, the little creature nestled in his embrace, Xiaojio, was squirming restlessly, eager to stretch its limbs. One might wonder how Xiaojio managed to shrink from its imposing height of 1.60 m to the size of a small kitten. This transformation was made possible when it leveled up from 6 to 7, unlocking a dragon-specific skill, Dragon Form Transformation. This skill not only allows Xiaojio to adjust its size at will, but also grants 2 immensely powerful dragon forms, Cataclysmic Divine Fire Form and Sky-Shattering Might Form. In the Cataclysmic Divine Fire Form, magical damage is amplified by 500, while physical damage is reduced by 500. Conversely, in the Sky-Shattering Might form, physical damage is increased by 500, and magical damage is diminished by 500. It is undeniable that the Holy Dragon race, standing at the pinnacle of the dragon lineage, possesses formidable transformation skills even upon a mere level up. Qin Fan wait. As he prepared to depart, Su Ro, usually proud and indifferent to others, called out to him. What is it? Do you need something? Qin Fan inquired, puzzled. He had already dispatched the monsters, having sensed the overwhelming dragon aura exuded by Xiaojio earlier. All nearby creatures had fled in terror, ensuring Su Ro's safety. So why did she call him back? Observing Qin Fan's unperturbed demeanor, Su Ro clenched her teeth. In the past, any boy she approached would have reacted with surprise and delight. Yet, before her stood Qin Fan, who not only remained unamused but seemed slightly impatient, leaving her feeling quite helpless. However, she quickly spoke up. As a mere priest, it is far too dangerous for me to be alone here. If monsters attack at night, I would struggle to defend myself. Besides, we are classmates. I cannot simply allow myself to fall prey to monsters while you stand by. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan considered her words. All right then, you may accompany me for now. Yet, Su Ro's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, that might not be feasible. I may need to stick with you. Why? Qin Fan frowned. If it were any other man, having the fair-skinned, alluring Su Ro express a desire to join him in battling monsters would be a source of immense joy. However, Qin Fan was reluctant to have her follow him. My phone is broken, and my high-tech nanocomputer is also malfunctioning. As electronic maps and navigation systems vanished, it became all too easy to lose one's way. A pleading expression adorned Su Ro's delicate face. Her eyes, resembling shimmering gemstones, glimmered with a captivating sorrow. However, upon hearing her words, Qin Fan remained unmoved, instead letting out a deep sigh. Women are indeed troublesome. Just as he was about to speak again, suddenly, Qin Fan's collar began to stir as if something were about to emerge. In the blink of an eye, a small head poked out, its golden dragon-like eyes locking onto Su Ro's gaze. Ah, a lizard? Su Ro exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the vibrant red lizard nestled in Qin Fan's embrace. How dare this foul woman refer to him as a mere lizard? The little creature, Xiaojio, immediately became agitated. With a puff, it unleashed a jet of flame, seemingly warning Su Ro to mind her words. I am a fiery sacred dragon, not some lizard. It looked adorably indignant. Girls are often drawn to charming things. And upon witnessing Xiaojio's adorable, fiery demeanor, Su Ro couldn't help but smile. Xiaojio, don't be angry. I'll prepare delicious food for you. Yes, just a little navi, don't take it to heart. Qin Fan hurriedly reassured the restless Xiaojio, determined to keep it from leaping out. For Su Ro would surely be frightened. After all, this was a genuine young sacred dragon, a legendary top-tier dragon breed. Hearing Qin Fan refer to himself as someone with long hair but limited knowledge to appease such a small creature irked Su Ro. Yet, upon reflection, her anger dissipated. There was no need to feel jealous over a little one, especially since it appeared Xiaojio was Qin Fan's pet. Could this lizard possess dragon lineage? Su-Ro's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had not forgotten Qin Fan as profession. He was a legendary dragon tamer. Is this a dragon? Su-Ro suddenly inquired. Her astonishment palpable. Qin Fan hesitated, caught off guard by her question. She gazed incredulously at the obedient little creature nestled in his arms, struggling to comprehend that this small lizard was, in fact, a dragon. What kind of dragon is it? She pressed on. Best not to pry further, it would be impolite. Qin Fan replied nonchalantly. Oh, Su-Ro felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, it was a matter of professional secrecy, and she should refrain from probing further. Nevertheless, she was utterly astonished. Qin Fan had truly succeeded in forging a contract with a dragon, though she was unaware of its specific lineage. It was indeed a remarkable achievement. Moreover, what left Su-Ro most astounded was Qin Fan's terrifying personal combat prowess. He had single-handedly confronted the three dragon brothers, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, and effortlessly dispatched them in an instant. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated this peer of hers. Chapter 15. Opening the treasure chest. I am invincible. Having completed the system's task, the subsequent matters would be much simpler. Finding a spacious and level area atop the mountain. They set up camp and kindled a fire. Having hunted several unicorn rabbits and cleaned them meticulously, Qin Fan proceeded to roast them for a meal. With great care, he tore the succulent rabbit meat into bite-sized pieces, feeding them to the now diminutive dragon cub, which nestled contentedly in his embrace, relishing the nourishment provided by its master. It is noteworthy that, after its size reduction, the little dragon's appetite had also diminished. In its original form, it could consume several roasted magical antelopes, yet now, a mere few unicorn rabbits sufficed to satiate its hunger. Beside them, Su-Ro was utterly astonished. This adorable dragon cub, despite its small stature, had the capacity to devour multiple unicorn rabbits. Furthermore, one could not overlook Qin Fan's culinary skills. Even Su-Ro, a lady accustomed to exquisite delicacies from a young age, found immense satisfaction in the rabbit meat Qin Fan had prepared, her lips glistening with the remnants of the feast. Please keep my contract with the dragon cub a secret, Qin Fan remarked before they retired to their tent for rest. Rest assured, I won't even divulge this to my father, Su-Ro replied earnestly. Fully aware of the staggering implications of Qin Fan successfully binding a dragon cub to his will, it could be said that should this information leak, Qin Fan would undoubtedly become the focus of national headlines. While the profession of dragon tamer existed within the dragon kingdom, no one had ever succeeded in binding a true dragon of the lineage. Yet Qin Fan had achieved this remarkable feat, establishing himself as an unparalleled figure in history. The charming little dragon cub before them, though its exact classification remained unknown to her, must possess a high bloodline caliber to have been contracted by a dragon tamer. However, it was still in its juvenile phase, which might explain its undeveloped abilities. Seeing Su-Ro agree to keep the secret, Qin Fan nodded gently. In the confines of his tent, he closed his eyes and gradually immersed his consciousness, murmuring, System, open the warehouse. A panel of the system warehouse, visible solely to Qin Fan, materialized before him, showcasing 3 treasure chests that lay dormant, emanating a soft glow. These were indeed the rewards from the recent random quest. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fan clicked open the 2 diamond chests. Ding! All diamond chests have been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the Mystic Crystal Scale Sword. Congratulations, you have acquired the Swift Wind set. Congratulations, you have received the Supreme Gene Enhancement Potion. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Fire Dragon Ball. Equipment, Mystic Crystal Scale Sword Quality, Purple Class, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Blood Warrior Level, 15 Attributes, Strength 40, Intelligence 40, Agility 30. Enchantment Effect, each attack that hits a target increases the user's physical and magical resistance by 2 for 10 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. All skill power is increased by 5. There is a 30 chance upon attack to inflict poison and confusion on the enemy. The Swift Wind set is a level 15 purple grade armor set, comprising 3 pieces, shoulder guards, a belt, and leg armor. The attributes of the 3 components are identical. Strength 10, Stamina 50. The enchantment effect of the shoulder armor enhances attack speed by 30. The belt's enchantment effect increases casting speed by 30. The leg armor's enchantment effect boosts movement speed by 30. The set bonus grants a 20 reduction in all damage taken when hit. Top-tier genetic enhancement potion. Upon consumption, all 4 core attributes are raised by 50 points, while significantly improving your genetic makeup. Fire Dragon Ball. Upon completion of the incantation, a colossal fireball resembling a raging dragon is conjured, which, upon striking the target, triggers a widespread explosion, inflicting immense magical damage upon enemies within the vicinity. Such bountiful rewards. This treasure is simply unparalleled. The previously composed Qin Fan felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the chest's rewards. These items were precisely what he desperately needed. His novice long sword was on the verge of breaking, and his novice armor had long succumbed to the wear and tear of battling monsters. These rewards were indeed a timely blessing. Qin Fan eagerly donned the armor, and a sharp long sword, adorned with black scales, appeared in his grasp. He then swiftly consumed the top-tier genetic enhancement potion. Had it not been night, and with a lovely young girl resting nearby, Qin Fan would have surely tested the power of the Fire Dragon Ball skill. Exhaling with exhilaration, Qin Fan felt a warm sensation enveloping him after consuming the genetic enhancement potion, and his core attributes soared to unprecedented heights. Strength, 130, Wisdom, 130, Constitution, 120, Agility, 120, without any items, equipment, or enhancements. If Su-Ro were to glimpse Qin Fan's current attribute panel, she would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. For this attribute panel far surpassed that of all other adventurers of the same tier. It is essential to understand that within the same tier, adventurers possess varying core attributes, naturally displaying strengths and weaknesses. Qin Fan's attribute points were unrivaled among his peers. Next, the most precious legendary treasure chest awaited him. Qin Fan's eyes gleamed with fervor. He then reached out and clicked to open the legendary chest. Ding! You have successfully opened the legendary treasure chest. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill Bloodline Fusion. Bloodline Fusion. The blood of the dragon pet merges with you, allowing you to inherit 20 of all attributes from the dragon pet. Note, when you possess 2 or more dragon pets, the inherited attributes can stack, with no limit on quantity. Goodness, what an extraordinary passive skill. Truly worthy of a legendary chest. Terrifying. It is simply astounding. Inheriting 20 of a dragon pet's attributes is remarkable enough, but the fact that this 20 can stack is crucial. This means that when Qin Fan possesses 3 dragon pets, he will inherit a total of 60 of their collective attributes. The more dragon pets he has, the greater the stack. Of course, this is merely a tantalizing dream for now. To possess the blazing sacred dragon as a dragon companion is already a benevolent gift from the system. To aspire for a second or third dragon companion is but a fleeting dream. Nevertheless, for Qin Fan, this singular bond suffices. The current attributes of his dragon companion, Xiaojiao, are attributes: Strength 800, Wisdom 800, Stamina 670, Agility 720. Presently, after the inheritance, Qin Fan's attributes are Strength 290, Wisdom 290, Stamina 254, Agility 264. Among those of the same level, I stand invincible. Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with joy, brimming with elation. Grr. As if sensing his master's newfound strength and delight, Xiaojiao, nestled against Qin Fan's chest, emitted a jubilant cry. Chapter 16, The Wild Secret Realm, Goblin Village. The following day, in the early morning, Qin Fan carefully packed away his high-tech folding tent and addressed Su-Ro. At that moment, Su-Ro had also completed her morning routine, emerging from her luxurious technological tent. In the wilderness, the rigors of outdoor training, sleeping under the stars and braving the elements, are inevitable. In this world, where technology and magic have reached astonishing heights, various magical technological tools have emerged. For instance, Su-Ro's tent costs no less than 200,000 dragon coins. Once activated, this high-tech tent opens automatically without the need for manual assembly, featuring an array of foldable appliances that provide comforts akin to home. In contrast, Qin Fan possessed merely a standard tent. I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Without you, I shudder to think of what I might have faced. Su-Ro expressed sincerely. At the same time, she keenly sensed that this boy before her seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation overnight. His features appeared even more handsome, his aura more ethereal, and his physique exuded a harmonious and pleasing symmetry. Moreover, the presence of this boy subtly overwhelmed her, leaving her breathless. Goodness, am I imagining things? Or was it simply the darkness of last night that obscured my view of Qin Fan, causing me to perceive his aura more acutely now? Regardless, Qin Fan's charm stirred an undeniable flutter in her heart. It is only natural for classmates to assist one another. Let us proceed. The two set off. But only halfway through their journey did they encounter a gathering of 6 adventurers resembling students. Their attire and high-end garments indicated that they were certainly not ordinary individuals. As Qin Fan and Su-Ro passed by, the group of adventurers, deep in discussion, suddenly turned their gaze toward them. Su-Ro? A voice of surprise emerged from the crowd. Qin Fan and Su-Ro had no choice but to pause. Turning to look, they discovered a handsome boy clad in a mage's white robe stepping forth, his face alight with astonishment as he gazed at Su-Ro. Greetings, Zhou Xian, Kansas. In response, Su-Ro merely nodded lightly. What brings you here? Are you also seeking to hone your skills and level up? Zhou Xian inquired with a grin, leaning in closer. However, upon catching sight of Qin Fan, whose grace and beauty surpassed his own, a shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Su-Ro spoke with a cool detachment. She found it increasingly difficult to remain indifferent towards Qin Fan. Yet, when addressing others, the noble young lady of the Su family maintained her customary aloof demeanor. And who might this be? Zhou Xian asked, directing his gaze towards Qin Fan. I am merely a passerby, Qin Fan replied. Zhou Xian chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the implication behind Qin Fan's words. Brother Zhou, is this your sister-in-law? At that moment, a boy with bleached hair approached eagerly, exuding a carefree attitude. Don't be ridiculous, no? We are merely childhood friends. Zhou Xianqin feigned innocence. By the way, Haven T, we stumbled upon a wild secret realm. We could use an extra hand. Why don't you bring your childhood friend along? The boy with the bleached hair grinned mischievously. Indeed. We are in need of more people. This girl is a priest, just perfect. Another chimed in. Well, we don't want outsiders intruding. Others concurred, raising their hands in agreement. At that moment, Qin Fan turned to regard the place where they had previously stood. There lay a swirling vortex of distorted space, emanating a soft blue glow, the so-called wild secret realm. In truth, it was a secret dungeon that randomly appeared in the wilderness. One could enter directly through that swirling spatial vortex. For many adventurers, this was an opportunity that was both rare and precious. Countless adventurers had roamed the wild maps for decades without ever encountering a wild secret realm. Upon successfully conquering such a realm, one could reap exceedingly generous rewards in terms of experience, items, equipment, and skills. However, due to the location of these wild secret realms, they were also fraught with danger. Sometimes, one would enter only to find themselves in an exceedingly difficult dungeon, which could lead to dire consequences, including death. Nevertheless, one could not deny that these young men were fortunate to have encountered a wild secret realm. Faced with Zhou Xuankan's enthusiastic invitation, Su Ro hesitated to accept immediately. Instead, she turned to Qin Fan, her large, gem-like eyes reflecting a brilliant light. Since the events of the previous night, she had grown skeptical of so-called acquaintances and preferred to place her trust in this stranger before her. Seeing Su Ro seek Qin Fan's opinion, the shadow in Zhou Xuankan's eyes deepened. Yet, he maintained a facade of friendliness as he addressed Qin Fan. Brother, why not join us? We could really use the extra help. Just as Qin Fan was about to decline, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random quest. Seize the opportunity. Quest details: successfully conquer the wild secret realm before you and achieve the highest damage ranking. Rewards: 1 life profession second transition scroll. Penalty: none. Please complete the quest promptly. Ah, well then. Very well, I appreciate it. Qin Fan nodded in agreement. Zhou Xianqin turned to the other 5 companions and exchanged knowing glances. The 5 companions nodded in understanding. All right, let us set off. Zhou Xianqin exclaimed with a smile. Buzz. As the group stepped through the spatial vortex into the wild secret realm, a holographic task panel materialized before each individual's eyes. Secret Realm, Goblin Village, Grade, Silver Secret Realm. Level requirement: must be above level 15. Difficulty: Hell level. Number of participants required: 8. Note: deep within the humid rainforest resides a group of ferocious and brutal goblin monsters, who not only relish devouring human flesh, but also harbor a sinister desire for human women. Upon viewing the detailed information of this wild secret realm, all but Qin Fan exhibited a palpable tension. Good heavens! A silver-level secret realm of hellish difficulty. This is bad. I feel we may not prevail. Initially, they had harbored dreams of fortune, but the reality of such a terrifying secret realm was daunting. Should they withdraw? The other boys were already contemplating retreat. Even Su Ro wore a solemn expression as she gazed at the entrance of the rainforest. Everyone understood that once they crossed into this entrance, they would be met with the terrifying goblin monsters. Chapter 17. The system bestows too much. In addition to the basic information about the wild secret realm, there was also a condition for clearing the realm attached nearby. Clearing condition: slay the Goblin King to earn the rewards for clearing the secret realm. It was common knowledge that completing a wild secret realm dungeon would yield exceptionally generous rewards. However, the dilemma at hand was that this was a hell-level difficulty dungeon. It was not that their team was inadequately equipped. Rather, it felt excessively perilous, as there was a significant chance of demise within. Zhou, what do you think? Should we venture in? At that moment, a blonde youth looked towards Zhou Xianqin. Zhou Xianqin replied calmly, "Let us first declare our professions and assess our composition. If it appears favorable, we shall proceed. If not, we shall withdraw." He endeavored to present an air of nonchalance before Su Ro. However, a glance revealed her quietly standing beside an unfamiliar young man, not sparing him a glance. Damn it! This incited a furious rage within him. Then I shall go first. My profession is warrior. I am an assassin. I am an archer. I am a swordsman. I am a mage. After the several boys declared their professions, Zhou Xianqin solemnly stated, "I am a martial artist. Xiao Ro is a priest. And you, my friend, what is your profession?" He deliberately referred to Su Ro as Xiao Ro to create a sense of intimacy, while also directing his attention towards Qin Fan. This group was not from the same school, but rather from a different one, hence they were unfamiliar with Qin Fan. "I am a dragon tamer," Qin Fan replied coolly. A dragon tamer? You are the one whose reputation precedes him as the renowned dragon tamer? The moment Qin Fan announced his profession, all the boys, including Zhou Xianqin, suddenly widened their eyes. Of course, what also flickered across their faces was a mixture of astonishment and barely contained amusement. "Indeed, I am a dragon tamer." "What of it?" Qin Fan responded calmly, without a hint of anger. "What else could it mean? Are you truly unaware of the predicament you find yourself in? As a dragon tamer, You are merely a practitioner of a worthless profession. Damn it. Now we have an utterly useless member dragging us down. The boys began to curse animatedly, firmly believing that being a dragon tamer was indeed a futile endeavor, especially when one lacked a dragon. Beside them, Su-ro was about to speak, but recalling Qin Fan's desire to keep his dragon a secret for the time being, she decided to remain silent. My dear fellow, I believe it would be prudent for you to bow out, Zhou Xianqin said as he stepped in front of Qin Fan. What do you mean? Qin Fan furrowed his brow in inquiry. I mean, it would be best if you exited the fray. Clearly, you are of no use to us. Merely a dead weight. There's no way we can allow you to share in the rewards, Zhou Xianqin replied coldly. Very well, I shall withdraw. Qin Fan displayed no signs of anger. After all, this wild secret realm was discovered by their group, and it was only reasonable that he would not be permitted to claim a reward. Moreover, he was not particularly interested in the rewards of this realm. Just as Qin Fan prepared to exit, Su-ro suddenly grasped his hand firmly. Xiao-ro, what are you doing? Zhou Xianqin's expression darkened further at the sight of Su-ro taking the initiative to hold Qin Fan's hand. He is strong. If he withdraws, I fear we shall not succeed in clearing this secret realm, Su-ro asserted earnestly. The crowd reacted with incredulity. He is strong? A dragon tamer is strong? Are you out of your mind? How could you possibly think this dragon-less tamer possesses strength? Their expressions were a sight to behold. Had it not been for Zhou Xuankan's affection for Su-ro, they would have erupted into ridicule. Xiao-ro, surely you jest? A dragon tamer without a dragon. How formidable could he truly be? Zhou Xianqin chuckled in disbelief. I care not. If he exits, I shall follow suit. I have no intention of accompanying you to certain doom. Su-ro retorted coldly. Zhou Xianqin replied, very well, let him stay. However, the subsequent rewards will be distributed based on individual damage ratios. The more damage one inflicts, the greater the reward, with the exception of supportive classes like priests. How does that sound? Zhou Xianqin was at a loss for words. If Su-ro also chose to exit, their chances of success would be severely diminished due to the absence of critical healing support. Agreed. Su-ro nodded decisively. Meanwhile, Qin Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. You wish for me to leave, and I shall. You wish for me to stay, and I shall remain? Just as he contemplated turning to leave forcefully, an unexpected chime resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random quest. Quest content, clear the Goblin Village Secret Realm. Reward, 50,000 experience points, shared with Dragon Pet. Penalty, none. Please complete the quest promptly. Ah, what is this? Listening to the relentless chime of the system notification, Qin Fan felt his entire being stiffen. The system had bestowed an overwhelming amount of information. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that his immediate priority was indeed to elevate Xiao Jiao to level 10 and fulfill the final task. He must secure those 5 experience points. Initially intending to turn and depart, Qin Fan hesitated. Since there were no objections, let the expedition into the secret realm commence. Under Zhou Xuankan's announcement, everyone donned various armors and weapons, adjusted their states, and began to venture into the entrance of the rainforest. Buzz. As they stepped through the threshold, a slight sensation of dizziness washed over them, and soon they found themselves in a new dimension. For Qin Fan, this marked his inaugural entry into such a wild secret realm instance. It was said that the upcoming vocational examination would also involve students navigating through secret realm instances, with their performance assessed based on the duration taken to clear them. In plain terms, it was a race against time within the secret realm. At present, having a wild secret realm instance to hone his skills was indeed a fortunate opportunity. Qin Fan began to survey his surroundings. Stifling, humid, and warm. The mingled scents of earth and decaying leaves, compounded by the stench left by various insects, rendered the air quite unbearable. It was a quintessential tropical rainforest environment. The secret realm space was expansive. If one were to climb a tall tree, the boundary of the space could be seen, a barrier resembling a purple luminescent curtain. Touchable, yet indestructible. This was the spatial barrier of the secret realm instance, which implied that one could either succeed in clearing it or perish within its confines. Yet, the group remained confident, believing that with effective collaboration, they could undoubtedly triumph with ease. Following a narrow path deeper into the jungle, they finally beheld a stronghold standing in the valley not far ahead. Within this stronghold resided goblins of various skin tones. The largest goblin observed so far stood 3 meters tall, clad in iron armor, with a grotesque visage, while the smallest goblin barely reached a meter in height, yet displayed remarkable agility, evidently a goblin offspring. Chapter 18, Qin Fan, take the front line. Most chilling of all were the high towers scattered throughout the stronghold, adorned with the desiccated heads of humans, seemingly a grim testament to the past martial prowess of this goblin village. This also indicated that the difficulty of this secret realm instance was exceptionally high, as previous adventurers had been annihilated upon entry. Let us press forward and eliminate them. Fatty, as a warrior, charge to the front and take the lead. Blue hair, you as the assassin should flank the sides, tasked with protecting the damage dealers. The rest of you focus solely on dealing damage, and remember to manage your mana. Refill with potions when it runs low. Xiao-ro, stand behind me. I shall protect you. As for you, Dragon Tamer brother, stay at the back and toss some ranged items to distract the monsters. Zhou Xianqin issued his commands with rapidity and an authoritative tone. Understood. The others responded eagerly. Su Ro gently shook her head, saying, no need. I'll stay back with Qin Fan and support you all. Zhou Xianqin did not press the matter further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. However, he was contemplating how to discreetly remove this dragon tamer from the equation, preferably ensuring his demise right here. After all, in the perilous wilderness dungeon, it was quite common for a few to perish. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Zhou Xuancan's lips. Hiss. The goblin sentinels stationed at the entrance of the goblin village seemed to sense an impending threat, emitting hoarse cries. Just then, whoosh. A razor-sharp feathered arrow sliced through the air. Thud. It struck true, piercing the goblin that sought to raise the alarm. Charge. At Zhou Xuancan's command, the entire adventuring team surged forward. The goblin sentinels, incensed at the audacity of mere humans daring to assault their stronghold, roared in fury. The shrill, discordant cries echoed from their throats as they brandished their spears and stone axes, rushing towards the human squad. Buzz. In that moment, as the sole priest of the group, Su Ro began to wield her exquisite purple staff. Waves of gentle, radiant blessings cascaded upon every member of the team. Weapon blessing, strengthened body spell, gift of courage, heavenly melody. The application of these 4 enhancements instantly invigorated the spirits of the frontline and damage-dealing classes. Weapon blessing provided them with an additional 20 physical and magical attack power. The strengthened body spell continuously restored their vitality. The gift of courage bolstered their combat resolve with a 10 boost to all attributes, and the heavenly melody increased everyone's resistance to physical and magical damage by 20. It must be said, Su Ro was an exceptionally competent priest, truly deserving of her reputation as the renowned prodigy of the First Academy. Her spellcasting was seamless, and her meticulous attention to each teammate was commendable, a feat many novice priests would struggle to achieve. Under Su Ro's benevolent influence, the 30-plus goblin sentinels before them were dispatched in mere 10 seconds. Impressive. She certainly lives up to her title as the strongest priest of the First Academy. Indeed, unlike the priest classmates I teamed up with before, not only does she provide more attributes, but her casting speed is astonishingly swift. Truly remarkable. Zhou Gu, your childhood companion, is indeed exceptional. Su Ro's splendid performance garnered unanimous praise from the group. Haha, no matter what, Su Ro and I grew up together. I can definitely trust her strength, Zhou Xianqin remarked with a grin. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, adding, however, someone here hasn't dealt a single point of damage. After we clear this dungeon, you might miss out on the rewards. At this statement, the group fell into an immediate silence, stifling their laughter as all eyes turned towards the impassive Qin Fan. Only Su Ro shook her head gently. These people, sigh, they truly lack insight. At this moment, Qin Fan was disinclined to take action. Should they venture deeper into the village of the bandits, they would soon comprehend the extent of Qin Fan's formidable strength. All right, let us proceed, Zhou Xianqin commanded with a wave of his hand, leading the group towards the village adorned with the severed heads of humanity. The goblin sentinels ahead were merely an appetizer. Everyone was aware that the truly powerful goblins lay further within. Before long, as they forcefully opened the grand gate with a resounding crash, a horde of goblin minions, distinguished by their 2 different skin tones, surged forth. Goodness, 100 minions. The rotund warrior at the front adopted a grave expression upon witnessing this scene. Faced with such a multitude of creatures, even he had to tread carefully. Simultaneously, everyone activated their appraisal eyes, scrutinizing the goblin minions before them. Creature, goblin minion, level, 15, type, humanoid monster, skills, claw slash, frenzy, accurate throw, quality, silver, remarks, the most common type of minion in goblin tribes. Known for their violent and cruel nature, relishing in dismembering their foes. Creature, frost goblin minion, level, 15, type, humanoid monster, skills, ice spike throw, frenzy, claw slash, self-destruct, quality, silver, remarks, a mutated variant of the goblin minion, capable of wielding ice magic, with a penchant for transforming enemies into ice sculptures. Good heavens, silver tier minions. And there are over 100 of them. Zhou Xianqin commanded, form ranks. Xiao, remember to continuously heal the front line. Others, utilize your area of effect skills. In this encounter, Qin Fan remained composed, refraining from engaging. However, unlike their previous sweeping victories, this battle proved to be far less straightforward. It took them a good 10 minutes to vanquish the second wave of goblin monsters. Moreover, the team had expended considerable energy, particularly the stout warrior in the front line, who was now drenched in sweat. After all the attacks from the preceding goblin minions had been directed at his shield, which had taken a toll on him. Zhou Gu, I need a moment to rest. I can't go on, the rotund warrior said with a wry smile. Very well, take a breather. Someone else, step up. Zhou Xianqin replied with a smile, turning his gaze to the ever-unfazed Qin Fan. Qin Fan, you can't just sit idly by and collect experience, can you? Now that the stout one is weary, it's your turn to take his place. Of course, you, stout one, will remain behind Qin Fan, and should he falter, you will take over. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances. What was this nonsense? Asking a fragile dragon tamer to take the front line? Chapter 19. A willing descent into peril? Due to the team's shared experience mechanism, even if Qin Fan remained passive, as long as Zhou Xiancan and the others defeated monsters, he would still accrue experience points. Logically, every member of the team was expected to contribute. Idleness was not an option. However, it was indeed somewhat surprising for everyone when Zhou Xiancan allowed Qin Fan, a fragile dragon tamer, to take the front row position, especially for Su Rou, who unhesitatingly dismissed the idea. No, a dragon tamer is akin to a mage or archer. They are all fragile. Placing Qin Fan as a frontline meat shield is tantamount to sentencing him to death. The other boys fell silent, recognizing the validity of Su Rou's words. Then, what do you suggest for the allocation? One of them asked. He is a dragon tamer without a dragon, unable to deal damage from a distance, and is fragile in close combat. Are we truly expected to let him unjustly reap the benefits of experience without any contribution? I don't mind, but we can't have the others laboring in vain. Zhou Xiancan shrugged, feigning innocence. Exactly. Brother Zhou is right. While we struggle in the fray, he leisurely coasts along. Soaking up experience? Let him take the front line. We'll see how long he can hold out before we swap him out if he gets hurt. They were all following Zhou Xuancan's lead, and with his endorsement, they readily supported the notion. After the rewards from this secret realm, I won't take my share as compensation. Surely that will suffice? Su Rou chimed in, her voice clear and bright. At this declaration, the atmosphere shifted, and the others' expressions changed. Zhou Xuancan's previously jovial demeanor darkened instantly. He never anticipated that Su Rou would be willing to sacrifice such substantial benefits for Qin Fan. This was a wild secret realm, an opportunity that many ordinary adventurers in Anning City might never encounter in their lifetimes. The rewards for completing it would undoubtedly be astonishingly generous. Yet, here was Su Rou, a wealthy young lady, ready to forego these advantages for a poor boy, who, to make matters worse, was a dragon tamer without a dragon. You call yourself a man? You stand silently behind a woman? Zhou Xuancan's expression darkened as he turned, his icy gaze fixed intently on Qin Fan. Enough, Su Rou. There is no need for you to sacrifice your interests to compensate me. If the front line is where I must be, so be it. I am indifferent. As Qin Fan's calm words fell, a sharp clang resounded in everyone's ears. Then, they beheld in astonishment as Qin Fan grasped a formidable heavy sword embedded with black scales. The terrifying sword energy emanating from it drew the attention of everyone present. The stout warrior among them felt the weight of the heavy sword's significance, realizing it was several tiers superior to the rock-heavy sword he wielded. Good heavens, this is undoubtedly a level 15 purple-grade heavy sword. Their astonishment was understandable. After all, even Su Rou and Zhou Xiancan, children of affluent families, were using only level 10 purple-grade weapons at that moment. Yet, this impoverished lad produced a level 15 purple-grade weapon so effortlessly. This is indeed rather peculiar. Qin Fan, where did you acquire this weapon? Zhou Xiancan could not restrain his curiosity any longer and inquired. It seems unnecessary for me to inform you, does it not? Zhou Xiancan, stung by the rebuke, cast a more shadowy gaze. Very well. Initially, I had considered sparing you a severe injury for Su Rou's sake, merely intending to teach you a lesson. However, since your demeanor is so brazen, do not blame me for my ruthless intentions. Qin Fan, you shall surely perish within this secret realm. Advance. Zhou Xiancan coldly commanded. He then pulled the stout fellow aside and, employing a transmission spell, remarked, remember not to assist him. Allow him to suffer grievous harm in the next wave of monsters. When we confront the elite beast or the pivotal challenge, seize the opportunity to betray him, letting him meet his demise at the hands of the creatures. The transmission spell is a type of universal skill, which means it is accessible to all professions. For instance, skills such as eye of appraisal, olfactory concealment, and enhanced perception. Additionally, there are skills exclusive to physical classes like blocking, and those reserved for magical classes like spell parry. Of course, universal skills are also classified by levels, and certain secret realm dungeons may yield advanced universal skill tomes. The stout fellow, upon hearing Zhou Xuancan's instructions, nodded excitedly and eagerly inquired, Brother Zhou, if he perishes, can I claim that heavy sword he wields? It is an exquisite weapon perfectly suited for my warrior class. Zhou Xiancan replied nonchalantly, no problem, once he is dead, that heavy sword shall be yours. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Let us proceed. It must be noted that this wild secret realm dungeon, classified as silver level with hellish difficulty, is indeed vast, particularly the makeshift goblin village constructed by the goblin creatures themselves. As they journeyed deeper, the path seemed interminable, with wooden structures around them adorned with massive crossbows and catapults. At this moment, as they ventured further into the village, Qin Fan and his companions finally encountered the third wave of monsters. A horde of goblins, their skin a peculiar blue-green hue, suddenly appeared before them. Simultaneously, Goblins could be seen operating the crossbows and catapults atop the surrounding rooftops. Whoosh! The colossal bolt, held by a goblin sporting a maniacal grin, hurtled towards their group. Holy light shield! With a crisp command from Su-Ro, a massive luminous shield enveloped the entire team. Ding! The speeding bolt was effortlessly deflected by the light shield. At that moment, a group of armed goblin minions charged forward. Unlike the previous waves, these monsters had the cunning to utilize the crossbows and catapults on the rooftops to assault the invading adventurers. Eliminate the minions on the rooftops with ranged attacks. Do not falter in the front lines, Zhou Xianqian bellowed. However, unbeknownst to him, Qin Fan had disregarded Zhou Xianqian's words entirely. Confronted by the oncoming goblin minions, he brazenly stepped out of the protective holy light shield that Su-Ro had cast. What are you doing? Are you seeking death? Upon witnessing this scene, the other team members were immediately alarmed. Yet, the stout fellow and Zhou Xianqian exchanged glances of intrigue. This fellow actually took the initiative to seek his own demise. With Su-Ro's holy shield in place, even the fragile Qin Fan would have been safe, able to remain within the confines of the shield and pierce the monsters isolated outside with his sword. Yet, this reckless individual chose to step out of the shield's protective range. Upon witnessing this, Su-Ro's delicate face was overtaken by a wave of anxiety. However, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. In Chapter 20, once scorned, now to be revered, Qin Fan, with a serene expression, calmly raised his mystic crystal-scaled sword, and then executed a nonchalant sweep with it. With a swift whoosh, the formidable sword energy he unleashed effortlessly severed the dozen goblin creatures that would typically require 2 concentrated attacks to annihilate, ending their lives instantaneously. They didn't even have time to emit a scream. After vanquishing the goblin minions with a single stroke, Qin Fan did not retreat. Instead, he took a forceful step forward. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him caved in under his immense power. He swung his mystic crystal-scaled sword once more. With a swift flick, the razor-sharp sword energy spread out in visible ripples. Accompanying this was the dismembered upper halves of the goblins, along with a grotesque spray of thick blood, erupting like a fountain. The once ferocious goblin horde that charged towards the adventurers was now utterly decimated. All this devastation was wrought by merely 2 sword strokes. Stunned, the entire team was rendered speechless. Each member stood wide-eyed, their faces awash with profound shock and disbelief, as though their fundamental understanding of reality had been irreparably shaken. Yet, Qin Fan's impact on them was far from over. He lightly tapped his toes, leveraging his momentum to leap atop the roofs of the wooden structures. With a flick of his sword, another wave of sword energy was unleashed. The goblin archers, manning the crossbows, barely had time to emit a chilling scream before they, along with their weapons, were cleaved in 2. On another side, a goblin archer, gritting its teeth, suddenly unleashed a cleverly angled shot aimed at the human figure that instilled terror in them, just as Su-Ro's heart was still caught in her throat. With a swift motion, Qin Fan grasped the incoming steel-tipped arrow, snapping it effortlessly. What terrifying reflexes! What incredible strength! He had crushed a steel arrow with ease. Following this, another sweep of sword energy obliterated the remaining 2 goblin minions, bringing an end to the 3rd wave of monster attacks. Not a drop of the monster's blood even touched the mystic crystal-scaled sword. When Qin Fan landed back on the ground, he found the expressions of his companions frozen, each staring at him as if he were a monster. The foes were vanquished. Should they not press onward? Qin Fan inquired softly. Yet, the response he received was an eerie silence. Especially the pale-faced Zhou Xianqian and the corpulent man, who were eager to find an opportunity to eliminate Qin Fan. Why are you so formidable? After a considerable pause, Lan Mao, the assassin of the group, swallowed hard before tremblingly inquiring. The others also gazed at Qin Fan in disbelief. They could not comprehend it. Wasn't it said that a dragon tamer without a contracted dragon was rather ineffectual? Then why was Qin Fan's combat prowess so terrifying? He had annihilated a horde of monsters that would take them half an hour to dispatch in merely 2 seconds. Moreover, it appeared that this fellow had simply wielded his sword the entire time, without employing any skills whatsoever. Coupled with his astonishing combat intuition and the overwhelming strength capable of effortlessly snapping steel, no one wished to believe that such feats could be accomplished by a dragon tamer without a dragon. In response to Lan Mao's inquiry, the group fell silent. If Qin Fan had dared to speak to them in such a manner before entering the secret realm, they would have undoubtedly beaten him soundly. Yet now, they could only retract their heads, their faces grim, their hearts unsatisfied, yet too intimidated to refute him, for he was simply too powerful. However, Su-Ro alone gazed at Qin Fan, with eyes sparkling with admiration. From now on, we shall follow Qin Fan's lead, shall we not? Su-Ro stepped forward, offering a suggestion that made Zhou Xianqian grit his teeth in frustration. The group exchanged glances, enveloped in a profound silence. According to their customary rules, the strongest member of the team would assume the role of commander. The exceptional combat strength Qin Fan had displayed undoubtedly eclipsed them all, since no one voices dissent. It shall be agreed upon, Su-Ro said with a radiant smile. Qin Fan welcomed this turn of events. Firstly, he wished to no longer endure Zhou Xianqian's self-righteous commands. Secondly, he had sensed the intense murderous intent emanating from Zhou Xianqian and the corpulent man directed at him. Indeed, it was murderous intent. One should not underestimate the passive skill of bloodline fusion. Qin Fan had inherited the remarkable perception and combat intuition unique to dragons. This was why he could effortlessly counter the monster's ambushes without even needing to look. Additionally, the dragon lineage possessed an acute sensitivity to malicious intent aimed at them. Qin Fan had just perceived the palpable murderous intent from Zhou Xianqian and the corpulent man targeting him. Thus, he did not mind seizing the position of commander. Caution is the mother of safety. Even though he could be considered invincible among his peers, one must tread carefully to endure long-term. By the way, the rules for distributing rewards remain unchanged. The higher the output percentage, the greater the share of rewards one receives. With this statement, Qin Fan prompted everyone to open the Team's damage statistics panel. To their despair, they observed, output percentage. Number 1. Qin Fan, output percentage 80. Number 2. Zhou Xianqian, output percentage 10. Number 3. Li Dafu, output percentage 5. As expected, Qin Fan stands supreme, for this third wave of monsters belongs entirely to him. His former teammates are left dumbfounded, completely forgetting their roles in dealing damage. Meanwhile, Su Ro, as the priest, finds herself at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, given the peculiar nature of her class, this is to be expected. The disproportionate representation of damage-dealing classes like Zhou Xianqian and Li Dafu casts a shadow of despair. This implies that aside from the priest's fixed share of the spoils, Qin Fan will claim a staggering 80 of the remaining total rewards. Furthermore, Su Ro commands the distribution of the team's composition. I am entrusted with the freedom to act, as I have no desire for you to hinder my performance. Qin Fan's indifferent words strike them like a resounding slap, rendering them speechless, unable to retort. The dragon tamer they once scorned has now transformed into a figure they must look up to. At this moment, doubt festers within them. How could Qin Fan have grown so formidable? Could it be that he truly forged a pact with a superior dragon race? Yet, they swiftly dismiss such thoughts. Impossible. He must have stumbled upon some fortuitous treasure that granted him this strength. The notion of him contracting with a legendary dragon race is utterly preposterous. Chapter 21. The Shift of Loyalties. Only retreat remains. Following this incident, Zhou Xianqian and his companions, who once mocked and belittled Qin Fan, fell into a profound silence. They no longer dared to criticize him. Su Ro, observing this change, let out a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared that Zhou Xianqian would continue his reckless provocations against Qin Fan. Her instincts warned her, had they not included Qin Fan in this expedition, their adventuring party would surely have perished here. Since Qin Fan single-handedly dealt with the majority of the third wave of monsters, the others had merely spectated, expending little energy. There was no thought of resting. They pressed onward into the depths of the village. Eventually, after several minutes of progress, they arrived at a grand gate, where they encountered a 5-meter-tall goblin-heavy warrior, its body brimming with explosive muscle. Dubbed heavy for its formidable steel armor and enormous helmet that encased it from head to toe, it left a narrow slit through which it could perceive its surroundings. In its hands, it wielded a massive rusted iron sword. Roar! Upon spotting the humans before it, the colossal goblin let out a furious bellow. Yet, Qin Fan remained unperturbed, calmly surveying the creature with his appraisal eye. Monster, Giant Goblin. Level, 17. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, War Stomp, Charge Assault, Mighty Slash, Skin Hardening, Support Summon. Frenzy. Quality, Silver. Remark. A formidable general of the Goblin King, possessing extraordinary strength and robust defense, typical physical attacks will be immune to 30 of damage. Everyone, exercise caution. This is likely an elite-level monster. We must not underestimate it. At this moment, Su Ro's charming face bore a solemn expression as she alerted her fellow teammates. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when a thunderous roar erupted. The colossal goblin charged forth with terrifying destructive power, executing its signature skill, a fierce assault. Simultaneously, its once vibrant green skin rapidly transformed into a deep brown, as though coated with a layer of brown paint. This hardened skin granted it immunity to 30 of physical attacks. Su Ro, Zhou Xian, and Li Dafu quickly retreated. Yet, the portly warrior, hindered by his lack of agility, was a moment too late. In this critical instant, he could only grit his teeth and raise his shield. With a resounding crash, the onlookers beheld the astonishing sight of the stout warrior, who could withstand the charge of dozens of goblin minions, being effortlessly knocked aside by the massive goblin. As he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, the giant goblin astonishingly halted its relentless advance, forcibly twisting its body to fix its gaze upon Li Dafu. Li Dafu's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this giant goblin would possess not only immense strength, but also remarkable agility. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled. As an assassin, he had no chance of standing against such an elite foe. In a state of desperation, he activated shadow stealth and sought refuge in the surrounding rooms. Fool! Qin Fan coldly uttered these two words in response to Li Dafu's actions. The very next moment, as if to validate Qin Fan's assessment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the building. Accompanied by the sounds of teeth gnashing flesh and bone, it was evident that numerous goblin minions lurked within. It is well known that some games endow elite monsters with the ability to summon smaller foes when players reach their level. Upon seeing the support summon skill listed in the giant goblin's abilities, Qin Fan realized that the seemingly empty rooms surrounding them harbored a substantial number of goblin minions. With just a command from the giant goblin, these creatures would surge forth in a frenzy. And there was Li Dafu, foolishly choosing to hide in a room. Without a doubt, Li Dafu was as good as dead. Hearing his agonizing cries, the faces of his companions turned ashen. Only Qin Fan remained composed and indifferent. The reason for Qin Fan's inaction was simple. They too wished for his demise. Earlier, when this group had looked upon him with mocking smiles as he took on the front line, Qin Fan understood that they were eager for his downfall. Had he not forged a contract with the Blaze Sacred Dragon, he would still be weak, likely perishing in the initial wave of minion assaults. In essence, while they appeared to be a cohesive team, in truth, their hearts had long since drifted apart. Thus, Qin Fan would naturally not assume the role of a savior. Moreover, without them, he could still navigate through the secret realm. After all, he possessed the most adorable and formidable little wine. Roar. Having dealt with Li Dafu, the colossal goblin immediately directed its murderous gaze towards Zhou Xianqian and the others. Run. Without any hesitation, Zhou Xianqian turned and fled. Even as he passed by Su Rou, he did not consider taking her along. At this moment, they had realized that breaching this secret realm was utterly impossible. Even with Su Rou, the priestess, augmenting their strengths, they were no match for the giant goblin. A single brutish charge could completely disrupt their formation. Seeing the boys sprinting away with the speed of frightened dogs, the colossal goblin snorted in anger, no longer willing to expend energy pursuing such cowards. Its attention shifted to the fair-skinned and beautiful Su Rou, huffing and puffing. In just a second, Su Rou's delicate face turned pale as she witnessed the giant goblin becoming overly excited, filthy drool continuously dripping down. This disgusting sight was akin to a lecher beholding a beauty. Ugh! Terrified, Su Rou hurried to Qin Fan's side. In regard to her, Qin Fan felt an obligation to intervene. Step back, this creature is mine to handle. Qin Fan spoke with remarkable calmness. There was neither arrogance nor overconfidence in his tone. Yet, it was this very tranquility that instilled Su Rou with a profound sense of safety. All right, I can enhance your abilities. Su Rou nodded reassuringly, then waved her staff, bestowing upon Qin Fan all the buffs she could muster. Buzz. At that moment, Qin Fan's combat prowess surged nearly tenfold. No wonder others insisted on having a priest as support when entering dungeons. Such enhancement was indeed formidable. Feeling the surge of power within him, Qin Fan clenched his fist, revealing a chilling smile. Chapter 22, Fire Dragon Bullet. Slaying the colossal goblin. At this moment, the giant goblin was already roaring and charging towards Qin Fan. Once again, it employed a combination of a ferocious charge and hardened skin, transforming the giant goblin into an unstoppable bulldozer, carrying with it terrifying destructive force as it barreled towards Qin Fan. In just 2 seconds, the distance of several dozen meters was reduced to less than 2. Qin Fan could even catch a whiff of the foul odor emanating from the giant goblin. Kneel before me. Faced with this seemingly invincible foe, Qin Fan let out a low growl, twisting his wrist as the sharp, exquisite Xianjing Earth Scale sword swept out with great force. Boom! The razor-sharp sword energy cleaved into its shoulder, colliding intimately with its tough, brown skin, thanks to a 30 physical damage reduction effect. This invincible Xianjing Earth Scale sword merely left a shallow wound on its surface. Yet, the giant goblin let out a pained scream, its fierce momentum abruptly halted. As the sword struck his shoulder with an overwhelming force, the giant goblin was compelled to kneel with a thunderous sound. Roar! The humiliation of being forced to one knee was unbearable for the giant goblin. In this goblin village, only the Goblin King commanded such submission. How dare this insignificant human compel it to kneel? Defiance surged within it. Buzz! The giant goblin's muscles swelled again, exuding an intimidating pressure. It had finally unleashed its berserk ability. Yet, the source of your arrogance lies solely in the protection of your armor and the hardened resilience of your skin. Have you ever considered what would happen if I unleashed a fireball directly at the gap in your helmet from such close range? As soon as the words left his lips, regardless of whether the giant goblin comprehended them, Qin Fan abruptly released his grip on the mystic crystal-scaled sword. In that instant, the fireball, a skill he had already chanted, erupted from his hand, aimed precisely at the gap in the giant goblin's helmet. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of Su Rou, the terrifying flames transformed into a fire dragon, roaring as it penetrated the helmet, incinerating the giant goblin's head completely. Bang! There was scarcely time for resistance or a scream before its massive form collapsed to the ground. Thus, the elite giant goblin was vanquished. However, no materials, items, or equipment were dropped. In a typical dungeon scenario, rewards are only granted upon completion. Su-ro, who had been observing the entire battle, watched in disbelief as this young man effortlessly crushed the giant goblin, a foe even Zhou Xiancan and others could only flee from. More astonishingly, Qin Fan seemed to wield fire magic. She was certain she had not misjudged. The flames that had incinerated the giant goblin in an instant were indeed magical damage. Judging by the potency of this skill, it was at least of a high tier. The giant goblin had formidable physical resistance and defense, yet its magical resistance was low. With Qin Fan's explosive attack aimed at its head, it was utterly obliterated. After all, this was the exclusive skill of a dragon master, the fireball. It resembled a sorcerer's fireball, yet its strength was incomparably greater. Shall we proceed, Qin Fan? Su-ro inquired as she approached his side, realizing that only by being close to this young man could she feel a sense of security. In just 2 short days, she had experienced the harsh reality of human indifference, the betrayal of Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing, and the abandonment by Zhou Xiancan and others. It was evident that without Qin Fan, she might have perished twice over. Alas, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Strangers may betray, yet strangers can also offer assistance. This truth stirred a multitude of emotions within Su-ro. Of course, we shall continue our quest. However, if you feel afraid, you may leave first. I can manage the quest on my own, Qin Fan stated calmly. He is now a dragon tamer with a dragon. As long as there is a little wine, nothing can instill fear. Gah! In that moment, sensing the departure of Zhou Xiancan and his companions, the little wine nestled comfortably in Qin Fan's embrace, poked its adorable head out from his collar. With squinted eyes, it hummed with joy, feeling its master's trust and reliance. No, I must follow you. Although I am merely a support class, I can at least augment your power, causing it to soar several-fold, Su-ro declared, her lovely face adorned with determination. Very well, then. When it comes to reward distribution, we shall split it evenly. Qin Fan never hesitated to reward teammates willing to accompany him. Thus, the two approached the grand entrance of the final fortress, gently pushing open the massive door. Swish! Outside the secret realm, 4 figures emerged from the swirling entrance, Zhou Xiancan and his 3 companions. Originally, there had been 6 of them. Li Dafu and the hefty one had perished within. Now, only 4 had managed to escape safely. Moreover, during their flight, the other 2 had been ambushed by sudden monsters, resulting in the loss of an arm. They could only barely consume primary healing potions to staunch the bleeding. To regrow a severed limb, it would likely cost nearly 100 million dragon coins to enlist the aid of a second-tier grand priest. Damn it, Zhou Xiancan cursed under his breath, utterly unable to accept the situation. How could that incompetent dragon tamer be so formidable? Brother Zhou, what shall we do now? One of them asked cautiously. Let us wait here for Qin Fan and Su-ro to emerge, Zhou Xiancan replied in a low voice. The entrance to the secret realm had not yet vanished, indicating that Qin Fan and Su-ro were likely still alive. In all wild secret realms, if everyone inside were to perish or escape, the entrance would disappear, randomly reappearing at another location. Damn it, the silver-level wild secret realm is so difficult. It is rumored that the secret realm for the professional examination is also a silver-level dungeon, and even more challenging, as it is set by that so-called King of Hell. Another person could not help but sigh in despair. The so-called King of Hell is a nickname for a certain examination question setter named Zhang Shaoxin, who has a penchant for devising high-difficulty secret realm dungeons as exam questions, earning him the title among students for his lack of compassion and relentless challenges. Brother Zhou, what if Qin Fan and Su-ro manage to clear this dungeon? What shall we do then? A companion with red-dyed hair asked, unable to contain himself. This question plunged Zhou Xiancan into silence, his gaze darkening profoundly. Chapter 23. Give me a breath of dragon fire to incinerate it. As Qin Fan's powerful arms pushed open the grand door before him, he and Su-ro stepped into the fortress. The entire stronghold was constructed from wood and various metal materials, exuding an aura of exceptional sturdiness. Gradually, Qin Fan and Su-ro traversed several grand doors, ultimately arriving at the innermost depths of this fortress-like stronghold. Before them lay a vast hall, reeking of a putrid odor. Adorning the walls were macabre decorations fashioned from human bones. In the center of the hall stood a towering figure of a giant, seated upon an equally colossal stone pedestal. The dim and oppressive atmosphere rendered the giant's form nearly indistinguishable from the shadows that enveloped it. Was it human? The creature seemed to have detected a scent that was both foreign and eerily familiar, causing its dormant eyes to slowly open. As its crimson orbs, larger than brass bells, blinked into existence, a formidable pressure emanated from it, sweeping through the chamber with an undeniable force. How many years has it been? Never has a human dared to approach me alive. Yet today, I find myself face to face with you 2 insignificant beings. The giant's voice thundered as it rose from its stone seat. Su-ro was taken aback by the overwhelming aura, her complexion paling in fear. She had never imagined that the depths of this goblin village could harbor such terror. However, relief soon washed over her. She was grateful she had not followed the cowardly Zhou Xiancan and his companions. It was fortunate that she had insisted on including Qin Fan in their ranks. Without him, Zhou Xincan and the others would have perished in the presence of that giant goblin. Now, even in the face of this terrifying entity, Su Ro found no despair. For she was certain that Qin Fan possessed the means to vanquish this ultimate being, even more formidable than the giant goblin. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had employed his appraisal eye to thoroughly examine the creature before him. Monster, Goblin King, level 19, type, humanoid monster, talent, royal authority, skills, war trample, charge assault, precision throw, titan slash, skin hardening, support summon, berserk, king's protection, magic shield, qualification, silver, note, sovereign of the goblin village, endowed with immense strength and fearless valor. It was evident that this goblin king possessed an additional talent compared to the giant goblin, which was to be expected, as higher-level monsters typically had their own unique abilities. The goblin king's talent, royal authority, allowed it to be immune to 70 of physical damage, a remarkably potent ability among monsters. This singular skill could easily decimate a party of adventurers leaning towards physical prowess. Moreover, the skill set included a magic shield, which, as its name suggests, formed a protective barrier against magical attacks. In essence, this being not only boasted a terrifying reduction in physical damage, but also wielded a shield skill that countered magical professions. If Zhou Xincan and his companions were to appear here and witness such a formidable presence, they would undoubtedly flee in terror. What should Qin Fan do? Observing the towering figure rise, resembling a small mountain, and grasping a razor-sharp giant axe, Su Ro anxiously inquired. She had completely come to rely on Qin Fan. If he directed her to the east, she would never dare venture westward. There is no need for concern, we shall merely observe. It can survive no more than 10 seconds, and I shall consider it formidable. What? Su Ro was left utterly dumbfounded. Merely observe? Moreover, such a powerful entity in Qin Fan's eyes could not endure beyond 10 seconds? This was astonishing. To see one who does not kneel before me, and yet remains so audacious. You are the first. The Goblin King, fluent in human speech, emitted a derisive sneer. At that moment, it slowly emerged from the shadows, striding toward Qin Fan and Su Ro. Its colossal form was clad in shimmering, mottled armor, and in its grasp was a massive battle axe capable of flattening dozens of men. With each step it took, the ground trembled, fracturing into a web of cracks. Arrogant, are we? Soon, you shall learn whether I am indeed arrogant. Qin Fan retorted with a cold laugh, then called out, Little Gio. With a swift motion, a petite, charming figure emerged from the collar of Qin Fan's attire. The Goblin King had no time to discern what had flown forth. Roar. A terrifying roar, imbued with the might of a dragon, erupted forth. As the Goblin King's expression turned to one of sheer horror, a tremendous storm swept through the castle hall. The once diminutive figure, enveloped by the tempest, instantly swelled. In the next moment, Little Gio revealed its true form. A 10-meter-tall crimson dragon, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, appeared before all. This sight left Su Ro in utter disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping as her entire body froze. A dragon. It truly was a dragon. My heavens. Moreover, the majestic and divine aura radiating from it made Su Ro realize that this colossal creature, engulfed in ceaseless flames, was undoubtedly among the elite of dragonkind. Qin Fan had truly formed a pact with a dragon of such extraordinary caliber. In that instant, Su Ro's prior fear of the monstrous being evaporated. Her worldview shattered as if struck by a hammer. Indeed, she was not alone in her astonishment. Even the Goblin King, who had been approaching with a malevolent grin, now recoiled, its grotesque features twitching as it beheld the terrifying creature before it. This invincible dragon, one it needed to look up to, instilled a profound sense of deathly dread within it. What rendered it even more apprehensive was the sudden, mischievous exclamation of the youth named Qin Fan, who called out to the little wine. To its astonishment, the colossal 10-meter-tall flame dragon indeed squinted its eyes, emitting a purring sound akin to that of a cat. Lowering its massive head before Qin Fan, this, a mere level 15 human, had compelled a divine and noble blazing holy dragon to bow its head. Yet, the Goblin King had no time to marvel, for in the next moment, he beheld the human casting a cold gaze upon him and issuing commands to the blazing holy dragon. Little wine, do you see this hideous creature before you? Incinerate it with your dragon breath. In Chapter 24, Inferno of Flames, Little Wine awakened the dragon transformation, an exclusive skill of the dragon race, during its leveling up. The Godfire Annihilation form significantly amplified its magical damage by 500, while reducing its physical damage by the same percentage. The Sky Shaking form, conversely, enhanced its physical damage by 500 but diminished its magical damage equivalently. Now, enveloped in roaring flames, a scorching wave radiated from Little Wine, causing the entire mountain stronghold to show signs of combustion, with the surrounding temperature escalating dramatically. Su Ro had no choice but to cast a holy light shield upon herself, barely shielding against the searing heat that nearly scorched her. As for Qin Fan, the master of Little Wine, he stood undisturbed beside it, demonstrating the formidable prowess of a dragon tamer. Meanwhile, the Goblin King was now paralyzed with terror, its skin nearly roasted by the relentless heat wave, forcing it to invoke a self-healing skill to combat the searing onslaught. It remained standing only because Little Wine had intentionally restrained its divine fire's might, noticing Su-Ro, a friend of its master, was present. Otherwise, in its current Godfire annihilation form, if unleashed with full force, not only the Goblin King and Su-Ro would perish, but the entire mountain stronghold would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Upon Qin Fan's command, Little Wine lifted its immense dragon head, its golden slit eyes, radiating with regal dragon authority, disdainfully gazing down upon the Goblin King, who was now frozen in terror. That gaze seemed to convey a message. Such a lowly creature dares to bare its fangs at my master? With a thunderous impact, the ground quaked under Little Wine's immense weight as it advanced toward the Goblin King. The latter's eyes widened in horror, overwhelmed by despair, as it experienced an unprecedented urge to flee. Yet, it found its limbs utterly paralyzed. I once believed the creature I had contracted with was merely a lesser dragon, never anticipating it to be a top-tier existence among dragons, the blazing holy dragon. Although no dragon tamer has ever succeeded in taming a high-tier dragon in this world. However, this does not imply that humanity is devoid of knowledge regarding the dragon lineage. Various nations have long since mandated their publishing houses to compile comprehensive tomes on a plethora of monsters and magical beasts, intended for the enlightenment and study of aspiring adventurers. The accounts concerning the dragon lineage within these texts are notably meticulous. Su-Ro had previously perused the detailed descriptions of the high-ranking dragons within these volumes. Among them, the resplendent and imposing fiery sacred dragon, reminiscent of a deity of flames, left an indelible impression on her. She could scarcely fathom that today she would encounter the legendary fiery sacred dragon, a pinnacle of the dragon lineage. Even more astonishing was the realization that her ordinarily unassuming classmate, who possessed little presence, had the extraordinary fortune to form a pact with such a mythical entity. Words fail to express the complexity of her emotions, which transcended mere envy. In response to Su-Ro's astonishment, Qin Fan maintained an expression of calm, betraying no signs of disturbance. Yet, Su-Ro could not help but smile wryly to herself, murmuring, "It is said that dragon tamers are the most inept of hidden professions. This notion is utterly nullified by your existence, Qin Fan. If the world were to learn that you have successfully contracted a fiery sacred dragon, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief." Her assertion was devoid of exaggeration and encapsulated the tumultuous feelings within her. Throughout her life, she had been lauded as a prodigy. It could be argued that she was the most formidable priest among the high school students of Anning City. However, compared to Qin Fan, whose prowess was unparalleled and who possessed the mightiest dragon companion, she felt woefully inadequate. At that moment, the colossal form of Xiao Jiao descended before the Goblin King. A level 7 fiery sacred dragon faced off against a level 19 Goblin King. Despite the Goblin King boasting a full 12 levels of superiority, he suddenly fell to his knees with a resounding thud. "Great One, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs." Before he could finish his plea, a torrent of flames erupted from Xiao Jiao's maw. In Su-Ro's astonished gaze, the Goblin King barely managed to emit a cry before being engulfed by the overwhelming inferno. Instant annihilation. He was dispatched with such swiftness that he hadn't the slightest chance to resist, perishing in the dragon's breath. He likely never imagined that a mere creature of the Silver Secret Realm would summon the wrath of a fiery sacred dragon. "Stop dawdling, come here." Qin Fan grasped Su-Ro's hand and leaped onto Xiao Jiao's back. Grr. Xiao Jiao emitted a disgruntled growl, disapproving of any human climbing onto its back aside from Qin Fan. "All right, Xiao Jiao, be good. Consider this a favor owed. After this is over, I shall prepare whatever you desire, ensuring your satisfaction." Qin Fan hastily consoled his noble dragon companion. As a creature of regal stature and unparalleled lineage, Xiao Jiao regarded all humans, save for Qin Fan, as mere refuse. Nature does not permit other humans to ascend upon its back. However, Qin Fan found himself with no alternative. The data panel of Xiao Jiao was already exceedingly terrifying, and now, having transformed into the form of the divine fire that annihilates the world, it granted a staggering 500 enhancement to its magical flames. With a single breath of dragon fire, the vast fortress was instantly reduced to ashes, engulfed in a sea of flames. In this dire situation, had Qin Fan not taken Su-Ro with him, she would surely have perished alongside the Goblin King in the inferno. Gur. Upon hearing her master's promise of rewards, the little glutton finally ceased to mind the situation. With a mighty flourish, the immense dragon wings unfurled, and with a powerful flap, a terrifying whirlwind erupted from the ground, intensifying the surrounding flames. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jiao had lifted Qin Fan and Su-Ro into the sky, soaring through the heavens. As they gazed down upon the expansive rainforest from above, Su-Ro's heart raced with excitement, compelling her to cling tightly to Qin Fan, fearful of plummeting. Her gem-like eyes sparkled with wonder, inhaling the reassuring scent of Qin Fan, and with the wind beneath them, Su-Ro found herself enveloped in an ethereal state of bliss. Chapter 25. Conquering the Secret Realm. Abundant rewards. Boom. However, Xiaojiu had no intention of allowing the girl to remain on its back for long. After soaring above the raging inferno, it swiftly descended to a clear patch of ground. Gur! Xiaojiu impatiently urged Su Ro to dismount. Were it not for the delicious bribes from its master, it would never have bothered with this human. Qin Fan hastily brought Su Ro down as well. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the two of them entirely. It seemed that the rewards for completing the challenge were about to be bestowed. At this point, not only the Goblin King, but even the Goblin Village was engulfed in flames from Xiaojiu's dragon breath. The divine fire of the blazing holy dragon was no ordinary flame. It contained immense destructive power and inflicted severe mental burns upon its targets. A level 7 dragon pet could clear a level 15 hellish silver-grade secret realm with a single breath. Such was the exaggeration. Such was the absurdity. Such was the invincibility. A dragon tamer possesses a strength unparalleled, without question. Su Ro, gazing at the distant, still burning inferno, felt her heart stir. One breath of dragon fire rivaled a natural disaster. As the daughter of the wealthiest family in Anning City, she had witnessed numerous powerful mages throughout her life. Even the revered beings in her family were high-level. Second transformation sorcerers, wielding powers of level 45. She had seen these sorcerers in battle and was awed by their might. Yet now, witnessing Qin Fan's dragon pet clear the secret realm with a single breath, Su Ro could only marvel at the vast chasm between humans and dragons. The shocking reality was that this blazing holy dragon was still in its juvenile stage. There was no justice in this world. Qin Fan, however, did not share Su Ro's sentiments of wonder. As the rewards from the secret realm had been bestowed, a task information panel materialized before Qin Fan and Su Ro. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Goblin Village secret realm, it proclaimed. Completion time, 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Rating, level. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations. You have earned 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have acquired the title of Goblin Slayer. Congratulations, you have received 30 free attribute points and 30 skill points. Playing. At the conclusion, a shimmering silver treasure chest descended before Qin Fan. It dawned upon him that the aforementioned experience, titles, and attribute points were rewards that every member of the team could obtain. However, this silver chest represented the true bounty. This was, in fact, a downside of teamwork. The experience and attribute point rewards post-clearance would be evenly distributed among all participants. In this instance, Qin Fan had received 5,000 experience points, and Su Ro likely received the same. The total experience for the clearance amounted to 1. If the likes of Zhou Xian and his inept companions were still present, that single experience point would be divided into 8 portions, leaving each individual with merely a little over 1,000 experience points. Thus, if one could clear the secret realm solo, it would be wisest to do so, lest the rewards be diluted among teammates. Snap! Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fan opened the gleaming silver treasure chest. Buzz! Several items tumbled forth, their detailed descriptions unfolding before Qin Fan and Su Ro's eyes. Item: Priest Class Skill Book, Guardian of Holy Light 1. Item: Silver Ring, Enhancement Magic Ring 1. Item: Life Profession Second Transfer Scroll 1. Item: Level Material, Heart of the Goblin King 1. Item: Silver Weapon, Giant Sword of the Goblin King 1. Item: Goblin King Enchantment Card 1. No wonder adventurers regarded wild secret realms as precious opportunities. The rewards were indeed plentiful. In a world where resources were monopolized by various academies, organizations, and aristocratic clans, most common transmuters found it exceedingly difficult to forge a path to success. This scarcity rendered resources exceedingly valuable. Even a single-level skill book could fetch tens of millions of dragon coins on the market, occasionally exceeding 1 billion. How much more so for a level skill book? The silver ring and silver weapon would at least command around 30 million dragon coins each. In comparison, the Life Profession Second Transfer Scroll, while less valuable, still hovered around 5 million. Additionally, the level material and Goblin King enchantment card were worth tens of millions. Thus, a single journey through this silver-tier wild secret realm could yield an income of at least 2 to 300 million dragon coins. This amount represented nearly 99% of what an average household could earn in a lifetime. Qin Fan, who had lived in poverty in both his past and present lives, felt his breath quicken instinctively. Su Ro, the daughter of a wealthy family, was equally stirred. Anning City is a small town, classified as a 4th or 5th-tier city. As the wealthiest family, her household company boasts a market value of several hundred billion. While this may seem considerable, it is the result of generations of effort from her ancestors that has culminated in such substantial wealth. However, merely traversing a wild secret realm can yield rewards worth billions. If one were to encounter several such wild resource realms, it would not be difficult to surpass her family's fortune. As the two reflected on this, only the little lizard, now returned to its diminutive form, regarded the rewards with disdain. It is, after all, the noble crimson flame dragon. A single drop of its pure dragon blood is an invaluable treasure that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Naturally, these meager rewards fail to capture its interest. Qin Fan, I hardly contributed during this secret realm expedition. It was you and your dragon companion who handled everything. Therefore, regarding the rewards, you may take them all without objection. Suro said softly. She was keenly aware of her position. The rewards before them were indeed substantial, yet she felt unworthy of them. Throughout the entire ordeal, it was Qin Fan who guided her. Calling her a mere burden would not be an exaggeration. Thus, she had the self-awareness not to claim any of the rewards. The skill book and the enhancement ring belong to you, while the rest shall be mine. Qin Fan decisively allocated the rewards. This left Suro momentarily stunned. The skill book and enhancement ring were likely the most valuable among all the rewards. Yet Qin Fan had chosen to keep them for himself, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Take them, and besides, it's not as if you are receiving these for free. You will need to pay a price, Qin Fan remarked nonchalantly. What price? Suro inquired cautiously. As if a thought had crossed her mind, a faint blush suddenly appeared on her charming face. Could it be that he wanted her to offer herself in return? As it turned out, she was overthinking it. Qin Fan simply stated, I only require you to do two things. Chapter 26, Brazen and Unashamed. To the brink of ruin. First, keep the matter of my contract with the dragon companion a secret. Not even your closest acquaintances should be informed until after my college entrance examination. Second, transfer 30 million to my bank account, and this too must be done discreetly. Given your status as the young lady of the Su family, I trust this should not pose a challenge. Agree to these two conditions, and the skill book and ring will be yours, Qin Fan said calmly. His rationale for this was that should the skill book and ring come into his possession, they would only be sold, which could attract unwarranted attention. It was wiser to gift them to Suro, serving as a favor in return. After all, the Su family's influence in Anning City is considerable, and until Qin Fan has fully matured, it is prudent to cultivate various relationships. Moreover, maintaining a humble demeanor and avoiding arrogance while befriending her is certainly advantageous. Very well. I have no objections to these two conditions, and I assure you I can fulfill them. Suro nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Fan exhibited no hesitation, promptly tossing the skill book and ring to her. He then gathered the remaining items and stowed them away into his internal space. Ding! At that moment, the system's notification finally resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing all random tasks. Commencing distribution of task rewards. Congratulations. You have received 1 life class profession second transition scroll. Congratulations. You have received 5 experience pills, shared with Dragon Pet. These have been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check at your convenience. Quite satisfactory. Especially the life class profession second transition scroll, which is indeed a prized possession. Now, Qin Fan holds 2 scrolls, one for personal use and one to sell outright. However, the true treasure lies in the 5 experience pills. In a context where experience resources are exceedingly scarce, experience pills have become the most sought-after commodity. The market's 3,000 and 5,000 experience pills have been entirely monopolized, rendering them unattainable, items accessible only to affluent families. As for the 5 experience pills, they are exceedingly rare, so much so that one cannot acquire them even with money. At least, in the current dungeons below level 50, there is no output of such items. The most crucial aspect is that the experience pill awarded by the system can also be shared with the dragon pet upon consumption. Well, it is time to leave this stifling and sweltering inferno. After tallying the rewards, Qin Fan felt an immediate sense of relief. Gur. At that moment, the now diminutive dragon, resembling a cat, flapped its wings and perched upon Qin Fan's shoulder. The little dragon's intent was unmistakably clear. I am hungry. Hasten to prepare a feast. Very well. As soon as we exit, I shall cook for you. Qin Fan's expression radiated affection towards this little treasure. Can you truly communicate with your dragon pet? Suro asked in astonishment. Isn't that a given? Beast tamers can communicate with their pets. After all, Qin Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. All right. I suppose I have been rather uninformed, Suro admitted sheepishly. Soon, Qin Fan cradled the little dragon in his arms, departing the now blazing secret realm alongside Suro. Buzz. The brief dizziness from the spatial teleportation dissipated, only for Qin Fan to furrow his brow in surprise upon discovering that Zhou Xianqian and his companions were still waiting at the entrance. Are you all right, Xiaoro? Zhou Xianqian inquired with feigned concern upon seeing Qin Fan, and Suro emerged safely from the secret realm. The remaining 3 boys approached as well. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Suro replied curtly, not to mention that she had never held a favorable impression of Zhou Xianqian. Witnessing him abandon his team in their moment of peril only solidified her belief that he was utterly worthless. To team with someone like him in a dungeon would be tantamount to courting disaster. Faced with Suro's icy demeanor, Zhou Xianqian could only manage an awkward smile. I'm glad you're both safe. I feared you wouldn't make it out. Huh, who says we escaped? However, with a cold laugh, Suro cast a scornful glance at Zhou Xianqian. Is it so inconceivable that Qin Fan and I could emerge only after clearing the challenge? The crowd gasped. Cleared the challenge? How is that possible? The colossal goblin was far beyond the capabilities of students of their caliber. No need to waste words with them. Let's go. Qin Fan remarked indifferently. Su-ro nodded slightly. However, just as they were about to turn and leave, a voice called out, "Wait." It was a boy with red hair, dyed, and wielding a sword. Qin Fan turned around, his gaze icy and indifferent. The boy, for reasons unknown, felt a shiver of trepidation wash over him as he met Qin Fan's cold, unyielding eyes. Yet, bolstered by the presence of Zhou Xiancan and his companions, he boldly continued. "Since you've cleared the challenge, shouldn't the rewards be distributed? After all, we are also comrades in a team." If what Su-ro claimed was true, the rewards they had garnered would undoubtedly be substantial. After all, this was a silver-level, hellish difficulty dungeon. Yet, this single utterance nearly provoked laughter from both Qin Fan and Su-ro. How dare they have the audacity? They had abandoned their teammates mid-challenge and now demanded a share. Was this even a reasonable request? Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a bunch of self-righteous fools. Su-ro, let us go? Qin Fan shook his head, deeming it a waste of time to engage with such deluded individuals. Su-ro nodded in agreement, her anger palpable. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. "Stop right now." The furious voice of the red-haired boy rang out. Accompanying his words was a swift, deadly sword energy aimed at Qin Fan's back. Whirlwind slash. The audacity of this red-haired boy to draw his sword against Qin Fan was shocking, igniting a chilling coldness in Qin Fan's eyes. This strike, if it landed, would surely cost Qin Fan at least half his life. Although the whirlwind slash was a basic skill, as one of the swordsmanship's low-level finishing moves, upon striking an enemy, its energy would pierce through their body like a tempest, wreaking havoc on their muscles and organs. If enhanced to 100 with skill points, the ferocity of the whirlwind sword energy would be exponentially increased. It was evident that the red-haired boy intended to eliminate Qin Fan at this critical moment. Chapter 27. He actually killed him. Beside him, Su-ro sensed the sharp sword energy hurtling toward Qin Fan, her expression draining of color. She had never anticipated that the red-haired boy would dare to launch a surprise attack. Just as she was about to shout a warning, however, Qin Fan's reaction was swifter. With a clang of steel, he drew the Xianjing Galin sword in a mere 0.01 seconds, swiftly swinging it behind him. Clang. The Xuanjin Earth-scale sword clashed with an extraordinarily sharp sword aura, instantly igniting a dazzling explosion of sparks. Humph. Qin Fan snorted coldly, twisting his wrist once more. Whoosh. The fierce gale of sword energy was effortlessly dispelled by him. Around them, all present turned pale with shock. It is worth noting that the red-haired warrior was a formidable level 17, 2 levels above Su-ro. Though he appeared youthful, he was actually in his late 20s, nearly 30. Age does not always equate to strength. However, his combat experience undoubtedly surpassed that of Zhou Xiancan and his companions. He had deliberately chosen a moment when their vigilance was at its lowest to strike, launching a powerful skill, Gale Slash. Yet, astonishingly, his opponent had reacted in time, effortlessly neutralizing the Gale sword energy. Remarkably, it seemed that his adversary had not even employed any skills, relying solely on raw power to crush the technique. In that instant, the red-haired warrior's face turned a shade pale, for Qin Fan's gaze bore a murderous intent directed at him. What does this mean? Is he poised to stab me? Qin Fan's icy words sent a wave of dread through Zhou Xiancan and his companions. A terrifying aura of killing intent erupted from Qin Fan, causing their breaths to quicken. Damn, when did this waste become so formidable? I am not aiming to stab you. I am merely asserting my rightful interests. You received rewards for clearing the level. Yet we share the same team and receive nothing. Doesn't that seem unjust? The red-haired warrior's defense was painfully stiff. Huh. Did you cowards not escape the secret realm on your own? Have you contributed even a fraction of effort against the elite monsters? What? Do you merely wish to sit back and enjoy the spoils? Qin Fan scoffed derisively. Enough. I shall say no more. I, Qin Fan, have always been a man of principles. Since you, red-haired scoundrel, have aimed a blade at me, I shall return the favor. The moment Qin Fan's cold words fell, whoosh. Zhou Xiancan and the others watched in terror as the dragon tamer's figure vanished from sight. Quick. So swift. How can this person move with such incredible speed? Danger. As a swordsman, he sensed an overwhelming threat through his innate perceptive talent. Behind him, without hesitation, he turned and swung his sword. However, whoosh. His sword energy merely sliced through the air. Huh. Not behind me. Niexiong. To your left. Zhou Xuancan's urgent warning echoed. The red-haired warrior, Niexiong, turned without a moment's pause. Yet it was too late. Whoosh. A chilling white light flashed. Crash. An arm was raised high, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Followed by the red-haired warrior's anguished cries. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in shock at the scene before them. The red-haired man's left arm had been mercilessly severed by Qin Fan. Moreover, the residual, surging sword energy had obliterated the severed limb. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Apart from the red-haired man, who writhed on the ground in agony, Su-ro and Zhou Xiancan were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Su Ro was astonished by Qin Fan's ruthless decisiveness, while Zhou Xiancan could scarcely believe that a single sword strike had incapacitated his most capable bodyguard. Tell me, was it your own idea to ambush me, or Zhou Xuancan's? Qin Fan, with an unruffled visage, brandished his Xianjing earth-scale sword, seemingly unaffected by the grave situation at hand. The red-haired man, tears streaming down his face, stuttered, desperate to speak, yet paralyzed by fear. Choosing silence, are we? Then prepare to meet your demise. Qin Fan raised his sword high, poised to strike the red-haired man's neck. I'll speak. I'll speak. At that critical moment, the red-haired man finally cried out in desperation. The tip of the Xianjing earth-scale sword halted just a mere centimeter from his throat. Terror-stricken, he realized that if he remained silent, this man would indeed take his life. Moreover, how could this youth be so formidable? Wasn't it said that a dragon tamer without a dragon was merely a useless profession? How had he become so powerful? And where was his dragon? I shall grant you 2 seconds. Fail to speak, and this sword will pierce your throat, ensuring that this secret remains buried in the underworld. Qin Fan's voice was cold and resolute. 2. It was Zhou Xiancan who urged me to act. It's him. Spare me, and take him instead. As the red-haired man finished his plea, Zhou Xiancan erupted in outrage. You're talking nonsense. He leapt up in terror, never having imagined that he would one day fear a commoner. Qin Fan then calmly pivoted, advancing step by step towards Zhou Xiancan, sword in hand. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death. His expression remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, as he approached Zhou Xiancan with unwavering resolve. Qin Fan, you cannot kill him. Su Ro interjected softly. Why not? Qin Fan turned to her. He is the scion of the Zhou family in Anning City, and he has an elder brother studying at a prestigious combat academy. Su Ro's implication was clear to Qin Fan in an instant. She was not pleading for Zhou Xuancan's life, but rather warning him of the weighty connections and potential of Zhou Xuancan's family. After all, those who gained admission to such esteemed institutions typically emerged as influential figures. With a cold sweat beading on his brow, Zhou Xiancan exhaled in relief upon seeing Qin Fan finally cease his advance. Surely, he had been deterred by his background and the stature of his brother. Even if you. Suddenly, just as Zhou Xiancan was about to burst into laughter, his eyes widened in horror, and his expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. For in that instant, amidst a flash of blades, a bloodied head was sent soaring into the air. Thud! The headless body of Zhou Xiancan collapsed onto the grass, met with the astonished gazes of those around him. A gasp. The crowd was collectively struck with unparalleled shock. He was slain. This Qin Fan had truly murdered Zhou Xiancan. Chapter 28. Decisive Action. The scene before them left everyone utterly astounded. No one anticipated that Qin Fan would audaciously execute Zhou Xiancan. Su Ro's lovely face was also frozen in astonishment. It was not that she found Qin Fan cruel. On the contrary, she harbored a profound disdain for Zhou Xiancan. For years, he had leveraged his prestigious family background to act arrogantly in Anning City, committing countless misdeeds. He was notoriously known as a debauched scion. His demise would not stir even a hint of pity within her heart. Yet, she was concerned. After all, Zhou Xiancan was the legitimate heir of the Zhou family, which was only slightly less formidable than her own Su family. In contrast, Qin Fan's background paled in comparison to that of the Zhou family. If the Zhou family were to learn of Qin Fan's actions, it would undoubtedly spell ruin for him. Qin Fan, do you comprehend the gravity of what you have done? Let me tell you, you are doomed. How dare you kill the second young master of the Zhou family? If they discover this, both you and your dilapidated orphanage will be finished. The 2 boys beside her stared at Qin Fan in sheer terror. These boys were classmates of Zhou Xiancan and had often acted as his sycophants. Now, witnessing Zhou Xuancan's murder, they were filled with dread and immeasurable fury. Indeed, should the Zhou family find out, it would be the end for them. However, in the face of these sycophants' threats, Qin Fan remained utterly unfazed, nodding with a look of bewilderment. His next words caused the faces of the red-haired boy and his 2 cohorts to turn ashen. If that is the case, then I shall just eliminate all 3 of you. The Zhou family will be none the wiser. As soon as the words left his lips, before the red-haired boy and his companions could react, swoosh, a clean and decisive flash of sword light appeared. The 3 of them did not even have time to scream before their heads were sent flying, accompanied by a fountain of crimson blood. In a mere 2 strikes, he had dispatched 4 individuals, including Zhou Xiancan. Beside him, Su Ro stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed upon the figure exuding lethal determination. Momentarily captivated by his chilling aura of death, she never imagined that someone who usually seemed so inconspicuous in class could evoke such fear when unleashing his wrath. Su Ro, can I trust you? At that moment, Qin Fan did not turn around, yet his words, laced with an icy indifference, resonated hauntingly in the air. This caused Su Ro's delicate body to involuntarily tremble, startled by the unexpected turn of events. However, curiously, despite Qin Fan's ruthlessness, which could very well spell her doom, she felt no trace of fear within. On the contrary, a flicker of admiration for Qin Fan began to blossom in her heart. With a swift motion, she brandished her staff, twisting her hands to reveal a sharp blade drawn from within it. A staff that concealed a sword. This remarkable weapon could serve both as a staff and a longsword, a versatile tool highly sought after in the market, priced significantly higher than ordinary arms. Its value stemmed from its dual functionality, proving invaluable in emergencies, such as when a companion misplaces their weapon. After drawing the sword from the staff, Su-ro did not launch an attack on Qin Fan. Instead, she approached the lifeless body of Zhou Xiancan and raised her staff sword. With a swift flourish, 3 beams of light sliced through the air. From this moment forth, I am your ally, Su-ro declared with a smile. Observing this, the icy intent to kill within Qin Fan dissipated entirely. Having lived 2 lives, he had long abandoned the notion of benevolence in this harsh reality. In this world, kindness often invites treachery. Only the truly powerful and formidable can avoid being trifled with. A pleasant collaboration, Qin Fan replied, extending his hand with a smile. Su-ro returned the gesture, her delicate hand intertwining with his. I ought to express my gratitude. You have certainly imparted 2 invaluable lessons to me, she said softly, and both are essential teachings. It was likely that Qin Fan had already harbored murderous thoughts towards Zhou Xianqin when he sensed the latter's intent to kill. Su-ro believed that had Zhou Xianqin not chosen to flee, but instead remained within the secret realm, Qin Fan would have found a perfectly justifiable opportunity to eliminate him. What shall we do with these bodies? Su-ro inquired. Xiaojiu, Qin Fan called out, with a playful flap of its wings. The adorable Xiaojiu emerged from Qin Fan's embrace, soaring toward the 3 corpses. With a fiery breath, it unleashed a torrent of flames, reducing the bodies to ash in an instant, as if they had never graced this world. Once the remains were incinerated, Xiaojiu returned to Qin Fan, emitting a long, endearing sound, signaling its hunger. Qin Fan chuckled in response. However, the system incessantly issued tasks, necessitating that Qin Fan remain in this place for over half a month. Fortunately, he had left notes for the orphanage's caretaker and the children, ensuring that they would not worry. After all, in the current circumstances, everyone understood the significance of the upcoming vocational examination. The fate of a transferee, whether they could leap from obscurity to success, hinged on their ability to shine brilliantly during this pivotal test. As one of the most significant examinations in the Dragon Kingdom, it commands nationwide attention. Numerous distinguished individuals will oversee the proceedings, while the elite from various provinces have adequately prepared themselves. The intensity of competition is akin to an army of thousands striving to traverse a narrow bridge. However, with the Qin Fan system at his disposal and a small drink by his side, he harbors no fear of any so-called prodigies. In the ensuing days spent within the enigmatic forest mountains, he not only vanquished numerous monsters, but also hunted a considerable number of succulent and edible magical beasts. Qin Fan had long since utilized a second transformation scroll for a life profession, elevating his status from a mere chef to that of a spirit chef. Chapter 29, Strengthening. Completing the novice quest. The ordinary chef's culinary creations surpassed those of an average individual by a significant margin. Upon transformation, the spirit chef not only crafts dishes that are far superior, but also imbues them with beneficial effects. For instance, take the classic dish, braised pork. An ordinary chef would produce a meal that is simply described as delicious. In contrast, a spirit chef's version not only tantalizes the taste buds, but also grants the consumer an increase of 20 points in strength and restores a portion of health and stamina for a limited time. Do not underestimate this boost in strength. Should the spirit chef prepare a lavish feast for you, your attributes would experience a substantial enhancement, potentially increasing your combat effectiveness by at least 10. This is precisely why the second transformation scrolls for life professions are valued at several million dragon coins. Once one successfully undergoes this transformation, they gain access to various adventure guilds and occupational institutions, leading to greater wages and rewards. Many ordinary individuals, unable to transition into combat professions, rely on this second transformation scroll to alter their destinies. Unfortunately, the scarcity of these scrolls renders them difficult to procure. In essence, these second transformation scrolls are coveted by the wealthy who find them unnecessary, while the ordinary seek them but cannot afford them. Initially, Qin Fan intended to sell both scrolls for monetary gain, but upon considering the need to nurture his finicky little dragon, he realized that enhancing his culinary skills was imperative. Stagnation was not an option. This decision proved to be remarkably astute. Qin Fan, in sync with the little dragon, felt the delightful joy radiating from the creature each time it indulged in a meal. Even Su-ro praised Qin Fan's culinary talents, saying, "We have 2 spirit chefs at home, one specializing in Western cuisine and the other in Chinese, yet I find your cooking far superior. Despite your conditions being in the wild, eat more if it pleases you," Qin Fan responded, viewing Su-ro as a friend, primarily due to her commendable character. Now, after consuming a 5 experience pill, Qin Fan's level has ascended to 18. The system rewarded him with 2 passive skills related to his new level. 1. Fire Affinity, reduces fire attribute damage taken by 80. 2. Dragon Battle in the Wild, when you engage in combat alongside your dragon companion. Your combat power increases over time, with a maximum enhancement of 70. The fire affinity skill likely inherited the fire immunity from his drink companion. It must be said, these two passive attributes are remarkably powerful, especially Dragon Battle in the wild, which truly allows him to soar. Moreover, the detailed attributes of Qin Fan and his dragon companion have undergone astonishing changes. Name: Qin Fan. Age: 18 years. Level: 18. Occupation: Dragon Tamer. Talent: Beast Affinity. Culinary Mastery. Strength: 400. Intelligence: 400. Constitution: 360. Agility: 370. Professional Skills: Dragon Taming, Bloodline Fusion, Hate Mark, Dragon Frenzy, Dragon Claw Assault. Fire Dragon Breath, Dragon Companion, Blazing Sacred Dragon, Lord of Endless Fire. Name: Ingjio. Nickname: Little Gio. Gender: female. Age: under 1 month. Level: 10 attributes. Strength: 1200. Intelligence: 1200. Constitution: 1100. Agility: 1100. Without any equipment or item enhancements. Skills: Fire Immunity. Passive skill as the Lord of Endless Fire. Immune to 100 fire attribute damage. Flame Breath. Active skill unleashes a fiery breath forward, inflicting immense fire damage on all enemies within a certain range. Divine Fire Scale Armor. Passive skill: the dragon scales serve as the strongest armor, reducing all incoming attack power by 70 when blocked by the scales. Devastating Flame Claw. Active skill: the dragon claws ignite in fierce flames, delivering a ferocious strike to all enemies within a fan-shaped area in front. Dragon Transformation. Active skill capable of freely switching between 4 forms. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. There is no need to elaborate on Qin Fan, just focusing on Little Gio. The attributes of this young dragon have astonishingly surpassed the 1,000 mark. It is truly remarkable. At this moment, not far away, a level 25 Amethyst Magic Tiger, a formidable presence in the nearby domain, was effortlessly reduced to a puddle of flesh by a mere slap from Little Gio. Suro was left utterly dumbfounded. This is a level 25 creature in the wild. It is several tiers stronger than the Goblin King. Yet, in front of Little Gio, it was still slain with a single strike. This can only affirm the prowess of the blazing sacred dragon. Simultaneously, Suro's resolve to ally with Qin Fan solidified further. Qin Fan's future potential is undoubtedly immense. Even she, the so-called eldest daughter of the Su family, feels unworthy to even carry his shoes. For she knows that if Qin Fan grows, he will undoubtedly become a top-tier figure, a terrifying existence capable of shaking the entire profession with a single stomp. By that time, not only the small Su family in Anning City, but even the most prestigious families in the entire Fengtian province will have to bow before Qin Fan. With this thought, Suro has firmly resolved to draw closer to Qin Fan in the future. Furthermore, wherever Qin Fan chooses to attend, she will accompany him without fail. Ideally, she aims to capture his heart. Although she merely holds an auxiliary profession, in terms of figure and beauty, as the campus belle, she believes she is no less remarkable than any other girl. Yes, she will ascertain the type of girl he favors, and then cater to his preferences. Contemplating this, her delicate face inexplicably flushed with warmth. Her affection for Qin Fan runs deep, as he has not only saved her life, but his aloof yet handsome demeanor has profoundly moved her heart. As a daughter of a prestigious family, Suro is prepared to sacrifice for the sake of a strategic marriage. Several of her sisters have already wed into influential families from other provinces, and she expects to follow suit. However, now that she has met Qin Fan, she is determined to make an effort. Qin Fan clapped his hands and, in a nonchalant manner, asked, "Do you need a team for the vocational college entrance examination?" Suro gazed at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Yet her heart was filled with trepidation. She understood that now, with Qin Fan having successfully contracted a dragon pet, his sights were undoubtedly set on the 3 top-tier academies of Dragon Country. The other 20 key institutions would hardly pique his interest. To gain entry into these elite schools, one must achieve scores within the provincial top 100 during the vocational examination. Solo play is the path to attaining the highest scores, as teaming up might hinder one's performance. Chapter 30. Returning Home. Suro's inquiry stemmed from her desire to team up with Qin Fan to tackle the challenging dungeons of the entrance examination together. As a priest, most of her skills are supportive in nature, with few offensive capabilities. It's not that she cannot play solo. Rather, doing so would be extremely time-consuming and inefficient. Ultimately, her scores might not surpass those achieved through collaboration with others. Witnessing Qin Fan's formidable strength and the sense of security he provides, Suro undoubtedly wishes to persuade him to include her in his team. If the other students at the first high school were to see the esteemed princess of the Su family earnestly requesting to team up with Qin Fan, the dragon tamer, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. After all, Suro is renowned at the first high school, and many top students dream of forming a team with this affluent beauty. It is rumored that among the many vying for her attention, there are prodigies from elite private institutions, such as Tianjin Ming, who has also transitioned to the hidden class of the Holy Spirit Mage, the Radiant Knight, Ho Yibao, and the punishing archer Xiong Shuang. These three are the top 3 performers in the elite class of an aristocratic private school in Anning City. Initially, they intended to pursue solo play during the vocational examination. Yet in their quest to win the favor of the enchanting Su Ro, they willingly extended invitations to form a team with her. Moreover, joining forces with Su Ro, a priest, might yield even better results for them. This year, the examination questions for the South Province were personally drafted by the formidable figure Yen Wangzhong Shaoxin. And their difficulty is self-evident. It is likely that many prodigies will struggle to pass on their own. Therefore, to secure a solid position, achieving a ranking within the provincial top 500 would undeniably grant them access to the esteemed academies. As for the 3 legendary top-tier schools, even these prodigies would not dare to dream of attending. Gaining admission to these prestigious institutions requires one to rank among the top 100 in the province. At this moment, Su Ro gazed intently at Qin Fan with her enchanting autumn-like eyes, revealing her strong desire to form a team with him. After pondering for a moment, Qin Fan responded, "Forming a team for the college entrance examination is not out of the question, but you must abide by my every command without question." Should this declaration reach the ears of Tianjin Ming, Ho Yiba, and other esteemed individuals, they would likely be unable to restrain themselves from confronting Qin Fan. They had fervently sought the opportunity to team up with this blend of beauty and strength, yet Qin Fan audaciously imposed such a domineering condition on Su Ro. "Very well. As long as I can team up with you, I will do whatever you ask," Su Ro replied with a mischievous smile. Recognizing that she had found a partner more reliable than any other, Qin Fan replied nonchalantly, "Understood. Just say that we have never encountered them." Su Ro nodded. Momentarily rendered speechless, the front desk attendant cautiously inquired, "Miss Su, what about the Sanlong brothers?" A peculiar smile graced Su Ro's lips. "Guess?" The attendant gasped sharply. "Miss Su, you can't possibly mean." She mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. "The Sanlong brothers are dead. They've actually perished, and their demise is undoubtedly linked to Su Ro." Despite this, the attendant's expression transformed into one of relief. "Good riddance. Those Sanlong brothers were always engaged in underhanded dealings. Their resolution is welcomed by all." Qin Fan, however, did not stand alongside Su Ro. He had never intended to draw attention to himself. After completing the task handover, while passing through security, the personnel detected a peculiar aura emanating from a creature within Qin Fan's embrace. They showed no surprise, but requested to see the creature. After all, in this world where gaming and reality intertwine, beast pets had become commonplace, with many families keeping intelligent and adorable magical creatures. A charming crimson head peeked out from Qin Fan's collar, emitting a delightful coo. "Wow, what an adorable little lizard. You've dressed it up like a dragon. How precious." The security attendant's face lit up with youthful excitement. Indeed, she did not associate the little creature with the dragon race, merely considering its attire to resemble one. In this world, dragons are not only shrouded in mystery, but also possess immense power, particularly among the elite. The dragon races such as the giant dragons and the holy dragons remain elusive, rarely seen by ordinary adventurers. Furthermore, many perceive dragons as fearsome and regal. Given the cuteness of this little creature, it is quite difficult to imagine it as a legendary blazing holy dragon. Upon hearing this individual audaciously liken it to a lowly creature such as a lizard, Xiaojiu erupted in a fit of rage. Had it not been for Qin Fan's swift intervention to cover Xiaojiu's mouth, flames might have escaped. Thus, they managed to board the subway without further incident. However, with pent-up frustration, Xiaojiu soon poked its little head out from Qin Fan's collar, its golden dragon eyes sparkling with curiosity as it surveyed the world of humans. The consequence of this action was immediate. "Oh my, what an adorable little creature. Ladies, come quickly. There's an extraordinarily cute little being here. Help. How can it be this cute? May I hold it?" Upon sighting the charming and innocent Xiaojiu, the young women in the subway rushed over, their eyes filled with affection, reaching out with delicate hands. "Growl." Xiaojiu let out an angry roar. It was unwilling to be touched by anyone other than its master. In Xiaojiu's eyes, the master held the highest status, followed by itself, while all other beings were merely trash. Were it not for the master's restraint, it would unleash its dragon breath, and all the passengers on the train would meet their end. "Apologies, my Xiaojiu does not appreciate being petted by others. I kindly ask the ladies to refrain," Qin Fan said helplessly. It was indeed a dilemma that his dragon pet was so irresistibly cute. Although he prevented the ladies from handling Xiaojiu, it seemed that women possessed an innate fascination with adorable things. They continued to sit beside Qin Fan, incessantly asking questions, and even inquiring about his contact information, which left him in a bittersweet chuckle. He never imagined that, lacking any romantic connections, he would one day become popular due to Xiaojiu. Chapter 31, The Job Change Market. A chance encounter with Ho Yiba. Upon disembarking from the subway, Qin Fan promptly made his way to the nearby job change market. This so-called market serves as a venue for job changers to buy and sell materials. It also features small stalls for bartering. Upon his arrival, Qin Fan observed that the majority of attendees were ordinary job changers, the highest level among them being merely 18. Much like himself, their auras were unremarkable, suggesting they were common job changers residing at the lower echelons. Nonetheless, even these ordinary job changers, once they embarked on combat professions, earned significantly more than typical office workers. Venturing into the wilderness to slay minor creatures and selling the skins they collected could yield a decent profit. Of course, while regular office workers faced only the pressures of their jobs, job changers grappled with the constant threat of being killed at any moment. The market was divided into two halves. One section housed numerous large chain stores offering materials, equipment, and items, while the other comprised individual stalls run by ordinary job changers selling items and materials obtained from wild maps. The former was bustling with activity, while the latter was relatively sparse. However, the district was filled with individuals of considerable refinement, many affluent patrons accompanied by their partners and children, all engaged in the purchase of equipment, jewelry, and potions. Qin Fan's purpose for visiting this place was, of course, to sell the high-grade materials, the heart of the Goblin King and the colossal sword of the Goblin Lord. As for the enchanted card from the Goblin King, it was a prized item awaiting the right offer. Its enchantment effect was remarkable. Each successful attack would enhance one's strength and attack speed by 1, stacking up to a maximum of 10 times. This item was undoubtedly worth over 50 million dragon coins, as it could only be found within the wild secret realms. Wealthy individuals seeking to acquire such treasures would have to contend with the availability of stock. After all, the wild secret realms were not easily accessible. Thus, Qin Fan was not in a hurry to sell. If he ventured into the district, it was unlikely anyone would be able to purchase his wares. He could only go to the zone. Consequently, Qin Fan made his way toward the district. The district had been transformed into an elegant and grand high-end shopping plaza. Dressed in simple attire, Qin Fan felt out of place among the surrounding tourists. Yet, he paid little mind to it. Upon spotting a shop named Holy Treasure Inn, he entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately sensed the collective gaze of all the customers upon him, some filled with disdain, scorn, and contempt, while others wore expressions of surprise and bewilderment. Most of the looks were decidedly unfriendly. "Isn't that Qin Fan? What brings you here?" Suddenly, a female voice broke through the murmurs. Qin Fan turned to see his classmate, Zhang Dan, approaching, arm in arm with a striking young man. At that moment, Zhang Dan was adorned in an exquisite dress that clearly bore a high price tag. Qin Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I'm just here to sell something." "Sell something?" Zhang Dan scrutinized him and quipped, "What could a pauper from an orphanage possibly have to sell? You're not here to steal, are you?" Upon hearing such sharp and cutting remarks, Qin Fan simply shook his head, unwilling to engage with someone so disdainful. In their class, Zhang Dan was notorious, a shallow girl who spent her days with a clique of friends, fishing for wealthy suitors. Rumor had it that over the course of 3 years, she had cycled through numerous boyfriends, playing with their affections, swindling their money, and subsequently discarding them. Those who had fallen prey to her manipulations sought revenge. Yet Zhang Dan always managed to find partners of greater strength. This time, however, Qin Fan was taken aback, for the tall, handsome young man accompanying her was none other than Ho Yibo, a renowned prodigy in Anning City. He frequently graced the pages of newspapers and was touted as the ideal prince for Su Ro. Many believed he was a strong contender for the position of city champion. Anning City, being a small locale, made it unrealistic to vie for the provincial championship, yet Ho Yibo was widely regarded as a likely candidate for the city's honor. What Qin Fan did not expect was that Ho Yibo would take a liking to someone like Zhang Dan. Moreover, had he not claimed to pursue Su Ro? How did he end up with Zhang Dan? Nonetheless, these matters were of no concern to Qin Fan. He was here solely to sell his materials. And if the opportunity arose, to sell that colossal sword as well. He was in dire need of money. Thus he had no time to waste on idle chatter with Zhang Dan, and promptly turned to enter the shop. "Damn it, how dare he ignore me?" Zhang Dan seethed at Qin Fan's insolent demeanor, her teeth clenched in frustration. However, she maintained an outward appearance of pouting and playfulness as she addressed Ho Yibo, "Darling, this brat actually dares to disregard me. Let us follow him inside and see what he is up to." Ho Yibo replied coolly, not being so foolish as to become enraged over Zhang Dan's words. He was merely bored and decided to accompany her to discover what this young man was selling. If it turned out to be worthless junk, it would certainly be amusing. Upon entering the Holy Treasure Inn, a sweet-looking woman with an elegant demeanor approached Qin Fan, courteously inquiring, "Sir, welcome. Are you here to make a purchase?" Qin Fan shook his head. "No, I wish to sell something." "Very well. Please present the items you wish to sell, and I will assess them for valuation. Once we determine the price, we can negotiate further. By the way, a gentle reminder. Sir, we only accept materials valued at 10,000 dragon coins or above," she gently reminded him. "Huh, Qin Fan, did you hear that? They won't accept anything worth less than 10,000 dragon coins." Zhang Dan scoffed as she entered behind him. "Excuse me, sir and miss. May I ask if you are here to purchase something?" The woman inquired again, noticing Zhang Dan and Ho Yibo's sudden entrance. "Darling." Zhang Dan fluttered her eyelashes at Ho Yibo. Ho Yibo frowned slightly. No wonder Zhang Dan was deliberately provoking Qin Fan. Her true intention was to make him spend money. "That necklace over there, buy it, use my card," he declared, wanting to maintain his facade. Certainly, sir. That necklace is valued at 300,000 dragon coins. But I can offer you a discount at 250,000 dragon coins, the attendant responded with increasing respect. Upon hearing the price, Ho Yiba's lips twitched. That's outrageously expensive. It's just a bronze necklace. It merely looks good and adds minimal attributes. And yet, it costs so much. Although Ho Yiba's family was wealthy, his allowance was limited to 500,000 dragon coins a month. Now, he had squandered half of it on Zhang Dan's whims. This was all that foolish Zhang Dan's fault. In this resource-scarce environment, even a mere bronze-level necklace held a value of several hundred thousand. Although the Dragon Kingdom implemented a dual 10 compulsory education system, the schools only provided free beginner's gear at the Black Iron level. In truth, Ho Yiba had no desire to purchase such an expensive necklace for Zhang Dan, but the vanity of young men often compelled them to indulge. Zhang Dan seemingly grasped this point, her lips curling as Ho Yiba found himself compelled to spend. Qin Fan, oh Qin Fan, did you see? Any necklace here is worth hundreds of thousands. It would be better for you to refrain from flaunting the trifling materials you picked up in the wilderness, lest you embarrass yourself. Zhang Dan wore a smile, yet her tone was laced with derision. To understand why Zhang Dan harbored such animosity towards Qin Fan, one must delve into her past as a child from an orphanage. At that time, Qin Fan had yet to be reborn. According to the memories of the original owner, Zhang Dan was exceedingly vain and had no friends among the other children. Qin Fan had once hoped to help her amend her character, but Zhang Dan remained obstinate. Eventually, she was adopted, yet her resentment towards Qin Fan lingered, likely stemming from her belief that Qin Fan, the leader among the orphaned children, had orchestrated their ostracization of her. In reality, it was simply that the other children found her unlikable. Since Qin Fan's reincarnation, Zhang Dan had consistently targeted him, yet he chose to disregard her provocations. Today, emboldened by her association with the affluent Ho Yiba, she sought to assert herself once more. Qin Fan continued to overlook her. In his eyes, she was no different from a mere jester. At that moment, a sales assistant approached with an exquisite box, presenting it to Zhang Dan. Miss, here is the necklace you requested. She then turned to Qin Fan, speaking softly. Sir, if you wish to sell any materials, please present them, and I will appraise them for you immediately. Qin Fan nodded and inquired. I assume I can receive payment on the spot? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dan scoffed. Huh? Such naivety. What value could your meager materials possibly hold? Do you think such an establishment would lack the funds? Her mockery resumed. The sales assistant, maintaining her composure, replied. Sir, please rest assured that we settle all transactions immediately. Qin Fan continued to disregard Zhang Dan's taunts, affirming, Very well, then I shall feel at ease. This is the material I wish to sell. With that, a surge of spatial energy erupted, and to the astonishment of Ho Yiba and the others, a pulsating heart materialized in Qin Fan's hand. The sheer vitality emanating from the heart left the sales assistant and Ho Yiba momentarily stunned. Ugh, how disgusting. You intend to sell such a thing? Zhang Dan, however, displayed a contemptuous expression at that moment. Please have this appraised and determine its value, Qin Fan stated calmly. His demeanor, so nonchalant amidst the chaos, ignited Zhang Dan's fury. It felt as if the force of her vengeance was met with nothing but the softness of cotton, rendering her powerless. Instinctively, she reached out to destroy the heart that repulsed her so. Yet, at that moment, Ho Yiba seized her arm, his dark expression startling her. You, be quiet. Stop humiliating yourself, he bellowed, filled with frustration. The foolish woman actually intends to ruin this material? This shout caused Zhang Dan's previously arrogant demeanor to instantly dissipate. The sales assistant hurriedly took the heart to the nearby appraisal room. She knew that this material was far from ordinary. The overwhelming vitality emanating from it alone was sufficient to ascertain its worth at a minimum of 10 million. A typical monster's heart could never continue to beat long after death. Soon, the sales assistant rushed out of the appraisal room, her charming face adorned with the most respectful and sweet smile. If her earlier smile was somewhat perfunctory in dealing with customers, this time, her smile radiated genuine warmth. For the material brought by this young man was none other than the heart of a goblin king. My heavens, this is a top-tier material worth at least 30 million. In Anning City, one could scarcely procure such a treasure. Esteemed guest, please come this way. Allow me to serve you tea. May I inquire if you require any special services? The sales assistant was fervently enthusiastic. Zhang Dan also noticed the change in the sales assistant's demeanor, yet she remained incredulous. How could Qin Fan, who also hailed from an orphanage, present such an exorbitant material? Miss, how much is the material he presented worth? Zhang Dan asked cautiously. Swallowing hard, the heart of a goblin king is valued at no less than 30 million. Zhang Dan. Ho Yiba hiss. 30 million. This. Even Ho Yiba, a wealthy heir, could not help but change his expression upon hearing that figure. After all, his allowance was only 500,000 dragon coins a month. The sales assistant had grown disinterested in the two of them. With a smile, she turned to Qin Fan, her beautiful eyes continuously sending flirtatious glances his way. She never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young man, radiating an air of poverty, could possess such an expensive material. 30 million dragon coins, for an ordinary person, is enough to last a lifetime. You. Zhang Dan's expression was complex as she looked at Qin Fan, wanting to say something more. However, at that moment, Ho Yibo turned away. What was the point of remaining here? To continue embarrassing himself? For some inexplicable reason. An overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. Yet, unbeknownst to her, apart from their initial eye contact during the greeting, Qin Fan had never cast a glance in her direction again. To him, Zhang Dan was merely an insignificant insect. Engaging with her would only diminish his own stature. Stop fluttering your eyes at me. Let us settle the payment. I'm leaving with my money, Qin Fan said coldly. The sales assistant had already seated herself next to him, nearly leaning in. Upon hearing his words, she blushed profusely. Her expression awkward as she quickly stood up to submit the transaction request. After all, this was no trivial sum. Watching the sales assistant's flustered and embarrassed retreat, Qin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of introspection. Indeed, whether in a past life or this one, for the majority of ordinary individuals, the pursuit of wealth remains the ultimate aspiration. Soon, half an hour later, amidst the respectful farewells of the shop owner and sales staff of the chain store. Chapter 33, The Great Examination is about to commence. It is uncertain who among the children let out a joyous cry, but shortly thereafter, a dozen or so boys and girls rushed out from the courtyard and leaped onto Qin Fan. After engaging in playful antics with the children, Mother inquired if Qin Fan was hungry. With a smile, he replied affirmatively. Thus, she made her way to the kitchen. Before long, an enticing aroma of egg noodles wafted from the kitchen, filling Qin Fan with warmth. Mother had always been like this. She never nagged or pressed for answers, but treated each child with a gentle smile, allowing them the space to keep their secrets. In no time, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was placed before Qin Fan. Just as he was about to indulge, a curious little head suddenly popped out from his collar. Those golden dragon eyes gazed inquisitively at the bowl of egg noodles before him. Upon witnessing this scene, Mother's eyes, which had been crinkled with laughter, widened in surprise. Little Fan, what is this? She asked, her curiosity piqued by the little creature. At that moment, the little one, with its adorable big eyes, locked gazes with Mother. Let me explain, Qin Fan said, gently coaxing the little wine spirit from his embrace. As Mother beheld the small creature, resembling a cat, yet transforming into a dragon, her expression morphed into one of even greater astonishment. Although she was merely a person of practical vocation, the powerful legends surrounding dragons were known to nearly everyone. Do not be alarmed. This is called Ingjiu, with ing from firefly, Anju meaning fine wine. You can simply call it Little Jiu for short. As you can see, this is the legendary blazing sacred dragon, a pinnacle existence among dragons. I have successfully changed my profession, you see. The class I have transitioned to is dragon tamer. A hidden profession. Qin Fan felt no need to conceal anything from Mother. Furthermore, in 2 days, during the vocational examination, Little Jiu would undoubtedly shine in the public eye. By then, everyone would know he possessed a sacred dragon. While Qin Fan was explaining to Mother, Little Jiu had already hopped onto the table. Sensing the kindness radiating from the gentle woman before it, who was the closest relative of its master, it displayed no signs of aggression. Instead, it approached the bowl of egg noodles, sniffing curiously. A glimmer of delight appeared in its golden eyes, and then, with a swift motion, it devoured the bowl of noodles that rightfully belonged to Qin Fan. The scalding broth did not elicit a whimper from Little Jiu. Rather, it closed its eyes in bliss. Afterward, it leaped about like a mischievous child, exploring the room with unbridled curiosity. Eventually, it picked up some toys belonging to the children in the orphanage and began to play with them, utterly absorbed in its own world. Upon beholding such an adorable little dragon, the maternal figure's initial trepidation towards the dragon clan dissipated in an instant. Yet, the reality remained undeniable, and she had no choice but to accept it. By the way, Mother, during our training, my classmates and I made a trip to the Yulin mountain range. And fortune smiled upon us as we chanced upon a high-grade medicinal herb, which we sold for over 100,000 dragon coins. I shall transfer the funds to you shortly, Qin Fan remarked with a smile. He refrained from handing over the entirety of the several million coins in his account, not out of stinginess or a desire to retain it, but rather because such a colossal sum would undoubtedly astonish her beyond measure. Rather than allowing her to speculate endlessly, he preferred to keep it a secret. 100,000 dragon coins was ample to sustain the orphanage's operations. Should the need arise, Qin Fan could always provide more. As expected, while this amount was indeed substantial for her, it remained within the realm of acceptability. Nonetheless, she admonished him several times to exercise caution and insisted that he inform her prior to venturing into the Yulin mountain range again, regardless of the circumstances. Her smile was more abundant. 7 years had elapsed since he was reincarnated into this world, which was intricately intertwined with the game. In the earlier days, devoid of any significant advantages, his only awakened talent was a mere proficiency in culinary arts. Had he not harbored concerns for the future? Even with the system finally awakening, Qin Fan had never dared to relax his vigilance. After all, he understood that the tasks assigned by the system would gradually become more challenging. Who could predict the penalties for failing to complete them? Fortunately, he had begun to find his footing. The time for the vocational examination has arrived. That night, as he lay in his small bed, Qin Fan clenched his fist, his expression brimming with fervent determination. Yet, in the next instant, splash, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, his gaze falling upon the mischievous little Geo, who had leapt onto his belly. Despite its diminutive size now akin to that of a cat, its attributes had not diminished in the slightest. Thankfully, due to his inherited passive ability of bloodline fusion, he had inherited formidable attributes that had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Otherwise, a normal person would have been incapacitated by such an assault. Gur. Little Geo perched atop Qin Fan's abdomen, emitting a sound reminiscent of a purring kitten. It lay there, its golden, dragon-like eyes filled with affection and joy as they gazed upon Qin Fan's face. Interestingly, this little creature, much like himself, was without parental figures. The dragon egg had been bestowed upon Qin Fan by the system as part of a novice package. Whether it was a creation of the system or a product of its external capabilities pilfered from the dragon clan's sacred grounds remained uncertain. Regardless, he was its sole kin. In the following 2 days, Qin Fan granted himself a well-deserved respite. Within the Yulin mountain range, he had fought relentlessly. With the vocational examination approaching, a suitable period of relaxation would ensure he was in peak condition. As 2 days passed, the dawn of the third day arrived. In this moment, the once tranquil and serene wireless city begins to pulsate with fervor. Students in their third year rise early, equipped with their gear and props. Their faces alight with excitement, yet tinged with apprehension as they make their way toward Anning Square. Anning Square serves as the sole venue for this year's pivotal vocational examination. All third-year examinees from Anning City and its neighboring counties are gathered here today to partake in this monumental assessment, one that possesses the power to alter the trajectory of their lives. After enduring years of rigorous training, the question remains whether these students will leap the Dragon Gate today. Chapter 34, The Rising Stars. Qin Fan, here I come. In this realm where the boundaries of reality and gaming intertwine, the majority of resources are tightly regulated by various nations, with only a fraction controlled by formidable organizations, such as the Global Vocational Practitioners Guild and the International Combat Alliance. The vocational examination is deemed the most significant test in the life of every practitioner. For achieving a commendable score grants one the privilege of entering prestigious academies. The resources allocated by the state are primarily distributed among these educational institutions, as universities are tasked with nurturing diverse talents for the nation. Consequently, a mere 10 of national resources are designated for ordinary academies, 20 for key institutions, and 30 for elite universities. The front lines of the Abyssal Demon Battlefield consume a staggering 40 of the total resources. The Abyssal Demon Battlefield is, in essence, the location of the rifts to the Abyssal Demons. With Qin Fan's current capabilities, he is far from qualified to access intelligence regarding these rifts. However, he is familiar with the information concerning the universities. According to statistics, there are currently 80 ordinary combat academies in Long Country, 20 key combat academies, and 3 top-tier elite combat academies. This implies that the 80 ordinary combat academies share 10 of the resources, the 20 key academies divide 20, and the 3 elite academies claim 30. It is evident that the choice of academy is clear. Abundant resources translate to a robust faculty. And entering a top-tier institution significantly increases one's chances for growth. Thus, today the brightest students from all provinces of Long Country set their sights on these elite academies. At this moment, the expansive Anning Square is a sea of people, alive with excitement. Each vocational student wears a blend of exhilaration and anxiety. Most have formed teams, huddling in groups of 3 to 5. How frustrating. This year, the exam questions from our South Province will undoubtedly be challenging, crafted by that formidable examiner, Zhang Xiaosan. Indeed, I had initially planned to tackle a moderately difficult dungeon solo, but now I must team up. It seems even that will be a struggle. Who do you think will emerge as the top scorer from Anning City this year? Perhaps it will be Hoiba. After all, he is a hidden class Radiant Knight. Not necessarily. Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang are also hidden classes. Speaking of hidden classes, didn't a certain school also unveil a dragon tamer? Alas, the dragon tamer is merely a worthless profession. He cannot even form a contract with a dragon. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, a sudden uproar erupted from a distance. Everyone quickly turned their heads, and the atmosphere became charged once more. Isn't that the Holy Spirit mage Tian Jinming? Quite dashing. A figure emerged from the luxurious extended vehicle, clad in a pristine white robe and wielding an exquisitely crafted silver staff inscribed with arcane patterns. His handsome visage and elegant demeanor resembled that of a royal prince. He is none other than the Holy Spirit mage, Tian Jinming, widely regarded as one of the top contenders for the city's prestigious laurels. Many young women nearby were already gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration, captivated by this prince-like figure seemingly straight out of a fairy tale. Just then, another wave of excitement rippled through the crowd at a different entrance. 2 more extended luxury sedans glided gracefully forward. The towering and robust Radiant Knight Ho Yiba, exuding explosive power, and the sharp-eyed punishing archer Xiong Shuang. Both descended from their vehicles, causing quite a stir. Goodness. The 3 leading candidates for the city's top honor have gathered. Among this year's third-year candidates, the Dragon Tamer truly stands out as the least impressive. Indeed, a mere failure. These 3 are renowned prodigies, each hailing from prestigious families. They represent the dream princes in the eyes of most young women. As the 3 prodigies appeared together, their gazes locked in mutual acknowledgement. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, they converged, exchanging handshakes and engaging in conversation. It seems these 3 prodigies share a good rapport. A few minutes later, another luxury vehicle arrived with a beep. Immediately afterward, a pure and charming Su-ro, dressed in a simple white priestess gown and holding a staff, gracefully emerged from the car. The moment Su-ro appeared, not only the other candidates, but even the 3 prominent contenders for the city's honor turned their gazes towards her. In an astonishing display, the 3 starlight prodigies took the initiative to approach Su-ro. Xiao-ro, I've been waiting for you. The noble and elegant Tian Jiming smiled. Xiao-ro, have you formed your team yet? The imposing Ho Yibo inquired. Meanwhile, the aloof Xiong Shuang, with an icy demeanor, stepped directly before Su-ro and asserted, join my team. The scene unfolded like a melodramatic tale of 3 suitors vying for a maiden's affection, instantly causing every girl present to cover their mouths in envy. Their faces flushed with admiration and jealousy. How delightful it would be if they were in Su-ro's position. However, just as everyone anticipated whom Su-ro would choose to partner with, she revealed a sweet and courteous smile, brimming with politeness. I apologize, everyone, but I have already selected my team members, and you will have to seek others. I am truly sorry. As soon as the words left her lips, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Each person's expression turned to one of astonishment. Su-ro had actually found team members. How could it be? The esteemed princess of the Su family, renowned as a top-tier priest among her peers, had chosen someone else? Who could that individual be? Everyone was bewildered, including the 3 leading candidates who were city champions. If Su-ro had chosen one of these 3 prodigies as her teammate, no one would have been surprised. It would have seemed entirely reasonable. After all, a celestial being should be paired with another of equal status. However, the shocking reality was that Su-ro had selected someone outside of these 3 exceptional talents as her partner. How could this not astonish and rattle everyone? Meanwhile, the audience was even more curious about the identity of Su-ro's chosen companion. Countless eyes began to scan the surroundings. Yet, Su-ro herself merely turned gently, her gaze akin to autumn waters, locking onto a solitary figure quietly standing in the corner. Following this, to the astonishment of all, the Su family princess, coveted by the 3 prodigies, approached the solitary figure with a light-hearted stride, revealing a tender smile that no one had ever witnessed before. Qin Fan, I've come. Chapter 35, The Star-Cutting Sword Saint. Lu Bin. Silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the scene. Everyone stood dumbfounded, as if their worldviews had been shattered. The moment they beheld the true visage of the solitary figure, it became even harder to accept. Qin Fan. How could it be him? This was a choice that astounded everyone. The affluent princess opting to team up with a destitute youth. Was this some sort of romantic drama? Among the most incredulous were the 3 prodigies. If one were to encapsulate their emotions in a single phrase, it would be, I cannot fathom where I went wrong. In terms of appearance and demeanor, they were not significantly inferior to Qin Fan. In terms of talent, they utterly surpassed him. In terms of wealth and background, they were once again superior. The fact that Su-ro chose not to team with them, but instead aligned with Qin Fan, was unfathomable. Moreover, it was rumored that Qin Fan possessed an exceedingly useless hidden occupation, a dragon tamer. Without a dragon tamer could hardly compete with even some enhancement-type professions. How could a priest like Su-ro choose to team with such an individual? To understand why these 3 prodigies held Su-ro in such high regard, one must consider 2 aspects. First, her fair complexion and beauty. Second, the potential they perceived in her future. Earlier, news had spread throughout Anning City that the head of the Su family had, by a twist of fate, saved a powerful figure. In gratitude for the Su family's life-saving assistance, this figure had gifted them a 2nd-tier priest profession scroll. A 2nd-tier scroll for priests, for those esteemed noble families. The price was not exorbitant. With some determination, they could afford it. However, the issue lay in the fact that the scroll purchased by the Su family was said to be a special scroll for the hidden 2nd class of the priest profession, the Song of the Holy Singer, a unique entity poised to become a seraphim upon reaching the 4th class. My heavens, this was precisely why Su-ro was fervently pursued by these 3 prodigies. It is well known that the higher the level of the secret realm dungeons, the greater the challenge, necessitating the formation of teams. Thus, reliable companions become paramount. Once Su-ro reaches level 30, she can transition into the Holy Singer, undoubtedly making her the best choice. Not only is she exquisite in appearance, but she also embodies the power of a hidden support class. Imagining a couple descending into dungeons, sharing affection while vanquishing monsters, is simply delightful. It is said that even prominent families from other provinces, upon hearing of this matter, reached out to the head of the Su family in hopes of a union. only to be politely declined. Yet, it was common knowledge that these noble lineages would not relent. Seizing the opportunity, the three prodigies submitted their team requests, intending to showcase their prowess during the class advancement examinations, hoping to earn Su-Ro's admiration. However, unexpectedly, an unforeseen contender emerged. The troubling part was that this contender was utterly inept. This incited considerable dissatisfaction. Su-Ro, you cannot possibly mean that your choice of teammate is this incompetent dragon tamer. Can you? Tian Jinming furrowed his brow. Naturally proud, he actively pursued Su-Ro, yet he would not stoop to being a sycophant, thus his tone bore little courtesy. He is my friend. Please show him some respect. Upon hearing Tian Jinming disparage Qin Fan as inept, Su-Ro's delicate face turned frosty. Su-Ro, regardless of whether he is your friend, I believe he is unworthy of teaming up with you, Ho Yiba interjected. He continued, perhaps to enlighten you. He is an orphan raised in an orphanage, and as for his profession, you should know a dragon tamer without a dragon is merely a useless one. Teaming with us is the wisest choice. Even the taciturn Xiong Shuang managed to utter a few words. He truly does not deserve you. Following the expressions of discontent from these three prodigies, the surrounding candidates began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that Su-Ro was blind to choose such a worthless companion? A dragon tamer without a dragon teaming up with a priest in a dungeon. How ludicrous. I fear Su-Ro's performance will suffer, potentially hindering her chances of entering a prestigious institution. This Qin Fan has no self-awareness, delaying the goddess's achievements. As these voices echoed, Su-Ro's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Just as she was about to retort, her wrist was gently grasped. Turning to see Qin Fan, whose demeanor remained composed throughout. He subtly shook his head, signaling her not to engage with these contemptuous individuals. Observing this, Su-Ro took a deep breath and once again donned a gentle, sweet smile. Thus, she obediently stood by Qin Fan's side. This scene, undoubtedly, this only served to heighten the ire of the three exceptional individuals. Just then, a hum resonated through the air. Suddenly, on the podium at the forefront of Anning Square, ripples of spatial distortion emerged, disrupting the tense atmosphere below. In the next moment, dozens of impeccably dressed figures, exuding an extraordinary presence, materialized upon the stage. As these figures appeared, the previously cacophonous square fell into an immediate hush. A solemnity etched upon every face. Among those gracing the podium were not only the principals and educators from various high schools in Anning City, but also three distinguished figures from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education. Lu Bin, the favored disciple of the infamous King of Hell. He had personally arrived in our humble locale to oversee the vocational entrance examination. Is this the legendary sword saint of the three transformations? Why does he seem to possess such an ordinary aura? Fool. At such a level, one's mastery over the essence of the sword is already unparalleled. The overwhelming sword intent can be tempered to a tranquil stillness. My heavens, truly a formidable presence. Amidst a flurry of hushed discussions, all candidates recognized that the man standing at the center was none other than the fabled star-cutting sword saint, who, at the tender age of 28, had already ascended to level 65, achieving the illustrious rank of the three transformations sword saint. It was astounding that such a figure would deign to preside over the examination in Anning City. At that moment, Qin Fan also directed his gaze toward the eminent individuals above. Suddenly, Lu Bin, the one endowed with the title of the star-cutting sword saint, rose to his feet. His piercing eyes, seemingly cleansed by sword intent, surveyed all the candidates in the square. Then, he spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Regarding the important points and special rules of the vocational entrance examination, I trust your homeroom teachers have reiterated them countless times. Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration. I hereby declare the vocational entrance examination officially commenced. Staff, please activate the portal to the secret realm. As Lu Bin's proclamation echoed, a powerful wave of spatial distortion surged through the center of the square. Chapter 36. The Great Examination begins. The Tomb Maze. In the midst of the square, magnificent silver doors materialized out of thin air. Faintly, all the third-year candidates could hear the menacing roars of monsters emanating from behind the doors. Indeed, it was a silver-tier secret realm. Upon witnessing the shimmering silver doors, the candidates displayed expressions of grave concern. Historically, past vocational entrance examinations had featured silver-tier secret realms, with monsters of a manageable strength that were not overly daunting. However, this year was different. Although it remained a silver-tier secret realm, it was common knowledge that the monsters within would undoubtedly possess formidable might, far beyond what these graduating third-year students could handle with ease. Consequently, approximately 90% of the candidates chose to form teams, while those opting to go solo primarily intended to undertake a more challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, they would likely face a reduction in difficulty. Well, I tire of needless words. With favorable winds at my back, let me ascend to the heavens. Can you successfully ride the wave of the vocational examination and leap to greatness? That depends solely on your own capabilities. I hereby announce the commencement of this year's Dragon Kingdom vocational examination. Lu Bin, a true disciple of the King of Hell, unlike those verbose leaders. immediately declared the beginning of the examination. As Lu Bin's voice faded, all the candidates sprang into action. Buzz, as their fingers gently brushed against the silvery gate. A torrent of intricate dungeon information flooded their minds. Secret Realm, the Tomb Maze. Level requirement, 1320. Difficulty options, easy, normal, hard, hell. Participant limit, 15. Secret Realm background. It is said this is the burial site of a long-deceased king of an empire, where countless tomb raiders have ventured in pursuit of wealth. Yet curiously, none have ever returned. Vocational examination rules. Weapon and equipment grade restrictions do not apply. In team mode, the score received is 20 less than in solo mode. What? The Tomb Maze. I'm doomed. I have an innate fear of ghosts. It seems I must select the easy difficulty for solo play. I cannot clear the normal difficulty. I will also choose the easy difficulty, as anything above normal will impose environmental penalties, which would be quite unbearable. Upon discovering that the examination involved the Tomb Maze, the candidates were immediately filled with trepidation. This was primarily due to the fact that the Tomb Maze was the most challenging secret realm in the history of the vocational examinations, without exception. It is said that in any year when the Tomb Maze is used as the examination subject, the individual completion rate plummets to a mere 30. Even the group completion rate stands at only 50. Such figures are alarmingly low, as generally, a competent team can navigate through smoothly. Yet, for this Tomb Maze, the difficulty is such that even in a group, the success rate barely reaches 50. This implies that nearly half of the candidates may not succeed. Miss Su-ro, are you truly certain about teaming up with that so-called useless dragon tamer? Just before they were about to officially enter the dungeon, Tianjiming, Ho Yiba, and Xiong Shuang, three prodigies, approached Su-ro again. Su-ro's expression remained icy. I shall reiterate, Qin Fan is my friend. He is not useless. He is stronger than any of you. As Su-ro's words fell, a burst of laughter erupted, not just from Tianjiming and his companions, but from the surrounding candidates as well. Ha! A useless dragon tamer stronger than any of us. Though the eldest daughter of the Su family is beautiful, she lacks judgment. Just wait. Teaming up with this dragon tamer, Su-ro might not survive. Deaths can occur in the examination secret realms. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su-ro's face flushed with anger, her body trembling with indignation. Qin Fan maintained an air of calm, indifferent to the scornful remarks directed at him, dismissing them as mere barking. Moreover, next, he shall wield his prowess and achievements to forcefully slap the faces of this group. Let us proceed. Qin Fan took Su-ro's delicate hand and strode toward the silver-white door. Su-ro, suddenly grasped by Qin Fan, felt her cheeks flush. Yet she made no attempt to resist, allowing this youth of her own age to lead her. This scene undoubtedly intensified the ire of Tianjiming, Ho Yiba, and others. Damn it, what a foolish woman. Ho Yiba could not help but curse. Teaming up with a useless person when the results are announced. They are bound to come in last. Xiong Shuang coldly remarked. Enough, everyone, let us hasten into the instance. Tianjiming said indifferently. Subsequently, the numerous candidates took a deep breath, steadied their anxious hearts, gritted their teeth, and surged into the silver-white door. Ding! A team has entered the secret realm. A team has entered the secret realm. A team has entered the secret realm. Soon, the once crowded and Ning Square became desolate. On the screen responsible for broadcasting the candidates' progress, a series of prompt messages appeared. Each year, the vocational entrance examination is strictly prohibited from being live-streamed online or viewed by outsiders. Only school leaders, teachers, and officials from the Dragon Country's Education Bureau are permitted to witness the live broadcast of each candidate's progress. At this moment, numerous law enforcers were stationed around in Ning Square. In this world where games and reality intertwine, vocational candidates represent a formidable force that all nations must prioritize. To emphasize, these graduating classes of the entrance examination are the future pillars supporting the Dragon Country. They also serve as vital forces on the front lines against evil. Given their significance, the Dragon Country naturally prohibits the public disclosure of these students' information. It is crucial to understand that in this fiercely competitive vocational entrance examination, every candidate will fight with all their might. Consequently, their talents, secret techniques, and combat styles will be displayed on the live broadcast screen. If such critical information were to be leaked, it would be remembered by foreign powers, even if this student grows in the future. If their talents and secret techniques are known in advance, they could easily become targets. Therefore, the Dragon Country maintains stringent confidentiality regarding the information of every vocational candidate. Even teachers remind each student to ensure their information panel is set to private and not subject to scrutiny. This is the reason why Ning Square is completely isolated. Chapter 37. Environmental Detrimental Effects. Truly, the tests set by the King of Hell are formidable. How is it that the little princess of the Su family is teaming up with that Qin Fan? At this moment, many teachers finally glimpsed one of the images on the enormous floor-to-ceiling screen, displaying the registered team information, Qin Fan, Su-ro. This undoubtedly left the principal and teachers astonished. Is this Qin Fan not a student from the first high school who transitioned into a dragon tamer? He has not only not given up on the entrance examination, but has also sought Su Ro as a teammate? Absurd. Teaming up with a dragon tamer who possesses no dragon is akin to jesting with one's own academic future, particularly in the context of a critical examination. One must wonder if Su Rua's father is aware of his daughter's reckless choices. If he were to find out, he might very well be struck with utter disbelief. Astonishingly, this young man has opted for the hellish difficulty level. As anticipated, the principals of various high schools have begun to cast blame upon Principal Luo Yang of No. One high school. Upon hearing this news, Principal Luo was taken aback, his gaze sternly fixated on Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhao Li. Zhao Li was equally shocked. He could hardly fathom that the most renowned princess of the Su family would choose to team up with Qin Fan. After all, it is universally acknowledged that a dragon tamer without a dragon is scarcely distinguishable from a mere layman. Zhao Li felt a profound sense of despair. At that moment, Director Lu Bin could no longer remain silent. You see, Director Lu, this Qin Fan has transitioned into the role of a dragon tamer. Though it is a concealed vocation, you must recognize that without a dragon, this profession is akin to that of an ordinary person. At this juncture, Principal Fong De from No. 3 High School interjected with an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, even Lu Bin fell silent. The profession of dragon tamer is indeed a source of both amusement and frustration. It is widely known that dragons reign supreme above all beastly creatures. They are exceptionally formidable, with even an adult dragon possessing strength comparable to that of 2 fourth-tier powerhouses. When it comes to the most exalted among them, the sacred dragon, its power could easily vanquish 4 fourth-tier powerhouses in its prime. Such is the overwhelming nature of dragons. Their dominance is unparalleled. Consequently, even the most inferior of dragons, such as earth dragons, exhibit an air of arrogance, seldom forming contracts with humans. Unlike ordinary beast tamers, a dragon tamer can only forge contracts with dragons of the purest and most potent bloodlines. However, the crux of the matter lies in whether these immensely powerful dragons would willingly enter into a pact, resigning themselves to the status of a human-s pet. The answer, undoubtedly, is no. Lu Bin could not help but sigh inwardly. It appears that Su Rua has indeed not considered the ramifications of her decision. Why would she ally herself with a dragon tamer? If only she had teamed up with Tianjin Ming, Ho Yiba, or others. The chances of entering the provincial top 100 would have been significantly higher. Su Rua's auxiliary capabilities are nothing short of remarkable. It is clear that Tianjin Ming and Ho Yiba, being no fools, would not join forces with her solely based on her beauty. They are drawn to her unparalleled supportive prowess as a healer. Now that the die has been cast, it is evident that this is Su Rua's own choice. As educators, we ought to extend understanding to our students and await the outcome, concluded Lu Bin. The other principals and teachers fell silent as well. Yet their gazes towards Luo Yang were laden with disappointment, as if reproaching him for allowing such a talented healer to stray from the right path. It seems the only recourse left is to await Su Rua's retake next year. Your team has successfully entered the secret realm of the Tomb Labyrinth. Team difficulty level selected, Hellish. The so-called built-in space is essentially the game's inventory. It is widely acknowledged. In every game, characters possess their own inventory, designed to accommodate materials, items, equipment, currency, and a plethora of other objects. As the boundaries between gaming and reality continue to blur, the term built-in space has emerged to describe a character's inventory. Currently, Qin Fan has only unlocked 5 slots in his built-in space, while Su Ro has already opened dozens. This stark contrast illustrates the disparity between a penniless youth and a wealthy heiress. It is likely that Su Ro's family provided her with numerous expansion scrolls, allowing her to significantly increase her inventory capacity. Once the brief disorientation subsided, Qin Fan and Su Ro opened their eyes to reveal an extraordinarily vast tomb. A dark passageway leading underground silently presented itself before them, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, patiently awaiting their descent. A hoarse and unpleasant roar reverberated through the air, as if warning Qin Fan and Su Ro, "Humans, should you dare trespass into this tomb, only death awaits you." The dungeon was set at hellish difficulty. Even the likes of Tianjin Ming and Ho Yiba, who aspired to conquer challenges solo, would think twice before selecting such a level of difficulty. They would only dare to face the challenge in a group. As they gazed into the dim, shadowy passage, Su Ro tightened her grip on her staff and raised it gently. Buzz. Light spell. A brilliant illumination flickered from the tip of her staff. Let us proceed. Qin Fan took the lead, with Su Ro closely following behind. Upon their entry into the underground corridor, a foul stench assaulted their senses, causing Su Ro to nearly gag. The odor was reminiscent of putrefied flesh, unmistakably indicating the presence of undead guardians within the tomb. Moreover, a wave of inexplicable pressure descended upon Su Ro's shoulders the moment they stepped into the passage. Upon further reflection, she realized that her attributes had diminished by a staggering 30. Her perception and agility felt considerably dulled. The debilitating effects of this hellish difficulty were indeed formidable, drastically reducing the challenger's overall attributes. Qin Fan could not help but marvel at the environmental debuff effect. Such mechanisms are prevalent in various secret dungeons upon entering. The challenger's attributes are weakened in specific areas, such as strength, intelligence, or perception. However, a reduction of 30 across all attributes, as experienced here, was truly astonishing. No wonder candidates lamented when they learned that the King of Hell was the examiner. Who could withstand such unreasonable debilitation? If you were to hazard a guess, the typical reductions would be 10 for normal difficulty, 20 for hard difficulty, and 30 for hell difficulty. Only the King of Hell would devise such a cruel challenge. Chapter 38. The First Trial. The Buried Undead. Odor Purification. Upon witnessing Su Ro's pallid expression due to the foul stench, Qin Fan resolved to take action. Without hesitation, Qin Fan applied the skill of olfactory purification to both himself and Su Ro. Much like the eye of appraisal, olfactory purification is a universal skill, accessible to any profession. You actually learned this skill? Su Ro remarked, immediately feeling a sense of relief. The nauseating stench of decay transformed into fresh air, filling her nostrils and bringing her unprecedented comfort. In the secret realm, illusions can exert an influence on challengers, so I learned this skill as a precaution. Qin Fan explained calmly. Of course, primarily, he had allocated his skill points not only to enhance his own abilities, but also to acquire these occasionally useful universal skills. One must remember that each class's inherent skills can be strengthened with skill points, with a maximum enhancement potential of 100. Each milestone at 30, 50, 70, and 100 unlocks additional effects for advanced skills. Thus, skill points serve not only to learn new skills, but also to amplify their potency. Currently, Qin Fan had managed to enhance his Fire Dragon spell to 5. The higher the skill level, the more skill points are required for enhancement. Underscoring the immense value of these points, all class changers must exercise utmost caution when strengthening or learning skills, as the avenues for acquiring skill points are limited. The first method involves gaining attribute points and skill points upon leveling up. The second is through rewards for clearing secret realms. The third involves consuming rare and precious materials. These are the three primary avenues. Do not be surprised. The battle preparations are about to commence. Qin Fan stated in a low voice. Su Ro nodded solemnly, her delicate face reflecting a serious demeanor. As the two ventured deeper into the underground passage, the ominous sense of danger grew more intense. It's coming, Qin Fan whispered, his acute senses allowing him to hear the raspy growls of zombies filled with a hunger for flesh emanating from the passage's end. Clang. The Xianjing Earth Scale sword was finally gripped tightly in his hand. Thud. Rather than slow his pace as the monsters drew near, he accelerated, sprinting forward. Weapon Blessing. Wind Whisper Blessing. Su Ro promptly cast upon him. Buzz. Under the influence of these two skills, the Xianjing Earth Scale sword began to shimmer with brilliant light, its attack power increasing by 10 and speed surging by 30. Just as Su Ro intended to bestow another blessing upon Qin Fan, his voice interrupted her. Remember to manage your mana. These two are sufficient. With that whoosh, he leaped from the entrance of the underground passage, officially entering the first level of the tomb maze. Act. In the vast expanse of the underground plaza, nearly 100 zombie creatures unleashed a frenzied roar directed at the airborne human. Thud. Qin Fan's slender figure gracefully descended before the horde of zombies. Under the discerning gaze of the appraisal eye, the intricate details of every zombie minion unfolded before my eyes. Monster, Burial Zombie. Level, 17. Type, Humanoid Creature. Skills, Venomous Bite, Self-Detonating Poison Mist. Quality, Silver. Remarks, originally a commoner. Entombed alive as a burial offering following the death of the Empire's Emperor, filled with profound resentment, transformed into a zombie, wandering the necropolis labyrinth. There was no need for further inspection. As a secret realm for the vocational examination, the level design was expected to be rather conventional. The first stage served as a warm-up. Yet, even in this preliminary stage, the number of burial zombies approached an astonishing 100. It is worth noting that during Qin Fan's previous venture through the Goblin secret realm, the initial wave of goblin minions numbered only 20 or so, and here, there were nearly 100. Furthermore, each burial zombie stood at level 17. As the saying goes, the trials arranged by the King of Hell were indeed formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, this horde of burial zombies lunged towards Qin Fan. Their grotesque forms, infested with maggots, were enough to elicit a grimace. Just emerging from the corridor, Su Ro beheld this scene and began to channel her support for Qin Fan. She was acutely aware of her duty to exert every ounce of her strength to protect the frontline damage dealers. However, the very next moment unfolded in a manner that left Su Ro utterly astounded. With a swift sweep of the Xianjing Earth Scale sword, Qin Fan unleashed a blade of white energy, imbued with terrifying cutting power, which radiated outward. The foremost burial zombies, upon encountering Qin Fan's strike, let out a wail as they were cleaved in twain. Instant annihilation. In a single stroke, he had dispatched at least a dozen burial zombies. Before Su Ro could voice her astonishment, Qin Fan propelled himself upward, springing to a height of 5 meters. Simultaneously, he evaded the onslaught of the pursuing burial zombies from behind. The horde craned their necks, attempting to grasp at the airborne Qin Fan. Yet, at that moment, Qin Fan let out a commanding shout and hurled the Xianjing Earth-scale sword toward Su Ro's direction. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the razor-sharp sword embedded itself beside Su Ro, instead of plummeting to the ground to be besieged by the zombies. Qin Fan was drawn towards Su Ro by an unseen force. It was then that Su Ro realized that Qin Fan had previously bound a thread to the sword's hilt, allowing him to be yanked through the air as he launched the weapon. Boom! In the next instant, the bellies of the dozen or so slain burial zombies swelled ominously before erupting in a violent explosion, creating a poisonous mist that expanded to a diameter of 5 meters. Self-detonating poison mist. It appeared that this was a skill automatically triggered upon the demise of each burial zombie, due to the proximity of the accompanying zombies. They were caught in the chaotic explosion of the dozen self-destructing corpses. The result was a series of chain detonations. Thick, emerald green toxic mist began to spread across the underground plaza. The remaining accompanying zombies, with their grotesque mouths agape, lunged viciously toward Qin Fan and Su Ro. Su Ro, her delicate face paling at the sight, was about to inquire how to cope with the situation when, with a swift motion, Qin Fan, surprisingly calm and composed, charged forth once more. With a swift stroke, the cold-hearted Qin Fan wielded his Xianjing Earth-scale sword, mercilessly cleaving several of the approaching zombies. Simultaneously, he retrieved several round objects from his internal space and hurled them toward the horde. Fire Dragon Bomb. With a fierce roar, a fireball erupted, morphing into a dragon's head as it surged toward the mass of zombies. Chapter 39, Qin Fan. Terrifying Combat Techniques. It must be noted that the precision of this fireball's trajectory was indeed commendable, landing perfectly in the heart of the zombie cluster. The ensuing explosion was deafening. One could witness the round, dark objects detonate under the intense flames of the Fire Dragon Bomb. As a result, the already searing flames intensified, ultimately engulfing the remaining accompanying zombies in a furious blaze. Remarkably, as the zombies perished in the flames, they triggered yet another explosion of toxic mist. This noxious fog spread like a tidal wave, gradually enveloping Qin Fan and Su Ro. Just as Su Ro prepared to raise her staff to cast a purifying light upon the group, Qin Fan intervened, halting her with a gesture. Under her puzzled gaze, he then produced a white orb from his internal space. Without hesitation, he smashed it onto the ground. In an instant, the white orb erupted in a brilliant radiance, and Su Ro keenly sensed a tremendous purifying force emanating from it. In the blink of an eye, the toxic mist that threatened to engulf the plaza was dispersed, dissolving rapidly. Boom! In the center of the underground plaza, a passageway opened, revealing an entrance to the second level, signifying the successful completion of the first challenge. Su Ro stood in a daze. What just happened? They had passed so easily. She had merely unleashed 2 skills. Moreover, she had anticipated that Qin Fan would be compelled to summon the little spirit in such a dire predicament, yet he had effortlessly resolved the situation on his own. In that moment, her inner beliefs appeared to have been shattered. The strength was not solely that of the dragon. As the master of the dragon, Qin Fan's personal combat prowess and skills were astonishingly formidable. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up! Qin Fan urged with no hesitation and began to stride towards the second stage. Oh, the stillness! A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, on the podium, every teacher, principal, and even members of the Education Bureau, including the renowned sword Saint Lu Bin, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening? One teacher's expression could only be described as one of sheer horror. What had she just witnessed? Qin Fan had actually completed the first stage in less than 30 seconds. Am I dreaming? Lu Bin slowly turned his head, addressing the gathered teachers and principals with a grave tone. Is this what you refer to as a worthless profession, the dragon tamer? The crowd fell silent, rendered speechless. Among them, the most shocked were Zhao Li, Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, and Luo Yang, the principal of the first high school. It is worth noting that when Qin Fan had just transitioned to this profession, Luo Yang had felt a deep sense of regret, almost sorrowful. However, now, what was once thought to be a destined failure had, in just a brief 20 seconds, unfolded before all the educators a flawless exhibition of combat prowess. Exceptional. Truly exceptional. This child's fighting techniques were nothing short of elite. It was hard to believe that a mere third-grade examinee possessed such exquisite fighting skills and remarkable composure. At that moment, a leader beside Lu Bin could no longer contain his astonishment. This individual, Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, found himself compelled to express his admiration. The scene unfolding before him was undeniably worthy of applause. Indeed, it was remarkable. His control over his body was simply impeccable. The initial aerial entrance landed him perfectly amidst the zombies, deliberately drawing all the monsters aggro to prevent the other zombies from pursuing Su Ro. Then came his terrifying strength. The sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon, and the force generated by his swings was awe-inspiring. He had obliterated over 10 zombies with a single strike. Moreover, remarkably, even while being encircled, he maintained his composure, leaping gracefully and using the momentum from his sword swing to bind the hilt with a thread, allowing him to descend back into the horde of zombies. This strategic approach of planning several moves ahead was indeed astounding. It was unimaginable that such prowess could emerge from someone regarded as a member of a worthless profession. Another leader from the Anning City Education Bureau echoed this sentiment, and their words left all the teachers and principals dumbfounded, their faces reflecting a sense of guilt. The most impressive aspect was undoubtedly the utilization of props. Regarding the use of props, we had established regulations prohibiting the use of items above a certain level. In the end, this child adeptly resolved the horde of zombies and the residual toxic mist with the simplest of tools, the thunderstorm bomb and the purification bomb. If my teacher were present, he would undoubtedly applaud in astonishment. Even the renowned sword Saint Lu Bin found himself voicing admiration at this moment. The teachers and principals collectively expressed their disbelief. What a blatant slap in the face. The thunderstorm bomb and purification bomb are classified as advanced items, generally overlooked by all. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Fan had prepared such an arsenal in advance, and it indeed proved effective. Moreover, it is particularly noteworthy that Qin Fan has mastered a fire elemental magical attack. This enhancement elevated the previously modest explosive power of the thunderstorm bomb to unprecedented heights. Additionally, it served a dual purpose. It is crucial to remember that the rules of the transitional examination permit the consumption of blue potions only twice. The Holy Light Purification, a group cleansing skill, is notably mana-intensive. For novice clerics who have recently transitioned, its use would likely deplete around 20 of their maximum mana, considering that this was merely the first challenge. Such a significant mana expenditure is hardly a wise choice. Clearly, Qin Fan took this into account, preventing Su Ro from casting her skill and resolving the dilemma himself. Turning to observe the other examinees, some inexperienced candidates, after slaying 2 or 3 zombies and triggering an explosion of toxic mist, were foolishly urging the cleric in their group to hastily use the purification skill. This was undoubtedly the most unwise choice. What a pity it is that if he had transitioned into another combat profession, his potential could have been limitless. Instead, he has become a dragon tamer. At this moment, Lu Jinliang, the director of the Education Bureau of Anning City, expressed his lamentation. The other principals and teachers, upon hearing this, displayed equally regretful expressions. Indeed, had he transitioned into a different combat role, with his exceptional combat skills and instincts, his future prospects would be extraordinary. It is evident that Qin Fan possesses the innate qualities suited for battle. However, now that he is a dragon tamer, he lacks the ability to form a pact with a dragon. The legendary top-tier dragons reside in realms beyond human reach, exuding a strength akin to that of deities. An adult dragon can engage 3 4th-tier human warriors simultaneously without succumbing. A top-tier adult holy dragon could easily face 10 adversaries without difficulty. Even the lowest tier within the dragon hierarchy, the earth dragon, possesses strength comparable to that of a 4th-tier warrior upon reaching maturity. Should a dragon tamer be able to form a pact with earth dragons, this hidden profession would undoubtedly become an exceedingly formidable combat role. However, the requirements for a dragon tamer to contract a dragon are exceedingly stringent, necessitating a lineage of pure blood. Only dragons of the highest caliber, akin to those of the giant dragon class, meet this criterion. In summary, Qin Fan's chosen profession appears to be a wasted opportunity. To date, no dragon tamer has successfully formed a pact with dragons of the giant class or higher. Indeed, many beast tamers have been fortunate enough to forge contracts with formidable creatures such as the earth dragon and the flying dragon. The mighty top-tier dragons would never willingly submit to the servitude of humankind. Let us observe how far Qin Fan can progress. At present, he may find himself halted at the second level. While the second trial consists of lesser foes, they have all undergone enhancements. Given Qin Fan's current combat prowess, although his fighting skills are exceptional, he struggles to effectively eliminate these minor adversaries, which poses a significant challenge. Lu Bin spoke solemnly. As it is well known that we are amidst the fierce competition of the job transition examination, akin to an army of thousands attempting to traverse a narrow bridge. Even if Qin Fan manages to pass, he will inevitably do so at a slower pace than others, indicating that, despite completing the trial, his performance may still fall short of expectations. Nevertheless, this group of individuals could only await the outcome in silence. Within the instance, having swiftly cleared the first level, Qin Fan guided Su Ro into the dim corridor leading to the second layer of the tomb maze. As Lu Bin had mentioned, the second trial remained filled with lesser foes. Upon reaching the corridor's end and pushing open the stone door, encrusted with layers of dust, he was met with the sight of a grand hall within the tomb. The hall was teeming with grotesque zombie minions. Upon rough estimation, there were nearly 500. Most astonishingly, among these 500 zombies, aside from 100 ordinary burial zombies, the remaining 400 were all mutated variants. Monster, Steel Zombie, Level 18, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills, Skin Hardened, Steel Claw Rend, Mental Roar, Quality, Silver, Remarks, a variant produced from absorbing countless malevolent energies within the tomb. Its skin is as tough as steel, boasting superior defense compared to regular zombies. Monster, Cursed Zombie, Level 18, Type, Humanoid Monster, Skills: Cursed Claw. Bloodthirsty Aura. Quality: Silver. Remarks: a variant that has absorbed countless malevolent energies. Its attacks possess cursed power, and it enhances its allies with an aura. Monster: Night Zombie. Level: 18. Type: Humanoid Monster. Skills: Charge, Trample, Death Embrace. Quality: Silver. Remarks: a variant that has absorbed countless malevolent energies. Once a knight guarding the Empire, endowed with certain combat skills and intelligence. This is quite troublesome. Indeed, it is no surprise that the King of Hell personally crafted such a challenging examination. The first trial was merely an appetizer. The second trial is the true test of the candidate's capabilities. 500 minor foes. Should one attempt to tackle this alone, it would surely be a headache. Even in a team scenario, overcoming this would prove to be a daunting task, primarily due to the overwhelming number of enhanced variants. As Su-Ro beheld the densely packed horde of zombies, her delicate visage turned pale. The challenge presented here dwarfed that of the goblin village by unfathomable measures. Moreover, the difficulty was leagues apart from the secret realm training exercises conducted at school. This was undoubtedly attributed to Qin Fan's choice of hellish difficulty. Had he opted for standard or hard mode, the number of lesser creatures would likely have been significantly reduced. However, in hell difficulty, such formidable circumstances were entirely to be expected. With 500 lesser creatures at hand, my personal strength, now considerable after inheriting 20 of Xiaojiu's full attributes, should suffice to deal with them. Yet, it would inevitably consume a great deal of time. Under normal circumstances, to hone my combat skills, I would engage them even without Xiaojiu. But now, amidst the critical juncture of the job transfer examination, a mere second's delay could result in plummeting dozens, if not hundreds, of ranks. Thus, I was left with but one option. In that fleeting moment, Qin Fan's thoughts raced. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and shouted fervently, "Xiaojiu, manifest!" As his words echoed, a formidable array pulsating with terrifying magical energy materialized before him. A deafening roar, reverberating with overwhelming power, emanated from this arcane formation. In the next instant, a colossal crimson dragon claw emerged from the magical array, crashing down upon the ancient, time-worn floor of the Grand Hall, causing it to buckle and crack under the weight of such a titanic entity. Following closely, a massive dragon head, crowned with serpentine horns, broke forth from the array, its golden eyes, radiating with majestic authority, scanning the surroundings. Ultimately, a towering crimson dragon, measuring over 10 meters in height, fully revealed itself within the hall. It raised its head abruptly, and with a thunderous impact, shattered the ceiling above. Its eyes, akin to those of a deity surveying the world, coldly regarded the 500 zombies. The foul stench of decay, emanating from the undead horde, provoked a low growl of utter disdain from Xiaojiu. Without the need for Qin Fan's command, it unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath, engulfing the area in flames. Chapter 41. A Dragon. It is indeed a dragon. As the overwhelming flames cascaded down, the entire Grand Hall was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The 500 zombies, having just awakened, could barely muster a shriek before being consumed into nothingness. The brilliant flames illuminated Su-Ro's stunned face, rendering her momentarily speechless. Even though she had been forewarned of the dragon's might, witnessing the horde that had once instilled fear in her evaporate in an instant left her trembling in awe. Is this the pinnacle of dragonkind? It is terrifying. Truly, it is exceedingly fearsome. This stands at the apex of all living beings. At the same moment, outside the dungeon, as all the leaders, principals, and teachers gazed upon the image of the familiar summoning array for beast companions conjured by Qin Fan, their expressions froze in a state of disbelief, even their very breaths forgotten as they stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them. The summoning array for beast companions. It was indeed the summoning array for beast companions. My heavens, why did this group appear as if they had seen a ghost upon witnessing this grand formation? Naturally, it was because every beast tamer, upon summoning their contracted beast, would manifest such an array. The intricate patterns and operational trajectories inscribed upon it were known to them like the back of their hands. Had another beast tamer performed this summoning array, they would have felt no surprise whatsoever. However, the issue at hand was that the one conjuring this array was none other than Qin Fan, a dragon tamer. A dragon tamer. What could a dragon tamer possibly summon, if not a dragon itself? As expected, in the next moment, a roar resonated from the screen, one that sent shivers down the spine of even the sword saint of star slaying. Following this, a breathtakingly magnificent dragon materialized before everyone's eyes. This colossal creature was enveloped in crimson, hard dragon scales, beneath which lay muscles pulsating with terrifying power. An intense divine flame aura swirled around it, rendering it akin to a lofty deity of fire. Its golden dragon eyes were filled with a disdainful superiority over all living beings. A dragon, a true dragon, and moreover, a dragon in its juvenile stage. My heavens! All individuals at the podium widened their eyes, their pupils brimming with unparalleled astonishment, as if they were trapped in a dream. Others were so overwhelmed with excitement that they could scarcely articulate a word. This was a dragon, an authentic dragon. Furthermore, judging by its overwhelming majesty that instilled fear and trepidation in all, it was evident that this dragon was undoubtedly of the highest echelon among dragons. Qin Fan had successfully forged a contract with a dragon. He had become the first dragon tamer in history to possess a dragon. At this moment, Zhao, Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, could no longer contain himself. He rose from his seat, shaking his fist in exuberance. Principal Luo Yang, breathing heavily and his face flushed, stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the magnificent crimson dragon displayed on the screen. A pang of regret surged within him. He still recalled the day Qin Fan successfully completed his job transition, when he had jested that Qin Fan, as a dragon tamer, might still hold some research value. At that time, all the students had laughed. Yet now, this very student he had teased had contracted a genuine top-tier dragon, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Even so, Luo Yang found solace in the fact that such a slap was indeed well-deserved. The principals and teachers from surrounding schools similarly kept their eyes glued to the screen, their lips pressed tightly together, as if a bomb were detonating within them. Yet they were compelled to suppress their emotions with great effort, as they witnessed the crimson dragon obliterating all the minions in the second level with a single breath. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. Such an incredibly powerful dragon. While the perspectives of those outside seemed to shatter, Qin Fan gazed at the inferno before him, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Gulp. The petite dragon, now reduced in size to a mere 10 meters, fluttered its adorable wings and perched on Qin Fan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its small head against his cheek. The bond of affection and closeness that Xiao Jiao felt for Qin Fan was almost palpable. Observing this scene, Su Ro was engulfed in envy, yet her emotions were more reflective. Qin Fan's participation in the vocational advancement examination seemed somewhat superfluous. Had he merely showcased his dragon companion to the authorities, he would have undoubtedly been specially recruited. Even the 3 prestigious academies would vie for his attention, allowing him to choose freely. With a smile, Qin Fan affectionately ruffled Xiao Jiao's head. The little dragon emitted a cute, almost spoiled sound in response. It appeared that this little female dragon had her own adorable quirks, often emitting deep, resonant roars. Yet when in Qin Fan's company, she transformed into a charming creature, reminiscent of a purring kitten, a true scheming dragon indeed. Let us not squander time. After all, the prodigies from the provincial capital are not to be trifled with, Qin Fan remarked to Su Ro, before striding towards the passage leading to the 3rd level. Su Ro quickly nodded and followed suit. In truth, she understood that without her so-called support as a priest, Qin Fan could effortlessly conquer this hellish labyrinth alone. He had merely chosen to team up out of courtesy, a favor she would remember. Meanwhile, in other battlegrounds, Ho Yiba, clad in resplendent golden armor, was simultaneously defending against zombie attacks with a shield while wielding his battle axe to cleave through the undead. In merely 2 minutes, he breezed through the 1st level. The title of champion of Anning City will undoubtedly belong to me. Ho Yiba? Soon enough, Su Ro, you shall weep for having teamed up with a worthless dragon tamer. With an air of arrogance, Ho Yiba strode towards the 2nd level, imagining the astonished applause from the principals and teachers outside at his flawless performance. Such acclaim was inevitable, given his extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang, also tackling the challenging labyrinth alone, harbored similar feelings of pride. Unbeknownst to them, however, the individuals seated at the podium, including their respective principals, could hardly be bothered to glance their way. In fact, Lubin had instructed the camera crew to refrain from switching back to Qin Fan, ensuring that everyone could fully appreciate the forthcoming thrilling display of Qin Fan and his formidable dragon companion. Chapter 42, A Path of Dominance Through the Maze. As Qin Fan, accompanied by Xiao Jiao and Su Ro, made their way to the 3rd level, Ho Yiba and Tian Jinming had just completed the 1st level. The difficulty they chose was merely at the level of hardship. Yet, Qin Fan opted for the hellish challenge. Although Qin Fan was in a team, it was evident that Su Ro's presence was largely superfluous. Even if he were to venture solo, Qin Fan could still triumph effortlessly alongside his dragon companion. Before long, Qin Fan reached the 3rd level. This subterranean labyrinth consisted of 6 tiers, and the 3rd level was the true maze. Before Qin Fan unfolded a convoluted network of underground chambers. Clearly, this stage was designed to test the student's perception and sense of direction. However, in the face of such a trial, Qin Fan merely scoffed, then extended his finger forward, calmly commanding, Xiao Jiao, clear this entire maze for me. Roar. Xiao Jiao joyfully complied, swiftly flapping its wings as it positioned itself at the entrance of the labyrinth. As the air vibrated with energy, Su Ro was astounded to witness the once cat-sized dragon radiate a brilliant crimson glow, rapidly expanding before her very eyes. Ultimately, Xiao Jiao's form grew to an astonishing height of over 100 meters, its head brushing against the ceiling of the subterranean maze. The transformation was staggering compared to its previous form. Firstly, its size surpassed even that of the divine fire annihilation state, embodying an overwhelming ferocity, with an almost palpable aura of terrifying power emanating from it. The fiery scales adorning its body were tinged with a dark crimson hue, as if they had been hardened. This magnificent dragon not only towered impressively, but also exuded an exquisite sense of strength. Indeed, this was Xiao Jiu's fourth form, the one that could shake the heavens. After successfully transforming, Xiao Jiu raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar, and then, before the astonished onlookers, this colossal crimson dragon charged headlong into the maze. With a resounding crash, the barriers designed to obstruct the path, walls that even a level 30 warrior could not shatter, crumbled like mere tofu under Xiao Jiu's assault. Boom, boom, boom. In a matter of mere seconds, Xiao Jiu had carved out a path spanning 2 to 3 kilometers as if plowing the ground. Each of its strides covered hundreds of meters, and within just a few leaps, the end of the maze was in sight. Standing beside Qin Fan, Su Ro was utterly dumbfounded. She could hardly fathom that this trial, which was meant to challenge perception and directional sense, had been reduced to rubble in mere seconds by Xiao Jiu's relentless charge, leading them to the exit. And it wasn't just Su Ro. The astonished faces of Lu Bin, Lu Jinliang, Luo Yang, and others outside were a testament to their disbelief. They watched in awe as the meticulously crafted challenge by the King of Hell was transformed into ruins in a matter of seconds under the onslaught of this fiery, giant dragon, revealing the exit for all to see. What left them utterly astounded was the formidable physique of the young dragon. During the second trial, in a moment of sheer might, the dragon unleashed a breath of fire that instantaneously annihilated 500 zombie creatures, executing them with astonishing swiftness. Initially, they assumed the dragon leaned towards a magical affinity. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Fan's dragon companion could also transform into a colossal form, emphasizing raw power. Remarkable, a supreme dragon adept in both magic and martial prowess. No, it is quite likely that it is a top-tier holy dragon. If it were any other beast companion, their worldviews would have shattered. However, witnessing a dragon changed everything. Oh, that is of no concern. The might and extraordinary nature of dragons is universally acknowledged across all human races. If my mentor were to witness this scene, his expression would undoubtedly be complex. He had invested a full 2 weeks in designing this level. Yet, unexpectedly, before Qin Fan's dragon pet, it was resolved in less than half a minute, utterly overwhelmed by its breathtaking force. Lu Bin, after expressing his astonishment, revealed a smile tinged with complexity. After traversing this level, it was apparent that, regardless of Qin Fan's team dynamics, he would undoubtedly emerge as the top scholar of Tianyin province. Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, asserted this with conviction. Other principals and teachers remained silent, evidently acquiescing to Lu Jinliang's statement. Zhao Li and Luo Yang were the two most elated individuals. Zhao Li, as Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, and Luo Yang, as the principal. Both had a direct connection to him. Should Qin Fan ascend as the provincial champion, the name of Anning No. 1 High School would resonate throughout Tianyin province. At this moment, Qin Fan was advancing towards the 4th trial. Meanwhile, on the other side, the prodigies such as Ho Yubo and Tian Jinming furrowed their brows upon witnessing the overwhelming horde of over 300 zombies before them. Even at a difficulty level, the sheer number of these creatures was daunting. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Jinming raised his staff, launching a barrage of holy light orbs towards the swarm of zombies. Boom. The fierce explosions instantaneously captured the attention of the zombie creatures. Roar. The zombies growled in unison, then surged towards Tian Jinming. While he deftly dodged the oncoming horde, he continuously unleashed skills upon the other zombies. It was evident that Tian Jinming's spellcasting was remarkably swift, and his mastery of each skill was exceptional. He was widely recognized as a prodigy of Anning City, not merely due to familial support, but possessing formidable strength in his own right. After defeating the 300 zombies, a full 10 minutes had elapsed, and Tian Jinming was left with only 50 of his mana, appearing quite disheveled. His pristine white robe bore several claw marks, indicating that he had sustained some attacks during the battle. Fortunately, his protective gear had shielded him from serious harm. He chuckled to himself, estimating that Qin Fan and Su Ro would likely struggle to even surpass this level. Choosing the difficulty level, there are over 300 monsters. One can only imagine that the hellish difficulty would entail 500 beasts. Even if they managed to barely clear it, it would take at least an hour or more. Tian Jinming chuckled coldly within. The others shared similar thoughts. Little did they know, the so-called worthless profession in their eyes had already surged ahead, effortlessly reaching the 4th level. Far ahead of Tian Jinming and his companions, Su Ro, clutching her staff, obediently trotted behind Qin Fan. Ahead lay the elite monsters. Chapter 43. Unreasonably powerful. In the state of force shattering the heavens, Xiao Jiu's strength and physique attributes soar to an astonishing 3,200 points, though her intelligence attribute diminishes significantly. Clearly, in this state, Xiao Jiu is more suited for close combat. With such formidable strength and physique, even second transformation experts would struggle to confront her directly. Only those of level 60 with third transformation could dare to engage. Yet the crux of the matter is that Xiao Jiu is merely at level 10, still in her juvenile phase. A juvenile holy dragon is already comparable to a human third transformation expert at level 60. If Xiaojiu were to reach maturity, the terror she would embody is unfathomable. It is no wonder that prior to Qin Fan, no human had ever successfully tamed a dragon of such caliber. There was, however, a beast master fortunate enough to form a contract with a dragon of diluted lineage, but that was merely a contract, with both parties in an equal standing. Yet now, Qin Fan can command Xiaojiu to execute any order unconditionally. At this moment, as Qin Fan pushed open the grand door to the 4th level and stepped inside, the entire palace began to ignite with candles, illuminating the dim surroundings. But soon, a resounding crash echoed. Before Qin Fan and Su Ro could fully comprehend the interior of the hall, a 30-meter-tall Xiaojiu barreled in. The yellowish light from outside flooded in, finally revealing the true form of the hall. At the far end stood a colossal zombie, towering at 6 meters. Most strikingly, this giant zombie had 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a different weapon. Its body was grotesque, with countless stitched scars, and one could even discern several menacing human faces embedded within. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fan activated his identification eye. The information regarding this giant zombie appeared before him. Monster, giant stitching zombie. Level, 21. Type, humanoid monster. Skills. Qualification, gold. Remarks, a product of human experimentation. Stitched together from the bodies of over 100 powerful elite zombies, possessing extraordinary strength, proficient in both melee and ranged combat. Goodness, an elite monster of a silver-level dungeon actually possesses golden qualifications. Without any unexpected occurrences, the difficulty was intentionally heightened by concealing the skills of this elite monster. Qin Fan was almost left bewildered. One can only say that he has once again gained new insight into the challenge posed by that enigmatic king of hell. Fortunately for him, this was hardly a concern. At this moment, some might think that Qin Fan's prowess is merely a result of his reliance on his companion, the little wine spirit, and that if he were to face this challenge alone, he would undoubtedly fall short compared to others. To those who entertain such notions, Qin Fan can only retort, "You are truly a fool, for I am a dragon tamer." A dragon tamer without a dragon companion is akin to a mage devoid of magic or a swordsman without a sword. This is the unique advantage of Qin Fan's profession. If you doubt this, try to become a dragon tamer on sheer luck. Roar. The enormous stitched zombie let out a fierce howl and, without a moment's hesitation, charged directly at Qin Fan. Even upon witnessing the blazing holy dragon standing resolutely behind him, the colossal stitched zombie displayed no signs of fear. After all, it had long since lost its own consciousness. Its sole purpose was to devour and slaughter any humans that dared to breach its domain. No matter how formidable the adversary, it would never retreat. However, despite the zombie's ferocity, it was merely fodder before the little wine spirit. Destruction Flame Claw. Roar. The instant it received its master's command, the little wine spirit's foreclaws ignited in a fierce blaze. The entire hall was illuminated brilliantly by these radiant flames. Whoosh. Faced with the charging giant stitched zombie, the little wine spirit disdainfully swiped its dragon claw. With a sound of splattering, the monster's body disintegrated into a mass of flesh, and the fire attribute attack completely incinerated its remains. A nonchalant swipe of the destruction flame claw effortlessly obliterated this level 21 golden elite monster. Though Qin Fan was already well aware of the little wine spirit's terrifying power, witnessing it firsthand still left him profoundly astonished. Had he been tasked with vanquishing this elite monster alone, it would have taken him at least 5 minutes. Yet, in an instant, with a mere flick of its dragon claw, the elite monster was gone. What? It's just gone like that. In the outside world, those seated at the podium were left agape as they beheld the scene unfolding on the screen. Goodness, such a spectacle. A level 21 golden elite monster. If this were in the wild, it could easily serve as a formidable guardian in the depths of the forested mountain ranges. It is important to note the issue of monster quality. Monsters of higher quality not only signify greater strength and attributes compared to their peers of the same level, but also indicate superior growth potential and a wider array of skills. Like this colossal golden stitched zombie, initial estimates suggest that its strength attribute has likely surpassed 300. It is noteworthy that Qin Fan, having inherited attributes through bloodline fusion, has only recently reached a strength attribute of 400. Even so, confronting such a robust and resilient elite creature would require a protracted struggle of at least 5 to 6 minutes to prevail. However, in the presence of 3 leaders and numerous principals and teachers, with a swift motion, this creature, which even a level 25 strongman would find exceedingly formidable, indeed, one could say perilous, vanished, simply vanished. The might of this dragonkin is astonishingly outrageous. It is utterly exaggerated. Moreover, one should also note that this young dragon has exhibited 3 distinct forms. Currently, it appears in its normal form, akin to that during the second stage, standing at a height of merely 30 meters, exuding an aura of remarkable balance in its attributes. In its form during the third stage, it surged forth at a staggering height of over 100 meters, nearly breaching the ceiling of the cryptic maze. The power emanating from its being sent shivers down my spine, even as a third-tier expert. There exists another form, wherein it diminishes to the size of a small cat. Perching upon Qin Fan's shoulder, as the star-cutting sword saint, Liu Bin possesses extraordinary observational prowess and keenly perceives the fluctuations in the attributes of the little creature across its various states. The crowd gasped. This young dragon companion of Qin Fan, in its juvenile phase, elicits such trepidation even in a third-tier star-cutting sword saint. Its strength defies all reason. Chapter 44, Divine Fire Annihilation. Dragon Breath Unleashed. As the outside world marveled, within the instance, Qin Fan had already led Xiao Jiao and Su Rou to the 5th stage. The first and second stages were minor adversary levels, testing the ability to eliminate foes. The third stage presented a labyrinth, assessing the challenger's perceptive navigation skills. The fourth stage featured elite monsters, testing one's output strength. Upon reaching the 5th stage, Qin Fan was greeted by an expanse of desolate and barren plains. One could hardly fathom that within such a crypt, a breathtaking plain could be unveiled. Moreover, this place even boasted a sky. It seems this is a special space independently created by the examiner, a mirror within a mirror. Such grandiosity. Another small secret realm has been opened within the secret domain as the 5th stage. However, upon witnessing the creatures inhabiting this level, even Qin Fan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. There, standing hundreds of meters away, loomed 10 towering giant stitched zombies. But that is not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect is that behind these 10 colossal stitched zombies is a densely packed horde of terrifyingly numerous small zombie creatures. A cursory glance reveals nearly 2,000 of them. 2,000. My heavens. Beside him, Su Rou's face turned pale with shock. She could not have imagined that the 5th stage would be such a daunting challenge. 10 elite creatures, accompanied by 2,000 small monsters. This constitutes a truly formidable army of beasts. Hiss. Even the numerous principals and teachers outside the instance could not help but draw in a sharp breath upon witnessing this scene. Was this not the secret realm of the job transition examination? Why was such a formidable challenge presented? 10 elite monsters, accompanied by 2,000 lesser foes. Was this not beyond the curriculum? Let us not forget that this query was posed by none other than the King of Hell himself, a figure known for such formidable assessments. Upon this reminder, the other principals and teachers fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the observation held merit. In such circumstances, only a being of the King of Hell's caliber would devise such a test. Previously, there had been an exceptionally peculiar job transition examination where not a single candidate managed to succeed. All faltered at the penultimate challenge. The reason mirrored the daunting spectacle before them. The difficulty was simply too great. It appeared that this year, in our southern province, all candidates opting for the hellish difficulty would undoubtedly face immense challenges. Even Lu Jinliang, the director of the Education Bureau of Anning City, wore a wry smile as he spoke. Rest assured, everyone, for the challenge we witness now is specifically tailored for those who are part of a team. In a solo endeavor, only 5 elite monsters would appear, and the lesser ones would be limited to 1,000. If a prodigy were to emerge, the situation could still be manageable, Liu Bin explained softly. However, even after hearing Liu Bin's clarification, the principals and teachers remained visibly contemplative and resigned. For even with the difficulty halved, it was still not a feat achievable by an average candidate. Only those extraordinarily gifted could possibly prevail. Indeed, the King of Hell was a veritable mastermind of challenges, and the tests he devised were designed to assess such prodigious talent. For ordinary candidates entering this realm, let alone succeeding, merely securing a respectable score would be a daunting task. Let us observe, for this young fellow possesses the blood of dragons. It will be intriguing to see if this little dragon can indeed conquer the trials that lie ahead. Liu Bin remarked with palpable anticipation. He found the design of this level quite reasonable. A challenge for prodigies should indeed be one that only prodigies can overcome. If they were to face conventional trials, how could their exceptional prowess be demonstrated? Thus, such formidable challenges were essential to discern who truly possessed the gifts of a prodigy. At present, while Qin Fan was in a team setting, the difficulty was still doubled compared to a solo run. Moreover, the monsters would boast significantly greater health. In essence, Qin Fan's situation was not markedly different from that of a lone adventurer. Although Su Rou, the priestess, was present, her contributions were minimal, merely providing slight enhancements to Qin Fan's abilities. Faced with the overwhelming tide of monsters and the towering amalgamated undead, such minor boosts were negligible. Now, let us see if he can persevere. Inside the secret realm, Qin Fan surveyed the monstrous horde before him, despite a momentary pause of astonishment. A glimmer of joy soon illuminated his countenance. The reason is quite simple. The more monsters there are, the greater the experience gained by him and Xiao Jiao. In the secret realm dungeons, rewards are typically settled only upon the final completion. Xiao Jiao go. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Fan issued the command. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. While he could eliminate them himself, it would take an excessively long time. For others, this level posed a daunting challenge akin to climbing a mountain, but for Qin Fan, he was unfazed. After all, He had a dragon. With a resounding roar, Xiao Jiu responded to his master's command, leaping into the sky from Qin Fan's shoulder with a powerful flap of its wings. A colossal magical array materialized, followed by a brilliant crimson light that burst forth like fireworks in the air. Flames began to swirl around Xiao Jiu, its form expanding dramatically in the wind, reaching a height of 50 meters. However, this time, Xiao Jiu had no intention of descending to the ground. It spread its wings, casting a shadow over the sunless sky, its entire body ablaze with fiery brilliance that illuminated the world around it. In its divine fire annihilation form, intricate golden patterns of divine flames emerged from Xiao Jiu's massive body, radiating an intensely scorching aura. The very heavens transformed into a furnace under the radiant display of Xiao Jiu's form. With another thunderous roar, it charged toward the horde of monsters like a bomber plane. The ground-dwelling zombies and colossal stitched abominations, upon witnessing the divine fire hurtling toward them from above, emitted frantic roars of desperation. Yet, no matter how they thrashed about, leaped, or hurled their weapons, they could not lay a finger on this majestic and powerful sovereign of the sky. Qin Fan need not command. Xiao Jiu had already opened its jaws, unleashing a cataclysmic breath of destruction from the heavens. The terrifying dragon breath, akin to molten lava, cascaded down upon the horde of zombies in an instant. Chapter 45, The Final Challenge. Tyrant of the Fallen. With devastating force, it obliterated everything in its path. Xiao Jiu once again showcased its formidable power before all. The dragon breath continued to flow forth, like an eruption of annihilating lava from the sky. Within mere moments, the fearsome horde of zombies was entirely engulfed in a sea of flames. Even the 10 colossal stitch zombies could not withstand the onslaught of this dragon breath. It is important to note that Xiao Jiu's intelligence attribute had now exceeded 3,000, a feat achieved thanks to the magical amplification from its divine fire annihilation form. Faced with such feeble foes, whose magic resistance barely surpassed 200, this divine breath was undeniably catastrophic. They could only succumb to their fate, utterly helpless. Xiao Jiu gazed down at the inferno below, thoroughly satisfied. These loathsome creatures deserved nothing less than annihilation. The diminutive creature, resembling a pet, alighted upon Qin Fan's shoulder, its voice taking on a playful tone as it affectionately nuzzled against his face. It seemed to convey a message. Master, praise me. I am splendid. Thanks to you, I have successfully navigated this challenge. In response, Qin Fan generously bestowed compliments upon it, gently patting the little creature's head. Meanwhile, Su Ro felt a surge of envy within her. How wonderful it would be to possess such a dragon companion. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that even if she had a dragon, she would be unable to form a bond with it. As a mere priest, she lacked the skills of a dragon tamer. Moreover, forging a contract with a dragon required a certain destiny. Not everyone could achieve it. With this thought, Su Ro could only sigh in resignation. In the outside world, the principals and teachers at the podium fell once again into a state of silence and stillness. Although they believed the level of difficulty had exceeded expectations, witnessing the little creature display its invincible prowess in various forms left them utterly astonished. They had thought that the challenges posed by the King of Hell were formidable, yet Qin Fan proved to be even more extraordinary. It was utterly unreasonable. They felt that no matter how challenging the final level might be, it would not hinder Qin Fan's progress. Simultaneously, he was likely to become the record holder for the Dungeon of the Dead, a testament to his remarkable achievements that we were about to witness. As Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhali could hardly contain his excitement. There was no denying it. The dragon tamers were truly fearsome. They swept through challenges with reckless abandon. The so-called tactics, the so-called difficult levels, the so-called trials seemed trivial in the face of the dragon race. Truly, they were beings at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. Congratulations to you all for producing such a prodigious talent. Ironically, we initially dismissed your dragon tamer as ineffectual. At this moment, I must extend my sincerest apologies. A principal from the 3rd high school stepped forward to clasp his hands in apology to Luo Yang. Me too. We should not have jumped to conclusions so hastily. It seems we have been soundly proven wrong. Others, who had once ridiculed the dragon tamer from the 1st high school, now hastened to offer their apologies. There was no choice but to apologize. After all, this dragon tamer had truly risen to prominence. And they were not apologizing to the principal, but to Qin Fan himself. For their earlier mockery, this dragon tamer was destined to ascend. Quickly, they offered their apologies. It was merely a misunderstanding. It's all cleared up now, Luo Yang said, his smile somewhat stiff. In truth, he too had once felt disappointment in Qin Fan, even withholding any support for hidden professions, believing there was no chance for his rise. It is essential to understand that within the Dragon Kingdom's Double 10 compulsory education system, students who successfully transition to hidden professions are to be rewarded with certain resources. As Qin Fan, a dragon tamer, also belongs to this hidden profession, he is entitled to such rewards. However, the school has not applied for these resources, believing that Qin Fan would not rise to prominence. This cannot stand. Once the college entrance examinations conclude, I must personally visit to extend my sincerest apologies. Luo Yang resolved firmly. While a series of events unfolded in the outside world, Qin Fan finally reached the final checkpoint, the deepest recesses of the tomb maze. At the very heart of this maze stood a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade. As Qin Fan entered the palace accompanied by Xiao Jiao and Su Ro, a thunderous voice echoed, "Who dares trespass into my royal mausoleum?" In the center of the golden palace stood an imposing figure, clad in a golden dragon robe and adorned with a lavish crown. His face was square, yet his skin bore a ghastly iron hue. The palpable aura of authority radiated from him, suffusing every corner of the palace. Qin Fan immediately employed his identification eye skill. Monster, Tyrant Corpse. Level, 30. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skill. Qualities, Gold. Remarks, the Emperor of an ancient empire. Known for his cruelty in life, now bound by the sins of his past, has transformed into a corpse, eternally imprisoned here. Goodness gracious! Qin Fan could only exclaim in astonishment. The ultimate challenge of a silver-level secret realm was, in fact, a creature with the extraordinary quality of gold. This was entirely beyond expectations. Its attributes were likely all at 500, surpassing Qin Fan's own by 100. Moreover, the most alarming detail was that this tyrant corpse had reached a terrifying level of 30. Should Qin Fan face it in direct combat, he would likely be unable to prevail. What on earth? Is this year's transition examination truly this formidable? Nonetheless, despite his astonishment, Qin Fan felt remarkably composed. As a dragon tamer, and one with a dragon to boot, he felt undaunted. Even more pleasing to Qin Fan was the realization that the greater the challenge, the richer the rewards would be. This was indeed fortuitous. Beside him, Su Ro once again rejoiced at having secured Qin Fan as her ally, relieved that she had not let him slip away. Humph. Well then, I have endured solitude for countless years and have longed for the taste of human flesh. You shall serve as my feast. Summon forth. As the tyrant corpse's furious command reverberated, a response echoed, "At your service." Suddenly, from the previously empty golden palace, thousands of differently attired general corpses materialized out of thin air. Chapter 46, Born for Close Combat. In this resplendent underground royal palace, innumerable small monsters appeared from all directions in an instant. Compared to the fifth challenge, the sheer number of minions in this final confrontation had astonishingly swelled to nearly 10,000. What was most peculiar was, before these zombie minions, there stood numerous ethereal figures of souls. Each of these spectral apparitions donned the robes of ancient ministers, suggesting that they were indeed the subordinates who had been interred alongside the tyrant's corpse. It must be said, the moniker of tyrant's corpse was undeniably warranted, for such actions certainly encapsulated the essence of brutality. Qin Fan surveyed these creatures with keen interest, simultaneously discerning the attributes and levels of the formidable elite monsters that rivaled the colossal stitched zombies. Monster, Minister's Vengeful Spirit. Level, 25. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Decree of the Minister, Curse Sphere, Soul Absorption. Quality, Gold. Remarks, once a minister under the tyrant, interred here, they have absorbed countless malevolent energies over the years, transforming into a vengeful spirit. Monster, General's Corpse. Level, 25. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Command Charge, Stomp, Self-Destruct, Mighty Cleave, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Quality, Gold. Remarks, once a formidable commander of the tyrant, now interred here, transformed into a corpse by the energies of this place. Monster, Knight's Corpse. Level, 23. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Lance Dance, Charge. Quality, Gold. Remarks, elite forces of the General's Corpse, interred alongside, now also transformed into corpses, excelling in mounted charges. Indeed, this was a formidable checkpoint. Merely the presence of these elite monsters at such levels posed a significant challenge that would be difficult to surmount, particularly with nearly 10,000 zombie minions. Ordinary teams would find it nearly impossible to advance. Only the most exceptional individuals from the provincial capital could hope to conquer such a formidable challenge. Perhaps the King of Hell deemed the annual career transition examination questions too simplistic, thus presenting such a daunting dilemma. However, Qin Fan understood that with such high difficulty challenges, there must exist unique strategies for overcoming them. After all, the monsters before him were not something an ordinary team could hope to defeat. Even the illustrious individuals from the provincial capital would struggle in a solo dungeon run. Thus, Qin Fan surmised that within this checkpoint, there must be some mechanism to reduce the difficulty, or perhaps a means to prevent the tyrant's soul from summoning these minions for a charge. Of course, even with the knowledge of such mechanisms, Qin Fan found little desire to seek them out. The reason was simple. His aim was to annihilate all the minions directly. It is worth noting that the experience gained from slaying monsters would be collectively tallied upon completion of the dungeon. In such circumstances, Qin Fan was unwilling to squander even a single monster's experience. Moreover, he had his trusty wine with him. With a dragon-riding master by his side in this career transition examination dungeon, what more was there to consider? He would simply forge ahead, unimpeded. Little Gio lay languidly on Qin Fan's shoulder, indifferent to the throngs of undead monstrosities and the imposing tyrant undead before them, scarcely bothering to lift its eyelids. Preoccupied instead with humming contentedly beside its master. Su-ro, however, was considerably alarmed, for she had not anticipated that the final trial would truly unleash a veritable army. Yet, she managed to force herself to remain composed. If she could not assist Qin Fan, at the very least, she must not hinder him. Little Geo, this grand spectacle of an army is precisely your playground. Come, let us see if your formidable form can crush these creatures beneath your might. Qin Fan commanded with a smile. Roar. Little Geo had never defied its master's orders. Now bound by a sacred contract, it regarded Qin Fan as its entire world. Anyone who dared to harm its master would face the wrath of its sharp dragon claws. Upon receiving the command, Little Geo immediately transformed into its earth-shattering form. Previously, the labyrinth had been too dim for onlookers to discern the true nature of Little Geo in this guise. Now, however, in the resplendent underground palace, the opulent architecture shimmered with dazzling brilliance, illuminating Little Geo's formidable form in its entirety. Buzz. In an instant, Little Geo's stature surged dramatically. Initially no larger than a cat, by the time it flapped its wings and reached the center of the palace's grand plaza, it had grown to a towering height of 100 meters, a true colossus. Its fiery red scales seemed akin to magma scorched in high temperatures, then cooled and carbonized, appearing as a thick layer of metallic armor that radiated unrivaled defensive prowess. In this state, Little Geo exuded no semblance of cuteness, instead invoking a sense of dread, as if a deity of destruction had descended. Even its claws had turned a grim charcoal hue, presenting the visage of a gargantuan armored dragon. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the underground palace, compelling even Su-ro to cover her ears. When all present witnessed Little Geo's earth-shattering form, their perspectives were irrevocably altered. Is this truly a dragon? This is a dragon. Qin Fan intended to crush every obstacle in this trial with his most direct and forceful approach, while others would instinctively seek mechanisms to weaken the monsters. Qin Fan had no such reservations. Cunning? Seeking mechanisms? Apologies, but I require none of that. What an impressive sight. This 100-meter behemoth was indeed more astonishing than the monsters themselves. Can anyone provide a preliminary assessment of this dragon's attributes? Upon uttering this query, all the principals and teachers, including the two dignitaries from the Education Bureau of Anning City, turned their gazes towards Lu Bin, who stood at the center. Due to the fact that he is the only individual in the current podium who has undergone 3 transformations, it is evident that his perspective and experiences far exceed those of the others. The circles he interacts with must be vastly different as well. Based on the overwhelming sense of power emanating from the dragon's limbs, one could surmise that its strength attribute is at least close to 4,000 points. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are undoubtedly among the finest. This appearance, reminiscent of a black gold armor, seems almost divinely crafted for close combat. Upon Lu Bin's pronouncement, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Chapter 47. Elimination of Minor Creatures. Is it really that exaggerated? Even though it was spoken by Lu Bin, the other principals and teachers remained in a state of bewilderment. Their minds insisted that a dragon in its juvenile stage, no matter how formidable, should not possess such terrifying attributes. Yet the harsh reality before them delivered a stinging slap, affirming that this dragon was indeed extraordinary. Even the star-cutting sword saint gazed in astonishment, let alone them. They were acutely aware that their experiences paled in comparison to those of the sword saint, making Lu Bin's words all the more credible. This juvenile dragon, through a transformation, could elevate its strength attribute to nearly 4,000. This is monstrous. Truly monstrous. Upon closer inspection, one could see that while this form enhanced its physical strength and constitution, its intelligence attribute had notably diminished at this moment. Thus, one could draw a final conclusion. This crimson giant dragon possesses 4 forms of transformation, one leaning towards magic, the current one favoring physical attacks and melee combat, and 2 additional forms, one at a standard height of 30 meters and the other a cute kitten form. Lu Bin, a worthy student of the King of Hell, had grasped the transformation of this juvenile dragon pet in just a brief observation. Since Qin Fan had revealed this dragon pet, all principals and teachers present had ceased to direct their attention towards their own students' examinations, focusing solely on Qin Fan's performance. Look, Qin Fan is about to command this little dragon to crush everything, exclaimed a teacher. Immediately after, the crowd was astonished to witness Qin Fan instructing Su-ro to assist him before seeking refuge. He then leapt onto the head of Little Geo. Standing at a height of 100 meters, he could even feel the chilling winds from the tomb labyrinth. Peering down, the once awe-inspiring army of the dead now appeared as mere tiny ants. Is this what they mean by the coldness of heights? Standing atop Little Geo's head, Qin Fan couldn't help but exclaim. He finally experienced the perspective through which Little Geo viewed other creatures. In this vantage point, it seemed as though all things were but insignificant insects. This sensation was truly irresistible. It is no wonder that Xiaojie always holds her head high and regards other beings with a haughty demeanor. under such a lofty gaze. Who could possibly suppress their inner pride and arrogance? Cursed humans, what creature do you ride? Unlike the previous levels, this particular stage's tyrant's wraith evidently retains a semblance of intelligence. Upon witnessing Xiao Jiu reveal her true form, an inexplicable wave of long-forgotten fear surged within its heart. No. Impossible. It is the renowned emperor, a tyrant feared by all. How could it be intimidated by this mere human? No, it is not this human that instills fear. It is the dragon before it that evokes such trepidation. For the first time, it felt its own insignificance. Under the disdain of this colossal dragon, it sensed a profound threat of death rising from within, perhaps stemming from its own inner fears. It astonishingly refrained from commanding all its subordinates to charge forth against this 100-meter-tall monstrosity of a dragon. Good heavens, this tyrant's wraith has indeed wavered, even falling into a paralyzing fear that prevents it from urging its subjects to attack. This is precisely a small mechanism my teacher incorporated into this level. If the tyrant's wraith could be provoked to rage, it would personally engage the challenger, refraining from ordering the minions to charge. Conversely, if the tyrant's wraith succumbed to fear, it would lose the passive ability of the emperor's courage, thereby forfeiting its imperial authority. Consequently, the surrounding elite monsters would no longer heed the commands of this tyrant's wraith. Observing the rare display of fear on the tyrant's visage, Lu Bin softly elucidated to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly comprehended. No wonder this level is so challenging. It is due to the clever placement of mechanisms to prevent the minions from rushing in. In truth, many secret realms employ mechanisms and subtle tricks to circumvent the triggering of certain monster abilities. In particularly challenging secret dungeon instances, there often exist small mechanisms that, once discovered and activated, simplify the mechanics of the dungeon significantly. At this moment, it was unexpected that Qin Fan's dragon had not even made a move, yet it had already intimidated the tyrant's wraith. Is this the terror of dragons? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Qin Fan remained indifferent to the tyrant's fear. In his eyes, these swarms of minions equated to pure experience points. Once he vanquished this tyrant's wraith, it was likely that these minions would turn to dust as well. Therefore, Xiaojiu, charge forth. First, crush the tiny ants beneath your feet, and then obliterate that colossal ant. Roar. Xiaojiu acknowledged with a response, indicating her understanding. Subsequently, with a thunderous boom, as Xiaojiu took her first step, a massive pit, 3 meters deep, suddenly appeared in the palace floor. That was the imprint left by Xiaojiu's foot, and more crucially, as it advanced, the entire palace began to tremble. The group of lesser zombies closest to the little wine had no opportunity to react before they were shattered by the powerful shockwave. At this moment, the actual strength attribute of the little wine had reached an astonishing 4,500. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Of course, this attribute could only be attained in the form that shook the heavens. However, it must be said that this formidable power, combined with a clear division between physical and magical forms, indeed provided Qin Fan with significant advantages. At the very least, Qin Fan could freely switch between magical and physical forms. Boom. The second foot had already come down. Ugh. Another wave of lesser zombies perished. The intelligent generals among the undead, the vengeful spirits of kings and ministers, were taken aback and retreated upon experiencing this overwhelming destruction. Yet, before they could escape, a massive black gold dragon tail swept down like the scythe of death. Ugh. This time, the casualties were even greater. It is estimated that with a single sweep of the tail, the little wine had vanquished at least 1,000 lesser zombies. Chapter 48. Completion. Rating level. Merely a single sweep had annihilated over 1,000 zombie creatures, accounting for 10% of all the lesser monsters. This was only because these creatures had not clustered together. Had they all gathered, such a sweep would have been sufficient to eliminate them entirely. Gulp. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, watching the zombies fall to their doom by its tail, the little wine could not help but feel a rare sense of playfulness. Subsequently, those enormous golden dragon eyes sparkled with a childlike gleam of mischief. Clearly, what was perceived by many candidates as a life-or-death final challenge appeared to the little wine as a playground for children. This direct annihilation of all monsters' vitality aligned perfectly with the destructive nature of the dragon clan. If one were to consider who was most shocked at the scene, aside from the external spectators, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate tyrant among the undead. Observing its army of the dead, it realized how utterly fragile they were before this dragon. Qin Fan, watching the tyrant zombie in a daze, could somewhat empathize with its current feelings. The once invincible army of the dead seemed as fragile as paper before this monstrous dragon. In truth, Qin Fan often pondered, since he was a dragon tamer, why could he not command the divine dragons from the myths of the Dragon Kingdom? But soon he dismissed the thought, realizing that the dragon deity of his homeland could hardly be subdued by a mere first-tier mortal. Only the Western dragons would be tamed. Of course, this was primarily because humanity had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Eastern divine dragons. As a result, to this day, no one in the world knows whether the Eastern divine dragons truly exist. If they do exist, in which forbidden regions might they reside? For contemporary humanity, The quest for such truths is exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, contentment enveloped Qin Fan as he realized that his once mundane existence had finally transformed. He had anticipated a life of mediocrity, dutifully serving as a mere cook, yet fate, in its benevolence, bestowed upon him a remarkable opportunity. Seizing this chance was imperative. He was determined to rise and transcend his former self. At that moment, sensing the fervent battle spirit of its master, Little Wine let out a fierce roar and charged forth. The earth trembled, buildings crumbled, and the undead legion fell before the relentless advance of Little Wine. Nothing could impede this devastating onslaught. In a final confrontation, the tyrannical undead stirred with a flicker of defiance, summoning the courage to assault Little Wine. The outcome was swift. With a single stomp, the creature was reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, in that instant, a faint golden radiance enveloped the tyrant's form, pulsating with a tremendous vitality. To Qin Fan's astonishment, this level 30 golden 5-star entity reconstituted itself, standing once more before Little Wine after a mere 2 seconds. This was a high-level resurrection, a skill reserved for creatures above level 30. Given the hellish difficulty of the dungeon's trials, such a life-preserving ability was not unexpected. However, the tyrant's revival was met with Little Wine's palpable impatience, delivering an overwhelming kick. To the undead tyrant, even a single foot from Little Wine loomed as a colossal shadow. The ground quaked beneath the impact, shattering not only the tyrant, but also the very foundation of the palace itself. Looking back, the palace, situated within the burial grounds, lay in utter disarray, littered with the remnants of fallen zombies. The elite monsters had also succumbed to Little Wine's devastation. For the vengeful spirit elite, Little Wine employed a simple yet effective fire dragon breath, sweeping over them with overwhelming force. Although the magical damage was diminished in its formidable state, it sufficed to obliterate these spectral foes. Thus, the final trial, which had instilled dread in all participants, witnessed the complete annihilation of every monster under Little Wine's relentless charge. Had it not been for Little Wine's momentary distraction, the pace of extermination would have been swifter. Nevertheless, Qin Fan was acutely aware that his team had undoubtedly achieved the fastest completion time. Without exception, even the solitary challengers would find their scores eclipsed by his performance. Both in terms of duration and evaluation, Qin Fan was unequivocally the victor. Alright, in addition to the roasted suckling pig, I shall prepare several whole roasted lambs for you. All your favorite flavors, human, spicy, and savory, will be catered to. Qin Fan chuckled, affectionately stroking Little Wine's head. Gulp. Little Wine, delighted by the promise, narrowed its eyes in joy. For it was indeed a little gourmand. In the past, in pursuit of a bottle of divine fire agate, one was willing to forge a pact with Qin Fan. This inclination stemmed, of course, from a delightful sensation akin to the warmth of the sun that radiated from him. An instinctive thought emerged within its mind, suggesting that following this master would undoubtedly lead to a future filled with joy and contentment. Thus, the contract was signed. At that moment, a tremor coursed through the little spirit. With a series of crisp sounds, Qin Fan was astonished to witness countless iron scales shedding from its exterior. Upon falling away, these scales transformed into dust, while vibrant crimson dragon scales swiftly emerged in their place. With a satisfied cry, the little spirit gradually diminished in size. Qin Fan comprehended its intention. It likely felt that after vanquishing the zombie monstrosities, the vile essence had tainted its dragon scales, prompting the desire to shed the old and regenerate anew. Given the dragon's formidable vitality, such a feat was indeed no challenge at all. Ding! At this moment, a notification from the secret realm finally began to resonate. Congratulations to the newly reborn Qin Fan for successfully clearing the silver-level secret realm dungeon, the Tomb Maze. Current level difficulty, Hell level. Completion time, 12 minutes and 56 seconds. Performance rating, a grade. Duration rating, a grade. Overall rating, a grade. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom's Vocational Examination Data Center. Rewards for clearing the secret realm will be distributed in 1 minute. Please claim them promptly, Freshman Qin Fan. At last, Qin Fan exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Excellent. He had finally accomplished the first task set forth by the system, to achieve outstanding results in the vocational examination. However, he was left wondering what rewards the system would bestow this time. Yet, he decided to refrain from overthinking it, content to remain in place and await the impending rewards. Chapter 49, Abundant Rewards. Outside the examination hall, the podium fell into a profound silence once more. All the leaders, principals, and teachers appeared as if they had been transformed into statues, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief as they fixated on the images displayed on the screen. What on earth is this? My goodness. The final challenge, teeming with nearly 10,000 minor foes, was utterly obliterated? Moreover, the key point was that the colossal dragon seemingly did not employ any skills. It merely rampaged through the level with its invincible form. One could even discern a childlike playfulness glimmering in its eyes. A 30-level golden 5-star adversary. Even the principals present would find it exceedingly arduous to contend with. After all, in this remote third or fourth-tier city, the principals and teachers possessed limited strength. Having the capability for a second transformation was already commendable. Yet, despite the formidable challenge posed, it was annihilated in an instant. And to be swiftly defeated again after a second revival, it was truly astonishing. On this day, all the principals and teachers present finally grasped the formidable power of the Dragon Clan. It appeared that no matter how challenging the questions set forth by the King of Hell might be, they paled in comparison to the extraordinary prowess of Qin Fan's dragon. Director Lu Jinliang of the Anning City Education Bureau could not help but exclaim in admiration. Extraordinary. This was Lu Jinliang's assessment of the dragon, and simultaneously, a reflection on Qin Fan, who had forged a contract with such a magnificent creature. Indeed, the dragon was remarkable. The fact that Qin Fan could not only tame such a powerful dragon, but also command its unwavering obedience rendered him even more impressive. It is worth noting that even the legendary level 100 beast tamers, when entering into contracts with subdragon species, did not establish such a master-servant relationship. Rather, they formed a partnership of equals. This implies that not even the most elite beast tamers have achieved the remarkable feat of subduing a dragon of such caliber as Qin Fan had done. With a time of 12 minutes and 56 seconds, and all scores marked at the highest level, it was clear that this year's top scholar position in South Zhou province belonged unequivocally to him. At that moment, Lu Bin spoke with grave seriousness. The other principals and teachers nodded in agreement, particularly Luo Yang and Zhao Li, who could not suppress their laughter. To their astonishment, the modest Anning City had shattered the historical records of the vocational examination, giving rise to a true provincial champion. Previously, the best record from Anning City in the vocational examination had been achieved decades ago by a hidden profession spirit tamer, who secured 8th place in that cohort. Now, the once dismissed dragon tamer profession had triumphed against all odds, claiming a title never before seen in Anning City. Of course, this was merely a toast to success so far. Whether Qin Fan could truly secure the title of top scholar remained to be seen, with those present estimating a 99% probability of success. The remaining one allowed for some margin of uncertainty, as one could never predict the emergence of other exceptional talents from the provincial capital or elsewhere. Nevertheless, for Anning City, this was a momentous occasion, as they proudly boasted their very first dragon tamer. Remember to keep this confidential. The recordings of Qin Fan's examination must not be leaked, nor should his successful contract with a true top-tier dragon be disclosed. Those who dare to reveal such information will face dire consequences. At that moment, Lu Bin's gaze, filled with a murderous intent and warning, swept across all the principals and teachers present. Hiss! Sensing the chilling aura of the star-cutting sword saint, all the educators felt a tightening in their expressions. This was no jest. Given the current stringent confidentiality surrounding information regarding vocational practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom, anyone who dared to leak such details would indeed find themselves hunted down by the entire nation. The Dragon Kingdom places immense value on its future talent, especially those gifted individuals yet to fully blossom, for it is widely acknowledged that the stage of the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably belong to these young prodigies. The Dragon Kingdom has long established that the recordings of the vocational examination are not to be made public each year. Moreover, the principals and teachers qualified to observe the examination on-site are individuals of considerable stature within the locality. Indeed, confidentiality is of utmost importance. After all, this marks the first successful instance in human history of taming a top-tier dragon species. Furthermore, once that young creature emerges, it will be imperative to converse with him. Lu Jinliang nodded in agreement, fully recognizing the significance of maintaining secrecy. Should this news leak, he could guarantee that every nation would be in an uproar. This is a top-tier dragon, not a ground dragon, nor a flying dragon, and certainly not a sub-dragon. We are speaking of beings of dragon-class caliber, possibly even a holy dragon. Before this young entity truly matures, it is indeed wise to refrain from making too much noise. Meanwhile, as the principals engaged in a solemn discussion, within the instance, a resounding hum echoed. A vast golden beam of light descended from the heavens. Following this, various items materialized from the golden glow. Simultaneously, the sound of the secret realm spirit's prompt resonated in their minds. The eye of appraisal scanned swiftly, and the information regarding the rewards materialized before them. Brave warrior, congratulations on completing the Tomb of the Earth Maze secret instance. Below are the exclusive rewards for completing the secret realm. Reward, 15 experience points. Reward, 200 skill points, 200 free attribute points. Reward, title of Tomb Raider. Reward, 3-piece set of Shadow Wind armor, chestplate, belt, leggings. Reward, Tyrant Undead's command staff, level 25, gold. Reward, Tyrant Undead's enchantment, orb X1. Reward, rare material Tyrant Undead's heart X1. Abundant. Incredibly abundant. Setting aside the other rewards, the mere 15 experience points are enough to evoke profound delight in Qin Fan. Suro, how much experience did you gain? Qin Fan inquired softly. I received 5 experience points, which is already quite substantial. A rosy glow of joy appeared on Su-Ro's bright and lovely face. 5. Qin Fan murmured to himself. It seems this secret instance differs from the previous Goblin Village instance. Experience is allocated based on contribution. Although Su-Ro's role in this venture was minimal, she did contribute in some measure. There must also be a minimum threshold for experience rewards, set at 5. Otherwise, if contribution were the sole criterion, it would be a blessing from the heavens if Su-Ro received even 1 experience point. What rewards do you desire? Qin Fan asked with a smile. No, I am already quite pleased with the experience and attribute points I have earned. Moreover, I have secured an excellent score for the examination. I am content. All these rewards are yours. Su-Ro exhibited remarkable self-awareness. She understood that without Qin Fan, not only would they have failed to complete the challenge, but she likely wouldn't have even possessed the courage to face the hellish difficulty. How could she possibly demand a share of the spoils? Chapter 50. The Harsh Vocational Examination. Here, take this level 25 golden staff. I have no use for it anyway. Although Su-Ro wisely declined the allocation of resources, Qin Fan was not one to be stingy. I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. Su-Ro exclaimed, covering her mouth. Indeed, this level 25 golden quality staff, if sold, would undoubtedly command a starting price of over 80 million dragon coins. This is merely the initial bid. The scarcity of equipment and skill books in the market, especially in Anning City, has driven prices to astronomical heights. It is rare to find even good equipment at level 20, let alone at level 25. In such circumstances, the prices of equipment and skill books have soared beyond the reach of ordinary families. I am the captain, and since I have allocated it to you, you should simply accept it. Qin Fan insisted, tossing the golden staff towards Su-Ro as if it were a mere piece of refuse. Su-Ro hurriedly caught it with great care, examining it closely, and was visibly moved. Truly, this was a piece of golden-grade equipment. The enchantment effects and enhancements to her intelligence attribute far surpassed the staff crafted for her by her family. Thank you. Su-Ro expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Qin Fan waved his hand and stuffed the remaining items into his internal space. All right, the exam is over, and it is time to head out, Qin Fan said with a smile. The astonished expressions of the prominent figures outside would surely be priceless. Su-Ro joined him in laughter, her smile bright and healing. Yes, sometimes having a beautiful companion in a dungeon can be quite delightful, he mused, as the sight alone could lift one's spirits. At that moment, nestled in Qin Fan's embrace, the little creature, Xiaojiao, poked its head out and chirped, seemingly wanting to remind him of its contributions. All right. I know your efforts are the greatest. Tonight, we will feast on roasted suckling pig, whole lamb, and roasted rabbit. All for you. Qin Fan chuckled, affectionately patting the little one's head. Xiaojiao basked in the attention with a contented hum. In the outside world, a sudden ripple surged through the magic teleportation array at the center of the square. Everyone turned to see the figures of Qin Fan and Su-Ro emerging. Lu Bin, sitting on the podium, immediately stood up, eager to approach Qin Fan for a conversation. Every Beastmaster possesses their own beast space, and as a hidden class, the Dragon Master certainly has one as well, with a capacity far exceeding that of ordinary Beastmasters to accommodate the immense size of dragons. However, just as Lu Bin was about to speak, another series of ripples emanated from the magic array. Moments later, 5 disheveled figures materialized. Thud. Among them, 2 figures collapsed instantly. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were a team that had opted for the difficult level of the entrance examination. Help! Someone please! The young priestess, her mana completely depleted, cried out in despair. A healing team, ever ready on the battlefield, rushed to her aid. Meanwhile, Qin Fan and Su-Ro observed in silence. This 5-member team comprised 2 frontline warriors, a melee damage dealer, a ranged magic user, and a supporting priest, a classic configuration for dungeon expeditions. However, the 2 frontline warriors were battered and bruised, their armor shattered, blood staining their bodies, a clear indication they had sustained severe injuries in a prior encounter, forcing them to retreat. Suddenly, a cry of anguish echoed from the screen. In the window, a mage, attempting to solo a challenging encounter, was brutally crushed by a massive stitched-together zombie. Its legs snapped in an instant. The scene unfolded as the mage was mercilessly torn apart, blood spraying like a torrential downpour, resembling a rain of crimson. The giant zombie, insatiable, opened its mouth wide, while the various stitched faces on its body also gaped, eager to savor the exquisite flesh and blood it deemed delectable. Su-Ro covered her mouth, her face paling in shock. A life had been lost, right before their eyes. The priestess, already shaken, looked up and, upon witnessing this horrific scene, began to weep more fervently, likely haunted by the trauma of the moment. The principal on the podium watched in solemn silence, the weight of sorrow heavy upon him. They were educators, and the individual who had perished was one of their students. Yet, they felt helpless in the face of such tragedy. This was the harsh reality of the transmutation examination, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the world beyond. Countless powerful transmuters faced monsters on the front lines far more terrifying than those encountered in this examination realm. The principal and teachers had witnessed numerous live broadcasts of the examination over the years. Qin Fan, too, gazed at the scene before him, remaining silent. He understood that for any transmuter to forge a lasting path forward, they must endure such brutal realities. It was akin to his own perilous pursuit of the divine fire jade, where he risked his life to slay a cat demon. Uncertain whether the affinity for beasts would prove beneficial, failure would lead to a deadly confrontation. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, a buzzing sound filled the air. Teams and solo players emerged from the magical teleportation array, and to everyone's astonishment, even Ho Iba appeared, looking disheveled. He had chosen to tackle the challenge at the difficult level solo. Incredible. Even Ho Iba couldn't pass. The difficulty of this year's examination was indeed formidable. Notably, Qin Fan and Su Ro had emerged earlier than many others. They, too, must have faced insurmountable challenges, ultimately retreating in defeat. Upon hearing these words, the initially despondent Ho Iba lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Qin Fan and Su Ro. He then rose, gradually making his way over. Turning to Su Ro, he fixed her with a penetrating stare and solemnly inquired, "Su Ro, do you regret it?" He suggested, "I recommend you follow my lead, retake the year, and join forces with me next year to tackle the dungeon together. Partnering with this useless dragon tamer will surely lead to elimination." With that, he let out a cold laugh. Clearly, he had taken the discussion seriously, convinced that Qin Fan and Su Ro had faltered and exited prematurely. At that moment, many onlookers had turned their attention towards them. These were individuals who had also failed to progress. Meanwhile, those who had succeeded were still immersed in the depths of the dungeon, likely to emerge only after a couple of hours. The difficulty of this year's college entrance examination was truly beyond anyone's expectations, with most candidates stalling at the fourth stage. While the final challenge was a topic best left unmentioned, having encountered disappointment in the exam hall, Ho Iba, upon seeing Su Ro's own misfortune, felt compelled to offer both counsel and mockery. Chapter 51, The Prelude to Arrogance. Upon hearing Ho Iba's nonsensical derision, the smile that had graced Su Ro's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. She regarded Ho Iba with a distinctly unfriendly expression. Ho Iba had anticipated that his words would inflict some emotional blow, instilling regret in Su Ro, but he was taken aback by her unexpectedly frigid response. This only reinforced his belief that her performance had indeed been poor. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such a demeanor. As he contemplated further remarks, he suddenly noticed the principals and teachers descending from the podium. Even the chief examiner, radiating an aura of formidable sword intent, approached with a broad smile. This momentarily stunned Ho Iba. What was happening? Why did each principal and teacher bear such cheerful expressions? Could it be related to him? At this juncture, self-doubt began to creep in. Having failed midway through the fifth stage and not even witnessing the final challenge, he found it perplexing that the educators were approaching him with smiles. Was it possible that the exam's difficulty was so pronounced that, despite his failure, his current scores could still position him as the top candidate in Anning City? As the group of principals and teachers drew nearer, Ho Iba's posture straightened with increasing pride. The surrounding candidates gazed in astonishment at the approaching dignitaries, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just then, a buzz resonated as three figures were consecutively teleported out within mere seconds. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang, accompanied by a girl whose expression was haughty and whose features bore a somewhat acerbic sharpness. Observing her attire and the gear she possessed, one could surmise that she hailed from a distinguished family in Anning City. However, when Ho Iba beheld this scene, a distinct twitch of his countenance betrayed his agitation. "You all formed a team?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Wasn't it agreed that we would tackle the challenging examination realm solo?" Upon witnessing his colleague's emergence, the reality of their collaboration dawned on Ho Iba. He never anticipated that despite their prior commitment to compete against each other, Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang had instead allied with a priest to conquer the dungeon together. "My sincerest apologies," Tian Jinming interjected, adjusting his glasses with a casual smile. Before entering, I considered the habitual nature of the King of Hell's challenges. Even with the designated difficulty, we may not have succeeded in a solo endeavor. I had no desire to engage in a realm of lesser difficulty, hence I sought out Xiong Shuang and Zhang Yu at the last moment. His assertion was validated as they triumphantly cleared the challenging realm. Had we attempted it alone, we would likely have faced failure long ago. Tian Jinming, strikingly handsome in his white mage robe, spoke with an air of self-satisfaction, deliberately raising his voice to flaunt their success before the unfortunate candidates who had faltered in their examinations. As anticipated, the surrounding students, who had not succeeded, cast envious glances towards the trio of Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Zhang Yu, showering them with admiration. It was evident that Tian Jinming not only possessed strength but also intellect, unlike Ho Iba, whose foolishness stood in stark contrast. Clearly, Tian Jinming was destined to become the top scholar of Anning City. Indeed, he could choose any prestigious institution, and it was likely that even the top 3 universities would send representatives to recruit him. a phenomenon that had not occurred in many years. While the onlookers expressed their admiration, they could not resist drawing comparisons with Hoiba. Damn it, this is all your fault. If you hadn't taken Suro away, my team's performance would undoubtedly have rivaled theirs. In a fit of frustration, Hoiba turned to Qin Fan and Suro, uttering incredibly thoughtless remarks that immediately furrowed Qin Fan's brow. However, should the individual persist in buzzing around like a fly, Qin Fan would certainly ensure they understood the meaning of cruelty. Let it be remembered that Qin Fan was no saint. In the wilderness of the realm, when Zhuo Feng, Lu Qing, and Zhou Xianjian declared a kill, they acted without hesitation. It was only in the presence of the public that he refrained from engaging with a fool like Hoiba. Were they in the wilderness, Hoiba would have faced defeat at Qin Fan's hands countless times. What are you discussing? At that moment, the principal and teachers finally approached in groups. Upon seeing these esteemed figures, Hoiba's previously arrogant demeanor diminished somewhat. Yet, a bitter sensation lingered within him. For he knew that these dignitaries had come to extend their early congratulations to Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Zhang Yu on their outstanding achievements in the transfer examination. Tian Jinming and his companions shared the same realization, promptly greeting them with broad smiles and polite salutations. 3 proctors, along with esteemed principals and teachers, greeted one another with subtle nods. At that moment, the principal of the 3rd middle school approached Tian Jinming and cheerfully inquired, "Ah, Tian, judging by your demeanor, it seems you performed exceptionally well. Pray tell, what was your passing score?" Tian Jinming responded, "Xiong Shuang, Zhang Yu." "No, principal. Did you not witness our live broadcast?" He hesitated, pondering. Or perhaps the principal is deliberately posing this question in front of the crowd to elicit our scores and bask in the glory. Indeed, despite our utmost efforts, our final completion time was a mere 22 minutes and 45 seconds, and our overall score was rather disheartening, bringing shame to the 3rd middle school. Tian Jinming feigned deep remorse, adopting a stance reminiscent of the top students in class. When the exam papers were distributed, he scored 98 out of 100, yet pretended to wear an expression of disappointment, as if he had failed miserably. The moment Tian Jinming's boastful words fell, they sparked awe and admiration among many candidates. "Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Achieving such a high score," exclaimed one. "I only managed an average score on a simple difficulty level. Truly remarkable. It seems our city's top student will surely emerge from either him or Xiong Shuang." Listening to these accolades, the expressions on Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang's faces swelled with pride. However, Hoiba gritted his teeth in frustration. Only Qin Fan and Su Ro, along with a group of esteemed figures, displayed no signs of excitement or enthusiasm. Even the principal of their school merely nodded faintly, offering a half-hearted compliment. Not bad. Indeed. Chapter 52. The top student is not us. Upon witnessing the faint smiles from the esteemed individuals, Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang were momentarily taken aback. Even the principal's praise bore an air of insincerity. Was this score not commendable? After all, it was the result of a team effort in a high-difficulty examination. In Anning City, it could be considered top tier, at least among the surrounding candidates. While Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang pondered this, the formidable exam supervisor Lu Bin, exuding an aura of terrifying sword intent, bypassed the trio and approached Qin Fan and Su Ro. To their astonishment, other principals and teachers followed closely behind, encircling Qin Fan and Su Ro. What is happening here? The surrounding candidates were left in a state of disbelief. Even Tian Jinming and Hoiba were momentarily stunned. What were these esteemed figures up to? "Qin Fan, you are quite remarkable. Truly impressive." In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the usually stern 3rd transformation sword saint displayed an unprecedented smile of satisfaction and patted Qin Fan's shoulder heartily. Such a gesture. Isn't it a gesture typically exhibited by an elder who holds a profound admiration for a junior? Yet, did not Qin Fan fail to pass? What merit does he possess? At this moment, Tian Jinming and the others found themselves ensnared in a perplexing confusion. The accolades that rightfully belonged to them had inexplicably fallen upon Qin Fan. What could possibly account for this? All that remained was to patiently await the results to be announced in 7 days. Additionally, confidentiality must be observed. Lu Bin imparted one last, meaningful reminder. "Very well. We appreciate Director Lu's concern." Both Qin Fan and Su Ro nodded in gratitude. Then, amidst the bewildered and chaotic gazes of the crowd, they exited the examination hall. "Director Lu, one should not be stingy when it comes to rewarding this year's top scholar." Only after Qin Fan departed did Li Bin turn, casting a significant glance toward Lu Jinliang. "Rest assured on that matter. The moment I, Lu, see the results, I shall be fully prepared with rewards for the top scholar. The Education Bureau of our city will bestow 2 universal skill books, 30 million dragon coins, a top-tier villa in Century Manor, and a set of level 20 purple grade armor as the prize for this year's city-level top scholar." Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, declared generously. Upon hearing this, not only the other principals and teachers, but all the candidates present turned pale in astonishment. My goodness, the city-level top scholar this year is to receive such extraordinary rewards? particularly the 2 universal skill books, which are invaluable treasures that cannot be bought. Of course, our local alchemy companies, forging companies, real estate firms, and automotive enterprises will also offer substantial rewards. Surely, this should satisfy you, Director Liu. Lu Jinliang continued to unveil additional incentives. As these words fell, the candidates' faces paled once more. Goodness. It appears they intend to mobilize the entire city's resources to reward this year's city-level top scholar. Previous city-level scholars have never been afforded such generous treatment. Could it be that due to the exceptionally high difficulty of this year's exam, they are providing lavish rewards to those who excel? Yet, this is remarkably extravagant. After all, this is merely a 4th or 5th-tier small city. The rewards being offered surpass even those from larger cities. It is said that 1st-tier cities reward their city-level scholars with only a single universal skill book. Yet, Anning City is prepared to grant 2. Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang were utterly stunned and exhilarated. The reason Director Liu had earlier approached and patted Qin Fan on the shoulder was likely due to Su Rou. It is well known that although the Su family in Anning City may be considered a minor family in the vast dragon country, Su Rou's father had once saved the life of a formidable 4th-turn expert. As a result, Su Rou received a precious gift from that 4th-turn expert, a 2nd-turn scroll of the hymn singer. Director Liu's gesture of patting Qin Fan on the shoulder was primarily to comfort Su Rou, thus indirectly paying respect to that 4th-turn expert. Indeed, it must be so. The title of city-level top scholar will still emerge between Xiong Shuang and me. In the recent Secret Realm performance, Tian Jinming's output percentage surpassed that of Xiong Shuang by a remarkable 5. Thus, it is highly probable that he will secure the position of the city's top scorer. Contemplating this, even if Tian Jinming attempted to maintain his composure, he could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips, reveling in a sense of triumph. What a delightful moment. Life could hardly be sweeter. Oh, soon he would possess both connections and resources. How gratifying. Xiong Shuang, observing Tian Jinming's beaming expression, felt a surge of unease within. He was acutely aware that his own output percentage paled in comparison to that of Tian Jinming. The coveted top position might very well elude him. Overwhelmed by trepidation, he approached his principal and quietly inquired, "Principal, do you believe the city's top scorer will be Tian Jinming?" Although the principals had no authority to grade the vocational examination papers, their years of experience in the field had granted them insight into who might emerge as the top scorer. "Child, that question is absurd. How could Tian Jinming possibly be the city's top scorer?" The principal of the 3rd high school chuckled, shaking his head. Not Tian Jinming. Xiong Shuang's eyes sparkled with joy at that moment. If it wasn't Tian Jinming, then could it be him? The principal shot him a glance, seemingly discerning the excitement masked by his expression, and added with a hint of resignation, "Don't celebrate just yet. The city's top scorer is not you either." "What? Not him, and not me? Who could it be?" In an instant, Xiong Shuang was utterly bewildered. At that moment, Tian Jinming remained exuberant, smiling as he surveyed the surrounding candidates. Witnessing such an air of arrogance from him, Xiong Shuang felt an immediate surge of irritation. Neither of them was destined for the top scorer title, yet Tian Jinming continued to flaunt his pretentious demeanor. "Enough. Come here. I need to discuss something with you." Xiong Shuang pulled Tian Jinming into a corner. "What is it? Are you perhaps envious of my impending title as the city's top scorer, wishing for a share of the rewards?" Tian Jinming scoffed. At this, Xiong Shuang could not help but curse under his breath. "Look at you, you're anxious. What is there to be anxious about? Neither of us is the city's top scorer. Do you realize how foolish you look in your arrogance?" Xiong Shuang glared at him. Not us." Tian Jinming was taken aback. Chapter 53, The Terrifying Growth of Xiao Jiao After Leaving the Examination Hall. Qin Fan parted ways with Su Rou. Initially, Su Rou had considered inviting Qin Fan to lunch, but upon noticing the small head peering out from his collar, glaring intently at her, she hesitated to extend the invitation. She was acutely aware of the formidable nature of that little dragon cub. Despite her fondness for Qin Fan, she could not risk upsetting that little ancestor. Instead, she made her way to the largest meat market in Anning City. To the astonishment of the various proprietors, Qin Fan purchased 20 magical antelopes, 20 dark crystal black-haired pigs, and 20 unicorn magical rabbits in one go. Although these were not wild, their meat quality was superior in tenderness and flavor compared to their wild counterparts. The reason is naturally attributed to the remarkable advancements in both magic and technology over the years, coupled with the integration of gaming into reality, which has propelled various industries to unprecedented heights. Among them, the livestock industry has also experienced extraordinary growth. The meat animals purchased by Qin Fan have been meticulously cultivated by humans, far surpassing the taste of their wild counterparts. After the proprietor prepared the lamb, pork, and rabbit meat, they were stored in a spatial ring, and he also procured a relatively large, professional barbecue machine. Upon returning to the orphanage, amidst the children's jubilant cheers, Qin Fan immediately began to grill all the meat. Suddenly, a small creature named Xiao Jiao emerged from Qin Fan's embrace, emitting an adorable sound that instantly captured the children's attention. "Brother Qin Fan, what is this? So cute." Brother Qin Fan, can I play with it? Wow. It's so adorable. Can I touch it? The children eagerly surrounded Xiaojio. Initially, Qin Fan worried whether Xiaojio would be averse to the children's approach, but he soon discovered that the little dragon raised its head high and showed no resistance to their gentle touches. Perhaps it sensed the pure-hearted goodwill of the children. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted Aunt Ma observed the scene with a warm smile. She did not inquire about Qin Fan's performance in the vocational examination this year. Regardless of academics or life, Aunt Ma maintained low expectations for the children and never interfered, allowing them ample space to keep their secrets. As long as they refrained from wrongdoing, that sufficed. After satisfying their hunger, seeing Xiaojio finally nestle contentedly in his arms, purring softly, Qin Fan found the time to explore the rewards he had received from the vocational examination that day. Firstly, there were experience points and attribute skill points. The 15 experience points propelled Qin Fan's level from 18 to 22, while Xiaojio's level increased from 10 to 12. The elevation in levels naturally resulted in changes to their 4 primary attributes. Additionally, he received the title of Tomb Raider King and the 3-piece Wind Armor set. Tomb Raider King title grants 15 points to strength, 15 points to wisdom, and a 15 increase in movement speed. The Mosquito Leg title, though still something every vocational practitioner strives to collect, as the attributes from titles, like the 4 primary attributes, are permanent. When the number of titles accumulates to a certain extent, the attributes become significant. However, the attributes of the Wind set are not particularly impressive. The Wind set is a level 20 purple grade armor set, consisting of 3 pieces, shoulder armor, a belt, and leg guards. Each piece shares the same attribute modifiers, strength 5, stamina 30. The shoulder armor has an enchantment effect that increases attack speed by 15. The belt enhances casting speed by 15, and the leg guards boost movement speed by 15. The set effect grants a 10 reduction in all damage taken when hit. Remarkably, the effects of this armor set are quite similar to those of the Swift Wind set obtained from system chests. However, in terms of attributes, it pales in comparison to the level 15 Swift Wind set. This is entirely reasonable, as the Shadow Wind set is merely a product of standard dungeon drops. While the Swift Wind set is a unique creation of the system, such a comparison is undoubtedly futile. It would be prudent to seize an opportunity to sell it, or perhaps directly offer it to Su Ro in exchange for dragon coins, ensuring that this orphanage can thrive without worry. Qin Fan pondered meticulously. Simultaneously, he needed to commence preparations for his grand journey of study. Before departing Anning City, he must ensure that all matters concerning the orphanage are settled, alleviating the burden from his dear caretaker. After all, he is currently quite affluent. The funds from selling materials, coupled with the 30 million dragon coins transferred by Su Ro, has allowed the 18-year-old Qin Fan to amass nearly 100 million in assets. This is without having liquidated everything within his storage space. Lastly, there is the enchanted gem from the tyrant's corpse, which, when affixed to a weapon, triggers the sovereign effect upon a successful attack. Sovereign effect increases one's strength by 15. This is indeed a valuable asset. It boasts a percentage-based enhancement effect. As for the high-grade material, the heart of the tyrant's corpse, well, it can be utilized in the concoction of a rare poison pill. The most significant reward from this dungeon expedition appears to be the experience points, far exceeding those of a typical dungeon. Qin Fan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Now, both he and Xiaojio have undergone tremendous transformations. Name: Qin Fan. Age: 18 years. Level: 22. Class: Dragon Tamer. Talents: Beast Affinity, Culinary Mastery. Strength: 700. Intelligence: 700. Physique: 600. Agility: 600. Class skills: Dragon Taming, Bloodline Fusion. Hate Mark: Dragon Frenzy, Dragon Claw Assault. Fire Dragon Projectile, Dragon Companion, Blazing Sacred Dragon, Endless Fire Master. Name: Ingjio. Nickname: Xiaojio. Gender: female. Age: less than a month. Level: 12. Attributes: Strength 2200. Intelligence 2200. Physique 2100. Agility 2100. Without any equipment or item enhancements. The changes in Qin Fan are remarkable, yet the transformations in Xiaojio are nothing short of astonishing. Her overall attributes have collectively surged by 1,000. When all is accounted for, Xiaojio has astonishingly gained a total of 4,000 attribute points from this upgrade. This is simply outrageous. One can hardly fathom the extent of her power once she reaches level 30 and enters her growth phase. The critical aspect is that the rewards for the system-issued tasks have yet to be calculated. They will likely be settled after the college entrance examination results are officially announced. Goodness, I am truly progressing step by step along the path to invincibility. Qin Fan exclaimed in awe, despite having mentally prepared himself in advance. He was still taken aback by the astonishing growth of Xiaojio. Giggling, Xiaojio nestled against Qin Fan's chest, sensed her master's astonishment at her development, and couldn't help but smile adorably with pride. Chapter 54. All good things must come to an end. 7 days swiftly passed. On this particular morning, The parents of Anning City eagerly awaited, sitting anxiously before their computers, anticipating the announcement from the Anning City Education Bureau at 9 o'clock. Every year, this day is the most anticipated occasion for students and parents nationwide, as it determines whether one can turn their fortunes around. For the common folk, if their child could gain direct admission to a prestigious institution, it would undoubtedly alter their future significantly. It is essential to recognize that due to the integration of gaming and reality, the Great Cataclysm has awakened a power that has garnered heightened attention from governments around the globe. A myriad of industries related to these transcenders have emerged as highly desirable career paths. For instance, positions such as high school teachers specializing in transcendence, training instructors for adventure guilds, and practical course instructors have become exceptionally sought after. The benefits and compensation for these careers are indeed remarkable. Consequently, many ordinary citizens aspire for their children to gain admission to prestigious combat academies, achieve academic success, and subsequently secure these coveted professions. Naturally, securing a position at a university would be even more advantageous for those with outstanding results. Thus, the day of results becomes an event of national significance. Qin Fan, however, did not linger before the computer awaiting the announcement, as he was already aware of his results. He was undoubtedly first. During the past 7 days, he had been preparing for his distant studies. In the interim, he contacted Su Ro, requesting her to leverage her family's connections to find reliable individuals to serve as new staff members for the orphanage. At that moment, Qin Fan's phone rang. Upon answering, he was greeted by the melodious and joyous voice of Su Ro. Qin Fan, the results are out. You are first. You are the top scholar of Nanzhou province. In response, Qin Fan felt no excitement, as this outcome had long been anticipated. And you? How did you fare? He inquired with a smile. Thanks to you. My results are quite impressive as well, placing me in the top 20 of the province. Gaining admission to the 5 leading universities is undoubtedly within my reach. I must express my gratitude. Without your assistance, my performance would not have been as stellar, Su Ro stated earnestly. Her words were devoid of exaggeration. Throughout the process, she had merely provided Qin Fan with some skill enhancements. While it was due to her role as a supportive class that her contribution was significant, if she had teamed up with others, it is unlikely she would have even made it into the top 20 of Anning City, let alone the province. Ultimately, the composite scores of candidates are determined by their individual performances. It was solely Qin Fan's exceptional abilities that elevated the entire team's score, allowing her to achieve such a high composite score and evaluation. Congratulations to you as well. By the way, which university do you intend to apply to? Qin Fan inquired with a smile. And you? Which university will you apply to? I am highly likely to apply to the Dongling Academy, Qin Fan remarked. The 5 prestigious academies are Dongling Academy, Fengtian Academy, Shengchuan Academy, Nanyun Academy, and Yaoxing Academy. Logically, Qin Fan should have considered the nearby Nanyun Academy, as it is located within the confines of Nanzhou province. However, regrettably, Nanyun Academy is not an institution dedicated to cultivating combat professions. Rather, it specializes in training auxiliary professions. As previously mentioned, in this world, professions are classified into several categories: lifestyle, enhancement, and combat. The combat category holds the highest status, further divided into output and support professions. Lifestyle and enhancement professions are uniformly categorized as auxiliary professions, encompassing roles such as chefs, enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists. Nanyun Academy is particularly renowned for nurturing these auxiliary professions. It is said that several deans of Nanyun Academy are god-level auxiliary professionals, enjoying immense prestige and recognition not only within the Dragon Kingdom, but globally as well. Notably, as a premier institution for auxiliary professions, Nanyun Academy is undoubtedly the wealthiest, and they do not assess students based on their scores from the transition examination. Instead, they focus solely on whether one's awakened talent aligns with auxiliary professions. This explains why Qin Fan opted for Dongling Academy instead. My father wishes for me to attend Fengtian Academy. Su Ro's tone noticeably dimmed. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, for this is indeed a significant choice in life. And Fengtian Academy boasts a formidable faculty. There is much to be learned there, Qin Fan said with a smile, seemingly unfazed. In truth, I wish to apply to the same school as you. This thought remained buried within Su Ro, left unspoken. She had previously promised Qin Fan that the matter of his dragon pet must remain confidential, even from her father. Furthermore, aside from academic scores, all details concerning candidates are strictly confidential. Thus, even after the results are announced, the public only knows that Qin Fan has topped the list, while the recordings of his combat performances are to be kept under strict national secrecy. This applies to all candidates. Only scores are disclosed, with no personal information revealed. All principals and teachers supervising the examination are prohibited from discussing it. Alright, do not forget to go to school tomorrow. The admissions officers from the esteemed academies will be coming in person, Su Ro gently reminded before hanging up, her voice tinged with melancholy. Qin Fan, however, was unconcerned. Su Ro's choice of Fengtian Academy is quite reasonable. Fengtian Province is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. It is a land of prodigies. with prominent families and extensive networks, making it a fitting choice for the future development of the Su family. It is not unlikely that Su Ro may eventually form a union with an exceptional heir from one of those esteemed families. To Qin Fan, none of this truly mattered. He merely appreciated that Su Ro, as a daughter of a wealthy family, did not exhibit the typical debauched habits of the privileged, and she treated others with courtesy. Their friendship was quite pleasant. If she were to apply to the same university as he did, they could potentially form a team in the future. However, with their paths set to diverge, it was inevitable. All gatherings must eventually conclude. Just as Qin Fan was pondering what delectable meal to indulge in that evening, the sudden chime of the system notification pierced through his thoughts. Congratulations, host, for achieving remarkable success in the examination and securing the title of the top scholar of Nanzhou province. Based on the host's overall performance, the system's challenge has been exceeded. The rewards commensurate with this accomplishment are about to be bestowed upon the host. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his previous contemplations faded away in an instant. Finally, the grand rewards from the system had arrived. Chapter 55, Magnificent System Rewards. Ding. Reward, Level 1 Dragon Language Magic Skill Book, Roar of the Flame Dragon. Reward, 200 skill points, 200 free attribute points. Reward, Level 1 Talent, Extraordinary Healing. Reward, Level 20 Golden Quality Staff, Flamefall Staff. Reward, Level 1 Dragon Pet Skill, Divine Fire from the Sky. Reward, Title, Majesty of the Dragon. Reward, Level 1 Heavenly Material, Divine Essence of Heavenly Fire. Abundant, truly extraordinary abundance. As Qin Fan perused the list of rewards, sheer joy illuminated his face. Goodness, every reward is of the highest level. The system truly lives up to its reputation. Is this the reward for exceeding the task? It is indeed overwhelming. Qin Fan felt as if he were in a dream. This challenge task had been triggered on the day of his transition. At that time, he perceived the task as insurmountable, requiring him to become the top scholar at the city level. The crucial point was that he had yet to harness the power of dragons. To his astonishment, he had ascended to the status of provincial top scholar. Next came the time to assess his rewards. First, he examined the 3 Level 1 skill talents. Roar of the Flame Dragon, a high-level skill of the Dragon Language Mage. Upon casting, it allows the user to unleash a formidable fiery roar, inflicting significant burning damage to enemies. No need to deliberate. He had gained another high-level skill. The prowess of a dragon tamer lies not only in their ability to command mighty dragons, but also in their capacity to wield all skills associated with dragon-related professions. Whether as a dragonblood warrior, dragon language mage, or dragon hunter, all skills from these professions were now at his disposal. Extraordinary healing. Any injuries sustained, including fatal wounds, can be rapidly healed, provided that death is not instantaneous. Excellent. He had acquired another life-saving skill. Divine Fire from the Sky. The dragon pet soars through the skies, raining down divine fire upon all designated targets on the ground, causing immense burning explosive damage. Note, this skill can only be learned by the Holy Flame Dragon. This is a unique exclusive reward for Xiaojiu. At present, all of Xiaojiu's skills, with the exception of the destructive flame claw, are of a certain tier, while the rest are of a different grade. Truly, one cannot help but acknowledge the legendary status of the Holy Dragon. Following this, we have the staff, the title, and the rare celestial treasures of Divine Fire Essence. Equipment, Falling Flame Staff. Grade, Gold. Level, 20. Class, Mage, Dragon Language Mage, Dragon Tamer. Attributes, Intelligence 150, Agility 100. Enchanting effect. Targets struck by spells from this staff suffer burn damage equal to one of their maximum health per second for a duration of 10 seconds. This staff amplifies the fire attribute spell damage of its wielder by 20. The spell penetration of the staff bearer increases by 30. The damage dealt by this staff is converted into a layer of flame, wedding gown shield to mitigate incoming damage from foes. Note, this weapon is forged from a segment of the spine of a celestial flame dragon, providing a formidable enhancement to fire attribute skills, making it the dream staff of every pyromancer. Once again, we behold an exquisite weapon. As previously mentioned, the grading of weapons ranges from low to high, white, blue, purple, gold, spirit artifact, sacred relic, and mythical. In essence, white corresponds to the black iron and bronze tier. Blue aligns with silver and gold. Purple corresponds to platinum and diamond. Gold is equivalent to the rare tier. Spirit artifact aligns with the legendary tier. Sacred relic corresponds to the epic tier. Mythical stands alone, without an alternative designation. Should this gold-grade staff appear in the auction house of Anning City, it would undoubtedly create a tempest of excitement, attracting numerous affluent bidders. This is a gold-grade weapon. Even within the challenging realms of the class transfer examination, such rewards are rarely found. Weapons of this caliber can only be obtained through exceptionally unique trials. Splendid. With this, the Xianjing Earthscale sword can be wielded for close combat and charging assaults, while the Falling Flame Staff serves for ranged bombardment. Perfect. Qin Fan is, of course, filled with elation. Divine Fire Essence. infused with an exceptionally pure firepower. It is not to be consumed lightly by ordinary individuals. Note, it is said that the Blazing Flame Dragon clan resides in a forbidden domain known as the Endless Fire Realm, where a type of millennial fire coral grows. This essence is refined from that coral, and consumption by common folk results in instant demise, while bestowing it upon the Blazing Flame Dragon enhances both its physique and divine firepower. Upon reading the note regarding this treasured essence, Qin Fan could not help but smirk slightly. Goodness, regular individuals would perish upon consumption, yet the Blazing Flame Dragon emerges not only unscathed but even stronger. Such is the nature of dragons. Their physiques stand in unparalleled contrast to that of humans. Lastly, Dragon's Majesty, title strength 300, physique 300, intelligence 300, agility 300. All dragon class skills deal 20 more damage. My goodness, an elite title. Typically, titles merely provide a slight boost to attributes. However, the title of Dragon's Majesty conferred far more than a mere star or two. Qin Fan could only exclaim in awe. The rewards bestowed by the system this time were truly bountiful. Grr. The little dragon nestled in Qin Fan's arms also let out a gentle chirp. Xiao Jiao shared a profound bond with Qin Fan, enabling them to sense each other's joys and sorrows. Although it was unclear why its master was so elated, it felt a surge of happiness simply because Qin Fan was joyous. With a deep breath, Qin Fan exhaled slowly. He and Xiao Jiao were one. Thus, there was no need for Xiao Jiao to undertake the learning of skills independently. All Qin Fan needed to do was close his eyes, enter the system's repository, and utilize all the skill books. The vast and profound information surged into both his and Xiao Jiao's minds simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, they had mastered all those skills. Finally, Qin Fan produced a vial of celestial fire essence. Gur. Upon catching a whiff of the unique aroma emanating from the celestial fire essence and sensing the intense fiery energy contained within, Xiao Jiao let out a delighted call. With its golden dragon eyes wide open, it emitted a series of adorable whines, as if attempting to charm Qin Fan. Haha, look at you, little glutton. Here you go. For it is only you, this extraordinary little creature, who can partake in such treasures from heaven and earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fan handed the vial to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao, with its endearing demeanor, embraced the vial and perched upon the table. Then, using its tiny mouth, it uncorked the bottle and lifted its dragon paw to pour the celestial fire essence into its mouth. Gulp, gulp. The liquid, infused with a rich fiery essence, flowed down Xiao Jiao's throat and into its belly. What would scorch a human's mouth felt as harmless as a regular beverage to Xiao Jiao, and it finished it in one swift gulp. Chapter 56, A Province in Uproar. Burp. After downing the celestial fire essence, Xiao Jiao let out a long, satisfied belch. Qin Fan was astonished to see that after consuming the essence, Xiao Jiao's eyes began to glaze over. Its dragon scales and the divine fire patterns on its chest glowed even brighter, radiating a fervent light. In that moment, the little dragon seemed akin to a child who had inadvertently consumed strong liquor, dazed and tipsy. It appeared that the medicinal potency of the celestial fire essence surpassed that of the divine fire jade, necessitating a period of rest for Xiao Jiao. Qin Fan cradled the little dragon, whose warmth enveloped him like a hot water bottle, exuding a fiery aura. Xiao Jiao made no effort to resist. Instead, it settled into a comfortable position in Qin Fan's embrace and began to drift into slumber. Qin Fan understood that Xiao Jiao was entering a deep sleep, gradually digesting the immense medicinal power of the celestial fire essence. Once it finished digesting, it was likely that Xiao Jiao's attributes would experience another significant surge. Meanwhile, as Qin Fan tended to the little dragon, the outside world was stirred into a frenzy. When everyone beheld the score sheet with Qin Fan's name at the top, their eyes widened in disbelief. No way, Qin Fan. He is actually the top scholar of our South Province. Is this for real? I have never heard of this individual before. Astonishingly, Qin Fan's comprehensive score surpasses the second place by a staggering 200 points, reaching an impressive 862. My goodness. It is said that this person has even navigated the hellish trials of the college entrance examination in a team. Had he ventured forth alone, his score might have exceeded 930. What? Surely you jest. In an instant, the name Qin Fan has ignited a wildfire of curiosity throughout South State Province. Countless individuals have begun to delve into the depths of his background, family, and personal information. All enterprises in Anning City have swiftly mobilized, for they are acquainted with Qin Fan, who is unaware that on the day of the job transition ceremony, Class 3 of the first high school produced a rare profession, the dragon tamer. At that time, they thought this lad was simply unfortunate, possessing a hidden vocation yet lacking a dragon to bond with. His future seemed destined for mediocrity. Yet, unexpectedly, this individual, once regarded as insignificant, has now claimed the title of the top scholar in South State Province. This is a reality that everyone struggles to accept, yet must concede. No one dares to question the integrity of the vocational college entrance examination. Since Qin Fan has emerged as the top scholar of South State Province, it signifies that he has discovered his own formidable path. Those seasoned individuals in the business realm are not so naive as to believe that the Dragon Kingdom would orchestrate deceit for a mere dragon tamer. Now that the facts have unfolded, it is time for action. I, from the Lingshui Alchemy Company in Anning City, hereby announce the donation of 3 rare medicinal materials to this newly crowned provincial scholar as a token of congratulations. With the Alchemy Company having made its declaration, I, Tianhao Real Estate, shall also express my sentiments. We are willing to generously bestow upon the new provincial scholar the most exquisite luxury villa in Anning City. Such is my heartfelt gesture. Goodness gracious, with all of you making your statements, it seems I cannot remain silent. May I inquire if Qin Fan has a partner? If not, I would gladly offer my daughter in marriage to you. How shameless of you. It is evident that your daughter is aiming far too high. As titans of the business world step forward to voice their support, the media journalists naturally seize this opportunity to bask in the limelight. In addition to penning articles celebrating Qin Fan's remarkable achievement, they personally station themselves at the school or seek interviews with Qin Fan's classmates. Qin Fan's classmates, in truth, are equally bewildered. None of them expected that the individual they once derided as a failure would rise to prominence, stepping over their fallen egos to claim the title of top scholar. Consequently, when interviewed, these classmates wore expressions of embarrassment, to the delight of all media reporters. Miss Su Ro, the daughter of the Su family and Qin Fan's teammate, courageously stepped forward to be interviewed. Miss Su Ro, what is your assessment of Qin Fan? I am not qualified to evaluate him, but I can express my impression of him in 2 words. Formidable. As far as we know, Qin Fan is indeed a dragon tamer, and his achievement of securing the top scholar title raises the question, has he successfully formed a contract with a dragon companion? I am uncertain about this matter. If you wish to inquire further, you may personally question Qin Fan. Now, does Ms. Su Ro harbor any feelings for Qin Fan? Will they come together? At this moment, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Ho Yibo sit in their homes, their expressions dark and foreboding. A slap in the face. A blatant humiliation, reflecting on their previous derision towards others in the examination hall, coupled with their own smug arrogance. These 3 young talents realize how utterly ridiculous they appear in the eyes of the principals and teachers. Damn it, how could Qin Fan achieve such a feat? Has he truly formed a contract with a dragon companion, becoming the first dragon tamer in history to possess one? No, it is impossible. These 3 city-level prodigies are evidently unable to accept the current reality. However, regardless of their acceptance, it does not affect Qin Fan in the slightest. Meanwhile, countless calls inundate the principal's office at number 1 high school. Each call fills Principal Luo Yang with exhilaration, for they are all from the admissions offices of the nation's top 20 combat universities. Each admissions officer has arranged to come to know 1 high school the following morning for recruitment activities, urging him to inform Qin Fan to come and select a school. It must be said, the actions of these universities are quite swift. As soon as the results were released, they immediately reached out, and no matter the distance, they would arrive the next day. This is, of course, thanks to the construction of large-scale long-distance magical teleportation arrays between provinces. Upon learning this news, Qin Fan nodded in agreement to attend the recruitment fair the next day, which also provides him with an opportunity to select a school. Generally speaking, unless one is among the top 100 students in the province, these prestigious institutions would not send their admissions officers personally. The top scholar of South State Province is actually a dragon tamer. Has he indeed succeeded in forming a contract with a dragon companion? I cannot say. I only received a call from the principal, urging us to do everything possible to ensure that Qin Fan chooses our school. Coincidentally, our leaders have conveyed the same message. It seems that the Sword Saint of Star Slaying has indeed kept the matter of Qin Fan's dragon contract under absolute secrecy. Chapter 57. Teachers from various universities gather. Early the next morning, as Qin Fan stepped out of the orphanage, he discovered a car waiting patiently for him. The driver was none other than his homeroom teacher. Zhaoli, good morning, Qin Fan. I am here to congratulate you on winning the title of top scholar in the South State Province. As soon as he saw Qin Fan emerge, Zhaoli descended from the car with a beaming smile. In truth, this moment should have been surrounded by numerous media reporters. After all, Qin Fan's achievement as the top scholar in South State Province would undoubtedly attract eager journalists vying to report and interview him. However, under the warning of Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, all media were prohibited from disturbing Qin Fan. At present, the homeroom teacher, Zhaoli, naturally took it upon himself to personally welcome this precious student. He could scarcely have imagined that a top scorer on the college entrance examination would emerge from his class, and not just any top scorer, but one of provincial distinction. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it felt as though the ancestral graves were emitting green smoke. Subsequently, Qin Fan boarded Zhaoli's car, which made its way to the school. Upon arriving at the school, Qin Fan was met with the admiring gazes of his junior peers. Look, that's senior Qin Fan. Wow, he is rather handsome. They marveled, unable to fathom that as a dragon tamer, he had secured the coveted title of top scorer for South Province. Could it be that he has truly succeeded in forming a contract with a dragon companion? That would be utterly astonishing. In the face of the excited chatter from his juniors, Qin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He exhibited neither the arrogance that often accompanies such accolades nor any disdain for those who might be seen as inferior. This composed demeanor earned Zhao Li's approval, who had been observing Qin Fan from the shadows. Indeed, impressive. He is neither arrogant nor impatient. It is rare to find a young person with such a tranquil mindset. Having witnessed Qin Fan's remarkable performance on the examination, Zhao Li understood just how extraordinary this student was. He was the first dragon tamer in the history of Manhwa to successfully contract with a high-tier dragon species. While there had been instances of beast tamers forming contracts with dragons before, those were always with lower-tier species. There had been no precedence of contracting high-tier dragons prior to Qin Fan. Zhao Li could confidently assert that Qin Fan had already surpassed numerous peers, and it would not be an overstatement to call him the foremost among the younger generation. Despite possessing such formidable dragon companions and strength, Qin Fan remained humble and composed, refraining from displaying any contempt towards those who were less capable. This rare quality of maintaining humility and calm is indeed commendable. Over the years, Zhao Li had taught many students and encountered several prodigies. However, most of the exceptional talents he had seen would exhibit an arrogant demeanor after achieving remarkable results in examinations, often adopting an air of invincibility. Such a lack of humility would inevitably lead to their downfall. At present, Qin Fan's serenity and composure elevated Zhao Li's assessment of him even further. Under Zhao Li's guidance, Qin Fan arrived at the school's largest and most opulent conference room. Upon entering, he was surprised to find it already filled with people. At the center of the conference table sat 19 teachers, both male and female, of considerable stature. With a discerning eye, Qin Fan recognized that nearly all the teachers were at least level 50 or higher, each exuding a formidable presence. These were likely the admissions office teachers Zhao Li had mentioned. In addition to these distinguished admissions staff, there were also some familiar faces: Su Rou, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, Ho Yiba, and several other top students from various high schools. These exceptional students have demonstrated remarkable performance in the vocational college entrance examination, achieving commendable results that naturally place them on the special recruitment lists of various esteemed universities. It is worth mentioning that each teacher is accompanied by 2 or 3 university students. This is quite commonplace. Professors often bring a few students along during business trips, allowing the students to assist their mentors while earning academic credits in the process. At this moment, when the distinguished Qin Fan entered, the atmosphere shifted as the attendees displayed a myriad of expressions. The admissions officers from various universities revealed intense and fervent gazes, as if they had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Su Rou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she approached Qin Fan to extend her greetings. Meanwhile, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Ho Yiba cast a fleeting, somber glance at Qin Fan before diverting their eyes, suddenly reflecting on how foolish their previous attitudes had been. They had once mocked Qin Fan for his hidden profession, only to be sharply reminded of their error when he emerged as the top scorer in the examination. The university students accompanying the admissions officers regarded Qin Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. "Qin Fan, you finally made it," remarked Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, as he rose with a smile. As the authoritative figure of the bureau, he was keen to personally welcome the representatives of the nation's leading institutions. "Allow me to introduce you," Lu Jinliang said, approaching Qin Fan and shaking his hand warmly. "This is Mr. Yuan from Dongling Academy. This is Ms. He Yalan from Fengtian Academy. This is Mr. Shuesheng from Shengchuan Academy. And this is Mr. Qiuqingla from Yaoxing Academy. Lastly, we have Mr. Zhang Shan from Xinyang Academy." Lu Jinliang meticulously introduced each of the teachers to Qin Fan, who reciprocated with polite greetings. Through these introductions, Qin Fan learned that these educators indeed represented the top 20 universities in the nation. Notably, Nanyang Academy was absent, not due to any disdain towards Qin Fan, but rather because it specializes in training secondary professions. Well, I shall refrain from speaking further. Esteemed teachers, this young man here is our province's new vocational college entrance examination champion, Qin Fan. The task of persuading this outstanding scholar to join your institutions rests entirely upon your abilities. As Lu Jinliang concluded his remarks, a female teacher rose from her seat. She was an admissions officer from the esteemed Bingling Academy, ranked 15th nationally. In a soft voice, she addressed Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, we need not elaborate on our purpose here. It is clear that we wish to secure you as our top scorer. Should you choose Bingling Academy, we are prepared to offer you 20 million dragon coins annually, a universal skill book at the first level, along with an additional package of experiential resources." Chapter 58, Generous Terms. Welfare Task. As soon as the female teacher concluded her statement, a portly middle-aged instructor nearby erupted into laughter. "Huh, is the Ice Spirit Academy truly so miserly? This individual is not only the top scorer of the college entrance examination in South Province, but also a dragon tamer. While we have yet to view this prodigy's exam footage, it is certain that our principal has emphasized the necessity of securing this outstanding candidate. Thus, we could very well regard Qin Fan as the first dragon tamer to successfully contract a dragon. The terms you have presented, esteemed teacher from iSpirit Academy, are indeed unworthy of such a distinguished scholar. Here at Tianwu Academy, we are prepared to offer double what iSpirit Academy has proposed. A collective gasp resonated through the room at his words. The astonishment came from the top students of the same examination cohort as Qin Fan. Triple the offerings. An annual scholarship of 60 million dragon coins. 3 comprehensive skill books for dragon tamers. 3 major resources for experience. Such a generous proposal is exceedingly lavish, especially against the backdrop of resource scarcity. In previous years, such conditions would undoubtedly attract a provincial champion and would be more than sufficient for a city-level laureate. Upon hearing the exorbitant terms from Tianwu Academy, the female instructor from iSpirit Academy fell silent, aware that her chances of recruiting the South Province champion were slim. Her proposal was merely a formality. Furthermore, she understood that the corpulent instructor from Tianwu Academy would similarly fail to secure this prominent student. Why? Because the truly formidable 5 academies had yet to make their offers. With South Cloud Academy absent, only 4 top-tier academies had their admissions officers present. They remained composed, sipping tea, and refraining from revealing their offers, exuding an air of confidence as they prepared to unveil even more enticing conditions. Indeed, Tianwu Academy's proposal is commendable. Yet, to successfully entice this champion, it falls somewhat short. With a smirk, Xiao Chunghua, the representative from Yaoxing Academy, interjected, "Allow me to raise the stakes," augmenting the conditions previously presented by Tianwu Academy by an additional 2-fold. At this moment, the instructor from Dongling Academy, Yuan, who favored a more straightforward approach, interjected, "Enough of the theatrics. We are here to recruit this champion, not engage in a bidding war. Let me present the conditions from Dongling Academy. An annual scholarship of 100 million dragon coins, 3 professional skill books for dragon tamers, and a major resource for experience. Furthermore, we shall cover all equipment needed by Qin Fan until he reaches level 50. A wave of astonishment swept through the meeting room. As the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, these terms were exceedingly generous. While the scholarship amount was substantial, it was the 3 professional skill books and the major resource for experience that truly stood out. It is common knowledge that the dragon tamer is an exceedingly rare profession, and the advanced skill books pertaining to this vocation are equally scarce. As the saying goes, rarity begets value. It is thus evident how extraordinarily precious these 3 advanced dragon tamer skill books are. They are beyond mere monetary appraisal. Indeed, under the conditions set by the esteemed Professor Yuan, those who had previously intended to make offers fell into complete silence. The teachers from Shengchuan Academy and Yaoxing Academy exchanged glances, halting their discussions. It was not that they were stingy or reluctant to enhance their offers. Rather, they simply did not possess the means to provide 3 advanced dragon tamer skill books. Their respective academies did not control any secret realms that yielded such skill books related to the dragon tamer profession. The East Spirit Academy, on the other hand, was able to afford such a price because they had recently acquired a level 50 secret realm known as the Poison Dragon Lair, which had a high probability of producing dragon tamer skill books upon completion. Observing the silence among the professors, Yuan smiled and turned to Qin Fan. "What is your choice?" Qin Fan. Qin Fan opened his mouth, poised to express his decision, when suddenly a melodious voice rang out. An annual scholarship of 200 million dragon coins. 1 advanced dragon tamer skill book and 1 advanced general skill book. 3 advanced experience resources. And the dragon spirit secret realm. Qin Fan. These are the terms from our academy. A gasp swept through the room as everyone turned to discover it was the exquisite and graceful teacher Hialan, representing the Feng Tian Academy. Upon her declaration, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted, leaving all present profoundly moved. Even the enrollment officers from other academies and Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, visibly reacted. The surrounding university students were equally astonished, their expressions changing dramatically. Goodness, these conditions are outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Feng Tian Academy is willing to expend such a high price to recruit a provincial champion. The wealth of educational resources at Feng Tian Academy allowed for such generosity. However, the most astonishing aspect was their willingness to offer the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. This was almost beyond comprehension. The surrounding university students murmured among themselves, all of whom had just completed their freshman year and were about to enter their second year. Upon hearing teacher Hialan's terms, Qin Fan felt a powerful stir within him. This was simply too generous. It caused him, who had initially intended to choose East Spirit Academy, to waver significantly. The Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. He had heard of the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm during his years in this world. It was said to house the precious Dragon Spirit Grass, a rare treasure that nourished young dragon hatchlings and served as a material for alchemy. Many beast tamers who had contracted low-tier dragons coveted the Dragon Spirit Grass from Feng Tian Academy, willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. To everyone's astonishment, the Feng Tian Academy generously extended a lucrative opportunity directly to Qin Fan. This revelation was nothing short of remarkable. Qin Fan, my dear fellow student, I eagerly await your response. At that moment, Hialan's enchanting gaze was fixed upon Qin Fan. Just as Qin Fan's heart began to waver, a familiar system notification unexpectedly chimed. Detected that the host is facing a school selection dilemma. Welfare task activated. Task details. The host must choose a school to receive corresponding rewards. Choose Dongling Academy to receive a supreme spiritual artifact, the Spirit Dragon Battle Armor. Choose Shengchuan Academy to obtain 3 advanced Dragon Tamer skill books. Choose Yaoxing Academy to gain a Tier 1 talent. Choose Feng Tian Academy to receive a randomly selected dragon egg. Chapter 59. He actually contracted a dragon. The sudden activation of the task rendered Qin Fan momentarily speechless. Well, this certainly threw into disarray his initial resolve to select Dongling Academy. My choices. Feng Tian Academy. As Qin Fan's words echoed in the air, the previously tense atmosphere within the conference room relaxed instantaneously. Several teachers from other academies exchanged wry smiles. Realizing their preparations had been insufficient, it seemed they had never anticipated that Feng Tian Academy would offer such generous terms. So generous that it touched their hearts. They had outright relinquished a secret realm to this top scholar from Nanzhou province. It was utterly outrageous. If word got out, many would undoubtedly think Feng Tian Academy had lost its senses. In previous years, they had never extended such lavish offers to other provincial top scholars. Upon witnessing the scholar finally choose her academy, Hialan's face lit up with a radiant smile. She felt an overwhelming urge to cheer, for she had successfully secured the very first dragon tamer in history to forge a contract with a dragon. What the admissions office staff were utterly unaware of was that Hialan was not merely an admissions officer. She was, in fact, the niece of the president of Feng Tian Academy and also served as one of its vice deans. Yesterday, when the president received a confidential video file, she had been present as well. Due to her dual role as the president's niece and vice dean, she naturally had the privilege to view that secret video. The contents left her breathless and astounded. Without hesitation, the president instructed Hialan to travel to Anning City, no matter the cost, to ensure this scholar was brought to Feng Tian Academy. Simultaneously, the heads of other top academies had also viewed the video and were equally exhilarated. They issued directives to their admissions staff to spare no expense in acquiring this scholar. Clearly, those admissions officers who had not seen the video underestimated their own president's resolve, and they lacked the authority to make such decisions, allowing Hialan to seize the opportunity. The conditions proposed by Hialan are indeed astonishing. She offers not only a first-class professional skill book, but also a general skill book of the same caliber. Most significantly, there is the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, an invaluable sanctuary. It is anticipated that on the day Qin Fan enters the Feng Tian Academy, he will undoubtedly become the center of attention among all the new students. Welcome, classmate Qin Fan, to our esteemed Feng Tian Academy. I shall personally come to escort you in about a week, so do remember to prepare your belongings. Hialan remarked with a smile, her demeanor noticeably relaxed. Meanwhile, onlookers such as Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Ho Yiba were filled with envy to the point of gritting their teeth, yet they found themselves powerless to change their circumstances. Su Ro, her eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed at Qin Fan, her expression reflecting not just respect, but profound reverence. Among those present, aside from Hialan, Lu Jinliang, Luo Yang, and Zhao Li, she possessed the clearest understanding of Qin Fan's formidable abilities. Well, the fate of this top scholar has been decided. Now, let us see which other exceptional students are among us. The other teachers quickly shifted their focus to the remaining students. However, despair washed over them as Hialan turned her attention once again to the enchanting Su Ro, smiling as she inquired, Su Ro, would you be interested in applying to our Feng Tian Academy? I can offer you 3 first-class priest skill books, along with 3 levels of experience resources. The room erupted in disbelief. Unbelievable. Is there no reason left in your Feng Tian Academy? How can one be so extravagant? Just because you have wealth and resources? Thank you, Teacher Hialan. I am very eager to apply to Feng Tian Academy. Su Ro responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In the midst of her words, she cast a sidelong glance at the contemplative Qin Fan. She felt immense joy, having initially thought they would part ways, each attending different universities. Yet now, under Teacher Hialan's generous conditions, they would once again find themselves together. It seemed their fate was not yet at its end. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Fan was lost in thought, having just accessed the welfare task rewards within his system warehouse. There lay a mysterious black dragon egg, and he could not discern which dragon might hatch from it. A random dragon egg. Did this imply that any tier of dragon could emerge? If he were to have the misfortune of hatching a mere earth dragon, it would indeed be a pity. Enough of this overthinking. Qin Fan mused as he gently closed the system warehouse page. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, a fiery red little head popped out from his collar. As if being the top scorer in the college entrance examination wasn't enough to draw attention. This sudden appearance of a little head left everyone in the room wide-eyed with astonishment. Is that a dragon? This is truly a dragon. The realization swept over everyone in the conference room as they recognized the identity of the fiery little head. What? He actually contracted a dragon. All the students present were utterly stupefied. Even the admissions office staff widened their eyes in astonishment. Meanwhile, the little dragon, with its round, glistening eyes, proudly glared at those who scrutinized it. However, it soon pondered that there was no longer any need to keep the fact of its successful contract with the dragon race a secret. Sooner or later, it would be revealed. Moreover, it was imperative to note that Qin Fan believed he had acquired the means for self-preservation. With the little dragon by his side, as long as he did not confront a third-tier powerhouse, he could certainly survive unscathed. Thus, he chose not to conceal this development, allowing the dragonling to gaze with its round golden eyes at the group of teachers. Grr. As it glared, the little dragon emitted a warning growl. However, the sound was so endearing that it did not instill fear in those nearby. Instead, they burst into laughter. I suddenly regret this. Yuan sighed softly. The other teachers, gazing at the little dragon that was posturing with bravado, also sighed. They too regretted it. My goodness. No wonder Hyalan offered such exorbitant terms. She even went so far as to utilize a resource secret realm to secure this top scholar. It turns out that this dragon tamer has indeed contracted a dragonling. Furthermore, judging by the aura of this little dragon, which was both divine and imposing, it was undoubtedly not a creature of the lower tier. Simultaneously, they were enlightened. So, the legendary higher-tier dragons are also so adorable in their juvenile phase. If Qin Fan and Hyalan were privy to their thoughts, they would likely scoff. Adorable? They have yet to witness the little dragon displaying its power to shake the heavens. At that moment, they would surely feel despair rather than delight. Chapter 60, by Wu Shuang. In the southern province, within the Tsongfeng mountain range, lies a place of picturesque beauty, a private resource haven belonging to a prestigious aristocratic family. At this moment, beneath a cascading white waterfall, a youth of approximately 18 years sat cross-legged, allowing the torrent to crash against him. The youth's physique was remarkably robust, adorned with numerous scars. His skin resembling ancient bronze, and his face strikingly angular. He radiated a ferocious aura, akin to that of a wild beast. Soon, an elderly man in a suit, with white hair, approached the youth with utmost respect, bowing his head without disturbing the young man's cultivation. Thus, nearly 2 hours passed in silence. Suddenly, a roar erupted. From the nearby thicket sprang forth a colossal beast, towering 3 to 4 meters high, a magic pattern tiger, a level 28 ferocious magical beast. At that moment, the magic pattern tiger bared its massive jaws and lunged towards the youth seated beneath the waterfall. Yet, in the face of this unexpected turn of events, the youth remained completely still. Crackle. Just then, beneath the rippling surface of the waterfall, the sound of intertwining thunder echoed. Suddenly, the elderly man was astonished to see that the dazzling power of lightning had completely enveloped the surface of the water, simultaneously shrouding the ferocious magical patterned giant tiger that was pouncing towards them. In but an instant, the magical beast, capable of striking fear into the hearts of many seasoned adventurers, succumbed to paralysis and unconsciousness under the onslaught of the tempestuous thunder, its massive form plummeting from the sky. Splash! Just as the magical patterned giant tiger was about to crash into the water, a colossal dragon head, adorned with shimmering white scales, emerged from the depths, mercilessly opening its gigantic maw and devouring the beast whole. Roar! As it consumed the giant tiger, the immense dragon body lurking beneath the surface surfaced at that very moment, revealing itself in its full glory. Soon, a magnificent white dragon, towering several dozen meters high, fully manifested. The gleaming white scales glistened under the sunlight, exuding a cold, hard brilliance. Its robust claws seemed sharp enough to tear through anything, and the crackling thunder that enveloped its form underscored its extraordinary nature. What moved the white-haired elder even more was the sight of 4 pristine wings sprouting from the dragon's back. It was a 4-winged thunderstorm dragon, a dragon breed possessing both wind and lightning attributes. Shall I sit? At that moment, a strong figure seated by the waterfall spoke in a deep voice. Boom. The 4-winged thunderstorm dragon, astonishingly, obeyed the command of the young man, obediently settling down. It began to radiate a brilliant white light, swiftly shrinking to a size comparable to that of a cat. It seemed that all dragonkind possessed the ability to transform their forms. Yet each dragon exhibited unique postures in their transformations. This particular 4-winged thunderstorm dragon displayed 4 distinct forms: its balanced normal state, storm form, thunderstorm form, and the current pet form, Roar. After emitting a call, the little dragon, affectionately named Xiaobai, fluttered its wings and approached the strong young man. The young man then emerged from the waterfall, stepping onto the shore to receive a towel from the white-haired elder. Young Master Bai, in a few days, it will be time for you to head to the Feng Tian Academy. The elder has sent me to inform you to prepare your belongings. The youth, addressed as young Master Bai, was named by Wu Shuang. His profession was beast tamer, and he was at level 25. As the eldest son of the Bai family, he was also highly likely to be the future heir. The reason for such expectations was clear. He was among the very few beast tamers in the world capable of possessing a flying dragon as a beast companion. It was well known that in this world, dragons were classified into 5 tiers: Earth Dragon, flying dragon, sub-dragon, giant dragon, and saint dragon. It was said that beyond the saint dragon lay the legendary divine dragon, which humanity had never witnessed. Presently, even across the entire world, the number of beast tamers who could contract a flying dragon was exceedingly limited, while those who successfully contracted a sub-dragon were even fewer, amounting to no more than a handful. As for giant dragons and saint dragons, alas, no human had ever managed to enslave or contract them. It is evident that the young man, named by Wu Shuang, possesses a remarkably bright future, if unforeseen circumstances do not arise. Having successfully forged a contract with the exceedingly rare four-winged thunder dragon, he is destined to become one of the most formidable beast tamers. I understand. I will gather my belongings, Bai Wuxuang remarked indifferently. After drying his hair and donning his attire, he casually inquired, who is this year's top scholar in South Province? Is it Lin Xiuling? Lin Xiuling, renowned as a genius magical girl in South Province, is a dark mage. During Bai Wuxuang's first and second years of high school, she was his fierce rival. Subsequently, acquiring the dragon egg of the four-winged thunder dragon, he ventured to the Tsangfeng mountain range with the aid of his family to hatch and contract it. After enduring tremendous hardships, he finally unearthed the rare treasure known as the essence of wind and thunder. This acquisition caused the Bai family to suffer the loss of 7 level 50 transferees, as they encountered a level 60 guardian beast in the core of the Tsangfeng mountain range. For the following year, he devoted himself to training in this location while leveling up alongside the four-winged thunder dragon. Bai Wuxuang was indifferent about missing the transitional examination. To him, possessing a dragon companion rendered such an examination trivial. He believed that with the four-winged thunder dragon by his side, he could easily overcome any obstacle. Whether he participated or not was of little consequence. Moreover, due to successfully contracting the four-winged thunder dragon, he had also secured a special admission spot at one of the top 10 academies in Dragon Country, allowing him to enroll without taking the transitional examination. Ultimately, he chose the Fengtian Academy, known for its abundant educational resources and exceptional talent. There, he would embark on a truly unparalleled journey. He intended to dominate and crush all adversaries before him, be it Lin Xiuling or any other competitor. He would sweep them away mercilessly. Bai Xiao, the top scholar of South Province, is not Miss Lin Xiuling, but a person named Qin Fan. What? Bai Wuxuang was taken aback. He had never heard of this name before. What is his profession? As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Wuxuang's expression froze. He fixated on the elderly servant with white hair and demanded, repeat that. What is his profession? Chapter 61. The mysterious dragon egg hatching. News of Qin Fan's choice of Fengtian Academy soon spread. Many on the internet speculated that this individual, who had claimed the title of top scholar in South Province as a dragon tamer, must have contracted a sub-dragon as his beast companion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the current circumstances. However, they did not consider the possibility that Qin Fan had contracted a dragon of a level beyond that of a giant dragon. In everyone's perception, the existence of giant and holy dragons could not be contracted by humans. It was assumed that Qin Fan had merely contracted a relatively powerful sub-dragon species. Yet even so, everyone could foresee that Qin Fan would undoubtedly become a peak powerhouse, provided he did not meet an untimely demise. In the span of 3 days, Qin Fan was preoccupied with numerous tasks. Not only was he busy packing his belongings, but he also had to ensure the well-being of the orphanage's caretaker and the children. By the following day, his bank account had swelled with an additional 100 million dragon coins. An 18-year-old billionaire. Can you believe it? Indeed. In the world of Qin Fan's previous life, the existence of a self-made billionaire at such a young age was utterly inconceivable. However, in this realm where the divine domain game intertwines with reality, such occurrences are not uncommon. In this world, as long as one demonstrates sufficient talent and capability, wealth will undoubtedly flow to them in abundance. This 100 million dragon coins was, of course, half of the promised reward from the Fengtian Academy. Each year, there is a 200 million scholarship fund, distributed across 2 semesters, with 100 million dragon coins allocated per semester. Having acquired this wealth, Qin Fan was able to accomplish many things. He not only relocated the orphanage to a new and spacious facility, but also engaged several level 20 transmuters to provide vocational training for the children. This initiative was designed to prepare them for their future studies in specialized schools. After resolving the issues surrounding the orphanage, Xiaojiu awakened from its slumber the following evening. It had fully absorbed the divine elixir, the heavenly fire essence, and Qin Fan, who shared a deep connection with the little dragon, could distinctly sense its extraordinary enhancement and strength. Dragon pet, blazing holy dragon, endless fire master. Name, Ingjiu. Nickname, Xiaojiu. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 15. Attributes, strength, 3000. Intelligence, 3000. Constitution, 3000. Agility, 3000. Without any equipment or item enhancements. After absorbing the divine elixir, Xiaojiu's level surged from 12 to 15. Its attributes had reached a remarkably balanced figure of 3000 across the board. Moreover, due to the extraordinary skill of bloodline fusion, Qin Fan inherited 20 of Xiao Jiu's attributes. Strength, 850. Intelligence, 850. Constitution, 800. Agility, 800, without any equipment or item enhancements. This data, can you fathom that a level 22 transmuter could possess such statistics? It is likely that only Qin Fan in the entire world could boast such outrageous panel data. After all, he was the sole dragon tamer to successfully contract a holy dragon level pet. Other dragon tamers, let alone contracting a holy dragon pet, struggle even with lesser dragon species. The pinnacle practitioners who manage to contract lower dragon breeds are beast tamers. This is due to the excessively stringent requirements placed upon dragon tamers for contracting dragon pets, which necessitate beasts of at least dragon level to achieve success. Consequently, the hidden profession of dragon tamer is often regarded as less lucrative compared to ordinary beast tamers. This is why many deem the dragon tamer profession to be ineffectual. As Qin Fan watched Xiao Jiu awaken, he retrieved a dark, glossy dragon egg from the system warehouse. That was the mysterious dragon egg awarded by the system during the school selection process. The mysterious dragon egg has the potential to hatch a dragon offspring of random rank. When this dark, enigmatic egg appeared, the little dragon, who had been enjoying Qin Fan's gentle strokes, suddenly stiffened, as if encountering an adversary. Its entire small frame brimming with vigilance. Its golden dragon eyes fixated intently on the mysterious egg, emitting a series of low, warning growls from its throat. All right, little Geo, don't be alarmed. This is not an enemy. Qin Fan chuckled, affectionately ruffling little Geo's head. Jiewu? Little Geo glanced at its master and then back at the dark egg, seemingly inquiring, if it's not an enemy, then what is it? Perhaps it is your future brother or sister. After all, I have no idea what kind of dragon it is, Qin Fan replied with a hint of helplessness. He had previously attempted to tame this dark egg using dragon taming techniques, but regrettably, he had failed each time. When he had been hatching little Geo, the system had at least provided a hint, suggesting that the divine fire jade could enhance the probability of successful taming. Yet, this mysterious egg offered no such guidance. Upon hearing that the egg might hatch into a future sibling, little Geo joyfully fluttered its wings and flew over to the mysterious egg, circling it excitedly. Occasionally, it would reach out with its tiny claws to touch the dark dragon egg. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fan felt a sense of relief. He had feared that little Geo might reject the mysterious egg. Jiewu. Suddenly, little Geo tenderly cradled the egg in its adorable claws and chirped at Qin Fan. Understanding its silent plea, Qin Fan comprehended its desire. Tonight, I wish to sleep with this mysterious dragon egg. Amused yet bemused, Qin Fan acquiesced to little Geo's request. Thus, little Geo nestled against the dark egg, quietly lying beside Qin Fan's pillow, purring softly like a cat as it drifted into a deep slumber. However, neither Qin Fan nor little Geo realized that the shell of the mysterious dragon egg was quietly and imperceptibly beginning to shed. Cold, so cold. In a daze, Qin Fan felt as if a frost had gathered upon his chest, making him feel as though he were enveloped in a glacial chamber. After several seconds, he finally awakened from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sensed two heavy weights pressing down upon his chest, one radiating warmth and the other an icy chill. This realization snapped Qin Fan fully awake. Looking down, he was astonished to find not only the crimson little Geo nestled against him, but also another dragon hatchling, entirely adorned in a shimmering, icy blue hue. Beside the bed lay the shattered remnants of the eggshell, which now appeared not in dark tones, but rather in a crystalline blue, reminiscent of frost. Had it hatched? The mysterious dragon egg had indeed hatched overnight. As both the little wine spirit and the ice blue dragon hatchling simultaneously emerged from their slumber, a pair of golden-red dragon eyes met the clear, icy blue gaze of the newborn. Chapter 62, Naming Qing'an. Nickname, Xiaohan. A melodious yet impatient cry erupted from the tiny creature's mouth, clearly startled by the presence of the little wine spirit. In contrast, the carefree little spirit, with wide golden eyes, tilted its head in curious fascination as it observed the ice blue dragon, which possessed a lineage and presence that rivaled its own. Undoubtedly, in terms of appearance and grace, the newly hatched ice blue dragon far surpassed the little wine spirit. Its rotund form shimmered in a crystalline azure hue, and its wings were adorned with exquisite snowflake patterns. Two crystalline horns protruded from its small head, and its eyes sparkled with the clarity of a pristine blue sky. If one were to draw a comparison, the little wine spirit resembled a lively and charming neighborhood girl, while the ice blue hatchling exuded the regal aura of a princess from the dragon lineage. After an initial moment of alarm, the ice blue dragon raised its head, regaining its former nobility and elegance, looking down its nose at the little wine spirit and instead directing its gaze at the bewildered Qin Fan. To Qin Fan's astonishment, he suddenly grasped the meaning behind the ice blue hatchling's demeanor. Servant, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and assist this esteemed lady in dealing with that troublesome creature. Did it just consider him a servant? Wait, how could he possibly comprehend its intent? While Qin Fan was lost in thought, the little wine spirit, unable to contain its curiosity, cautiously approached, flapping its tiny paws until it cornered the ice-blue dragon. It then leaned in, sniffing the newcomer. Garu? The little wine spirit tilted its head, looking at Qin Fan, as if to ask, "Is this my sister?" Woo. The ice-blue hatchling immediately voiced its disapproval, clearly unwilling to accept the title of the little wine spirit's sister. The two little dragons produced different sounds. The little wine spirit emitted garu garu, while the ice-blue one let out woo woo woo. But wait, this was not the moment to dwell on their cries. In that instant, Qin Fan suddenly realized something. Upon a closer examination, he was astounded to find that he had unwittingly formed a bond with the ice-blue hatchling. When did this happen? He distinctly remembered that his attempts to tame the mysterious dragon egg had always ended in failure. Ding! At that moment, a cold, emotionless notification from the system echoed in his mind. Host detected profound confusion. The system will provide an appropriate explanation. The enigmatic dragon egg, as a welfare reward, recognizes its owner automatically upon successful hatching, without any stringent requirements for ownership. Ah, so it is. Simultaneously, the intricate details of the ice-blue hatchling surged into Qin Fan's consciousness. Dragon pet, Frost Saint Dragon, Master of Winter. Name, nickname, none, gender, female, age, under 1 month, level, 1 attributes, strength 300, intelligence 300, constitution 270, agility 270, without any equipment or item enhancements. Skills, ice immunity, passive skill, as the Master of Winter, immune to 100 of ice attribute damage. Frost breath, active skill, unleashes a breath of icy mist forward, inflicting substantial ice attribute damage on all enemies within a specified range. Embrace of eternal snow, active skill, upon activation. Allies within the vicinity receive the protection of frost power, enhancing health and dual resistances by 80 and increasing damage output by 200. Winter domain, or a skill, upon activation. All enemy targets within a radius of 1, centered on the user, will experience a 70 reduction in all attributes due to the influence of frost power. Astounding. Qin Fan was utterly astonished. Good gracious. This little dragon that hatched from the mysterious egg is on par with Xiaojiao. Both are elite saint dragons. Their attributes at level 1 are identical. Moreover, they share the same combination of skills, a total of 31. However, this Frost Saint Dragon appears to be more inclined towards support, especially with the skills Embrace of Eternal Snow and Winter Domain. One enhances the attributes of allies, while the other diminishes those of foes. The percentages for both enhancement and reduction are quite remarkable, just as Qin Fan marveled at the formidable nature of this little creature. A plaintive whimper suddenly reached his ears. Turning to investigate, he found Xiaojiao already fulfilling her sisterly duties, extending her tiny tongue to lick the Frost Saint Dragon, whom she regarded as her sister. It is well known that felines express care and comfort for their kin by grooming them. It seems the dragon kin have inherited this feline behavior as well. However, the Frost Saint Dragon appeared quite disdainful of this sisterly affection. It flapped its beautifully patterned icy wings in an attempt to escape. Yet, under the pressure of Xiaojiao's level 15 attributes, it found its little paws firmly pinned, unable to resist. Consequently, it could only whimper pitifully, seeking help from its owner, Qin Fan. All right, Xiaojiao, can't you see your sister is about to cry? Quickly stop. Qin Fan hastily pulled the overly enthusiastic Xiaojiao away and cradled the poor Frost Saint Dragon in his arms. Despite being separated, Xiaojiao bore no resentment. Her 4 tiny claws danced excitedly on the spot, eagerly gazing at her sister. After the Frost Dragon received the protection of its master, it proudly lifted its little head, ignoring the overly enthusiastic sister. Since you are my second dragon companion, as your master, I should bestow upon you a name, Qin Fan said with a smile, gently rubbing the Frost Dragon's little head. Ing. The proud Frost Dragon responded with a sound akin to a princess, simultaneously conveying a message. Hurry and give this lady a name. It must be a beautiful one. This left Qin Fan both amused and exasperated. Nonetheless, he began to ponder seriously. When it came to naming, Qin Fan believed he was quite capable. As he contemplated names related to snow, he suddenly recalled a line from a character in a game he played in his past life, which was adapted from an ancient poem. Who first beheld the snow by the riverbank? In what year did the river's snow first reflect a human? This line was derived from the ancient poem, Who first beheld the moon by the riverbank? In what year did the river's moon first illuminate a person? Your haughty demeanor, akin to that of a princess, along with your frost attribute, truly aligns with that character. Henceforth, you shall be called Qin Han, with the nickname Xiao Han. Qin Fan declared with a smile. Ing. Upon hearing this, the Frost Dragon's clear ice-blue eyes sparkled with delight, clearly pleased with the name. Goo goo. Nearby, the little wine spirit, having seen her sister receive a satisfying name and nickname from their master, just as she did, joyfully chirped in response. The 4 short legs continued to bounce excitedly. In Chapter 63, Qin Fan was taken aback to find himself with a second dragon companion. Initially, he had worried that the arrival of another dragon would displease the little wine spirit. However, to his surprise, when the little wine spirit embraced the Frost Dragon as her sister, she exhibited no disdain. Instead, she was quite enthusiastic. After all, for the little wine spirit, devoid of parents, Qin Fan was her entire world. The emergence of a holy dragon of the same lineage and level as her, especially one that was her sister, naturally brought her immense joy. Yet, it seemed that Xiao Han's personality was somewhat tsundere, often expressing disdain towards the affectionate little wine spirit. Despite her apparent annoyance, she found herself unable to resist, as the little wine spirit's attributes and level far surpassed her own. Every time Xiao Han flapped her little wings in an attempt to resist her enthusiastic sister, it yielded no effect. Watching the two little dragons frolicking and chasing each other in the room, Qin Fan couldn't help but smile. The successful contract with Xiao Han meant more to Qin Fan than merely acquiring another dragon companion. Thanks to the passive skill of bloodline fusion, he also received a 20 attribute boost from Xiao Han. Just then, as Qin Fan pondered how to help Xiao Han level up, the phone rang. Qin Fan, are you home? I'm here to pick you up, came the voice of teacher Hyalan. Ah yes, please hold on for a moment, I'll be downstairs shortly. Qin Fan hurriedly replied. Gu, Ing. The two little dragon hatchlings, who had previously been playfully wrestling, now obediently nestled into the dragon pet space. Xiao Han, still mastering the skill of transformation, was significantly larger than ordinary pets and could not fit into Qin Fan's embrace. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu, though capable of altering its size at will, chose not to leave her sister alone in the pet space and followed her inside. Generally speaking, both beast tamers and dragon tamers possess absolute control over their pet spaces. However, Qin Fan did not impose any restrictions, allowing the two little dragons to enter or exit as they pleased. Having already packed his belongings into the storage space, he simply needed to wear the storage ring before heading downstairs. Upon reaching the door, his mother awaited him with a warm, kind demeanor. She lovingly reminded him to listen to his teachers at school, to remember to eat on time, and to avoid staying up late. Resembling a mother bidding farewell to her child embarking on a journey for education, the children from the orphanage also gathered to see Qin Fan off. Xiaojiu, I want to say goodbye too, one of the children exclaimed. Yes, where is Xiaojiu? They wondered. Unbeknownst to them, the little dragon they had been playing with was none other than the formidable flame holy dragon, feared by all who pursued a career in this realm. Jiewu? It seemed to hear its name being called, and a charming little head peeked out from beside Qin Fan. Wow, Xiaojiu. The children's eyes sparkled with delight. Just then, a melodious cry echoed as yet another adorable little head emerged, its clear dragon eyes resembling blue gemstones locking gazes with the children. This was, of course, the curious Xiao Han. Wow. The children gasped in astonishment, having never encountered this icy blue hatchling before. All right, let us not delay Qin Fan's departure any longer. His mother interjected gently, dissuading the children from lingering. Safe travels. She smiled at Qin Fan, who nodded in response. Outside the courtyard, a luxurious car awaited. Upon seeing Qin Fan, the door swung open, and teacher Hyalan, donning sunglasses and exuding the aura of a fashionable lady, beckoned him to get in. Once inside the vehicle, she drove him to an impressively grand spatial transfer station. Indeed, this was the spatial transfer station, a hallmark of the career transition world where high technology and magic intertwined, making spatial transfer arrays commonplace. Moreover, since the convergence of the Divine Realm game with the real world, the landmass of the planet had expanded exponentially, with each nation's territory also significantly increasing. The world now held numerous unclaimed lands and islands, awaiting human exploration and discovery. In light of the considerable territorial expansion, if one were to continue relying on traditional modes of transportation, such as airplanes, high-speed trains, and bullet trains, the time expenditure alone would be substantial. Moreover, one must contemplate the potential dangers posed by monstrous creatures during long-distance travel. Such incidents were prevalent during the initial merging of the Divine Realm with the real world. High-speed trains and bullet trains often fell victim to sudden monster attacks that obliterated tunnels, with some catastrophic encounters resulting in the loss of entire carriages. Air travel, too, was susceptible to aerial beasts, particularly at altitudes of 10,000 meters, where the probability of passenger survival in the event of an incident was virtually non-existent. Consequently, through the relentless efforts of countless transmutters and scientists, the spatial teleportation magic circle was conceived and swiftly disseminated worldwide. The Dragon Kingdom, known for its infrastructure prowess, naturally sought to implement this remarkably safe transportation system, which boasted an exceedingly low accident rate across the nation. Even the remote city of Anning possessed its own spatial teleportation station. For journeys to nearby destinations, light rail trains were an option. However, for more distant travels, one was compelled to utilize the spatial teleportation array. Furthermore, the reason why admission officers from various provinces could arrive in Anning the day after results were released was also attributable to this convenient and rapid spatial teleportation magic circle. Presently, as Qin Fan accompanied Hyalan to the province of Fengtian, such a considerable distance necessitated the choice of the spatial teleportation array. Surrounded by advanced, intelligent robots, fully automated transparent elevators, and cutting-edge ticket machines, Qin Fan could not help but marvel at the stark contrast to his previous world. Let us proceed, Hyalan said with a gentle smile. Beneath her feet lay an exceptionally large spatial teleportation magic circle. Chapter 64, a subject of discussion buzz. As the spatial teleportation magic circle beneath Qin Fan emitted radiant beams of light, he distinctly sensed the tumultuous magical elements and ripples of space surrounding him. Relax. Do not be anxious. This is merely the process of the magic circle's patterns merging with the power of space, which may induce a slight sensation of dizziness for those traversing the teleportation array. Just acclimate to it, and all will be well. Hyalan's melodious voice resonated in his ears. True to her words, a fleeting wave of dizziness washed over Qin Fan's mind momentarily before dissipating. When he regained his sight, he was taken aback to find that the environment around him had undergone a complete transformation. Oh, we have arrived at the spatial teleportation station in Longdu, Fengtian Province. You may disembark now, Hyalan remarked with a gentle smile as she stepped out of the spatial teleportation magic circle. At that moment, Qin Fan observed fellow travelers nonchalantly stepping into various spatial teleportation arrays, evoking a deep sense of reflection within him. The distance seemed insurmountable. Yet under the influence of the spatial teleportation magic circle, it was traversed in mere seconds, a truly astonishing feat. This is the realm of a class transition game where magic intertwines with technology. Welcome to Fengtian Province, specifically, the illustrious Longdu City. This metropolis is home to the prestigious Fengtian Academy, renowned as the largest and most prosperous city in the Dragon Kingdom. Here, the elite families, the offspring of the powerful, magnates of commerce, Fortune 500 enterprises, world-famous adventure guilds, trading houses, and associations of alchemists and pharmacists thrive. It is no wonder that Fengtian Academy is celebrated as the pinnacle of educational resources and formidable faculty in the Dragon Kingdom. Notably, Su Ro, hailing from the wealthiest family in Anning City, possesses a private luxurious spatial teleportation magic circle, facilitating her journey across the nation at will. Initially, she intended to accompany Qin Fan to Fengtian Province. However, her father required her presence for a business meeting with several pharmaceutical companies there, prompting her early departure. Fengtian Academy is situated in the northern region of Longdu City, near the northern suburbs. Yet, the surrounding streets and neighborhoods are bustling with vibrancy and life, featuring extensive commercial streets and plazas. Although the academy is located in a more secluded suburb, its reputation and stature attract numerous companies and commercial organizations seeking to establish connections and undertake various ventures. Qin Fan, welcome to Fengtian Academy, greeted Hyalan with a gentle smile as she guided Qin Fan to the entrance of this esteemed institution, a dream destination for all aspiring transition students. The atmosphere was lively and animated, filled with throngs of students clad in the academy's robes, mingling in groups. Notably, Qin Fan observed that the lowest level among these students was an impressive 40. It appeared that most were second-year students. Goodness. To think that the president of the Adventure Guild in Anning City was only at level 42, while here, even the second-year students boasted a minimum of level 40. This truly affirms its status as a top-tier academy, a gathering place for the prodigious talents of the Dragon Kingdom. It was evident that numerous newcomers, unfamiliar with the locale, were consulting their maps on their phones, indicating they were first-year students arriving from various corners of the nation. Some second-year students were stationed at the entrance, offering guidance to these newcomers. Only those like Qin Fan, a provincial champion, received the privilege of personal escort and orientation from teacher Hyalan. Ordinary students, naturally, relied on the spatial teleportation circle to navigate on their own. It is worth mentioning that in this world of academia, there are no traditional winter or summer breaks. 3 days after the announcement of the college entrance examination results, universities worldwide commenced their new academic year, welcoming fresh students from all regions. The upperclassmen responsible for welcoming the newcomers are, it seems, quite discerning in their judgments of appearance. Upon encountering a handsome male freshman, the senior girls readily step forward to guide him, while those of average looks are merely handed a copy of the freshman guide to Fengtian Academy, left to find their own way. Similarly, when faced with an attractive female freshman, the senior boys eagerly volunteer. Yet those who are less remarkable are met with the same fate of being given a guidebook to navigate their own path. It appears that in any realm, one must indeed be mindful of appearances. Greetings, Dean He. At that moment, as Qin Fan and teacher Hyalan entered the grand and imposing gates of the academy, a perceptive sophomore immediately recognized her. To Qin Fan's surprise, these students addressed Hyalan as Dean rather than teacher. How remarkable. This poised and formidable woman is, in fact, the Dean of Fengtian Academy. Though the specific college she oversees remains unknown, her position alone speaks volumes. Firstly, her capabilities are undoubtedly exceptional. Secondly, her background is certainly extraordinary. Hello, everyone. Hyalan greeted the students with a warm smile and a nod. Dean He, who is this student? Soon enough, the sophomores discerned Qin Fan's presence. He was, in fact, quite handsome, standing at a height of 1.8 meters with a well-proportioned and robust physique, complemented by strikingly attractive and sun-kissed features. Perhaps due to his hidden profession as a beast tamer, he radiated an aura that endeared him to small creatures, a veritable heartthrob. Oh, he is also a new student at Fengtian Academy. His name is Qin Fan, and he is a dragon tamer, as well as the top scorer in this year's vocational college entrance examination in Nanzhou province. Teacher He seemed unperturbed by the prospect of revealing Qin Fan's identity. When questioned by the students, she readily disclosed his background. As her words fell, Qin Fan felt an immediate shift. In that instant, countless gazes converged upon him, filled with confusion, curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, challenge, and arrogance. A myriad of expressions flooded the scene. The students who had been conversing with He were utterly astonished. The top scorer from Nanzhou province. They had not anticipated that this striking young man was indeed the much-discussed prodigy. Indeed, he was the subject of considerable discourse. Just 3 days prior, when the Dragon Kingdom's Education Bureau announced the results, everyone following the vocational college entrance examination had taken note of the name Qin Fan. Chapter 65. Touring the school during these 3 days, due to the explicit warnings from the Anning City Education Bureau and official personnel, no media dared to disturb Qin Fan. This allowed him a remarkably serene period to settle the affairs of the orphanage. However, this tranquility was merely a fade for Qin Fan. In reality, across various online platforms and within the nation's combat academies, the name Qin Fan had already begun to circulate. He garnered even more attention than the top scorers from other provinces. The reasons for this are manifold. The reason lies in the exceptionally unique profession of dragon tamer. A dragon tamer is a hidden class within the beast tamer profession and is universally recognized as the most feudal vocation. Once, the Global Combat Profession Union published an authoritative list ranking the strength of various professions, which stirred much discussion among the populace. This list placed the dragon tamer among the top 3. Subsequently, official representatives provided an explanation. If a dragon tamer could indeed forge a contract with a dragon of at least the colossal tier, they would be virtually unstoppable. However, this explanation provoked laughter from the global community of class changers. Come on, can the Combat Profession Union be any more ridiculous? Who could possibly establish a contract with a mighty dragon? How could such a magnificent creature willingly become a pet to a mere human? The highest known achievement among humans is a contract with a subdragon species, and even that was a fair partnership rather than a master-servant agreement. This profession is undoubtedly the pinnacle of all vocations. There is no doubt about it, because no dragon tamer has ever succeeded in contracting a true dragon. Following this incident, the dragon tamer profession gained infamy worldwide, infamy for being utterly worthless. Yet now, a profession renowned for its futility has astonishingly secured the top score in the college entrance examination of South Province. It is said that this year's exam questions were crafted by the very individual who has caused countless students across the nation to despair. This naturally ignited a fervent discussion. Wait, that dragon tamer is the one. To achieve the highest score in South Province as a dragon tamer is nothing short of remarkable. Could it be that he has successfully contracted a dragon? Otherwise, how could he have attained such an accomplishment? Unlikely. I suspect he has merely contracted a subdragon. But wasn't it stated that dragon tamers cannot contract dragons of lesser rank? Perhaps this fellow possesses some extraordinary fortune. After all, there was once a mage abroad who was invincible in physical form. Wasn't he that peculiar as well? As discussions arose around the entrance of the academy, He remarked, "All right, I will take him to familiarize himself with the school's environment. You all may continue with the orientation. Thank you for your hard work." Noticing the multitude of gazes fixed upon Qin Fan, He remained unfazed. Qin Fan discerned that the director was deliberately drawing attention to him. However, upon reflection, he realized it was of little consequence, as he would eventually have to confront these varied expressions. Upon entering the academy, Qin Fan was struck by the sheer magnitude of the Fengtian Academy. The distance between the first and second dining halls spanned several dozen kilometers. A small-scale spatial teleportation array would be required to traverse it. This is the Hall of Mysteries. If you wish to enter a dungeon, you may apply for access here, and the staff will open the corresponding portal to the mystical realm. Here lies the Forge Hall, the Enchantment Hall, and the Skills Library, where skill books can be exchanged for academic credits. Here lies Arena 1, where students engage in friendly duels and training sessions on ordinary days. It also serves as a bustling marketplace, where students can sell any items, elixirs, or materials they acquire that they do not wish to use themselves. Should the items possess significant value, they can be placed in the school's auction house, allowing the institution to assist in finding buyers. It must be acknowledged that Professor He has indeed gone above and beyond. She personally guided Qin Fan through the numerous crucial venues of the Fengtian Academy, leaving him somewhat astonished. After all, Professor He is the dean of a certain college. Due to her privacy settings, Qin Fan was unable to discern her level of prowess through his appraisal abilities. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that a dean of such a prestigious institution would personally conduct a tour for a freshman. Even if this freshman were a provincial champion, it would seem excessive. In that moment, Qin Fan suddenly comprehended that Professor He must have already learned of his successful contract with the dragon companion. Moreover, She likely delved into the pertinent information regarding the little wine spirit. The owner of a blazing holy dragon truly warrants a personal tour from a dean. This area is the dormitory district, where the majority of students reside. At last, Professor Hyalan cheerfully continued her introduction. As Qin Fan gazed around, he was met with a cluster of high-end apartment buildings, equipped with a myriad of high-tech domestic robots and extraordinarily comfortable living conditions. Lastly, there exists a prestigious villa district, accessible only to a select few students. Professor He guided Qin Fan to an area of unparalleled luxury. Looking up, he beheld 50 opulent villas standing tall. Throughout the school, there are only 4 such luxurious villa zones, and only the top 50 students in each grade are eligible to reside there. With a smile, Professor He continued her exposition. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan could not help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, it remains true that strength reigns supreme in this world of class transitions. As long as one possesses strength, they can relish privileges and benefits that others cannot. Here, this shall be your temporary residence, Professor He declared, striding gracefully to the front of an exquisite villa perched atop a small hill. The doorplate clearly displayed the number, Villa 1. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Professor, are you certain this is my accommodation? Was it not stated that only the top 50 students in each grade are eligible to reside here? He had only just enrolled. Yet he was to occupy the villa symbolizing the pinnacle of his cohort? Oh, in truth, our academy conducts an initial ranking each year based on the performance of newly admitted students in the college entrance examinations. After reviewing your combat recording and following deliberation among the deans, you have been designated as the foremost freshman in your class. Thus, you are indeed eligible for this villa. However, do bear in mind that a comprehensive assessment for new students will be held in 1 month. If you do not perform well in the upcoming major examination, Qin Fan, I am afraid you will have to vacate this villa, Ms. Hyalan remarked with a smile. Qin Fan was taken aback by her words. Just then, a familiar and emotionless notification sound echoed, signaling the system's announcement. Chapter 66, A New Home. The system has detected that the host is about to face the new student examination. A new challenge task has been issued. Task details. Please secure the position of the top newcomer in the upcoming examination. Task rewards. 1 legendary treasure chest, 1 diamond treasure chest. Failure penalty. A random deduction of 1 skill level from the host. Here it comes. Another familiar system task. Perfect. He would seize the opportunity to gauge the abilities of these top talents from across the nation. Let us see whether they excel or if my dragon pet outshines them. Well, having roamed about all day, I trust you must be tired. I shall not disturb your rest. Remember, the opening ceremony is at 8 a.m. tomorrow at the Holy Spirit Assembly Hall. She added, I must remind you of one thing. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. In the default rankings, all deans have placed you at the top position among the newcomers. As you know, being one of the 5 prestigious academies, we admit only the finest students from all over the country, each a brilliant standout in their respective regions. Thus, having enjoyed flattery for so long, they will undoubtedly challenge anyone who dares to surpass them in ranking. Be mentally prepared for that. Ms. Hyalan earnestly advised Qin Fan before departing. He nodded seriously in response. In truth, he was already mentally prepared without needing her reminder. In this world of transitions, strength reigns supreme. Challenges cannot be avoided. They must be faced head-on. Watching Ms. Hyalan's graceful silhouette fade away, Qin Fan took a deep breath and entered the luxurious villa, the most opulent he had ever encountered. Not only was it adorned with exquisite furnishings, but it also boasted cutting-edge technology throughout. There was no need for keys or fingerprints as he stood at the entrance. A high-tech nano camera scanned his entire being in an instant. Within less than half a second, it recognized his identity and automatically opened the door. Upon entering, a hovering, spherical intelligent robot approached him, politely inquiring whether he wished to dine, bathe, or perhaps enjoy a soothing massage. As soon as Qin Fan gives the command, an array of compact, space-efficient robots within the villa springs into action. Should one desire a bath, the water is already drawn, accompanied by fragrant shower gel, towels, and the entire bathroom adjusted to a soothing temperature. For dining, a mere 3 minutes is all it takes for drones to deliver delectable meals from the school's first dining hall, catering to any culinary craving one may have. For a massage, a high-tech, anthropomorphic massage robot is at the ready, delivering precision and pressure that surpasses human capabilities. For entertainment, a spacious 100-square-meter personal cinema hall offers an unparalleled viewing experience, immersing you in the film, with access to a global library of movies, all rights having been secured in advance. For training, a compact spatial teleportation array at the rear of the villa allows you to don your training attire and be instantly transported to a fully equipped personal training room, spacious and populated with training robots. In summary, the living conditions here are nothing short of exceptional, capable of fulfilling any conceivable need. It appears that securing the top rank in the upcoming freshman examination is imperative. After all, failing to do so would mean relocating to a more modest apartment. Qin Fan murmured to himself, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but the reverse is a daunting challenge. Having experienced such splendid accommodations, he was reluctant to let them slip away. This is the treatment that a prestigious institution bestows upon its students. Other schools could never match such perfect living conditions. Grr. Meow. With the absence of outsiders, the two little dragonlings finally emerged from their pet space. They sat adorably on the opulent wooden floor, their gem-like eyes curiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Xiaojiu emitted a series of delightful grunts, reminiscent of a charming young girl, while Xiaohan produced a more refined sound, akin to a dainty maiden. Here is our new home. Feel free to explore it however you wish, Qin Fan declared grandly with a wave of his hand. His confidence stemmed from the assistance of intelligent robots that would tidy up any mess. This room was specifically designed for the enjoyment of pets, replete with a variety of toys. After all, the luxurious villa considered that students who were beast tamers would require ample space for their companions to frolic. Confined to their pet space for too long would adversely affect their mental and physical well-being. Grr. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu excitedly sprang into action, bouncing around on her short legs. In contrast, Xiaohan held her head high, casting a disdainful glance at her raucous sister, as if to say, I am a dignified lady. How could I possibly wreak havoc? However, it wasn't long before Xiaohan, too, succumbed to the excitement. Xiaojiu leaped up, her little claws seizing a soft cotton ball, which she promptly hurled at Xiaohan. Bang! Little Han was mildly irritated when a cotton ball struck her head, letting out a small whine in response, and then glared at Xiaojiu, warning her not to come any closer. Yet, Xiaojiu paid her no mind, emitting a cheerful giggle, and with a flick of her dragon tail, sent a balloon flying towards Little Han. Whine. Little Han immediately became upset. Her small wings, adorned with icy crystal patterns, fluttered as she executed a swift tail swipe in the air, sending a cotton ball hurtling towards Xiaojiu. Bang! Even with her remarkable agility, Xiaojiu did not evade the cotton ball, deliberately allowing it to strike her on the head. She then initiated a counterattack. Thus, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Bang! 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 The entire pet playroom was a whirlwind of cotton balls and balloons, soaring and bouncing at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! A balloon zipped past Qin Fan like lightning, nearly catching him off guard. This was due to the special magical treatment these toys had undergone, coupled with the fact that the little dragonlings were not taking things seriously. Otherwise, these toys would surely have shattered under their playful might. The sheer ferocity of dragon play was astonishing. Qin Fan could wager that if one of those rapidly flying toys struck him in the face, it would undoubtedly be a sharp pain. However, the two robust little dragonlings remained unfazed, continuing their raucous play with delight. Chapter 67, The Opening Ceremony. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Qin Fan rose promptly. Upon waking, he felt the weight of two heavy objects pressing against his chest. Looking up, he found, as anticipated, the two round little dragonlings nestled on his chest. After completing his morning routine, he discovered that the little creatures were quite fond of cleanliness. He filled the large bathtub with water and fragrant soap for them, and they joyfully splashed about, washing themselves. Soon, they would be attending the opening ceremony of the Feng Tian Academy, where new students would be assigned to their respective classes. Feng Tian Academy comprises 4 colleges: the Tactical College, the Combat College, the Magic College, and the Enhancement College. As its name suggests, the Tactical College specializes in nurturing strategic and command-oriented talents, placing less emphasis on raw power while requiring a solid grasp of theory and a broad perspective. The Combat College admits students from all combat professions. The Magic College exclusively enrolls students pursuing magical careers, while the Enhancement College accepts those with exceptional talents in secondary professions. Although combat professions remain dominant in this class-changing world, the existence of secondary professions is essential. The potions, tools, and even equipment needed by combat professions during dungeon explorations are all produced by secondary professions. The classification of secondary professions is straightforward. From lowest to highest, they are apprentice, master, grandmaster, and divine. Attaining the master level in a secondary profession ensures that one can thrive in any city. Furthermore, grandmaster and divine levels mean that even abroad, one would be welcomed as a distinguished guest by the nobility of various principalities. The notion of a supreme secondary profession requires no further elaboration, as it represents a category of strategic talents of national significance, undoubtedly garnering the attention of the state. Thus, this secondary vocation is not devoid of prospects. As I have often reiterated, possessing innate talent allows one to thrive. As I traversed the campus, I encountered a multitude of fresh, youthful faces, each exhibiting a unique demeanor. Through meticulous observation, I could discern the varying personalities among them. For instance, the cautious newcomers, who surveyed their surroundings with trepidation, likely belonged to the group that barely met the admissions threshold. They were acutely aware of their inferiority compared to those specially recruited individuals nearby, prompting them to tread carefully and avoid any potential conflicts. Conversely, some individuals strode with an air of confidence and aloofness, unmistakably special recruits, at the very least. Among the top 100 in their province, the CRME de la CRME of their local high schools. Today's opening ceremony was exclusively attended by first-year students. while those in their second and third years busied themselves with their own affairs. Upon entering the St. Spirit Auditorium, I was taken aback to find over 1,000 individuals already seated. Initially intending to find a random spot, I was suddenly summoned by a melodious voice akin to a silver bell ringing through the air. Qin Fan, here. Looking up, I was surprised to see Su-ro, accompanied by 2 other young women and a young man. The moment Su-ro called my name, the trio turned their astonished gazes upon me. In that fleeting instant, an array of diverse expressions from the audience converged upon my figure. Is this the illustrious dragon tamer who topped the provincial examinations? He doesn't seem particularly remarkable. He merely possesses an attractive exterior. Do not underestimate him. Securing the top spot as a dragon tamer signifies exceptional capabilities. What exceptional capabilities? Surely, you do not suggest that Qin Fan has formed a contract with a giant dragon? That seems implausible. He must have either surpassed the limitations of a dragon tamer to bond with a lesser dragon or activated latent traits of his profession, thereby attaining such prowess. Your speculation holds some merit. If you naively believe he could bond with a giant dragon, I must respectfully disagree. I am not foolish. The presence of a fully grown giant dragon could rival our 4-turn existence. How could a youth of similar rank possibly form a contract with a giant dragon? A cacophony of discussions ensued. My expression remained unruffled as I merely nodded at Su-ro before selecting a seat in relative solitude. Su-ro seemed poised to say more, but the 2 young women beside her diverted her attention with their own conversation. Meanwhile, the young man turned to cast a deep, lingering glance in my direction before crossing his arms and closing his eyes in contemplation. The St. Spirit Auditorium was vast, with ample seating, and my choice of a secluded spot ensured my immediate vicinity remained unoccupied. Nevertheless, myriad gazes continued to scrutinize my presence. Suddenly, in that moment, a towering figure emerged from the void of space, stepping onto the podium of the Holy Spirit Conference Hall. The moment this figure appeared, the previously bustling hall fell into a hushed silence. For this figure was none other than a level 90, 4th-tier space mage. The aura of spatial magic that enveloped him was truly awe-inspiring. Lu Boming, aged 52, the dean of the Magic Academy and also the vice president of the Fengtian Institute, stood before them as a level 94th-tier space mage. His face, remarkably youthful, bore a gentle smile, and his rich voice resonated through the sound system. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your choice to study at our Fengtian Institute. On behalf of the faculty, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. He continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Boming. I trust that many of you are already familiar with me, as I am the dean of the Magic Academy and the host of this opening ceremony. As his words concluded, the new students erupted into applause, eager to show their admiration. After all, this was none other than the legendary 4th-tier powerhouse, a space mage, no less. It was no wonder that countless aspiring mages idolized him. Qin Fan observed that many of the magic students were gazing at the vice president with palpable excitement. Lu Boming raised a hand to gently quell the applause, then continued, I understand that you young people are not fond of lengthy and monotonous speeches, so I shall keep my remarks brief. There are only 2 matters I wish to address today. First, concerning the default ranking of new students. Second, the upcoming entrance examination scheduled for 1 month from now. However, just as Lu Boming finished speaking, a series of 3 loud knocks echoed from the door. All eyes turned to see a robust young man, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches at the entrance. Beside him stood a boy and a girl, both appearing dusty and disheveled, as if they had just emerged from a brawl. Report. The robust young man greeted lazily, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the vice president. The once silent new students erupted into a frenzy once more. What? Bai Wuxuan and the sword enthusiast Feng Tairan, along with the magical prodigy Su Nianyan. How could they all appear together, and in such a disheveled state? Chapter 68. I will not accept this Feng Tairan. The top scholar from Dongling province was known for his profession as a spirit sword master, a hidden class. His family had a long-standing tradition of swordsmanship, and it was said that the Feng family currently boasted 3 4th-tier sword gods, making them the most prominent noble family in Dongling province. Earning the title of the Sword God clan, Su Nianyan, on the other hand, was a chaos mage, a hidden class known for wielding chaotic powers. Her family, enriched by elven bloodlines, also counted 2 4th-tier magic gods among their ranks. It was precisely due to this elven heritage that Su Nianyan's entire family was characterized by their striking beauty and grace. In this moment, Su Nianyan stands resplendent, her waist-length hair cascading like silk, adorned with pointed ears and captivating autumn-hued eyes. Her exquisite features, complemented by her flowing mage robes, unmistakably mark her as a quintessential top-tier elven beauty. Indeed, upon her arrival, a significant number of the young men in the assembly hall could not resist directing their gaze towards her. Even the boys seated beside Su-ro discreetly stole glances at Su Nianyan. Both individuals possess remarkable backgrounds and formidable prowess. Among them, the most striking and imposing figure is Bai Wuxuan, whose lineage is equally illustrious. He is the son of the head of the Bai family in Fengtian City. a beast tamer who has successfully forged a bond with a four-winged storm thunder dragon, although it is merely a dragon of the flying species. A fully matured four-winged storm thunder dragon rivals a human of the fourth tier in strength. Furthermore, Bai Wuxiang has gained mastery over wind and thunder dragon language magic, thanks to the nurturing influence of the dragon. While the wind and thunder magic he wields cannot compare to that of the legendary Storm Saint Dragon or the Azure Thunder Saint Dragon, his ability to contract a flying dragon positions him as a figure of considerable repute, akin to a dragon tamer. Notably, he also has the capability to bond with other magical beasts, unlike dragon tamers who are limited to dragons. In this light, it appears that the hidden profession of dragon tamer may not surpass that of beast tamer. The simultaneous arrival of these three individuals has caused the vice principal to furrow his brow. Why are the three of you late? Director Liu. We have our reasons for being tardy. Su Nian's melodious voice chimed in as she raised her delicate hand and pointed towards Bai Wuxiang. I woke up late and hurried over, but halfway through, I encountered this madman, Bai Wuxiang. Upon learning my name and identity, he insisted on challenging me to a duel. I found him quite bothersome, so I could not help but engage in battle with him. The surrounding freshmen were taken aback by her words. Goodness. So Bai Wuxiang from the Bai family is a battle maniac. And what of Fong Tai Ran? Director Liu inquired, casting a glance at the sword enthusiast, Fong Tai Ran. To his surprise, the sword-wielding lad coolly replied, I saw the two of them fighting on my way here, and feeling a surge of excitement, I decided to join in. Liu Bobing sighed heavily. On the very first day of school, these three prodigies have already clashed. Had it been on campus, I would have been unable to unleash my full power. If I were to summon my dragon, neither of you would stand a chance against me, Bai Wuxiang stated calmly. Come now, I have yet to exert my full strength either. I have not even drawn my sword. Su Nian retorted, hearing the banter among these spirited students. Liu Bobing let out a deep sigh. All right, please take your seats. Upon his instruction, the trio found their respective places to sit. At this juncture, Liu Bobing cleared his throat and began. Let us first address the matter of the default rankings. It is well understood that every year, upon the arrival of new freshmen, our esteemed institution establishes a preliminary ranking based on their performance in the college entrance examination. For those exceptional students who did not participate in this examination, a rough estimation is made to determine their placement. Consequently, this ranking serves merely as a reference and does not constitute an official designation. The true standings will be revealed only after the upcoming freshman examination, which will take place in a month and determine the students' actual results. Moreover, students can now conveniently access their initial rankings directly on the school's official website via their mobile devices. As soon as Liu Bobing finished speaking, a cacophony ensued as everyone hurriedly retrieved their phones to check the rankings. However, in the next moment, another wave of astonishment erupted. All the freshmen gazed at the default rankings, and gasps of disbelief filled the air. No way. How can he be first? Qin Fan. He has been placed at the top by the deans. Could it be? Why does he deserve the first position? I feel that Bai Wuxiang is more formidable. I can't help but wonder if the deans harbor some bias. Bai Wuxiang, Fong Tai Ran, Su Nian, and Luo Hao, all four of them, were ranked behind him. As anticipated, when all the newcomers beheld the initial rankings, their primary focus fell upon the first place, and without exception, they were engulfed in shock and confusion. After all, they believed that this relatively obscure provincial champion from South State should not occupy the esteemed position of the top freshman. Upon witnessing the expressions of bewilderment, doubt, and even resentment on the faces of the new students, Vice President Liu Bobing couldn't help but smile. Excellent. The reason the deans ranked in this manner was precisely to elicit such reactions, especially from those prodigies. In addition to Bai Wuxiang, Fong Tai Ran, and Su Nian, there was also Luo Hao, the champion from Fengtian Province. This Luo Hao was none other than the handsome young man sitting beside Su Ro. Luo Hao, a berserker by profession, also belonged to a hidden class. In total, Fengtian Academy had remarkably recruited 5 prodigious champions this year, including Qin Fan. Additionally, several top 10 students from various provinces have also joined Fengtian Academy. In summary, this cohort of freshmen can be regarded as a golden generation, brimming with talent and rivalry. Liu Bobing eagerly anticipates the forthcoming freshman examination in a month. Of course, the dean's decision to place Qin Fan, this relatively unknown champion from South State, in first place was not merely to provoke rivalry among the exceptional students. In the eyes of many deans, Qin Fan truly deserves the top spot. After all, he has indeed contracted a blazing holy dragon. However, what the vice president was unaware of was that Qin Fan had, in fact, contracted 2 dragons, both of which were terrifying beings of the holy dragon caliber. Suddenly, at that moment, someone slammed their hand on the armrest of their seat and stood up, seething with indignation. The individual abruptly turned to gaze at the ever-composed Qin Fan, exclaiming with indignation, I contest this initial ranking. I demand a duel with Qin Fan. Chapter 69, The Stakes. Isn't that Chen Wei? Chen Wei? Who might that be? You don't recognize him? He is the 7th-ranked contender from this year's Fengtian Province. an assassin by profession. He was placed 12th in this initial ranking. Goodness, so it is him. As the young man slammed his hand down, the surrounding freshmen instantly erupted into discussions, listening to the chorus of astonished remarks and the solemn gazes directed at him. Qin could not help but raise his head with newfound confidence. Qin, did you just assert that you contest this initial ranking and wish to challenge Qin Fan? Lu Boming inquired with a smile. I believe Qin Fan is unworthy of being the top newcomer. Furthermore, the difficulty of examination questions varies by region. Thus the standards for assessment differ. Even though this year's questions from South State Province were indeed more challenging than those of previous years, I am confident that the top scholars from other provinces could surpass him. Therefore, I do not recognize this ranking. I express my doubts. And I am willing to initiate a challenge. Qin spoke with unwavering composure, devoid of any fear. As his words concluded, the surrounding students nodded in agreement, signifying their support. Qin has a valid point. The examination questions differ by province, thus the criteria for evaluating strength vary. I believe this Qin Fan is not as formidable as Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and the others. I concur. I find this initial ranking to be rather dubious. It remains to be seen whether Qin Fan dares to accept Qin challenge. Hearing the affirmation of his stance from those around him, Qin resolve to challenge his opponent grew even stronger. Before the examination results were announced, I had never even heard of this Qin Fan, merely a nameless junior. Prior to this, the likes of Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Su Nian, and Fong Tai Ran, all renowned prodigies often featured in the papers, were well known. Even I, an awakened tier assassin, frequently make headlines. Moreover, your school ranks the top scholars from other provinces behind the top scholar of South State Province, implying that the top scholars from other provinces are inferior to South State's top scholar, is it not? This sentiment resonated with many new students. Now, Qin Fan, what is your opinion? Lu Boming inquired, his demeanor still cheerful as he regarded the perpetually unruffled Qin Fan. The gazes of the surrounding freshmen converged upon Qin Fan, most of which were filled with disdain, scorn, and schadenfreude. Clearly, in their eyes, if this South State Province's top scholar truly dared to accept Qin challenge, the likely outcome would be Qin Fan's defeat. I have no objections. I can accept his challenge. Qin eyes gleamed with delight upon hearing this, and he replied with a haughty smirk, excellent. I initially thought you would shy away like a turtle, yet you actually dare to accept. I shall try not to be too harsh, allowing you to lose with a semblance of dignity. His words were imbued with an overwhelming sense of confidence. It seems that Qin Fan has been thoroughly assessed. His mindset is quite understandable given his profession as an assassin, a quintessential class characterized by its explosive single-target damage. The advantages of this vocation lie not only in its agility, but also in its remarkable ability to inflict substantial damage, possessing lethal execution capabilities. While this profession may falter in solo dungeon runs compared to others equipped with expansive area of effect skills, in one-on-one combat, even the top talents like Luo Hao, Xian Yan, and Fong Tai Ran must approach a confrontation with Qin with a degree of caution. After all, there are no pretenders among the renowned. Securing 7th place in the province of Fengtian, rich in educational resources, is no small feat. He may not excel in clearing maps, but when it comes to the realm of class transitioners, he is brimming with confidence. Let us proceed to Arena 1. With that, Qin prepared to stride out. Wait. Qin Fan's voice rang out, halting him. Oh, what is it? Are you feeling apprehensive now? Thinking of backing out? Qin scoffed. You overestimate your assumptions. I merely wish to wager a stake. Qin Fan retorted coldly. Very well. What shall we wager? Let us stake our initial academic credits. As soon as Qin Fan's words fell, a stir rippled through the surrounding students. Wow, this is quite the gamble. It must be noted that upon entering the Fengtian Academy, all expenditures are required to be settled with academic credits, be it for meals, forging, enchanting, dungeon runs, accessing resource maps, or trading amongst peers. For freshmen, initial credits are distributed collectively once rankings are established. Each student receives a sum of 5,000 credits. After the freshman examination concludes in a month, and true rankings are confirmed, credits will be redistributed according to those standings. Thus, this 5,000 credits serves as the living expenses for freshmen during their first month. For sophomores, this amount may not seem substantial, as they have already been in the academy for over a year, accumulating credits. However, for newcomers to Fengtian Academy, it is considerable, especially since these credits also encompass the resources for dungeon runs and leveling up during that month. Should one wish to strengthen themselves through dungeon explorations, they must spend credits to purchase entry tickets for those secret realms. By proposing to wager initial credits, is Qin Fan not afraid of losing? Or perhaps he has truly forged a pact with a dragon. After all, how could a dragon tamer dare to challenge an assassin like Qin otherwise? Wow, how exhilarating. The opening ceremony has barely begun, and we are already witnessing the first-year dragon tamer against the 7th-ranked assassin of Fengtian Province. Do you think Qin Fan will truly summon a colossal dragon? You're dreaming. At best, he might only summon an earth dragon or a wyvern. Who do you think stands a greater chance of victory? It's hard to say. If Chen Wei were up against Luo Hao or Bai Wushuang, his chances would be quite slim. But now, facing this relatively unknown dragon tamer, I feel the odds favor him. Not necessarily. Qin Fan is the top scholar of South Province. If he lacks skill, who would believe in him? Let us await the outcome. The sudden challenge match undoubtedly ignited an exhilarating fervor among all the students. Luo Hao, the top scholar of Fengtian Province, cast a fleeting glance at Qin Fan before turning to Su Ro beside him, inquiring gently, Xiao Ro, who do you believe has the greater chance of victory? Without hesitation, Su Ro replied, Qin Fan. Luo Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression shifting to one of concern as he pressed further. Why? Having grown up alongside Su Ro, he harbored feelings for her, yet he was taken aback by her unwavering trust in Qin Fan. It's just a hunch. Su Ro thought to herself, unable to reveal that Qin Fan might indeed possess a dragon, a holy dragon, no less. Let us go, Xiao Ro, to Arena 1. At that moment, two girls nearby beamed and eagerly pulled Su Ro towards the first arena. Chapter 70. The victor, Qin Fan. In no time, the group arrived at Arena 1, led personally by Dean Lu Boming. Within Arena 1, numerous competitive venues awaited. Upon entering a particular small arena, all the freshmen settled into their designated seats. Remarkably, Lu Boming took on the role of referee for this challenge match. Qin Fan and Chen Wei wasted no time, ascending the stage to face each other. Kid, if you truly have a dragon, summon it now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. I'll show you what it means to be eliminated in an instant by an assassin. Chen Wei sneered. You're not worth my dragon's attention. All right. Both sides, prepare. We will now commence a countdown of 3 seconds. The match begins after 3 seconds. With no superfluous words, Lu Boming began the countdown as both competitors readied themselves. 3, 2, 1, begin. As Lu Boming's command echoed, a delicately crafted purple-golden dagger materialized in Chen Wei's palm. With a swift leap, he charged towards Qin Fan without hesitation. The speed was so remarkable that it produced a faint sound of slicing air as he passed by. Wow, so fast. No wonder he is the 7th-ranked assassin in Fengtian Province. Qin Fan is doomed. The audience gasped in awe as they witnessed Chen Wei's velocity. Indeed, it was astonishing. Many of the lower-ranked newcomers could hardly perceive Chen Wei's movements with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wei had closed the distance of several meters, appearing behind Qin Fan in an instant. The sharp dagger in his hand lunged mercilessly towards Qin Fan's back. Here it comes. A classic assassin's opening attack, Shadow Strike. This combination of skills is frequently employed by assassins and boasts a high success rate. Shadow Strike is a specialized mobility skill for assassins. If the backstab succeeds, the attack will inflict an additional 120 critical damage. Should this blow connect, Qin Fan would undoubtedly be rendered unable to fight. Although malicious murder is strictly prohibited, injuries are inevitable during training. Within the arena, a team of healers, composed entirely of priests, is always on standby. In that fleeting moment, everyone believed that Chen Wei was on the verge of victory, for his speed was astonishingly swift and his angles of attack were exceptionally cunning. Moreover, Qin Fan appeared to be stationary, seemingly already resigned to defeat. However, in the next heartbeat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a sudden flash, Qin Fan's form vanished from sight in an instant. This left Chen Wei's assured strike landing in empty air. Chen Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had evaded. His attempted rear assault was miraculously dodged by Qin Fan. How could his speed be so formidable? Wasn't he merely a fragile dragon tamer? Frustration bubbled within him as he gritted his teeth, intending to interrupt the lingering effects of his backstab skill. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged from his core, racing up to his crown. This was the instinctive feedback of an assassin's acute perception of danger. Danger. This single word blazed into his mind. He finally realized that Qin Fan's figure had appeared behind him. Damn it, how could he possess such terrifying speed? There was no time for further contemplation. Chen Wei was forced to abruptly cancel his skill's aftermath, attempting to escape once more using the shadow step skill. Yet, he was ultimately a beat too late. Boom. A fist, imbued with overwhelming force, crashed directly into Chen Wei's back. In the next instant, the ferocious energy of that punch surged like a tidal wave, burrowing mercilessly into Chen Wei's body. Boom. Before the horrified gaze of the audience, Chen Wei was launched backward by a single punch, colliding violently with the railings surrounding the arena. Spurt. Not only was he sent flying, but he also coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. And with a tilt of his head, he fainted on the spot. The crowd erupted in shocked gasps. Even the previously composed top-tier talents, such as Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and Su Ninian, could not help but sit upright, their faces etched with grave concern as they observed the unfolding spectacle. What the hell? Is this for real? What just happened? One strike and he is down? This is simply too overwhelming. Are you sure this guy is a dragon tamer? Qin Fan retaliated in kind, striking from behind and delivering a devastating blow to Chen Wei. The crucial point was that the power of this punch was astonishingly high. Chen Wei was clad in protective gear, yet he was still knocked unconscious by a single blow. Whispers of astonishment and disbelief echoed throughout the audience. Clearly, the outcome before them had far surpassed their expectations. They had anticipated a prolonged contest lasting at least several minutes. After all, while they favored Qin Fan had proven himself worthy of the title of champion in South Province, indicating he was no ordinary opponent. Yet, the unexpected had unfolded. The promising Qin was unexpectedly defeated by a single punch from Qin Fan. One could scarcely witness any skills being employed, nor could they see him summon a dragon. Among all the newcomers, only Vice Principal Lu Boming and Su Ro appeared unfazed. The Vice Principal had seen Qin Fan's examination video, while Su Ro was aware of Qin Fan's possession of a dragon. However, neither anticipated that Qin Fan's own combat prowess would be so formidable. The challenge has concluded. The victor is Qin Fan. Congratulations, Qin Fan, on your triumph. Following this, Qin Wei's initial 5,000 credits will be transferred to your account. At this moment, Lu Boming was vocally announcing the results of the match. Qin Fan nodded, casting a disinterested glance at the unconscious Qin Wei before descending from the stage. Meanwhile, the audience regarded the comatose Qin Wei with pity. Alas, how unfortunate. Barely having commenced his studies, he has already lost 5,000 credits. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this Qin Fan appears to be quite exceptional. It is no wonder he has been ranked first by all the deans. One wonders, however, how he measures up against top talents like Luo Hao and Bai Wuxuan. Now, I shall not prolong your time any further. Starting tomorrow, a golden opportunity for growth will commence for you all. In 1 month, the assessment will officially begin. Strive to become stronger. Following the examination, the true university courses will commence. Dismissed. Once Lu Boming concluded this statement, he waved his sleeve and vanished from sight. Chapter 71, Different Circles. Qin Fan. The opening ceremony concluded, and Su Ro hastily approached Qin Fan, greeting him warmly. At that moment, Luo Hao and 2 other young women approached as well. The 2 young women were named Luo Tao and Feng Yuanyuan. Luo Tao was Luo Hao's younger cousin by a few months, ranking 98th in the province, just meeting the entry threshold for the Fengtian Academy. Feng Yuanyuan ranked 100th. It is noteworthy that the Luo, Feng, and Su families have had significant interactions, making these individuals childhood friends. Originally, the Su family had been sidelined by the Luo and Feng families, but it is said that the head of the Su family rescued a highly esteemed and powerful 4th-tier expert. Consequently, the Luo and Feng families extended a renewed olive branch to the Su family, which they welcomed gladly. Moreover, Su Ro's father had repeatedly urged her to cultivate a good relationship with Luo Hao, ideally teaming up for dungeon raids to grow stronger together. He even hoped that Su Ro and Luo Hao might eventually become a couple. As for Qin Fan, he was known to her father, being Su Ro's teammate during the entrance examination. However, considering family backgrounds and capabilities, the head of the Su family deemed Luo Hao to be somewhat stronger. After all, he was the top scorer in Fengtian Province. Fengtian Province is renowned for its abundant educational resources and formidable faculty. This implies that students from this province are typically stronger than those from others. Kero Hao's ability to stand out among such a multitude of prodigious talents speaks volumes of his strength and excellence, undoubtedly surpassing that of Qin Fan, the relatively obscure top scholar from Nanzhou Province. Ah, could this be the dragon tamer that Sister Su Ro has been longing for? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Feng Yuanyuan, with an oval face and features that are not particularly exquisite. She can only be described as delicate, yet her pair of lively eyes significantly enhance her charm. She appears to be an ordinary soft-spoken girl. Now it is my turn. I am Luo Tao, cousin to the top scholar from Fengtian Province. Hehe. Whether intentional or not, Luo Tao's self-introduction carries an unspoken implication, as if to overshadow the Nanzhou Province scholar with the mention of the Fengtian Province top scholar. Greetings to you all. These veiled remarks are beneath his notice, for in his eyes, these individuals, both now and in the future, will not have substantial intersections. At this moment, Luo Hao presents himself as a most gallant gentleman. Smiling as he says, "It is an honor. I am Luo Hao. Delighted to meet you, classmate Qin Fan." Qin Fan nods in acknowledgement. Qin Fan, I assume you plan to delve into dungeons and level up this month? Su Ro gazes at him with sparkling eyes. Qin Fan affirms with a nod, as he indeed intends to do so. Not only him, but likely all the other freshmen share the same aspiration, especially with the upcoming freshman examination looming just a month away. This examination is a crucial assessment that will determine future benefits. It is said that after the freshman examination concludes, the school will grant certain privileges to students based on their rankings. For instance, the top 10 students in their freshman year may receive 10 free entries to secret dungeons each month, while those in the top 100 will be awarded a monthly supply of cultivation resources. Such disparities in treatment will inevitably widen the gap between students. While you toil for credits to enter the next dungeon, others may have already conquered numerous secret realms using their complimentary tickets. The differences will begin to emerge. Thus, the freshman examination is an event that every newcomer must approach with utmost seriousness. Perform well, and you will relish the most luxurious and comfortable privileges. perform poorly, and you will find yourself left behind, watching as others surpass you. By then, while they have reached level 40 and advanced their second stage, you may still be struggling at levels 20 or 30. Of course, there is another reason for Qin Fan's intention to enter the dungeons, which is to elevate Xiaohan's level. Xiaojiu has already reached level 15, yet Xiaohan has only just emerged from the dragon egg, not yet a month old, and remains at level 1. It is the perfect opportunity to utilize the dungeons to enhance Xiaohan's level. Thus, when the freshman examination arrives in a month, he will have 2 dragon companions to contend alongside him. Although Xiaojiu is formidable enough alone, as the proud father of a little dragon, he feels it is only fair that they both progress together. Upon seeing Qin Fan nod, Su Ro's eyes sparkle even brighter. Then let us form a 5-person team. With you and Luo Hao on our side, I feel we could conquer any dungeon with ease, Su Ro cheerfully suggested. Yet, her proposal caused Luo Hao, Feng Yuan, and Luo Tao to furrow their brows in unison, particularly Luo Hao, who immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yuan. Sister Xiao Ro, I fear this might not be feasible. Upon catching this glance, Feng Yuan promptly whispered, we have already invited someone else for the last spot in our team. As she spoke, she cast an apologetic look towards Qin Fan. I'm sorry, Qin Fan, but our team is truly full. Qin Fan shrugged indifferently. It's all right. For me, it makes no difference whether I team up or not. This statement was sincere. Leaving aside other considerations, with Xiaojiu's current prowess, effortlessly dominating all corresponding level secret realm dungeons was hardly a challenge. Su Ro also looked apologetically at Qin Fan, unaware that Luo Hao and the others had already extended an invitation to someone else. In that case, I shall take my leave, she concluded. Qin Fan had no desire to linger any longer. He suddenly felt a profound divide between himself and Su Ro. She belonged to an esteemed family, surrounded by scions of affluent households, while he was simply an ordinary lad of modest background. This wasn't to imply that Qin Fan harbored any romantic feelings for Su Ro. He felt no such inclination. His previous collaboration in dungeons stemmed solely from appreciating her pleasant demeanor, devoid of the arrogance often displayed by other wealthy heiresses, making it convenient to accompany her for a while. Now that they were in university, the distinctions among social circles had become even more pronounced. Qin Fan had never been one to stubbornly push himself into other spheres, and thus, it was only natural that he would drift further away from Su Ro in the future. Different circles naturally fostered different perspectives. Observing Qin Fan's departing figure, Feng Yuan and Luo Tao exchanged glances, a hint of disdain flickering in their eyes. Humph, a mere commoner with mediocre skills dares to aspire to join our elite team? What a delusion. Moreover, if it weren't for Luo Hao's interest in Su Ro, she wouldn't even qualify to team up with them. Meanwhile, Su Ro gazed at Qin Fan's retreating silhouette, her expression laden with complexity. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 72. Driven to poverty upon returning to Mansion Number 1, Xiaojiu and Xiaohan, the 2 little dragon cubs, instantly sprang forth from their pet space. Go! Xiaojiu immediately leaped onto Qin Fan's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its tiny head. Ing! Even the proud Xiaohan approached Qin Fan, raising its little face in haughty demeanor. Understanding the unspoken sentiments of the 2 adorable creatures, Qin Fan readily comprehended their messages. Xiaojiu was expressing a desire to be pampered. Master, I'm hungry. Hurry and feed me. Xiaohan, on the other hand, conveyed a tone of pride. Servant, prepare food for this young lady at once. In summary, both of these charming little beings were famished. Earlier that morning, he had already flaunted dozens of eggs to them. Yet before noon, they were hungry again, truly 2 little foodies. Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, he picked up his phone, logged into the school's system, and navigated to the cafeteria. The Fengtian Academy boasts its own dedicated platform, where one can access a plethora of information and a variety of convenient functions. For instance, it facilitates the booking of services from auxiliary professions such as enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists. It also offers options for restaurant takeout, auction house listings, and market transaction details, among others. At this moment, Qin Fan had entered the restaurant feature, intending to place an order for the 2 little ones. However, upon opening the restaurant menu, his eyes widened in astonishment. Premium Mystic Crystal Black-Haired Pig Tenderloin, 30 credits per pound. Exceptional Magical Sea Cucumber, 40 credits per pound. Superior One-Horn Magic Rabbit Leg, 20 credits per pound. Expensive. Astoundingly so. In truth, for other students, these prices might not seem exorbitant, as they typically order ready-made dishes. A serving of Mystic Crystal Black-Haired Pig Foot Rice, 10 credits per serving. A bowl of Exceptional Magical Sea Cucumber Soup, 15 credits per serving. Indeed, they appear quite reasonable. Yet for Qin Fan, the cost was outrageous. He needed to feed these 2 adorable yet voracious little creatures. Take Xiaojiu for instance. Previously, while in Anning City, it consumed nearly 100 pounds of meat daily. Now, with Xiaohan added to the mix, Qin Fan had to prepare at least 200 pounds of meat each day. The crux of the matter is that the school cafeteria only sells top-quality goods. After all, being a premier academy, They do not even stock ordinary mystic crystal black-haired pig. Qin Fan couldn't procure them even if he wished to, calculating the 200 pounds of meat. If we consider the premium mystic crystal black-haired pig tenderloin at 30 credits per pound, he would need to spend 6,000 credits each day. My heavens. These two little ones could very well eat Qin Fan into bankruptcy. His expression darkened instantly. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiaojiu continued to pester him with affectionate antics, while Xiaohan flapped its crystalline wings, circling around Qin Fan's feet. Sigh. Fortunately, today that fool Chun Wei sent over 5,000 credits. Otherwise, he might not have made it through the day. Qin Fan could only manage a wry smile. Nevertheless, he promptly placed an order for 200 pounds of meat on campus. Naturally, it included the premium mystic crystal black-haired pig, as well as other high-quality magical beast meats, totaling 500 credits. Ding. Soon, merely 3 minutes later, an automated delivery drone transported the 200 pounds of meat from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Upon seeing the top-quality meat, Xiaojiu and Xiaohan emitted delighted chirps. Fortunately, the kitchen in the villa was sufficiently spacious, equipped with all the necessary utensils, including a large barbecue grill. Currently, Qin Fan's auxiliary profession is that of a spirit chef, which is a second-tier culinary role. Not to mention, his culinary skills have already earned the approval of Xiaojiu. This little creature has become quite discerning, preferring its master's cooking above all else. After thoroughly washing and marinating the purchased meat, he placed it directly on the grill. 2 hours later, the two rambunctious little ones, satiated and with their round bellies full, nestled in Qin Fan's embrace, their eyes heavy with sleep. Gazing at the two little dragonlings that were wholly dependent on him, Qin Fan's expression softened with tenderness. However, upon unlocking his phone and glimpsing the meager balance of 500 academic credits remaining, a twitch of dismay crossed his lips. This simply would not do. He had to venture into a dungeon. Otherwise, he would truly be left destitute. The following day, at the early hour of 8, Qin Fan made his way to the mystic hall of the Feng Tian Academy. This place housed the portals to all the secret dungeons under the Academy's dominion. Ever since the realms of the divine game merged seamlessly with the real world, the dungeons from that game had also descended into reality. Many dungeons had shattered, releasing their monstrous inhabitants into the world to wreak havoc. Previously, Qin Fan had seen numerous reports on television about such occurrences. In one instance, a level 70 diamond dungeon fragmented above the capital of a small principality, resulting in the tragic demise of all its citizens at the hands of the dungeon's creatures. Even some remote towns in the Dragon Kingdom had faced similar calamities. As a formidable nation, the Dragon Kingdom had devised measures to counteract these threats. Every town and village across the country had established large-scale spatial teleportation arrays, ensuring that local inhabitants could swiftly evacuate in the face of a shattering dungeon and receive timely support from local military units. Currently, the Feng Tian Academy boasted a total of 50 secret dungeons, the highest quantity among all elite academies. Each dungeon was at least of silver grade, with the highest reaching legendary status. Dungeons below the silver grade were deemed too simplistic for the Academy's esteemed students, who hailed from all corners of the nation and found no necessity to engage in such trivial pursuits. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Mystic Hall, numerous students had gathered, including both first and second-year undergraduates. It was not uncommon to spot several second-year students forming teams, sporting dark circles under their eyes as they pored over various documents. This was entirely normal, for the Mystic Hall remained open 24 hours a day, leading to some teams experiencing repeated failures yet returning to try again. As Qin Fan stepped into the hall, all eyes instinctively turned toward him. A predictable reaction given his remarkable fame. He had garnered the title of the top scholar in the southern province as a dragon tamer and had recently stunned everyone by defeating Chen Wei, the 7th-ranked student from Feng Tian province, with a single punch. This spectacle had left many in awe. Speculation abounded that Qin Fan had grown so powerful that he no longer required the summoning of a dragon companion to vanquish Chen Wei. Others theorized that he had not contracted a dragon companion, but had, through some fortuitous turn of events, awakened a unique trait of the dragon tamer class, significantly enhancing his own strength. Yet, the most pivotal factor remained that all the deans of Feng Tian Academy had placed this dragon tamer at the top of the freshman rankings. The top freshman has arrived. Is he about to delve into a dungeon? It appeared he had no teammates, however. Rumor had it he was originally meant to join Luo Hao's team, but was subsequently turned away. How amusing. After all, the true capabilities of Qin Fan remain uncertain. He is not one to form a team casually. Whispers circulated around him, but he chose to ignore them, approaching the front desk to submit his student credentials and request access to the dungeons. Prior to his arrival, he had already perused information on the school forum using his mobile device, selecting the most challenging dungeons corresponding to his current level: the Forest of Demon Tigers, the Troll Caverns, and the Nest of Ice Serpents, all platinum-level dungeons for level 2025. Each entry required 1,000 credits, while other dungeons demanded fewer credits for entry. They also presented lesser challenges, resulting in meager rewards. Faced with a dire financial situation, Qin Fan urgently needed to conquer high-difficulty dungeons to earn the necessary credits. Upon reviewing Qin Fan's registration, the part-time sophomore at the front desk gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Junior, are you certain you wish to enter alone? These 3 dungeons are all platinum level." She advised him to quickly find a few teammates to tackle the dungeon together. As her words echoed through the air, students nearby, who were contemplating which dungeon to enter or meticulously studying dungeon strategies, turned their heads in astonishment. Is he really attempting a platinum-level dungeon solo? He seems utterly oblivious to the terrifying difficulty these dungeons pose. Isn't this akin to courting death? Oh no, perhaps he was rejected from a team yesterday, and now, in a fit of frustration, he desires to prove himself by going in alone. How naive. Qin Fan's gaze gradually turned icy. Yet he remained disinclined to engage in debate with such foolish individuals. He had never been one to argue with the dim-witted. "Senior, please allow him to proceed. If he wishes to seek his own demise, we cannot intervene, can we?" Sighing, the senior lamented, "I had thought Qin Fan was someone of substance. Yet it appears he is merely a reckless fool. Even the likes of Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and Bai Wushuang might find this platinum-level dungeon challenging." Listening to the crowd's urging, the senior sighed in resignation. Qin Fan nodded, almost without hesitation, and holding his credentials, he entered the side hall, pushing open one of the grand doors adorned in platinum hues. This was the gateway to the forest of demon tigers. As they watched his retreating figure vanish, the freshmen and sophomores shook their heads in disbelief. He didn't even glance at the strategies. He is certainly audacious. Huh. I give him 3 minutes before we hear news of his demise. Surely, as a provincial champion, he cannot be that incompetent. I wager he will last 5 minutes. Just as the crowd engaged in their sardonic discussions, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Turning to look, they were astonished to see Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Fang Taran approaching, accompanied by their respective teammates. Luo Hao's companions included Su Ro, Feng Yuanyuan, Luo Tao, and Chen Wei, who had suffered defeat just the day before. The male character, ranked 23rd, is named Bijiang, a warrior by profession. The female character, ranked 42nd, is Tong Jiejia, a priest. Sun Yinyan and Fang Taran form a team, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man, ranked 27th, is Zhang Shan, also a warrior, while the woman, ranked 41st, is Tao Qian, a priest. It is evident that the team's configuration comprises frontline fighters, damage dealers, and supportive roles. Such a team composition is unlikely to encounter mishaps during battle. To my astonishment, these top-tier talents have chosen to embark on a dungeon expedition today as well. Unfortunately, Qin Fan has entered the dungeon a step ahead. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward, especially since Luo Hao prefers the defeated Chen Wei as a teammate over him. Well, Qin Fan has ventured alone into the tiger demon forest, and it remains uncertain if he can emerge safely. Listening to the discussions around them, Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and Sun Yinyan could not help but raise their eyebrows. That Qin Fan has dared to enter the tiger demon forest alone. This fellow is somewhat overestimating his capabilities. Even Bai Wushuang, who has contracted a flying dragon, must team up for safety. Although the flying dragon is indeed formidable, Bai Wushuang, as a dragon tamer, is rather fragile, definitely a delicate target. Thus, protection from a frontline warrior and a rear-line priest is essential. Otherwise, while the dragon wreaks havoc up front, the master could be ambushed from behind by monsters, which would spell disaster. Sister Sharo, did you see that? Not allowing him to join was the right decision. He is just an arrogant fool. Feng Yuanyuan turned to Su Ro and remarked. Su Ro wore a worried expression. She was aware that Qin Fan possessed a dragon. But the dungeon he was entering was not a mere examination challenge. A sense of guilt inexplicably welled up within her. Qin Fan had been instrumental in her academic success, and logically, they should have teamed up at the same university. However, her father had insisted she maintain a good relationship with Luo Hao. She had initially intended to invite Qin Fan into the team, which would have satisfied both parties, but to her dismay, Luo Hao, Feng Yuanyuan, and Luo Tao were unwilling. After a night of deep reflection, she finally grasped what she had lost, the friendship of Qin Fan. She had chosen to side with Luo Hao over Qin Fan. Whether she would regret this decision in the future remained uncertain, but her reluctance to leave the team and reach out to Qin Fan perhaps indicated her tacit acceptance of the situation. My brother Luo Hao has great foresight. He would rather choose the defeated Chen Wei than that reckless Qin Fan. At that moment, Luo Tao chimed in with a grin. Luo Tao, I merely underestimated my opponent. I did not anticipate that guy, as a dragon tamer, would possess such personal strength. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly defeat him. Chen Wei, feeling embarrassed, retorted defiantly. He had indeed lost in a rather humiliating manner the previous day, caught off guard by his opponent's skill. He had suffered not only defeat, but also a loss of academic credits. Had he known earlier about Qin Fan's commendable prowess, he would have certainly adopted a more cautious strategy. In the present day, even the credits for dungeon runs are borrowed from Luo Hao. Reflecting on this, Chen Wei felt increasingly frustrated. Damn it. Fine, let us proceed to the dungeon. There is no need to quarrel with a petty character. Luo Hao remarked nonchalantly. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, he guided his team to push open another platinum-hued gate leading to the dungeon of the Demon Tiger Forest. Wait, the Demon Tiger Forest? They have chosen the Demon Tiger Forest as well. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, Bai Wushuang, Su Nyanyan, Fong Tairan, and the others also pushed open the platinum gate to the Demon Tiger Forest. Oh my, is this a competition among them? While simultaneously trampling on that pitiful Qin Fan. Secret Realm, Demon Tiger Forest. Rank, Platinum. Level requirement, 20 to 25. Difficulty, Hell level, fixed. Participant limit, 15 players. Secret Realm background. This forest was once tainted by demonic forces, leaving behind an aura that has mutated its inhabitants. Brave challengers. Take heed of the sharp claws that may suddenly emerge from the forest shadows. They will tear you apart without mercy. Ding. You have arrived at the Demon Tiger Forest. Current difficulty, Hell. Number of participants, 1. A teleportation scroll has been automatically issued to your inventory. Please use it promptly in case of danger. Usage condition, chant for 5 seconds. As Qin Fan broke free from the disorienting effects of teleportation, information about the secret realm flooded his mind. Simultaneously, he observed a bizarre forest exuding an aura of malevolence. The trees twisted, their leaves withered, the sky was dim, silent, and eerie. Buzz. Before Qin Fan could fully comprehend his surroundings, a familiar debuff enveloped him. Demonic aura, a characteristic of the Demon Tiger realm. Under its influence, all attributes are reduced by 30, affecting pets and summons as well. Note, this status can be alleviated through purification skills from support classes, reducing the negative effects to a minimum of 10. Roar. In the next moment, a roar filled with fury and malice erupted from the depths of the forest. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Soon, 10 demon tigers with wings, entirely black with white stripes on their muscular bodies, appeared before Qin Fan. Monster. Winged demon tiger, white stripes. Level, 22. Type, beast monster. Skills, Shadow of the Demon, Frenzy, Lethal Pounce. Quality, Platinum. Note, once ordinary tigers inhabiting this forest, they have mutated under the influence of demonic energy, becoming bloodthirsty and ferocious. Platinum monsters. It is important to understand that even among monsters of the same level, there exists a distinction in strength. And what does this platinum tier monster signify? It indicates that their attributes have surpassed the elite monsters encountered in the college entrance examination secret realm. Do not be deceived by the seemingly less fearsome appearance of the twin-winged demon tigers compared to the grotesque stitched zombies in the Gaokao secret realm. Their explosive attributes far surpass those of the latter. Admittedly, they are somewhat inferior to the tyrant undead encountered in the final level. Yet one must consider that the tyrant undead serves as the ultimate challenge in that Gaokao secret realm. In contrast, the 10 twin-winged demon tigers merely represent the appetizers of this secret realm, if not mere warm-up rounds. Observing these 10 fearsome creatures, Qin Fan realized that he could easily dispatch them at will. However, considering the purpose of his journey was not only to gain experience and wealth, but also to elevate Xiaohan's level, he felt no need to issue commands. With a gurgle and a chirp, the 2 small companions, in perfect harmony with Qin Fan, eagerly emerged from the beast space. The moment these 2 little dragonlings appeared, a terrifying pressure emanated from the holy dragon, enveloping the surroundings. The once intimidating twin-winged demon tigers, upon sensing this overwhelming force, let out a low growl and began to retreat, lowering their heads in fear. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Xiaojiao, noticing the utter terror of the demon tigers, blinked its golden-red dragon eyes, ready to swoop down and crush them with a single swipe. Yet, Qin Fan interjected, Xiaojiao, hold on, let us allow your sister to participate in this round. It will enrich her combat experience. The experience rewards earned from clearing the secret realms would be shared between the master and the beast companion. Thus, even if Xiaohan did not slay any monsters, simply accompanying Qin Fan through the levels would still yield rewards. However, Qin Fan was determined that Xiaohan should practice her skills in these 3 dungeons. After all, she had only recently hatched, and if she did not engage in battle, what would happen if she grew up to be a lazy dragon? Nevertheless, Xiaojiao voiced its concerns with a worried chirp, as if to say, but sister is only level 1. What if these careless little tigers harm her? At this, Qin Fan's lips twitched in exasperation. Please, my little princess. You too are holy dragons. Even if that horde of little tigers unleashed their full strength, they could hardly breach the defense afforded by your dragon scales. In that moment, Xiaohan proudly lifted her head, dismissing her sister's concerns. With a sudden, powerful flap of her ice-patterned wings, she teleported to stand before the 10 twin-winged demon tigers in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the atmosphere began to shift dramatically, with cold winds and snowflakes cascading down. In a breathtaking display, Xiaohan merely swept her icy blue tail, and the swirling cold winds transformed into razor-sharp blades, effortlessly cleaving the 10 platinum-tier twin-winged demon tigers in twain. Their hot blood had no time to spill before their bodies were instantaneously frozen. Qin Fan stood in stunned silence. The reason for his astonishment lies in his utter disbelief that Xiaohan's prowess could be so formidable. Xiaohan is currently only at level 1, with her attributes as follows: Strength 300, Intelligence 300, Constitution 270, Agility 270. This is merely 1/10 of the attributes of the nearby lesser-winged demon tiger. Moreover, this attribute panel is slightly weaker than that of the aforementioned creature. Yet, to his surprise, Xiaohan dispatched her opponent in a single strike. Wait a moment. He glanced at the howling blizzard around them and suddenly comprehended. The domain of winter. Xiaohan's innate skill. It reduces all attributes of enemies within a radius of 1 by 70%. No wonder this level 22 lesser-winged demon tiger was obliterated by a mere level 1 Xiaohan. This ability is simply unreasonable. Truly, she is a saint dragon. With a triumphant flourish, Xiaohan, having successfully vanquished the 10 lesser-winged demon tigers, deactivated her aura skill and flapped her wings joyfully. Approaching Qin Fan with her head held high. The message was clear. Servant, do stroke this lady. Well done, Xiaohan. You are simply marvelous. Qin Fan responded affectionately. Gently caressing Xiaohan's head, she purred contentedly like a cat, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Gah! At that moment, the eager little Geo rushed to Qin Fan's side, seeking affection as well. All right, let us pet you both. To the surprise of all onlookers, such a serene and delightful scene unfolded amidst the perilous realm of the secret domain. Chapter 74, The Ascension of Progress. After showering both little creatures with affection, Qin Fan turned his gaze toward the forest shrouded in demonic energy. He could preliminarily ascertain that the model of the Demon Tiger Forest, a platinum-level secret realm, followed a continuous format. It is well known that all secret realms possess corresponding challenge modes, broadly categorized into 2 types. The first type can be likened to the secret realm encountered during the job transition examinations, where the tomb maze consists of several levels, each a distinct space. Participants must conquer the current level to unlock the portal to the next. This means that one cannot bypass the minor foes to leap directly to the higher levels. The second type is the continuous format, similar to the Goblin Village secret realm previously encountered by Qin Fan, where there are no spatial breaks. In such realms, one might even choose to disregard all minor foes from the outset, prioritizing speed to directly confront the main adversary. These are the most common formats for secret realms. However, there are occasionally unique secret realms. It is said that some have ventured into narrative-driven secret realms, where challengers assume roles from specific storylines, yielding varied rewards based on their choices. Naturally, such instances are exceedingly rare. Many who undertake job transitions may never encounter such a special narrative secret realm throughout their lives. While he yearned for Xiaohan to hone her skills, achieving a breakthrough in this secret realm's completion record would also warrant additional rewards. Little Geo, little Xiaohan, let us commence our relentless advance. Spare no minor adversaries in this entire forest. Not even an ant shall escape my blade. Experience and completion records, I desire them all. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Fan displayed the demeanor of a ruthlessly commanding CEO. There was simply no other choice. Financial constraints prevailed. He was nearly impoverished by the voracious appetites of these 2 little creatures. The credits he possessed barely sufficed for 2 meals for them. Initially, he intended for the monsters in this secret realm dungeon to serve as training partners for Xiaohan. However, this would inevitably slow down the pace of their progress and diminish the rewards. Thus, they were left with no option but to charge forward relentlessly. Grr. Yep. At the sound of Qin Fan's command, the 2 little creatures dutifully complied. With a cry, the bear-like creature, Xiaojiao, ignited into a blazing inferno. Its form transformed from that of a diminutive pet-like size to an imposing height of several meters. The very heavens of this secret realm were painted a crimson hue beneath the dazzling flames. Behold, Xiaojiao's second form, the divine fire of annihilation. In contrast to the first form, which emphasized sheer power, this second form appeared somewhat more petite, yet the magical aura emanating from it was nothing short of terrifying. The first form concentrated on brute strength, while the second form prioritized magical prowess. In this moment, the forest of magical tigers was undoubtedly the most harmonious location for fire magic. The temperature within the entire realm surged dramatically, with many once inflamed trees that had succumbed to desiccation now exhibiting signs of being charred under the divine flames of the blazing holy dragon. Yet, standing beside Xiaojiao were Qin Fan and Xiaohan, completely unaffected by the searing heat of this dreadful divine fire. This brings us to an important mechanism, the distinction between friendly and enemy units. Should Xiaojiao or Xiaohan regard a being as a friend, they would not be affected by any collateral damage from the little creature's abilities or effects. Earlier, when Su Ro nearly met her demise from fire in the Goblin Village, it was because Xiaojiao had not deemed her a friendly target. In the eyes of these 2 young dragons, the only beings considered as complete allies were their master. The masters contracted beast companions and summoned friendly spirits. Of course, should the 2 little dragons become displeased, every creature aside from their master would be viewed as an enemy. At this moment, witnessing her sister unleash such a terrifying display of destruction, Xiaohan haughtily let out a huff, determined not to be outdone. and conjured the domain of winter. Strangely, the environment, already heated due to Xiaojio's second form, showed no signs of cooling despite the sudden onset of snow and wind. The elements of fire and ice coexisted without interference within this secret realm. This exemplifies the benefits of the friendly unit mechanism. The skills of both parties would not negate or affect one another. In other words, even if Xiaohan applied the skill embrace of 10,000 snows on Xiaojio, the blazing divine fire would remain unextinguished by the frost's influence. The convergence of the game mechanics with the real world not only melded the class transition systems and monster dungeons, but also integrated the very mechanisms of the game itself. Furthermore, in addition to the relationship between allied and enemy units, there exists the concept of neutral units. These encompass the everyday interactions among classmates, teachers, and the passers-by encountered during leisurely strolls on the streets. However, neutrality does not equate to safety. Rather, it signifies the choice to either engage in conflict or refrain from it. For instance, if two individuals inadvertently collide on the street, one might shout, "What are you staring at?" And the other could retort, "What of it?" Thus, a brawl ensues, transforming their neutral relationship into one of hostility. At present, amidst the searing flames of the divine fire and the frigid realm of Xiaohan, if a winged demon tiger were to appear, it would undoubtedly experience the stark contrast of ice and fire. Roar. In its battle form, Xiaojio's call resonates not with the endearing GW, but rather carries the majestic authority of a dragon's roar. As this roar, emblematic of the apex of the beast hierarchy, reverberates, all creatures within the demon tiger forest tremble in fear. This is the might of the sacred dragon. Now, as for Xiaohan, she exerts all her strength in an attempt to emulate her sister, releasing the unparalleled pressure unique to the sacred dragon lineage. However, her effort results in a sound akin to a delightful squeak. As her master, Qin Fan can only cover his face with his hands, inhaling deeply to stifle his laughter. No, I must not laugh. Xiaojio awakened her dragon transformation skill at level 5. If all goes as expected, Xiaohan too will unlock this ability at level 5. Yet, at present, Xiaohan is merely at level 1 and cannot grow larger like Xiaojio. Qin Fan had not anticipated that the cries of the little dragons would vary with their size. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Xiaohan has already utilized her two innate accompanying skills. A faint layer of frosty power now envelopes Qin Fan's body, significantly enhancing his health, dual resistances, and attack power. Naturally, Xiaojio also benefits from this auxiliary skill. Originally, upon manifesting her apocalyptic form, Xiaojio was more than capable of overwhelming the modest platinum-level dungeon before them. With the added support of her younger sister's skills, there is no doubt, absolute domination. With a low roar, Xiaojio beckons Qin Fan and Xiaohan to climb onto her broad back. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupts as her massive, flame-wreathed wings unfurl, unleashing a terrifying wave of fire capable of incinerating any winged demon tiger in its path. Instantly, Xiaojio propels Qin Fan and Xiaohan hundreds of meters into the air. Due to the sheer velocity of this ascent, even Qin Fan, whose physique has been enhanced through bloodline fusion, feels his blood pressure surge alarmingly. A sensation of weightlessness, far more intense than that experienced during a flight, overwhelms him. The pressure from this sudden ascent nearly robs him of breath. Only Xiaohan tilted her adorable little head, gazing with concern at her master, who appeared unwell. This elicited a bemused remark from Qin Fan. It was no surprise, given his physique as a sacred dragon. Even with his human form at level 22 and boasting nearly 1,000 attributes, he was severely affected by the sudden onset of weightlessness. Yet Xiaohan, a mere level 1 little dragon, seemed entirely unaffected. Meanwhile, as Qin Fan expressed his thoughts, Xiaojio had already activated an endless harvesting mode. Buzz. Around it, countless magical circles materialized. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted forth. Here it comes, the dragon tongue magic of the dragon race. This was also a newly acquired advanced skill from Xiaojio's last system reward, divine fire from the heavens. Furthermore, it was unleashed in the cataclysmic fire form, amplifying its magical power by a staggering 500. Coupled with Xiaohan's skill enhancement and the effect of the winter domain skill on the monsters below, the scene was catastrophic. Boom, boom, boom. Should anyone have been watching from afar, they would have been horrified to witness what appeared to be a colossal bomber soaring above the magic tiger forest. The torrents of terrifying divine fire cascading down resembled nuclear warheads brimming with destructive power. Upon striking their targets, they erupted in unparalleled explosions. All the two-winged magic tigers on the ground were left in shock. Even the two-winged magic tiger king, who had been leisurely enjoying the grooming services of hundreds of female magic tigers at the center of the forest, was utterly stunned. They never imagined that one day, a cataclysmic disaster would descend upon them. Thus, the level 32-winged magic tiger king, with platinum-grade attributes, was caught completely off guard. Its attributes were slashed by a staggering 70, and in the next moment, it was annihilated by the divine fire rain from the sky. Alas, there were no fortunate survivors among the eagles. Had there been, they would have soared into the sky. shocked to see the entire magic tiger forest transformed into an ocean of divine fire. Even the lingering magic energy that had resided there for years was entirely vaporized by the searing divine flames. Chapter 75. Domination. Completion. In principle, the effectiveness of skills is influenced by the level of the caster. For instance, a level 10 class changer's control skill could never affect a level 50 class changer. This is because every skill has a note. The skill is ineffective against targets exceeding the caster's level by 20. Of course, each skill has differing level restrictions. Level 1 skills cannot affect targets exceeding the caster's level by 1. Level 5 skills are ineffective against targets exceeding the caster's level by 5. Level 10 corresponds to level 10, level 15 corresponds to level 15, level 20 to level 20, level 25 to level 25, level 30 to level 30. Moreover, the greater the target's level exceeds that of the caster, the weaker the resulting effect becomes. For instance, consider a binding skill. When cast upon an enemy target whose level exceeds your own by 5 levels, that adversary will experience a binding effect lasting 5 seconds. However, should you direct this skill at an enemy of level 10, the binding duration diminishes to a mere 2 seconds. This phenomenon is referred to as level advantage, which has consequently given rise to a prevalent social issue within this realm, level discrimination. Those of higher levels look down upon their lower level counterparts as a matter of course. This is precisely why individuals relentlessly pursue leveling up. Not only do they gain additional attribute points and unlock a greater array of skills, but they also significantly mitigate the impact of others' control abilities on themselves. As a level 1 dragon pet, Xiaohan's ability to influence a 30-level Platinum 5-star Twin-Wing Magic Tiger King is quite remarkable. This is attributed to the unparalleled dominance of Xiaohan's Holy Dragon bloodline over all living beings, allowing the 70% debuff effect to fully manifest upon the Twin-Winged Magic Tiger King. Ding! At this moment, a notification from the spirit of the secret realm finally arrived. Congratulations, freshman Qin Fan, on successfully clearing the Platinum level secret dungeon, the Magic Tiger Forest. Current difficulty level, Hell level. Time taken to clear, 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Performance rating, level. Duration rating, level. Overall rating, level. Your achievement has been successfully uploaded to the Fengtian Academy Data Center. In 1 minute, the rewards for clearing the secret realm will be distributed. Please collect them promptly, freshman Qin Fan. This completion time is rather acceptable, albeit slightly hindered by the 2 little dragonlings' requests for attention at the beginning. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential. This score is undoubtedly sufficient to break records. Last night, before retiring for the evening, Qin Fan logged onto the school's portal to review information regarding the secret realm. He recalled that the best record for the Magic Tiger Forest was over 7 minutes, set by a senior student in her 3rd year during a solo speed run. It was said that she had not eliminated any other monsters, opting instead for a direct rush. In contrast, Qin Fan's approach? Apologies, but he annihilated them all, completing the task in just over 2 minutes. Such is the prowess of a dragon tamer. Buzz. As Qin Fan marveled at his accomplishment, the rewards from the secret realm arrived as promised. A chest emanating a radiant purple gold hue materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened it. Ding! Fearless warrior. Congratulations on clearing the Magic Tiger Forest secret dungeon. Here are your exclusive rewards for completing the secret realm. Reward, 30 experience points. Reward, 300 skill points, 300 free attribute points. Reward, title of Tiger Tamer. Reward, weapon, Tiger King Giant Axe, level 25, purple quality. Reward, accessory, Demon Devouring Necklace, level 25, purple quality. In light of the exceptional performance of the challenger and the successful breaking of the historical best record, additional rewards have been triggered. Reward, level Universal Skill Book, Divine Flash. Reward, level talent, Eye of Demon Breaking. Abundant. Absolutely abundant. A profound surprise glimmered in Qin Fan's eyes. Setting aside everything else, the mere prospect of acquiring 30 experience points filled him with immense excitement. It is worth noting that professions such as beast tamers and dragon tamers, which possess animal companions, share the experience gained after conquering a secret realm with their pets. This implies that the newly minted level 1 Xiaohan would receive the benefit of 30 experience points. At this moment, the diminutive creature, now reverted to its pet form, lay beside the treasure chest, its round little backside perched alongside Xiaohan as they both curiously examined the treasures spilling forth from the chest. Driven by curiosity, the little creature extended its tiny dragon claw, seizing the massive Tiger King's great axe, which weighed no less than 300 pounds. It sniffed at the weapon before opening its mouth and taking a bite. As Qin Fan was counting the rewards, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a crack. Turning his head, he was astonished to find that the 25-level purple-grade great axe had been bitten, leaving a dent by this little rascal. My 2,000 credits. Qin Fan lamented. A purple-grade great axe of this caliber could easily fetch 2,000 credits from novice warriors. After all, merely entering this platinum-level secret realm required a ticket costing 1,000 credits. Now, With a bite mark on the axe, its value would plummet to 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits. Just imagine how much meat that could buy. At that moment, Qin Fan felt like an impoverished father whose little daughter had devoured all his resources. Xiaohan, witnessing her master's lament, burst into a fit of giggles. The little culprit, seeing her sister's laughter, joined in the merriment with her own chuckles. No more biting other things, understood? That's your food money. If you continue to bite, we might find ourselves without any meat. Qin Fan feigned a scolding tone towards the two little creatures. As expected, upon hearing the threat of losing their precious meat, the two little gluttons became obedient. Sitting quietly in place, with the mischievous duo calmed, Qin Fan finally had the opportunity to assess his spoils. Title: Tiger Conqueror, Strength 20, 10 increased damage to tiger monsters. As usual, it was a meager title. Equipment: Demon Devouring Necklace. Grade: Purple. Level: 25. Class: No restrictions. Attributes: Intelligence 50, Agility 30. Enchantment effect: generates a magical shield equal to 20 of your maximum health. While the shield is active, your defense and magical resistance increase by 10. Note: once the magical shield is broken, a cooldown period of 10 minutes ensues. What a splendid item. Although the cooldown period is somewhat lengthy, the attribute bonuses while the magical shield is active make this piece of jewelry quite valuable. Excellent. It could easily fetch 5,000 credits. Truth be told, Qin Fan had a strong desire to keep the demon-devouring necklace for himself. Yet, considering he was also caring for two insatiable little dragonlings, he reluctantly decided to part with it. As for the 25-level purple grade axe, the gash inflicted by the little wine was conspicuously evident, rendering it unworthy of a glance, as it was being sold for a meager 1,000 credits. Ultimately, the main event awaited. Divine Blink. Within 60 seconds, you can execute 3 long-range blinks that transcend barriers. Note: the cooldown for this skill is 5 minutes, and each blink can traverse a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. A divine technique. Truly a remarkable displacement skill. Qin Fan's eyes gleamed with elation. To think each blink could extend to 1,000 meters. This implies that under the consecutive application of Divine Blink thrice, one could create a staggering distance of 3,000 meters from the origin. This skill, whether for offensive maneuvers or retreating, is indeed a premier technique. It is no wonder that everyone at this level yearns to conquer this platinum secret realm, as it seems such extraordinary rewards are granted upon breaking records. Qin Fan was profoundly astonished. Some might find it peculiar that a platinum-level secret realm at 2025 could yield such a skill book. Shouldn't only higher-level and more challenging secret dungeons drop such rewards? This misconception arises from a misunderstanding. It has been previously stated that each secret dungeon has a specific entry-level requirement. Take, for instance, the Tiger Demon Forest Secret Realm, which requires a level of 2025. This means that individuals below level 20 or above level 25 cannot enter this dungeon. A formidable entity at level 100 could forcibly breach this secret realm, yet such an attempt would inevitably trigger the collapse of the entire dungeon. Therefore, those who can secure the highest rewards in their respective level dungeons are indeed individuals of exceptional talent. Now, let us examine that extraordinary talent. Eye of Demonic Insight. Your dynamic, static, and long-range vision will receive remarkable enhancement, allowing you to perceive the flow of magical energy when an opponent casts a spell. Another splendid treasure. It is noteworthy that this extraordinary talent was automatically comprehended by Qin Fan the moment the treasure chest was opened. After all, this phenomenon is intangible and elusive, unlike skill books, items, or equipment. Ding. Your experience bar is full. Would you like to level up immediately? Your dragon pets, Firefly and Qinghan, have their experience bars full. Would you like to level them up immediately? At this moment, 2 notifications echoed in his mind. Without a trace of hesitation, Qin Fan opted to upgrade his 2 dragon pets first. Buzz. In that instant, a profound and vast wave of energy surged forth. The 2 little dragon cubs, sitting obediently on the ground, emanated a radiant glow. Through this brilliance, Qin Fan could distinctly observe the sacred bloodline patterns on the 2 dragon cubs becoming luminous once more. Clearly, this signified the awakening of their bloodline. Concurrently, in the external realm, within the hall of the Secret Realms Temple, a spatial wave generated from another chamber's magic circle. Soon, 3 figures from Team 3 appeared simultaneously. Wow, truly, they are exceptional talents whose prowess knows no bounds. They emerged almost at the same moment. Huh, that Qin Fan seems to have been inside for quite some time. He hasn't come out yet. Could he have perished within? Who knows? As there is no live footage from inside, no need to speculate. He is likely hindered by minor foes and hasn't even encountered the main adversary yet. The discussions among the surrounding students only served to render Luo Hao, by Wu Shuang, and others even more composed. Even Luo Tao turned to Su Ro, implying, Sister Su Ro, you should feel fortunate. You have made the right choice. Chapter 76. It has grown exceedingly monotonous. In the forest of demon tigers, Xiao Jiao has completed its upgrade, and the radiant crimson glow that enveloped it has vanished. Its level has risen from 15 to 17. Dragon Pet, Blazing Holy Dragon, Master of Endless Fire. Name, Firefly Geo. Nickname, Xiaojio. Gender, female. Age, 1 month. Level, 17. Attributes, Strength 3500, Wisdom 3500, Constitution 3500, Agility 3500, without any equipment or item enhancements. This is Xiaojio's current status. A full 30 experience points, for ordinary beasts, would suffice to elevate them from level 15 to 20. Yet, for Xiaojio, it only enabled a modest increase of 2 levels. The more powerful the beast, the greater the experience required for level advancement. Correspondingly, the attribute rewards for each upgrade are also more substantial. Merely a 2-level increase has granted Xiaojio an impressive boost of 500 points across all attributes. It is unfathomable to consider how terrifying this little creature will become upon reaching level 40, transitioning from its juvenile phase into maturity. Beside it, Xiaohan has also completed its upgrade. The brilliant ice blue radiance envelopes this charming and noble little creature like a gossamer garment, with the ice blue patterns on its dragon body becoming increasingly pronounced. The crystalline dragon scales, reminiscent of a princess's gown, adorn its form, making it appear as if it truly is a little princess of the dragon clan. At this moment, Xiaohan sits obediently on the ground, its small wings fluttering gently. It emits a joyful chirp towards its master, Qin Fan, as if sharing its delight in growing stronger. Qin Fan, in turn, gazes at Xiaohan with a smile. The information panel of the little dragon appears before him in an instant. Dragon Pet, Frost Holy Dragon, Master of Winter. Name, Qinghan. Nickname, Xiaohan. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 7. Attributes, Strength 1200, Wisdom 1200, Constitution 1000, Agility 1000, without any equipment or item enhancements. Remarkable. A staggering 30 experience points have propelled this little one from level 1 directly to level 7. Its attributes have surpassed 1,000, such as the power of a holy dragon. If it were to be replaced with another beastly companion, its level would undoubtedly have soared to a dozen or so, yet the 4-dimensional attributes could never surpass those of Xiaohan. Aside from the alterations in level and attribute panels, Xiaohan has also awakened 2 new skills. The dragon-exclusive skill, Dragon Form Transformation, and a new auxiliary skill, Frost Blessing, which even Xiaojio did not acquire at level 7. Xiaohan's Dragon Form Transformation consists of 4 distinct shapes. The first form, Xianming Divine Ice. The second form, Heart of Sacred Snow. The remaining 3rd and 4th forms are generally standard, representing the normal form and the juvenile pet form. Xianming Divine Ice. Form all frost magic attacks will carry the power of Xianming, and upon striking the target will be afflicted with the Xianming Curse for 30 seconds. Note, Xianming Curse reduces movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by 60. Drains 3 of maximum health per second. Decreases resistance to abnormal states by 60. In the Xianming Divine Ice form, the overall enhancement effects of all auxiliary skills are reduced by 80. Heart of Sacred Snow form increases the amplification effects of all auxiliary skills by 300. Reduces all magical attack damage by 500. Frost's Blessing. Upon release, it instantly clears all negative states from the target, and for the next 60 seconds, the blessed target will be immune to any controlling skills. Upon reviewing all of Xiaohan's new skill descriptions, Qin Fan could not contain his delight. It seems that the abilities of the Frost Sacred Dragon race lean heavily towards support. Indeed, within the Sacred Dragon lineage, there are dragons that are purely supportive, such as the Emerald Sacred Dragon and the Life Sacred Dragon, both of which predominantly possess supportive capabilities. The Frost Sacred Dragon, however, can serve as a formidable healer while also fulfilling the role of a competent damage dealer. In contrast, Xiaojio's race embodies true destruction, with forms like the Sky Shattering and World Annihilation that maximize output capabilities. In terms of sheer damage output, Xiaohan naturally cannot compete with her sister Xiaojio. Yet, when it comes to team support, Xiaojio cannot surpass her younger sister Xiaohan, as Xiaohan is capable of both healing and dealing damage. During Qin Fan's contemplation, Xiaohan let out a chirp, and a shimmering ice blue radiance enveloped her, causing her dragon form, which stood half a person tall, to shrink down to the size of a cat. Flapping her tiny wings, she flew to Qin Fan's head and, at long last, contentedly nestled down, emitting a blissful purr. Previously, she could not reduce her size and could only watch her sister Xiaojio transform and snuggle on Qin Fan's head, shoulder, and chest with abandon. At that time, Xiaohan was unable to indulge in such affection due to her larger size. Now that she has mastered the dragon form transformation skill, she can finally snuggle with her master just like her sister. Qin Fan felt as though a cool little snowball was perched atop his head. Gulu. At that moment, Xiaojio also called out, transforming into her juvenile form and leaping onto Qin Fan's shoulder. Thus, Qin Fan found himself adorned with 2 adorable little companions. Having lingered here for quite some time, it was finally time to venture forth, heading towards the troll cavern and the ice serpent's nest. With that said, he produced another special scroll and activated it without hesitation. This was a teleportation scroll, a unique artifact that allowed Qin Fan to leap directly from the magic tiger forest. this particular dungeon to another. His original plan was to swiftly clear these 3 dungeons and secure the highest rewards. Naturally, such special scrolls were only available at the dungeons of each academy, designed to facilitate students in their continuous exploration of these realms, and were not applicable in the wild. Previously, the academy had held a rapid dungeon clearing competition, dubbed the Madness Cup by the students. The challenge was to see who could clear 5 diamond-level dungeons in the shortest amount of time. At this moment, Qin Fan opted to use this special scroll to avoid the scornful glares and jeering of those foolish individuals outside. Having extensively perused web literature in his past life, he was well aware of what was to come. Due to the 2 little dragonlings leveling up, he had lingered here for several minutes. Upon stepping outside, he anticipated yet another round of mockery from that imbecilic crowd. Sometimes, Qin Fan truly could not comprehend the existence of such foolish people. Yet, recalling the ugly faces of relatives after his parents' bankruptcy in his previous life brought him a sense of understanding. There are all sorts of strange individuals in the world. It is quite normal. Buzz. The scroll confirmed its activation. A ripple of spatial energy surged forth, and soon, the figures of 1 man and 2 dragons vanished entirely from the magic tiger forest. The next moment, when Qin Fan regained his sight, he found himself in a damp cavern. The air was thick with the stench of decay and filth. Simultaneously, low growls echoed around him, and from the shadowy corners emerged pairs of blood-red eyes, filled with malice and brutality. They had arrived. The trolls, rumored to thrive in dark, damp environments. Faced with the hostile glares, Qin Fan remained as composed as ever, extending his hand forward with a casual gesture, exuding an aura of grandeur. In the next instant, he bellowed, "Little Geo, Little Han, unleash your power." As his words fell, the 2 little dragonlings responded eagerly, their wings beating as their petite forms surged towards the trolls lurking in the shadows. During their flight, the 2 little dragons expanded in size, transforming into colossal prehistoric beasts towering several dozen meters high. Little Geo's current divine fire annihilation form is 60 meters tall. Apologies for the previous misdescription. Boom. As their massive bodies struck the ground, the entire troll cavern trembled as if it had experienced a cataclysmic earthquake. Roar. Their roars, imbued with unparalleled dragon might, resonated throughout the cavernous passages. The trolls, initially elated by the scent of humans, were instantly jolted into a frenzy, discarding their weapons and fleeing in panic. However, their escape would prove futile, as the searing divine flames and the frigid breath of the dark dragon swept across the battlefield. The hundreds of level 23 troll monsters in the first stage were annihilated before they even had a chance to utter a cry. The second stage followed, then the third. When the Troll King beheld the 5,000-strong troll legion summoned within this dungeon fortress, effortlessly crushed by the 2 majestic holy dragons, an unprecedented terror and despair etched across its grotesque visage. It pondered the reason behind this calamity. After all, it was merely a level 32 platinum dungeon. How had it provoked 2 apex predators of the biological chain, the holy dragons, to hunt it down? Ding! Congratulations to freshman Qin Fan for successfully clearing the platinum level dungeon, Troll Cave. Current difficulty level, hellish. Completion time, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Performance rating, A. Duration rating, A. Overall rating, A. Your score has been successfully uploaded to the Feng Tian Academy Data Center. Dungeon completion rewards will be issued in 1 minute. Please collect them promptly, freshman Qin Fan. The familiar notification chime echoed. Yet, gazing at the head that was being kicked around by Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han, Qin Fan sighed to the heavens. It was dull. Too dull. This dungeon challenge lacked any real thrill. Outside, within the Hall of Dungeons, the magical teleportation array in the side chamber shimmered once more, sending ripples through space. They had arrived. Qin Fan must be emerging. Damn, this is taking far too long. It had been nearly half an hour. As the crowd grumbled, they craned their necks toward the side chamber. Chapter 77, A Slap in the Face. However, in the next moment, the scene that unfolded left everyone in stunned silence. They were shocked to see Luo Hao and Su Ro's team teleporting in. Moreover, aside from Luo Hao, Luo Tao, Su Ro, and Chen Wei bore varying degrees of injury. At that moment, Feng Yuan lay unconscious in Luo Hao's arms. What on earth happened? Curiosity painted the faces of the onlookers. Senior, I'm sorry, but I need a second-tier priest for healing. Please hurry. Luo Hao, undeterred by the murmurs around him, approached the front desk with a grave expression. The senior working there nodded eagerly. Soon, a second-tier priest arrived and began to cast healing spells on Feng Yuan. 2 minutes later, the unconscious Feng Yuan not only awakened but also regained her peak condition. Yet, her face still bore a deep sense of lingering fear. Alright, enough guessing. She must have been afflicted by a special skill known as the memory poison, explained a second-year student, stepping forward to clarify the curiosity swirling among the crowd. Once hit by this skill, the target's memories are forcibly altered, and they remain in a poisoned state. A first-tier priest cannot dispel it. Only a second-tier priest can intervene. At the revelation from the senior, the group of freshmen finally understood. Wow, this dungeon is incredibly difficult. Despite being a platinum dungeon for the 2025 level, the negative status effects within demanded a level 40-second transformation priest for dispelling. No wonder these dungeons are so perilous. It's no surprise that Luo Hao and his companions emerged. If their memories have been tampered with, it could very well mean Feng Yuanyuan perceives her teammates as foes. An urgent retreat was imperative, for if they pressed on, not only would the completion of the dungeon be in jeopardy, but Feng Yuanyuan would undoubtedly meet her demise from poison. Indeed, the safety of teammates holds greater significance. Just as speculated, Luo Hao's group indeed retreated in haste without conquering the dungeon. They breezed through the initial stages, which led the team members to grow complacent. When they reached the critical juncture, Feng Yuanyuan, caught off guard, fell victim to a debilitating skill. Even with Luo Hao's prowess as the top scholar of the Feng Tian province, he could still advance without one teammate. However, he could not disregard Feng Yuanyuan's plight. Thus, withdrawal was the only option. I'm so sorry, brother Luo Hao, Feng Yuanyuan expressed with a face full of regret. No need for concern, let us rest and recover. We can tackle the challenge again, Luo Hao replied with a gentle shake of his head. Oh, speaking of which, Qin Fan has yet to emerge, someone suddenly noted. This revelation left the group in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, Qin Fan had not yet returned. They had not considered the possibility of continuous rapid runs through the dungeon. After all, even Luo Hao and the others had to exit momentarily following their conquest of the magic tiger forest to restore their mana. What of Qin Fan? Upon hearing the discussions, Luo Hao and his companions raised their brows in curiosity. The dragon tamer who holds the top rank has yet to appear? At that moment, a hint of scorn flashed across the faces of Luo Tao and Chun Wei. Even Feng Yuanyuan shook off her earlier trepidation. Only Su Ro, her face etched with concern, approached the front desk and inquired, Senior, could you kindly check on Qin Fan's status in the dungeon control room? Regardless of the circumstances, her smooth admission into the Feng Tian Academy was largely due to Qin Fan's influence. As a friend, her concern was only natural. Very well. The senior nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued about the junior's situation. Having been absent for so long, one could only dread the possibility of an unfortunate event. As the senior made her way to the resource control room, a sudden ripple of spatial transmission resonated through the side hall. Everyone's attention swiftly shifted. Even Luo Hao and his companions cast curious glances toward the teleportation area. However, the next moment, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Emerging from the portal were Su Nian and Fong Tai Ran's team. And in Fong Tai Ran's arms lay their priest, Tao Qian, also in a state of unconsciousness. What a revelation. It seemed this team had also fallen victim, much like Luo Hao's group. As I observed the expressions of Su Nian and Fong Tai Ran, two prodigies, it became evident that they had also failed to clear the challenge. The sophomore priestess hurriedly approached to heal Tao Qian. However, just as the treatment commenced, the teleportation array in the side hall erupted with brilliance once more. Surely, this must be Qin Fan making his entrance? The crowd turned their gaze, and soon, a collective gasp of disappointment echoed through the air. Why the long faces upon my arrival? Bai Wuxuang questioned, bewildered by the disheartened expressions surrounding him. Have I offended you in any way? Bai Gu, did you clear the challenge? A curious freshman inquired. Clear it? Not at all, he retorted angrily, gesturing behind him with his thumb. Only then did the crowd notice the imposing figure of Bai Dijiang, carrying the unconscious Tong Jiajia. Bai Wuxuang's considerable stature had obscured them from view initially. Goodness, this dungeon is incredibly fierce, one exclaimed. Perhaps it is more cunning than fierce. Have you not noticed that those who fell prey are merely fragile souls? This indicates that its intelligence is quite formidable. All three prodigious teams succumbed to this trick. One can only commend the might of the Troll King. The misfortunes of the three teams served as a stark reminder of the terrifying nature of this platinum-level dungeon. Once again, the teleportation array illuminated the room. Surely, it must be Qin Fan this time. The crowd's eyes widened in anticipation. As the light faded, one exclaimed, finally. It's him. By the heavens. If you possess any skill, do not emerge. 21 minutes. This clearing time is absurd. And yet the deans have placed him at the top of the rankings. As the crowd erupted in derision and disdain, Qin Fan emerged from the teleportation array, feeling utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm demeanor. Qin Fan, are you all right? Su Ro approached, her face etched with concern. Why do you care for such an impolite individual, Sister Su Ro? Luo Tao interjected, unable to suppress her scorn. It took him over 20 minutes just to clear the magic tiger forest. What prospects could a waste like him possibly have? Indeed, her words rang true. Such incompetence bore little promise. I told you, the initial rankings are inflated. How could this fellow still be in first place? It's ridiculous. Is there a lack of talent in Nanzhou province this year? How did he obtain the top spot? Thus, the familiar spectacle of public ridicule gradually unfolded. Humanity is often inclined to shun the success of others, or at the slightest hint of inferiority, one feels compelled to mock. If this is deemed a decline in intelligence, then it can only be said that you have encountered too little. Have you witnessed the strongest king at the pinnacle of silver daring to challenge those above him? Have you seen those earning a meager 3,000 daring to critique billionaires? Have you ever encountered those who, despite being outsiders to the industry, dare to critique the titans within? Such oblivious fools are plentiful, particularly in these times. Qin Fan has traversed into a world where strength reigns supreme. When these individuals behold that the one occupying the top rank is inferior to them, it is only natural for them to succumb to a malicious sense of schadenfreude. Their joy is constructed upon the mockery of Qin Fan. Is that all? It turns out this provincial top scholar from South State is not so impressive after all. In the face of such lofty derision, Qin Fan merely surveyed the crowd, as if etching the faces of those who had belittled him into his memory. At that moment, a senior sister finally emerged from the control room, her expression laden with astonishment. Upon discovering Qin Fan waiting for her at the counter, her lovely face flushed with excitement. Before she could utter a word, Chunwei, unable to contain himself, cheerfully inquired, "Senior sister, have you clarified the matter? Just how long did our new top student take to conquer the forest of demon tigers?" This question was met with eager agreement. "Yes, senior sister. What is the top scholar's clearance record? Please share it. I am eager to witness the prowess of our esteemed scholar." Observing the first-year students who continued to deride Qin Fan, the senior sister's face momentarily clouded with anger. "You all wish to know Qin Fan's results, do you? Very well. I shall disclose them. Just hope you do not feel an overwhelming sense of shame afterwards." With that, she swiftly retrieved Qin Fan's clearance information from the Feng Tian Academy database. Soon, the holographic display in the guild hall vividly showcased Qin Fan's clearance achievements for all to see. Everyone present, including Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Su Ninian, and Su Ro, turned their gazes towards the holographic screen in unison. In the next instant, a chorus of gasps echoed throughout the secret realm hall. Just a single glance produced expressions of shock, awe, disbelief, and stupefaction upon each face. Even the prodigies like Luo Hao and Bai Wushuang found themselves momentarily frozen in a state of astonishment. The holographic display revealed a series of staggering records that struck them like a slap in the face. Best record holder of the Forest of Demon Tigers, Qin Fan. Clearance duration, 2 minutes 32 seconds. Overall evaluation, S-Class. Best record holder of the Troll Cavern, Qin Fan. Clearance duration, 3 minutes 15 seconds. Overall evaluation, S-Class. Best record holder of the Ice Serpent's Nest, Qin Fan. Clearance duration, 2 minutes 42 seconds. Overall evaluation, S-Class. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. As if a pin drop could be heard in the grandeur of the secret realm hall. Every individual stood with wide eyes, faces etched with disbelief as they stared at the information displayed on the bulletin board, as if their worldviews had been shattered, leaving them momentarily at a loss. The sting of embarrassment burned fiercely on their cheeks, just as the crowd seemed to have plunged into an eerie silence, thoroughly struck by the shocking revelation. There remained one person unwilling to accept the reality before him. This individual was, of course, Chunwei. "Senior, are you certain there are no errors in this information? This fellow was in the Tiger Demon Forest for over 20 minutes. How could he possibly achieve such astonishing results?" He voiced his doubts loudly. Perhaps Qin Fan's scores were indeed too staggering to comprehend, prompting even those who had previously fallen silent to step forward in agreement. "Yes, senior. Are you sure there hasn't been a mix-up at the database? These scores are utterly outrageous. Each best record from the secret realms is over 5 minutes faster than the previous records. I remain skeptical. Is such a performance even humanly possible? I refuse to believe that these results were produced by Qin Fan. Either the central data website has been tampered with, or the display is erroneous. I truly cannot accept that these scores belong to him. It was not that they were being obstinate. Rather, the results were simply too extraordinary. Generally speaking, the highest difficulty level of a secret realm dungeon has 2 types of best records. One is the highly valuable individual speed record, which holds significance because it showcases the true extent of an individual's strength and prowess, completing the challenge solo, without any reliance on teammates. The other type is the team speed record, which tests the cooperation and synergy among team members. The duration for the team speed record is significantly shorter than that of the individual record. Take the Tiger Demon Forest, for instance. Before Qin Fan's emergence, the individual best record stood at 7 minutes and 42 seconds, while the team best record was 4 minutes and 31 seconds. It was evident that many hands make light work, allowing teams to navigate the secret realm more effortlessly. Yet now, Qin Fan alone had achieved a time of 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Moreover, his comprehensive score was classified as exceptional. This indicated that he must have eliminated all the minor monsters within the Tiger Demon Forest to attain such a high overall score. Previous individual and team record scores were merely classified as commendable. Qin Fan's performance was nothing short of a comprehensive annihilation. Goodness, who would dare believe this? Even Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Su Ninian, and other outstanding talents, who initially wore grim expressions, found themselves momentarily pacified upon hearing the crowd's skepticism. To be candid, they were genuinely taken aback when they first beheld Qin Fan's results. Their immediate thought was that these scores were undoubtedly fabricated. However, as top-tier talents, they hesitated to voice their doubts. Once they did, it would be all too easy for others to accuse them of being obstinate. Now that others were articulating their skepticism, they found solace in the shared incredulity. Among this group of individuals, only Su Ro was aware that Qin Fan's achievements were indeed genuine, for she knew that Qin Fan possessed dragons. Yet, did she truly wish to step forward and defend him? She cast a sidelong glance at the frigid expression of Luo Hao and the clamoring crowd, ultimately opting for silence. Qin Fan, amidst the cacophony of skepticism regarding his accomplishments, felt no inclination to refute their claims. In his eyes, these fools lacked even the merit to affect his mood. Each word they uttered was merely a fleeting whisper in the wind to him. However, Qin Fan's silence only served to embolden Chen Wei, who became increasingly convinced of his own narrative. Just as Qin Fan intended to turn and depart, Chen Wei stepped forward, blocking his path. With a mocking sneer, he taunted. "What is the matter? Have your false grades been exposed, and now you wish to flee in shame? Fear not, as long as you boldly admit." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Chen Wei was struck with terror as two small heads, one crimson and the other icy blue, erupted from Qin Fan's collar with alarming speed and without warning. Before he could even comprehend the situation, a searing wave of fiery red flames and a chilling gust of ice-blue snowstorm cascaded mercilessly upon his face. A piercing scream, laden with anguish, reverberated through the hall. As Chen Wei collapsed, his body rigid with pain, his visage was now horrifically marred by severe burns, rendering him unconscious under the excruciating dual assault of heat and frost. All present were rendered speechless, caught off guard by Qin Fan's sudden retaliation, which had once again obliterated Chen Wei in an instant. Yet, the most astonished of all was Qin Fan himself. He could scarcely believe that the two little dragons had unexpectedly burst forth from his collar to unleash such a devastating combination of fire and ice upon Chen Wei. Surveying the stunned crowd, Qin Fan noted that, aside from Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and Su Nyin, who were top-tier prodigies, the remaining freshmen recoiled in fear, clearly shaken by the earlier spectacle. My goodness, this Qin Fan, he strikes without provocation, and to such a disfiguring extent. The sheer power of the flames and frost they had just witnessed left many feeling a chilling dread. If such magic were directed at them, they would surely meet the same fate as Chen Wei. In that moment, a realization dawned upon them. Magical skills. This fellow, Qin Fan, could wield magical abilities, specifically, instantaneous spells. It seemed that the only magic a dragon master could wield was that of the dragon language. Oh my, a spell that required no incantation. No wonder he could achieve such monstrous results in the secret realm. It appeared he had been concealing his true prowess all along. Although Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Su Nyin, and other top talents were not intimidated, their expressions grew solemn in that moment. They suddenly reflected on whether they had indeed underestimated this dragon tamer hailing from the southern province. Facing the myriad gazes of apprehension, fear, astonishment, and gravity from the crowd, Qin Fan turned and exited the mystic hall without hesitation. This time, no one dared to obstruct his departure. Just a few steps outside the mystic hall, a series of delightful giggles echoed from his embrace. Upon adjusting his collar, he discovered two adorable dragon hatchlings, clinging to his shirt with their tiny claws while gleefully chuckling. Clearly, they were immensely satisfied with their earlier antics. When Qin Fan glared down at them, they tilted their little heads, feigning innocence and naivety as they gazed back at him. "Ah, you too," he sighed, ultimately unable to scold these charming little creatures. In truth, being attuned to their thoughts, Qin Fan could empathize with their earlier sentiments. The hatchlings, bound by contract to him, understood human speech. As they nestled quietly in his arms, they had overheard the slander and ridicule directed at their master by the gathering of humans. At that moment, they could hardly contain themselves. Had it not been for their master's restraint, they would have emerged to teach those short-sighted beings a lesson long ago. Particularly, Chen Wei had foolishly stepped forward to block their path, which proved irresistible for the hatchlings. In their eyes, their master was a being of the same noble stature as themselves, while those who mocked him were akin to the despicable monsters in the mystic dungeon. The only distinction lay in their ability to kill or not. Now, faced with such insolence from these lowly creatures, who dared to obstruct their master, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han could no longer hold back. They sprang forth and unleashed a breath of dragon fire upon Chen Wei. With their heightened agility, the onlookers only witnessed a sudden eruption of formidable flames and frost from Qin Fan's chest, after which Chen Wei collapsed, disfigured and unconscious. This was, in fact, the hatchlings exercising restraint. Had they truly unleashed their wrath, that single breath would have been sufficient to incinerate and freeze Chen Wei's entire head. At that point, he would have needed a third-tier priest to cast a resurrection spell. Fortunately, the armor Qin Fan wore was sufficiently robust, and the hatchlings had deliberately minimized their size, allowing them to remain concealed within his embrace from the outside world. "From now on, without my permission, you are not to harm anyone," Qin Fan feigned a reprimand. "Jie Wu, Ing." The two hatchlings let out a pitiful whimper evidently perplexed as to why their master had scolded them. After all, they had indeed acted on behalf of their master. Observing the two little dragon cubs' pitiful expressions, Qin Fan could not bring himself to continue his reprimand. I do not blame you. I merely request that you allow me some mental preparation before you act next time. He promptly patted the heads of the two little dragon cubs. It was essential that they understood the importance of not taking unilateral action. In this world, even those who transition careers are bound by stringent laws. As previously mentioned, only a minority can assume combat roles during the transition ceremony, leaving the majority as ordinary individuals. This raises a pressing concern. What if a career changer were to overpower a common person? After all, ordinary folk are indeed fragile beings, easily extinguished in the face of combatants. To address this dilemma, the Dragon Kingdom, along with the rest of the world, enacted laws to regulate career changers. Consequently, nations united to establish the International Career Arbitration Court. To prevent the two little dragon cubs from inadvertently harming others in the future, it was necessary to impart some crucial advice. Chapter 79, It's All Your Fault. The two little dragon cubs looked woefully dejected, their dragon ears drooping. They had anticipated praise from their master, yet were met with a lecture instead. Fortunately, their youthful spirits prevailed. Once Qin Fan acknowledged their perspective that Chunwei truly deserved a reprimand and seriously promised to reward them with an additional 200 pounds of succulent premium beast meat that evening, the two cubs perked up and began to hum happily once more. However, before making the purchase, Qin Fan needed to visit the trading market. He had successfully navigated 3 platinum secret realms, each of level 2025, and even broken the best record. As such, the rewards were substantial. From the Forest of Demon Tigers, he gained 30 experience points, from the Troll Caverns, 35, and from the Ice Snake Nest, 32. A total of 97 experience points propelled Qin Fan from level 22 directly to level 28. Xiao Jiu also advanced from level 15 at the start of school to level 19, while Xiao Han progressed from level 1 to level 11. Additionally, Qin Fan acquired numerous items, equipment, and skill books as rewards. In the subsequent Troll Caverns and Ice Snake Nest, he obtained 2 advanced skills and a high-level talent. King of Conquest, you will gain a 15 lifesteal effect. Note, this talent also applies to summon spirits and contract beasts among friendly units. It goes without saying that this is an exceptional talent. The lifesteal effect directly enhances the two little dragon cubs by 15, although it may seem temporarily inconsequential, as he had yet to encounter any creatures capable of inflicting damage upon the holy dragon. Quick casting. All your skills will cancel casting times, allowing for instantaneous release without incantation. For Qin Fan, this talent undoubtedly provided a significant advantage. It meant that his spellcasting abilities could now be unleashed in the blink of an eye. The Roar of the Ice Dragon, a skill exclusive to dragon language mages. Upon its execution, the user emits a chilling roar, inflicting damage upon foes while possessing an 80 chance to freeze them. Note, the freezing duration lasts for 8 seconds. The Roar of the Flame Dragon is a higher tier skill, yet the Roar of the Ice Dragon is merely a basic skill. This is largely due to its focus on control, coupled with its relatively modest power. However, it remains quite commendable. At the very least, Qin Fan can now assist his little dragon cubs by providing control from the sidelines. As for other forging, enchanting materials, armor, and items, Qin Fan indiscriminately opted to sell them all. Presently, he harbors little demand for equipment, items, or materials. His most pressing need is academic credits. Without credits, he cannot afford to sustain 2 little gluttons. Furthermore, the system rewards, such as the Flamefall Staff and the Mystic Crystal Scaled Sword, surpass what can be yielded from these secret realm dungeons. Products of the system are undoubtedly premium. Considering that the system will continue to randomly issue quests with additional equipment rewards, Qin Fan is determined to maximize his benefits. Sell it all. Everything except skill books shall be sold. Not a trace shall remain. He aims to exchange everything for academic credits to support his 2 little gluttons. Currently, the status of Qin Fan and his 2 dragon cubs has undergone a significant transformation. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18 years. Level, 29. Main profession, dragon tamer. Secondary profession, culinary artisan. Second transition, talents, beast affinity. Culinary mastery, extraordinary healing, eye of demon breaking, king of conquest, rapid casting. Strength, 1400. Wisdom, 1400. Constitution, 1300. Agility, 1300. Professional skills, dragon taming, bloodline fusion, hate mark, dragon frenzy, dragon claw assault. Fire dragon bolt, dragon pet, blazing sacred dragon, lord of endless fire. Name, Ingjio. Nickname, Little Jio. Gender, female. Age, 1 month. Level, 19. Attributes, strength 4200, wisdom 4200. Constitution, 4200. Agility 4200. No equipment or item enhancements. Dragon pet, Frost Sacred Dragon, Lord of Winter. Name, Qing Han. Nickname, Little Han. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month. Level, 11. Attributes, strength 1900. Wisdom 1900, Constitution 1700, Agility 1900, no equipment or item enhancements, it must be said. The attribute changes in these two little creatures after each level up continue to astonish Qin Fan. While other magical beasts experience mere tens of points in attribute increases with each level, these two little ones consistently witness enhancements in the hundreds. Moreover, all four attributes are comprehensively enhanced. Qin Fan's current attributes far exceed those of other transmigrators of the same rank. This remarkable advantage is undoubtedly attributed to the passive skill of Bloodline Fusion, which allows Qin Fan to gain 20 of the attribute skills from his dragon companions. A rough estimation reveals that he has already acquired over 1,000 attribute skills from these two dragon pets. For comparison, an ordinary transmigrator at level 28 would have a maximum of around 600 points in their highest attribute, be it strength or intelligence. Who would dare to claim that dragon tamers are the most useless profession now? At this moment, Qin Fan arrived at the free trading market, a bustling hub specifically established by the Feng Tian Academy for its students. Observing the vibrant streets filled with countless students, Qin Fan's curiosity led him to explore his surroundings. Within the academy, the two most frequented places are the Secret Realm Hall and the free trading market. Here, students rent small shops with their credits, alongside various companies from the outside world that have set up shop. These businesses are primarily related to secondary professions. One can even spot banners infused with a lively, grassroots atmosphere, proclaiming promotions such as grand opening of the forge shop. The first 10 lucky customers will receive a complimentary use of the advanced forging machine. Discounts on health potions are also being advertised. Setting up a stall is simply out of the question. Although Qin Fan possesses numerous valuable items obtained from the secret realm, setting up his own stall would undoubtedly consume more time. The two little dragonlings would not wait patiently. In just an hour, their stomachs would likely begin to grumble. As their caretaker, Qin Fan has meticulously noted their feeding schedule. Ultimately, he found himself in a pawn shop operated by an external enterprise, which proudly claimed to be a century-old establishment. Upon entering, he was greeted by a charming senior in a qipao, who approached him with a courteous smile. This second-year student, at level 47, likely took this part-time job to earn credits. This is quite common. One should not assume that students at a prestigious academy can look down upon everything from a lofty height. If one wishes to advance and grow stronger within the academy, accumulating credits is indispensable. The higher the level of the dungeons and secret realms, the more credits are required for equipment and items. To earn credits, seniors are willing to take on part-time jobs. They might even serve as attendants or caretakers for the right amount of credits. Of course, one should not misunderstand this. They do not provide any special services. While credits are indeed valuable, they would not compel these exceptional students from top-tier universities to abandon their principles. A first-year student? The qipao-clad senior noticed the school emblem on Qin Fan's chest and paused slightly. Each grade wears a different colored emblem: blue for freshmen, purple for sophomores, gold for juniors, and seniors are already conscripted into the national military as a reserve force to combat disasters. Thus, remaining on campus is no longer an option. The reason the qipao-clad senior was perplexed was that she had not anticipated that the fresh-faced first-year student would wander into this place. With a gentle demeanor, she subtly suggested that perhaps Qin Fan was here to shop, as typically, first-year students possess little to sell, having likely not yet delved into the depths of the dungeons. However, Qin Fan merely shook his head, gazing at the qipao senior, and declared, "You have misunderstood, senior. I am here to sell items, not to purchase them." "Oh, what do you wish to sell, junior?" The qipao senior inquired softly, just as Qin Fan was about to unveil the contents of his storage ring. A loud crash reverberated through the shop as the door was forcefully flung open, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Everyone wait outside. Do not disturb Senior Zayano," came a brazen voice. "Is Senior Zayano here? I've come to find you." Upon hearing these words, the qipao senior's previously gentle countenance darkened instantly. In the next moment, a young man with tousled yellow hair, embodying a carefree demeanor, entered the scene. His audacity in this place suggested that his background was not formidable. Wait, something felt amiss. In that instant, Qin Fan sensed an uncanny aura. It was all too familiar. In his past life, having perused countless web novels, he realized that the necessary conditions for a cliché plotline had seemingly been triggered: a beautiful woman, a brash youth, an auction house, and himself, the protagonist endowed with the most powerful beast-taming system. What on earth? Could this truly activate a ridiculous plotline? Sure enough, before Qin Fan could respond, the yellow-haired youth's eyes bulged as he laid eyes on Qin Fan, who was seated beside the qipao senior. It was primarily due to Qin Fan's extraordinary handsomeness, his height, charm, and appearance far eclipsed that of the yellow-haired youth. This undoubtedly incited feelings of inferiority and jealousy within him. "How dare you covet the woman I have set my sights on?" The yellow-haired youth spat, raising his foot to stomp on the table, preparing to adopt an arrogant stance. However, in the next heartbeat, bang, a fist, as large as a sandbag, slammed into the yellow-haired youth's face. Thud. Under the astonished gaze of the qipao senior, the young man collapsed to the ground, unconscious, without even a chance to scream. At this moment, Qin Fan had already turned away, his eyes casting a deep and meaningful look towards the elegantly poised Qipao Sr. This is all your fault, Senior. The Qipao Sr. was left speechless. Chapter 80, Shamelessness. Young master. The few subordinates waiting outside, peering through the glass door, let out a wail upon witnessing the yellow-haired youth being knocked out with a single blow. They rushed into the shop in a frenzy. However, more bewildered than them was the enchanting and graceful Xenia, clad in her Qipao. She could hardly believe that this first-year student would suddenly unleash such force and effortlessly incapacitate the yellow-haired youth, a practitioner of martial arts, with a single punch. The force and speed of that punch were such that even Xiao Nuya, a level 47 second transition mage, felt her heart race with trepidation. Could this truly be the extent of an attack unleashed by a mere freshman? Moreover, this was merely a straightforward punch, devoid of any skill enhancements. Quickly, take the young master for treatment. Young man, let me tell you, you have gotten yourself into quite a predicament. How dare you strike the second son of the Feng Tianma family? Prepare to face the consequences. The group of subordinates pointed at Qin Fan, their faces etched with indignation, and after uttering these harsh words, they swiftly carried the blonde youth away. Qin Fan mused, so they just fled? According to the script, shouldn't they have rushed at me? It appears that these lackeys possess a modicum of intelligence. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. With their master knocked unconscious by a single blow, even a fool would recognize that Qin Fan was not to be trifled with. Thus, they opted merely to leave threats for future reckoning. Junior, you are in serious trouble, spoke the senior in a Chong Sam, her tone filled with foreboding. Qin Fan glanced at her, clearing his throat. Senior, you are in trouble as well. Xiao Nuya's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this person be so shameless? He had thrown a punch before she even had a chance to speak, and now he had the audacity to shift the blame. Sigh, I merely intended to sell a few items. How did I end up embroiled in such a troublesome affair? Qin Fan lamented to himself. Xiao Nuya countered. This matter originally had nothing to do with you. You were the one who, without a word, launched a punch at him. Qin Fan admitted, that was indeed a miscalculation. It seems I truly misjudged the situation. I could have discreetly slipped away, but I wanted to experience the thrill of being the protagonist in a web novel. To shine before others. That blonde youth was named Ma Qin Feng, the second son of the Feng Tianma family, a prestigious lineage of martial arts. Currently, the family boasted 2 level 104 transition martial gods, making them a formidable clan not only in Feng Tian province, but throughout the entire Dragon Nation as well. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the Feng Tian Academy, where the Ma family's influence could not extend. However, it was likely that Ma Qin Feng would harbor a grudge, and the school would pursue responsibility for your aggressive actions. Responsibility from the school? Qin Fan tilted his head, a large question mark seemingly appearing above him. Wasn't it supposed to be the case that the senior was harassed by ruffians and I, her junior, stepped in with a punch to defend her? Clearly, that was an act of valor, not an instance of initiating harm. Xiao Nuya was taken aback. Is there truly such a rationale? Since the Ma family cannot extend their reach here, then there is no need for concern. Qin Fan inquired, though the Ma family is powerful. It is evident that within this academy, this ancient martial arts family cannot exert any influence over me. It is well known that among the nation's 10 foremost specialized universities, particularly these 5 top-tier combat academies, there exists no semblance of private interests. The students within these institutions represent the strategic reserve force of the nation. Students at elite institutions are essentially destined for the battlefield after their 4th year, directly stepping into the ranks of exceptional military divisions. No matter how formidable the Ma family may be, would they dare to extend their reach into this pinnacle of academia? Setting aside the esteemed principal and the distinguished deans, one must consider the alumni who have graduated from these hallowed halls and now hold high-ranking positions within the elite military. They are certainly not individuals the Ma family can afford to provoke. Are the 2 fourth transformation martial deities of the Ma family truly formidable? Power is of little consequence. There are dozens within the elite military who surpass their might. Upon realizing this, Qin Fan no longer felt the need to be concerned. His choice of these 5 prestigious institutions stemmed from the respect the nation holds for them. This signifies that even commoners here, provided they possess strength, can receive the most equitable treatment. Were he to enter a mere vocational academy and inadvertently offend some young heir, even with a dragon at his side, his fate would be sealed. After all, the ancient 4th transformation powerhouses on the other side would not hesitate to act against him, and with his current capabilities, he would be unable to contend with them. Come, Junior, present whatever you have, instructed Xiao Nuya, her slightly mature and alluring visage revealing a glimmer of interest as she contemplated the business involving academic credits. However, she doubted that this freshman, who had only just arrived, could possess anything of significant value. Yet, in the next moment, crash, as Qin Fan reached for his storage ring, a radiant burst of light revealed a plethora of items cascading onto the table. The previously composed Xiao Nuya instantly straightened her posture, gazing incredulously at the assortment of treasures spread before her. under the influence of identification magic. Detailed information about these items vividly appeared before her eyes. Level 25 purple-gray jewelry, demon-devouring necklace. Level 25 purple-gray jewelry, wind-shattering ring. Level 25 purple-grade weapon, blood-draining spear. Level 25 purple-grade armor, magic flame 3-piece set. Level 25 purple-grade weapon, Tiger King Great Axe. Level 25 enchantment material, Ice Serpent King's Core. Level 25 forging material, Troll King's Fingerbone. Level 25 mage skill book, Starflame. Explosion. Level 25 warrior skill book, Brave Provocation Stunned. Xiao Nuya was utterly astonished. Even the manager seated in the office on the second floor was affected by the remarkable aura emanating from these items. Startled, she descended the stairs in her high heels with a clatter. Upon seeing the items displayed on the table, she too was left in complete disbelief. Qin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction at their reactions. The greater their astonishment, the more academic credits these items would yield. As anticipated, after initial appraisal, the female manager quoted a price of 6 academic credits, primarily due to the mage skill book, which alone was valued at 35 credits. It is worth noting that skill books of level 25 and above are exceedingly rare. The better your completion score, the higher the probability of obtaining valuable items. Every day, students embark on the same dungeon explorations, yet the output of advanced professional skill books remains scarce. Moreover, it is crucial to note that these are skill books for the mage profession, which holds a significant proportion within the entire class transition community. After all, they are the esteemed mages. Consequently, the demand for skill books of this profession is substantial. Thus, it is perfectly reasonable for a skill book of this level to fetch 35 credits. With the transaction concluded and the credits received, Qin Fan departed from the shop without a trace of hesitation. Before leaving, however, he presented 1,000 credits to the senior sister, intending to ensure her cooperation during the school's investigation into this matter. Upon exiting the store, accompanied by the excited chirps of his 2 little dragon companions, Qin Fan ordered 200 pounds of premium monster meat to be airlifted to his villa from the school's fresh produce supermarket. Today's harvest was indeed bountiful. He had acquired a plethora of items from 3 dungeon explorations. Notably, he did not obtain any advanced skills or talents from the Troll Cave and the Ice Serpent's Nest. Such extraordinary rewards are triggered by chance. Merely breaking a record does not guarantee their acquisition. In the following 2 days, Qin Fan chose to remain in his luxurious villa, venturing out only infrequently. This was not due to a desire to be lazy or idle, but rather because, after acquiring new skills and talents, he needed to practice and familiarize himself in the training room. While his dragon companions were formidable, he could not overlook the importance of his own strength. Simultaneously, the school began to fulfill some of the rewards previously promised. The first was an advanced dragon tamer skill book, Chain of Life. Chain of Life. 80 of the damage you receive will be borne by your dragon companions. Note, when you have 2 or more dragon companions, the damage will be distributed evenly among them. This is yet another life-saving technique. With Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han belonging to the sacred dragon lineage, their capacity to endure punishment is exceptional. An attack that could potentially be fatal to Qin Fan might merely be a tickle for them. As for the 3 advanced general skill books and 3 level experience resources, they are currently under application. Qin Fan understood this, as in today's resource-scarce world, nations maintain strict control over resources. Thus, the necessary procedures must be followed to secure the 3 advanced general skill books and 3 level experience resources. 3 months ago, the Rift frontline battlefield erupted once more into a brutal and unprecedented war. Although countless soldiers from various nations perished in that conflict, many exceptional individuals emerged stronger from the bloodshed. They amassed numerous kills on the battlefield, earning great merit. Naturally, the state would not neglect these formidable warriors, leading to a significant depletion of the national treasury. Therefore, the qualifications for the promised advanced general skill book and 3 level experience resources now require a formal application process. It is anticipated that it will take at least 3 months before your turn arrives, which is truly unfortunate. And one can only ask for the understanding of classmate Qin Fan. However, in 1 month, you will be permitted to enter the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, at which time the school will notify you. In this regard, Teacher Hyalan has also provided a corresponding explanation. Chapter 81, Dean's Meeting. Qin Fan expressed his understanding of the delay in rewards. Since the world underwent its cataclysm, the game has intertwined with reality. It is not merely the shattering of secret realms and the scourge of monstrous disasters. There are also rifts from unknown planes that have descended upon this world. The creatures emerging from these rifts are bloodthirsty and devoid of emotion. More importantly, they possess extraordinary strength. No one knows what lies on the other side of the fissures. Some speculate it to be the land of demon lords, while others conjecture it to be hell itself. Yet, the true nature of that realm remains unknown. Humanity, alongside other races that have emerged from the game, can only unite to establish defensive fortresses before these battlegrounds of rifts, collectively facing and repelling the monstrous calamities. The senior students in their 4th year are courageously battling the foes, drenched in the blood of the enemy, safeguarding the countless homes behind them. It is only natural that the rewards from the nation and the school are prioritized for them. Qin Fan is not the kind of despicable egoist. Besides, a few months is hardly a period he cannot endure. For the formidable warriors on the battlefield, mastering an advanced skill translates to an increased chance of survival. Upon noticing that Qin Fan exhibited no trace of anger, teacher Hyalan also relaxed. Indeed, the promising student she valued, in both strength and character, would undoubtedly not fall short. By the way, have you checked our school's official forum in the past couple of days? Teacher Hyalan seemed to recall something amusing. Not at all. For the past few days, aside from eating and sleeping, I have been training in the training room to acclimate to my new skills and talents. Qin Fan replied. I still recommend you take a look, especially since the public discourse has become quite lively. All right, I shall not disturb you further. After teacher Hyalan ended the call, Qin Fan, filled with curiosity, logged into the school's official forum. The moment he entered, he was met with a plethora of eye-catching posts that had risen to the forefront. Is this truly the new student chosen by your dean? The secret realm results are fabricated, and he is nothing but a timid turtle unwilling to show himself. Let us not even mention by Wu Shuang, who was specially recruited. Just look at Su Ninian, Fang Tairan, and Luo Hao, the three top scholars. How could they possibly be inferior to Qin Fan? Why should they be ranked behind him? The mere thought of that fellow residing in the villa atop the mountain, gazing down upon them, is nauseating. Unfair, utterly unfair. Re-examination, re-examination. I am, after all, the third in Yunchuan province. Why am I placed at the 57th position? I strongly urge that the new student examination be conducted immediately. The same sentiment echoed in the discussions. Observing the fervent debates unfolding in these posts, Qin Fan's gaze narrowed slightly. Indeed, this group of freshmen harbored a palpable disdain for him. Indeed, Qin Fan was merely a catalyst in this situation. The primary source of their dissatisfaction stemmed from their initial rankings, which many felt were unjustly low, leading them to believe they were underestimated. There was an urgent desire to commence the major examinations to substantiate their formidable capabilities. As Professor Hyalan aptly remarked, this year marked the golden age of the Fengtian Academy, having enrolled students who ranked prominently across the nation. These individuals, accustomed to their positions of supremacy in their localities, felt a surge of discontent upon discovering themselves ranked behind those they perceived as inferior. In truth, many expressions of dissatisfaction targeted not only Qin Fan, but also other newcomers with relatively high rankings. However, the discontent directed at Qin Fan was the most pronounced, as he had risen to prominence, overshadowing talents such as by Wu Shuang, Su Ninian, and Fang Tairan, thus making him a conspicuous figure. Notably, while perusing the posts, Qin Fan stumbled upon an amusing thread. Who can help me beat up Qin Fan? A reward of 100 million dragon coins. The post was authored by a user named Handsome Qin Feng, which elicited a chuckle from Qin Fan. Just as he intended to delve further into the thread, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A small mouth with sharp, pointed teeth appeared at the corner of his laptop. The next moment, with a decisive snap, the screen of the expensive device shattered under the gentle bite. Ah, Xiaojiao, Qin Fan lamented. Xiaojiao's head emerged from behind the laptop, her golden dragon eyes gazing innocently at her master. Before Qin Fan could scold the mischievous creature, a loud bang resonated from the kitchen. Hastily, he exited his bedroom, only to find the rotund Xiao Han sitting before the refrigerator, which was now emitting plumes of black smoke due to her frosty powers. No, my refrigerator! Qin Fan cried out in despair. Although the school provided students with generous living conditions, it did not grant them the liberty to recklessly destroy furniture. Damaging an item meant Qin Fan would have to expend credits for repairs or replacements. In the past 2 days, these two rambunctious little creatures had already wreaked havoc on 3 holographic projectors, 2 computers, and a refrigerator. They were truly masters of destruction. The most frustrating part was that every time he attempted to reprimand them, they would gaze up at him with their adorably wide eyes, causing Qin Fan's resolve to falter, and he would ultimately relent. While Qin Fan engaged in a battle of wits with his 2 little demolishers at the Fengtian building, the main academic edifice of the Fengtian Academy, a meeting was taking place in the conference room on the top floor. Lu Boming, the dean of the College of Magic and vice principal, was convening with several other deans. The student council had long since reported the uproar on the official forum to the faculty, who subsequently escalated the matter to the deans. Oh, it appears this group of prodigies is quite dissatisfied with the initial rankings we've established, Lu remarked with a smirk. Lu Boming lifted his teacup and, after savoring a sip of tea, chuckled lightly. Here, in attendance, were Dean Lu Jinhua of the Combat Academy, Dean Zhang Tao of the Tactical Academy, and Dean Li Yujia of the Enhancement Academy. Additionally, there was Vice Dean Hyalan of the Combat Academy. Indeed, you did not misread. Hyalan serves as the Vice Dean of the Combat Academy, which is why the second-year students refer to her as Dean He. Her prowess is not to be underestimated. An 87-level 3rd transformation powerhouse, merely 3 levels shy of advancing to the 4th transformation. And she is still quite young at the age of 28. I have already heard of that little rascal, Qin Fan, who has shattered the records of 3 secret realm dungeons, a feat that has sparked considerable skepticism among others. Were it not for the confidentiality protocols, I would have eagerly shared the video of Qin Fan's conquest of the secret realms, Hyalan remarked dismissively. In her eyes, this group of individuals appeared utterly foolish. Did they truly believe that the Feng Tian Academy resembled those second-rate institutions? Must one even queue based on seniority to enter a dungeon? In this prestigious academy, there exists no such hierarchy. As long as one possesses strength, they shall receive the treatment they deserve. The notion that the academy would assist students in cheating or alter the completion times of secret realms is simply laughable. Such occurrences may happen in second-rate academies, but they are entirely unthinkable at Feng Tian Academy. Currently, the students have strongly advocated for the advancement of the freshman major examination, likely eager to demonstrate their own capabilities. Let it be as they wish, then. It will serve as a true test of whether their strength matches their bravado, spoke Lu Jinhua, the combat senior. In a calm manner, I wholeheartedly agree, Dean Zhang Tao of the Tactical Academy added with a smile. The curriculum of the Enhancement Academy encompasses not only supplementary professions, but also auxiliary roles. Therefore, do not be misled into thinking that the freshman major examination is irrelevant to the Enhancement Academy. I too support the advancement of the examination, Dean Li Yujie concurred. Hyalan nodded in agreement as well. Lu Boming observed this exchange, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that these esteemed deans would genuinely endorse the advancement of the freshman major examination. There was considerable controversy surrounding the initial rankings, but in truth, the disputes were primarily regarding those placed in the middle and lower tiers. The top 100 had been determined after careful consideration by the deans, who reviewed all the national examination videos of the new students. There might be minor discrepancies, but they would be negligible. For instance, these deans firmly believed that the top 5 positions would remain largely unchanged. First, Qin Fan. Second, Bai Wushuang. Third, Luo Hao. Fourth, Sun Yin. Fifth, Fang Tairan. The deans were confident that there would be no alterations to these top 5 standings. Well then, since these youngsters wish to validate their strength, we shall accommodate them. Announce that the freshman major examination will commence earlier. It is set for tomorrow at 9 in the morning, located at Arena 1. All first-year students are to prepare for the challenge. With a decisive wave of his hand, Vice President Lu Boming finalized this decree. Upon hearing this, the teacher's expression hardened, prompting him to swiftly inform the head of Arena 1 to commence preparations for the venue. Moreover, did this group of freshmen truly believe that Qin Fan's time to conquer the secret realm was manipulated through back-end alterations? Such an assertion is undoubtedly a slander against the integrity of our esteemed institution. This year's freshman examination will include an additional secret realm assessment prior to the personal dueling competition. Notify the instructor in charge of the secret realm hall. Instruct him to vacate the Imperial Laboratory secret realm immediately. The first round of the freshman examination tomorrow will be based on this secret realm. I shall see if these young ones possess the strength to match their bravado. Lu Boming also expressed his indignation as he announced the notification. As Lu Boming's words fell, the expressions of the several deans present, along with all the teachers, subtly shifted. The Imperial Laboratory, a diamond-level instance from 2035. This is an exceedingly challenging instance. For this secret realm, there exists only a record for team completion, with no individual records. What does this signify? It means that no one has ever cleared this secret realm as a solo player within the 2035 level range. It appears that this vice principal has indeed been quite provoked by these young rascals. Chapter 82, Advance Notice. Ding. At this very moment, all first-year students at the Feng Tian Academy received an identical text message from the official institution. In light of the considerable controversy surrounding the default rankings, a unanimous decision was reached following discussions among the deans. The freshman examination, originally scheduled for a month later, will now be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. in Arena 1. All freshmen are advised to prepare and adjust their states to fully embrace the forthcoming examination. For further details regarding the examination process, please visit the official school website. Wow. As everyone read this message, an uproar erupted among the students. No way. Finally, we can overturn this wretched initial ranking. Qin Fan, is it? Just wait for me. Excellent. With my skills, I should at least rank within the top 300. I have had enough of being placed beyond 600. I eagerly await the splendid performances of the prodigies. Excitement surged. All first-year students were thoroughly exhilarated. However, this fervor quickly dissipated. Upon logging into the official website, they were confronted with the announcement of an additional secret realm assessment preceding the personal competition. Moreover, this infamous secret realm is none other than the Imperial Laboratory. This secret realm has never had a record for individual speed runs, only for teams. This is absurd. I feel as though the school is intent on humiliating us. Oh, what do you mean? Haven T, we've been questioning whether Qin Fan leveraged connections to alter the completion time for the secret realm. Perhaps the school added this extra assessment in response to that very issue. But what could be the objective? It seems that the school intends for Qin Fan to traverse this secret realm to demonstrate its commitment to fairness, thereby avoiding any potential underhanded dealings. It might just backfire spectacularly. Setting aside the question of proving anything, Whether Qin Fan can conquer this secret realm alone is itself a significant concern. Indeed, should we form a team? We must hasten to assemble, for this secret realm dungeon is beyond our individual capabilities. At the same moment, in Villa Number 2, Bai Wuxuang was stroking the exceptionally obedient white dragon beside him while perusing the messages on his phone. A cold smirk, brimming with combativeness, finally appeared on his face. Excellent. Not only Qin Fan, but also Luo Hao, Su Nian, and Fong Tai Ran. Let me experience the prowess of these so-called prodigies. Let us see whether your strength surpasses that of my dragon. He was filled with confidence. He would ascend to the pinnacle of the new student rankings during this assessment. Upon seeing the additional round of secret realm evaluations, his smirk deepened. In past years, the new student exams merely involved students dueling one another, with rankings determined solely by who was stronger. However, this year is different. An additional round resembling a vocational examination has been introduced, featuring a level 2035 diamond secret realm. Bai Wuxuang's dragon fears nothing. The previous failure in the troll cavern was solely due to his concern for his teammates' safety. In reality, he could have soloed it alongside his dragon. He merely needed to exercise a bit more caution. Thus, the introduction of this new evaluation was a welcome challenge for him. An opportunity to showcase just how invincible he truly is with his dragon. In Villa Number 3, on the first floor, a small barbecue party was underway. Notably, besides Luo Tao, Feng Yuan, Su Rou, and Chen Wei, Su Nian, and Fong Tai Ran were also present, enjoying the food and drink. It appeared that during these past few days, Su Nian and Fong Tai Ran had developed a superficial camaraderie with Luo Hao and the others. The boys present were only Luo Hao and Fong Tai Ran, while the girls included four, Su Nian, Su Rou, Feng Yuan, and Luo Tao, making for a visually delightful scene. Freshmen passing by looked on with envy at Luo Hao and Fong Tai Ran. For sharing a barbecue with four beautiful girls was indeed a fortunate event. Suddenly, Fong Tai Ran urged, "Everyone, take a look at your phones." As they were relishing their meal, the group glanced at their devices. Sure enough, astonished expressions graced each face. "The new student exam has been moved up," exclaimed Feng Yuan. "Not only has it been advanced, but they've also added a laboratory dungeon from the Empire as a test for us," Su Nian remarked. "This dungeon is no trifling matter. It is said that no one has successfully soloed it. The difficulty is exceptionally high," Luo Tao noted softly, setting aside other matters. "It is evident that the new students harbor considerable resentment and defiance towards Qin Fan as the frontrunner. Otherwise, the school would not have accelerated the examination," Luo Tao said with a grin. "Sister Su Rou, did you see that? If you teamed up with him, you would likely become the target of many. Moreover, he undoubtedly wouldn't be able to guide you through the Imperial Laboratory dungeon." Feng Yuan smiled. Su Rou merely managed a weak smile in return, pondering within her heart, was her choice truly the right one? At that moment, Luo Hao gently clasped Su Rou's small hand, his voice soothing. "There's no need to worry. We can navigate the Imperial Laboratory with ease." Su Rou was taken aback, and soon began to struggle. Yet, under Luo Hao's compelling gaze, she ultimately relinquished her resistance. Hope. She could only hope that her choice was indeed correct. Beside them, Su Nian watched with a grin, reveling in this melodramatic scenario. It was rumored that Su Rou had teamed up with Qin Fan for the college entrance exams, and had even admitted to having feelings for him. Yet, upon entering university, she had allied with Luo Hao and cast Qin Fan aside. The narrative was truly quintessential. To be honest, Su Nian harbored no fierce competitive spirit. She was indifferent to who claimed the top spot, as long as she did her best. What intrigued her most was the unfolding story. However, it was likely that this affair would culminate in Luo Hao's triumph. How could a poor boy from Anning City compete against the scion of the Luo family, who had four formidable fourth-turn experts at his disposal? A night passed in the blink of an eye, yet many freshmen were too anxious and excited to sleep. It was barely past 6 when numerous first-year students rose to have breakfast and check their gear and items. The university assessment differed from the transfer examination. The latter imposed numerous restrictions, such as limitations on potions and item levels. However, the university evaluation had no such constraints. After ensuring all was in order, the group made their way to Arena 1. In Villa 1, Qin Fan had also risen, not out of excitement or anxiety, but because the two little creatures had started their playful antics once more, compelling him to wake. Regarding the upcoming freshman examination, Qin Fan felt no emotional turmoil. The voices of doubt and criticism were insignificant to him. His focus was entirely on the two mischievous little ones. "From now on, when I am trying to sleep, no more roughhousing to disturb my sweet dreams. Otherwise, there will be no treats for you." Qin Fan feigned anger in his reprimand. "Gur, meow." The two little dragon cubs lifted their heads and responded adorably, though whether they truly took it to heart, Qin Fan could not ascertain. After all, these two dragon cubs were akin to small children, and one could not expect them to behave perfectly. Moreover, Qin Fan was reluctant to stifle their joy. If he wished, he could easily train them to be as obedient as puppies. Yet to him, these two dragon cubs were not mere pets, but equal companions. He intended to share his life with these little friends in the days to come. It is evident that one cannot regard nature with the same lofty disdain afforded to mere pets. Let us embark on our journey. After a hearty breakfast, Qin Fan, cradling 2 young dragon hatchlings, strolled leisurely towards Arena 1. At 8 in the morning, the expanse of Arena 1 was already abuzz with activity. Numerous new students had gathered here, and in the center of the arena, a vast expanse comparable to several football fields lay aglow with the brilliance of diamond gates. Is this the diamond-level secret realm instance? The crowd fixated on these opulent gates, seemingly able to sense the faint but ferocious roars emanating from within. Ah, they have arrived. Luo Hao, by Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Fong Tairan. As expected, these prodigies instantly became the center of attention, akin to magnets drawing all gazes towards them. By Wushuang, level 32, Beast Tamer. Luo Hao, level 33, Berserker. Sun Yinyan, level 32, Chaos Mage. Fong Tairan, level 32, Swordsman. Su Rou, level 31, Priest. Luo Tao, level 30, Archer. Goodness, their levels are astonishingly high. They are already eligible for their second-class advancement. I am merely level 26. Naturally, their backgrounds are extraordinary, endowed with ample resources. And they arrived at school already above level 27. It is said they swiftly cleared several secret realms in the past few days, acquiring considerable experience, which justifies their current levels. But why haven't they advanced to their second class? The trials for second-class advancement are notoriously time-consuming. With the new student examinations commencing early, where would they find the time for such an endeavor? That is a valid point. We must not underestimate ourselves. Compared to those from ordinary academies, they would scarcely be able to touch our heels. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a sudden hush fell over them. For at the entrance of the arena, a tall figure had made its appearance. Chapter 83, the examination begins. It must be said, the figure that emerged at the entrance was indeed remarkable. The first aspect to catch the eye was his ruggedly handsome visage, marked by sharply defined features. Next was his tall, muscular frame, exuding a sense of strength without any hint of coarseness. Clad in a set of swift-wind light armor, he appeared anything but bulky. Rather, it imbued him with an imposing aura. This was a kind of masculine charm, entirely devoid of any effeminacy. From the moment he appeared, he stirred the hearts of many young women present. Qin Fan, he has arrived. In this instant, all first-year students directed their attention entirely towards this figure. There were glances of hostility, disdain, and skepticism. Yet, equally present were feelings of wariness, gravity, and a sense of impending challenge. Regardless of how the posts on the official forums had attempted to cultivate disdain towards Qin Fan, there remained a semblance of rationality among the crowd. Regardless of the circumstances, the strikingly handsome young man before them, who even the boys found exceptionally attractive, was ultimately the top scorer of the transfer examination in Nanzhou province. This undoubtedly indicated that he possessed remarkable abilities. At that moment, the 4 extraordinarily talented individuals, Luo Hao, by Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Fong Tairan, also directed their gazes toward Qin Fan. However, after merely a fleeting glance, they subtly turned away, choosing not to linger their attention on him for even a second longer. This was a clear demonstration of their disregard. Evidently, these 4 prodigies did not regard Qin Fan as an opponent of their caliber. Su Rou looked at this figure with a complex expression, while Feng Yuan, Luo Tao, and Chun Wei regarded him with palpable disdain. Just then, a low hum resonated through the air, as mysterious spatial ripples began to emanate from the podium of Arena 1. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the crowd, dozens of figures materialized upon the stage. Apart from the 4 deans, the remaining figures included vice deans as well as formidable instructors. These esteemed individuals constituted the judging panel for the new student examination. Silence. At the stern command of one of the instructors, the first-year students gathered in the arena hastily ceased their chatter and discussions, regarding the deans and instructors on the podium with solemn expressions. To their perception, the figures on the stage exuded an intimidating aura that was both captivating and fearsome. Furthermore, they had not set privacy restrictions on their names, levels, or professions. Consequently, the new students could effortlessly discern the levels and professional information of these distinguished individuals through their identification skills. All 4 deans were formidable entities, each exceeding level 90 and classified as 4 transformation powerhouses. The 4 vice deans were all above level 85, ranking as 3 transformation strongholds. Even the instructors numbered at least level 75. Even more astonishing was the fact that not all of these instructors were human. For instance, one instructor specializing in warrior training from the Combat Academy was a massive orc with elongated tusks, while the archery instructor was a delicately featured silver-haired moon elf with pointed ears. The instructor responsible for the blacksmith course from the Enhancement Academy was a dwarf who boldly claimed to be of the blacksmith royal lineage. Additionally, there were half-orcs, a catgirl from the feline race teaching the assassin profession, and a lizard woman from the lizard folk teaching the priest profession. This undoubtedly left the numerous new students below in a state of astonishment. Even Qin Fan found himself intrigued by these instructors hailing from other racial empires. In his previous life, he had only encountered such exotic beings in animated films. Yet now, they were vividly present before his very eyes. As previously mentioned, the merging of the game and reality had naturally led these diverse racial empires to descend upon the world, each possessing their own nations and cultures. As the Rift War continues to spread, engulfing the entire world, humanity and these alien empires have set aside their differences and begun to collaborate. In addition to the instructors, there are also numerous exchange students from various alien empires coming to the Dragon Nation for learning and interaction. The alien instructors on the podium are quite accustomed to the curious gazes of the students, having experienced this every year. Surely, you are all familiar with Dean Liu, but perhaps not with myself and the other deans. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Jinhua, the Dean of the Battle Academy. I shall preside over this year's entrance examination. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, stood up on the podium and spoke in a clear voice. Following him, the other deans and instructors began to introduce themselves briefly. The purpose of gathering so many deans and teachers for this entrance examination is not merely for show, but to select talent and recruit new students for their respective academies. The freshmen have yet to choose their institutions. Once the entrance examination concludes and we gain a true understanding of the students' abilities, the division ceremony will commence. Naturally, the instructors are eager to compete for the most outstanding talents, hoping to enroll them in their academies. Undoubtedly, those who rank in the top 100 of the entrance examination will be highly sought after by all the academies. Now, I understand that many of you prefer to avoid lengthy speeches, and we are well aware of your dissatisfaction with the initial rankings. Thus, we shall accommodate you by providing an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities. As for the significance of the entrance examination, I trust you have already gleaned enough information from the official website, so I shall not dwell on it here. I hereby announce that the first round of this year's entrance examination will commence in 3 minutes. Please proceed to the corresponding portal according to your initial ranking. If you wish to form teams, simply enter through the same door. The instance will open in 3 minutes. As Dean Liu Jinhua's resonant voice echoed, the vast arena was filled with first-year students, all wearing serious expressions as they conducted their final equipment checks. This entrance examination is crucial, determining the resources and privileges they will receive moving forward. Calm and composed, exuding confidence, the exceptional students certainly stand apart from their peers. Some instructors couldn't help but voice their admiration. Their gaze naturally fell upon Qin Fan, Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and other prodigies. While other students hurriedly performed last-minute checks on their gear, these exceptional individuals remained unfazed. I find myself particularly intrigued by Qin Fan, as he is a talent for whom our academy has invested considerable resources to recruit. I hope he does not disappoint us, some instructors mused softly. The video of Qin Fan's college entrance examination has only been viewed by a few deans and vice deans, and the instructors remain unaware of Qin Fan's circumstances. However, the teachers possess a far-reaching perspective compared to these inexperienced freshmen, understanding that their esteemed institution would not invest such significant resources in the recruitment of a worthless student. Rest assured, Teacher Anna, just try not to be taken aback by that little fellow later, Vice Dean Hyalan remarked with a calm smile. The elf teacher, Anna, nodded with a smile, saying, I shall await the spectacle. With 3 minutes of preparation swiftly coming to an end, a resounding hum filled the air. At that moment, nearly 1,000 diamond portals leading to the secret realm erupted in a dazzling display of light. Mysterious spatial fluctuations radiated outward. There was no need for the staff to remind anyone. All the freshmen had already positioned themselves before the diamond gates corresponding to their ranks, placing their hands upon them. In that instant, detailed information regarding the diamond-level secret realm materialized in the minds of all the newcomers. Secret realm, Imperial Underground Laboratory. Level requirement, 2035. Difficulty, Hell. Group limit, 15 persons. Secret realm background. In the dark, damp underground laboratory, eerie low growls and roars can be heard intermittently. The air is thick with the stench of decay and the scent of rusted machinery oil. Some say it harbors the Empire's conspiracies, while others claim it is home to countless biotechnological monstrosities. With a hum, what was once a bustling arena filled with nearly 1,000 participants suddenly diminished by more than half. The freshmen had already thoroughly familiarized themselves with the content of this year's entrance examination via the official school website. They had also gathered ample information regarding the Imperial Underground Laboratory, a diamond-level dungeon that even provincial champions could not conquer solo. Thus, these new students had formed their teams in advance. What shocked the other freshmen still waiting to enter was that both Qin Fan and Bai Wushuang had chosen to step into the diamond portal alone. Many were left dumbfounded. Qin Fan was practically courting disaster. Bai Wushuang had the four-winged wind thunder dragon as her trump card, but what did Qin Fan possess? Could he possibly have contracted a dragon? Such thoughts were utterly fanciful. If dragons were so easily tamed, the dragon tamers of previous years would not have faded into obscurity. Overestimating oneself. Sister Suro, let us proceed. Luo Tao scoffed as she glanced at the diamond portal numbered 1, then took Su Ro's hand as they walked toward the portal. Their team composition remained unchanged. Luo Hao, Su Ro, Luo Tao, Feng Yuanyuan, and Chun Wei. Chapter 84, Infinite Astonishment. Luo Hao had considered attempting to tackle the dungeon solo, but upon reflection, although Bai Wushuang had her four-winged wind thunder dragon. In terms of completion speed and monster-killing efficiency, solo play would surely pale in comparison to a well-coordinated team. Teaming up would undoubtedly prove to be more manageable. As for Qin Fan's solo endeavor, in his eyes, it is merely a choice of self-degradation. It seems likely that he will not even surpass the first stage, being promptly teleported out. Once all the new students officially enter the Secret Realm dungeon, a remarkably clear holographic projection screen materializes in the center of Arena 1. Manipulated by the staff. Before the image on the screen is fully revealed, a raucous laughter emanates from the nearby loudspeaker. Who would have thought that the monsters in this Secret Realm dungeon would all be of the dark type? This is nothing short of exhilarating for our team. As the image sharpens, beams of luminous magic bombard the grotesque creatures lurking in the shadows. It turns out this is a squad primarily composed of spirit mages, whose spells inherently possess a light attribute, naturally countering dark-type monsters. No wonder they are laughing so heartily. When the scene shifts again, a resounding dragon's roar reverberates through the air. This immediately causes all the professors to sit up straight, their expressions turning grave. A massive dragon, its body cloaked in white scales, unleashes a devastating breath infused with the might of wind and thunder upon the grotesque monsters of the first stage. Gulp. Those deformed creatures cannot withstand even a second against this breath, instantly perishing. Hiss. Many instructors present cannot help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness, this four-winged thunder dragon is astonishingly formidable. Although the first stage is merely a warm-up, with the monsters being the weakest in the entire Secret Realm dungeon, they still possess a level of 28. Other new teams could not achieve such instantaneous kills. After all, this is a highly challenging diamond-grade dungeon. Yet, unexpectedly, before this four-winged thunder dragon, even a single breath is too much for them to endure. If all goes well, this four-winged thunder dragon will undoubtedly elevate Bai Wushuang to one of the strongest beast tamers in the world. Notably, this dragon is exceptionally rare even among its kind. It is said that upon full maturity, its bloodline may have the chance to transcend, and should it grow into a subdragon species, Bai Wushuang would truly soar. The instructors unanimously express optimism regarding Bai Wushuang's future prospects. Even several deans nod in agreement, clearly endorsing the sentiments of their colleagues. The dragon race is undeniably powerful, practically reigning at the apex of the biological chain. Not only is this four-winged thunder dragon impressive, but even the armored dragon of the earth dragon species is an exceptionally formidable beast companion, attainable only by nobles of substantial lineage. Speaking of dragons, isn't it time to spotlight Qin Fan? After all, this young lad is a bona fide dragon tamer, and we are eager to see if he possesses a dragon of his own. At this moment, the elven instructor named Anna could not contain her curiosity and remarked. This statement elicited nods of agreement from several teachers, who were indeed intrigued by the talents of Qin Fan, the individual favored by the deans. Did he truly forge a contract with a genuine dragon? Very well. Let us present an image of Qin Fan. At that moment, Dean Lu Jinhua also spoke up. A second later, the director in the control room switched the feed to Qin Fan's visuals. However, the imagery on the screen left all the deans and teachers utterly astonished. It was blindingly white. The entire scene appeared as though engulfed in a terrifying snowstorm, overwhelmed by an endless flurry of snowflakes. Both the deans and teachers were rendered speechless. Even the director widened his eyes in disbelief. Was it possible he had accidentally switched the camera? How could a dark basement be suffused with frost and snow? Truly perplexing. Switch to camera 2. Lu Jinhua commanded. The director, not daring to delay, promptly activated the second camera. The result was still a haze of frost. What on earth was going on? Camera 3. Lu Jinhua continued to issue orders. The director, flustered, adjusted the feed yet again. But the screen remained enveloped in a blanket of white. Camera 4 white. Camera 5 white. Camera 6 white. Bang. Lu Jinhua could no longer restrain himself and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Old Zhou, what on earth is going on? Are you certain you switched to the camera in the Empire's underground laboratory? The director, referred to as Old Zhou, quickly raised his hand and swore to the heavens, Dean. This is indeed Qin Fan's feat. Lu Jinhua fell silent. The school had previously installed nano cameras in every secret realm, yet after switching through dozens of feeds, all they encountered was a blinding whiteness. Not only were the figures obscured, but even the basic visuals were indistinguishable. Moreover, if the cameras had malfunctioned, that was implausible. The images were crystal clear. It was evident that the lens was simply shrouded in a cascade of frost. Very well. Let us switch Qin Fan's feed to the second checkpoint. This sight was likely the result of that little fellow employing some frost magic. We are simply awaiting him at the second checkpoint. Lu Jinhua could only resign himself to this decision. The several deans and all teaching staff were now filled with curiosity. It was not due to their lack of experience, but rather that they had never encountered such a situation before. Even those who were aware of Qin Fan's possession of the Holy Flame Dragon found themselves engulfed in deep self-doubt. Logically, even if the visuals were obscured, they should have been concealed by the endless divine flames, not frost. Nevertheless, the answer would soon be revealed. They merely needed to await the next checkpoint's camera to observe. However, when the director known as Old Joe switched to the camera at Qin Fan's second checkpoint, all the deans and teachers were utterly astonished. Although the scene was engulfed in flames, the imagery was significantly clearer than that of the first stage. Yet, where was everyone? Where were the people? In the vast and desolate laboratory, endless flames raged. The tanks containing the biomonsters lay shattered, and the mechanical bull-headed behemoths, the biocat demons, and the terrifying xenomorphs, each boasting a level of 33 and a diamond 3-star aptitude, were all reduced to ashes. Additionally, the sound of crackling flames echoed through the speakers. This was the second stage of the Empire's underground laboratory. An assault by a full 8,000 xenomorphic creatures had been reduced to mere cinders. What was even more shocking was when Dean Liu Jinhua, his face a mask of disbelief, instructed Old Joe to switch to other camera angles of the second stage. Old Joe's voice, tinged with despair, responded, "Dean, those cameras are truly damaged. They have all been burned." What? This conclusion undoubtedly left the teachers in a state of renewed astonishment. Burned? You mean to say they were destroyed? Those high-tech nano cameras had undergone rigorous quality testing before installation, having faced bombardments from over a dozen level 45-second transformation sorcerers to ensure they remained intact. And now, you tell me that these cameras, capable of withstanding the assaults of level 45 sorcerers, were destroyed by a mere freshman of level 29. Aside from a few deans aware of the existence of the blazing sacred dragon, all the teachers were rendered completely speechless. In just 1 minute, their astonishment surpassed that of an entire year. Uncle Zhou immediately switched to the sixth stage. At that moment, Teacher Hyalin seemed to realize something and quickly spoke up. Her words left the teachers present once again in shock. The sixth stage? Wasn't that the final level featuring the mechanical bull-headed king and the terrifying xenomorph queen? Without hesitation, Old Joe complied. Having spent most of his life in this school, he had organized countless campus competitions and assessments. Within seconds, he finally adjusted the camera to the sixth stage of the Empire's laboratory. There, at the very heart of the lab, lay the mechanical bull-headed king and the terrifying xenomorph queen. Surrounding this crucial stage were liquid tanks housing 50,000 experimental monsters, all level 37 elite creatures, mechanical bull commanders, biocat demon leaders, and terrifying xenomorph generals. 50,000 level 37 elite monsters. Once the health of the two main creatures was reduced to 50, it would automatically trigger a summoning skill. The challenger must find a way to interrupt the summoning chant of both. For what awaited next was the overwhelming onslaught of 50,000 elite monsters. Yet, as the camera focused on the sixth stage, a slender figure finally emerged before the deans and teachers. They swore, "It has been quite some time since I have harbored such an unwavering fixation on an individual." Regrettably, the esteemed principal and the instructors found themselves face to face with the person they had longed for, yet their expressions were rendered rigid. Before that slender figure lay a resplendent diamond treasure chest, radiating a captivating glow. Behind him, the ground was strewn with a multitude of monster corpses, including the colossal remains of the mechanical bullhead king and the terrifying alien queen. At this moment, the voice of the spirit of the secret realm resonated through the loudspeaker, echoing in the ears of all the principals and teachers. Chapter 85, Crushing Through the Levels. Dragon Ascendance. Ding. Congratulations to the freshman Qin Fan for successfully completing the Diamond Level Secret Realm instance. Imperial Underground Laboratory. Current level difficulty, Hell level. Completion time, 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Performance rating, S. Duration rating, S. Overall rating, S. Your score has been successfully uploaded to the data center of the Feng Tian Academy. A reward for completing the secret realm will be distributed in 1 minute. Please claim it promptly, freshman Qin Fan. Can you envision the scene of a collective stupor among a group of distinguished figures? At this moment, an unprecedented wave of regret surged within the hearts of all the principals and teachers. They lamented the time wasted, over a minute, observing the performances of other students. Given another chance, they would undoubtedly have kept their focus solely on Qin Fan from the very beginning. Hiss. At this juncture, Principal Liu Boming took a deep puff of his cigar, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke that enveloped his remarkably youthful visage, accompanied by the resolute proclamation, "This Qin Fan shall undoubtedly become a part of my magical academy." Upon hearing this declaration, the previously calm and composed principals and teachers erupted like a powder keg, each reacting vehemently. "Principal Liu, you are mistaken. Qin Fan belongs to our combat academy." "Nonsense. He is from my tactical academy. Your theoretical institution is merely wasting his talent. He ought to join my enhancement academy." "Get lost. This is not the place for your enhancement academy to speak." None could have anticipated that the amiable and courteous principals and teachers would, in an instant, transform into a tempestuous assembly. Meanwhile, the protagonist, oblivious to the commotion, awaited the rewards within the secret realm. Inside the realm, Qin Fan cast a purification spell on his sense of smell, yet he could not escape the foul stench emanating from the monstrous corpses. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han, as holy dragons, possessed exceptionally keen senses. To be frank, for Qin Fan, this so-called first round of the Secret Realm instance assessment posed no challenge whatsoever. The initial stage of the Secret Realm, a warm-up, required the defeat of 500 low-level alien horrors. Under Xiao Han's level Aura skill, Winter's Domain, and the level skill Frost Breath, the entire narrow entrance of the laboratory transformed into a winter wonderland. The 500 initial terrifying aliens, serving as a warm-up round, were swiftly transformed into ice sculptures. Under the relentless trampling of Xiao Jiao and the sweeping tail of the dragon, they were dispatched in mere seconds. The same fate befell the 8,000 creatures in the second round. For Xiao Jiao, it was merely a matter of expelling a few more breaths of dragon fire. It is essential to remember that Qin Fan, as a dragon tamer, is inextricably linked to his dragon companions. The dragons assist Qin Fan, and in turn, he aids them. With the formidable skill of Dragon Frenzy, all dragon companions experienced a 20 enhancement across all attributes. Additionally, the title of Dragon's Majesty increased the damage of both his and his dragon skills by 20, coupled with the skill of Hate Mark, which amplified the damage taken by marked enemies by 30, and with the support from Xiao Han, it was a complete rout. Even in the elite monster stages of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds, Qin Fan advanced with overwhelming force. Given that this was a competitive assessment against fellow students, he wasted no time, swiftly leading his 2 little dragon companions into the teleportation portal after each victory. Time was of the essence. However, the 2 dragonlings wrinkled their noses in response to the peculiar odors permeating the laboratory. Even the universal skill of scent purification proved ineffective against the stench. Crack. At that moment, Qin Fan opened the reward treasure chest before him. Congratulations on completing the Empire Underground Laboratory Secret Dungeon. Here are the exclusive rewards for completing the dungeon. Reward, 100 experience points. Reward, 1,000 skill points, 600 free attribute points. Reward, title of Alien Slayer. Reward, weapon, the Mechanical Bullhead King's Battle Axe, level 30, gold. Reward, Tentacle Longsword of the Terrifying Alien Queen, level 30, gold. Reward, level Priest Skill Book. Divine Blessing. Reward, level Enchantment Material, Alien Core. Reward, level Forging Material, Terra Mechanical Divine Stone. As you are the first solo conqueror of this dungeon, you have triggered additional rewards. Reward, level Dragon Tamer Skill, Celestial Dragon Flight. Reward, level Talent, Spellcasting Without a Staff. Gazing at the splendid array of rewards, Qin Fan's previously calm eyes shimmered with uncontainable joy. The bounty was extraordinarily generous. Setting aside the additional rewards, the total value of the remaining rewards surpassed that of all 3 secret dungeons he had completed combined. Even the experience points awarded were a staggering 100. The environment here was deplorable. The corpses of the grotesque experimental monsters, despite being incinerated by Xiao Jiao's divine fire, still emitted a repugnant odor. Qin Fan quickly stored the other rewards in his storage ring, but chose to first comprehend and learn the level Dragon Tamer skill, Celestial Dragon Flight. Celestial Dragon Flight, upon activation, dragon wings will sprout from your back, granting you the ability to fly like the dragons you possess, while also inheriting the corresponding skills of your dragon companions. Spellcasting without a wand enables you to cast spell-based skills without the need for a weapon. Do not even glance. Once again, we are presented with 2 immensely useful talents and skills. With the Dragon's Flight, Qin Fan can soar through the skies in his human form, and with spellcasting without a wand, he can directly unleash spell-based skills even without a staff in hand. This talent, when paired with the rapid casting ability, is simply a match made in heaven. Very well, it is time to depart from this cursed place. As Qin Fan emerged from the disorienting effects of spatial teleportation and regained his vision, he found himself taken aback. Indeed, he could not help but retreat several steps, his face a mask of astonishment. The cause of his bewilderment lay before him, for all the deans and teachers stood in unison, their dozens of eerie eyes fixated upon him. The sensation was akin to that of a flock of ravenous wolves fixating on a tender, succulent lamb. Qin Fan, can anyone enlighten him as to what exactly has transpired?